Chapter 96. Hearing Lin Ye's sudden voice, several guests sitting at the bar cast strange looks at him. Katsuhiko Managawa also shuddered and came to his senses. The scene that Lin Ye saw naturally disappeared. Seeing the customers in front of the bar looking at him strangely, he realized that he had just lost his composure and quickly said sorry. Although they were somewhat confused, they did not think too much about it and continued drinking and chatting. Only Toru Amuro on the side was still looking at Lin Ye strangely. He seems to be hiding some secret. What is it? Good boy, you are worthy of being an undercover agent, your observation ability is really strong. Lin Ye secretly became more alert and warned himself not to make the same mistake again. It's not just to hide one's abilities, but as a bartender, it's inappropriate to lose your composure in front of customers. Under normal circumstances, he would not make such a mistake. But his current condition is obviously not normal. After all, he can see and hear things that ordinary people cannot see or hear. The scene he just saw was too thrilling, and he couldn't hold it in for a moment and shouted out. After seeing Miss Akemi being shot, Mayano Shiho turning into a little girl, and Miss Shinji playing the piano in the fire, he also stared at their faces inappropriately, causing them to misunderstand him. However, unlike the previous times when he saw scenes that seemed to be from the future, this time he saw the past, which was the day when Katsuhiko Managawa's parents had a car accident. He never thought that he would know his guests' past in this way. It seems that I have to practice again to keep my mental state stable, Lin Ye thought. He practiced this when he was an apprentice. At that time, he would meditate for half an hour every day. But later he thought his mental state had stabilized and stopped doing it. Just as he himself assessed, in his career, no matter what kind of weird guests he encountered, he could remain calm. But now, he has talents that he never had in the past, and new talents bring new challenges. He must become calmer and adapt to new changes. As for whether Toru Amuro would discover his abilities, he was actually not very worried. Lin Ye glanced at Amuro Toru beside him and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. To put it another way, even if Toru Amuro discovered something, he would not be worried. Because he has already caught him, and it is a fatal handle. Even if I tell my secret to others, few people will believe it, let alone capture me to do research on me. Even if we want to do research, we should first focus on Conan and Xiaolan. One of them can regain youth, and the other can break a telephone pole with his bare hands. These two are obviously more outrageous. But if Achuo's secret is exposed, someone will definitely hunt him down. He had heard Jin's inner voice and knew that what he hated most were traitors, and it seemed that he had just dealt with an undercover agent of an organization not long ago. If he knew that Toru Amuro was an undercover agent, he would definitely take action against him. I don't know which of these two is stronger. Lin Ye glanced at Amuro Toru, collected his thoughts, and looked at Katsuhiko Managawa in front of the bar. The young man looked worried and seemed to have something to say. How is it? Do you feel more relaxed? Well, I feel much better, my head doesn't hurt as much anymore, Katsuhiko Managawa forced a smile. His skills are pretty good. But I see that your brows are still frowning, are you troubled by something? Lin Ye asked. Just remembering something. Seeing that his expression had darkened, Lin Ye did not continue to ask questions and changed the subject. You and Ms. Guangu Xiang are childhood sweethearts, right? Hearing Lin Ye suddenly mention Guangu Xiang, Managawa Katsuhiko was a little surprised. Yes, we knew each other when we were kids. She helped you out last night when you were drunk, do you remember? Katsuhiko Managawa nodded. Of course he remembered, he also remembered that Haume splashed water on his face. Humph, that woman. I thought she was a gentle woman, but I didn't expect she had such courage. Lin Ye glanced at him and asked, what kind of woman do you think Miss Guangu Xiang is? Katsuhiko Managawa was silent for a moment and took a sip of wine. She's a good woman. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Ye. Did she ask you to ask that? No, it's just my personal curiosity. In fact, after sending you away last night, she came back to the store. What did she say? Katsuhiko Managawa asked warily. That woman, could it be possible that she told this bartender about me? Nothing, just some of her personal troubles, love affairs. Love, is she in love with someone? Seeing the concerned expression on Katsuhiko Managawa's face, Lin Ye was surprised. It turned out that this guy was not a heartless stone. You really don't know? Katsuhiko Managawa was silent for another while and took a sip of wine. Refreshing and fragrant, with a slightly sour taste and a wonderful aftertaste lingering in the mouth. At this moment, he recalled the time when he played with a Xiang when he was a child. The sour taste of the lemon reminded him of the lemon tea they drank together. If that incident hadn't happened, I would have been with Xiang. But in my current state, if I get too close to her, it will only hurt him. I am no longer the person I was when I was a child. Now, my body is covered with thorns, It turned out to be the case. It seems that deep down in his heart, he still has some tenderness for his childhood friend who has always been by his side, and he is afraid of hurting her. If it weren't for the accident that caused him to lose his mother, he wouldn't be so obsessed with mature women. Lin Ye remembered the fat man who came to the store after Mrs. Managawa that day. He wanted to kill Managawa Katsuhiko because he was rejected when he confessed his love to Guangu Xiang. Do you have a fat friend? Fat friend? Ah, you mean that guy Tanaka, right? How come he's been here too? Katsuhiko Managawa raised the corner of his mouth, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Tanaka seems to be pursuing Xiang all the time. His fawning and flattering look makes people feel sick. Lin Ye didn't know the fat man's name, but judging from Katsuhiko Managawa's voice, it was definitely him. Well, he came here to drink the day before yesterday, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. That punching bag is like this, did he get drunk here and scold me? Katsuhiko Managawa asked with a sneer. Not only do I scold you, I also want to kill you. Not really, but he mentioned Ms. Sakiya-ka, so I thought maybe you guys knew her as well. Of course I know him, we grew up together, that guy couldn't have come here to drown his sorrows in alcohol because he was rejected by Xiang, right? Ha ha ha. Seeing Katsuhiko Managawa laughing, Lin Ye thought, no wonder Tanaka was so angry, he must have been ridiculed by this guy a lot. The anger that had accumulated over the years finally gave rise to murderous intent. Jichuan, turn back quickly. If you continue to be so arrogant, it will be difficult for you to save your life. Chapter 97. At the bar. While wiping the wine glass, Lin Ye was thinking about how to save the young man sitting at the bar. At first he didn't have a very good impression of Katsuhiko Managawa, but after learning the reason for his change, he felt that he was a very pitiful young man. Especially after seeing the scene in his mind just now, the desire to change his fate of death became even stronger. Although Miss Guangu Xiang had been reminded to keep a close eye on him, the two of them did not live together and there would always be a time for them to separate. What's more, he was targeted by two people at the same time, one of whom was his stepmother. As the saying goes, it's hard to guard against a thief in your own home. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid's life will be in danger sooner or later. But he couldn't tell him directly that the two men wanted to kill him because there was no evidence at all. The evidence would only emerge after the two men had committed the crime, and by then it would be too late. In order to prevent this tragedy, either the murderous intentions of those two people must be calmed down, or Katsuhiko Managawa must make changes himself. Lin Ye prefers the latter. If Katsuhiko Managawa doesn't change his arrogant and bad character, even if he temporarily eliminates the murderous intentions of those two people, there is no guarantee that they will not have the murderous intention again in the future. Even if the two of them didn't kill him, with Katsuhiko Managawa's personality, he might be targeted again one day in Beika town, where the crime rate is unusually high. Only if he changes himself can he change the views of those around him. In this way, perhaps the murderous intent from those around you can be resolved. If the situation cannot be resolved, we will have to ask the famous detective over there to take action. Lin Ye looked at Conan who was sitting in the corner. Will those two guys come today? Damn it, I'm going to Kyoto tomorrow, what if they happen to come tomorrow? Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. He was really obsessed with gin. Xiaolan also sat there with Conan, and in front of them was the fruit juice drink that Lin Ye had offered them. Because there were enough people today, he told Xiaolan not to help and to go back early to rest and prepare for tomorrow's trip. But Conan insisted on staying in the store to wait for Jin, so Xiaolan had no choice but to stay with him to prevent him from being abducted by the customers. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze. Although the direction has been decided, it is not easy to cheer up a young man who has lost both his parents. But no matter what, Lin Ye intends to do his best. Because of Miss Akemi, Katsuhiko Managawa will probably come to the store often. So there are still some opportunities. To change his heart, you must first gain his trust. The way for a bartender to gain the trust of his guests is naturally the combination of wine chatting. I mixed him 2 drinks. The first one was a zombie that made him look bad in public, but he didn't hate me for it, which shows that he is not a bad person. Although he also had the motive to ask me about Miss Mingmei. But he has no chance to pursue Miss Mingmei. The second cup of resurrection brought back painful memories for him, but it also made him open up his heart, at least he was willing to communicate with me, and that was enough. You are the man with the title of Healing Cup, come on, you can do it. Lin Ye silently encouraged himself. He was just about to talk to Katsuhiko Managawa again when a customer came into the store. When every guest comes in, Lin Ye will look over first. If the other party walked up to the table, sat down and ordered, he just had to wait for Xia Fan or Omi to bring the customer's order. If a customer walks up to the bar, he will put down his work, smile and say, "Welcome." The customer who came into the store at this time caught his attention as soon as he entered. Because his appearance is so conspicuous. The golden hair, paired with a very flamboyant hairstyle, looked very energetic and reminded Lin Ye of a character in a popular animation. Although this world was subtly different from his original world, there were still some things he was familiar with, such as a blue robot cat and an alien whose hair could change color. The year was 1996, just 1 year after the Dragon Ball manga serialization ended and the animation also ended at the beginning of the year, but the popularity remained unabated and was still continuing to ferment. On the way to work every afternoon, Lin Ye has seen more than once teenagers returning home from school waving at each other on the side of the road. So the first moment he saw this young man, he thought he was a young man playing role-playing games. But when he saw the clothes the young man was wearing, he knew that he was just a fashionable young man. The young man not only dressed fashionably, but also had a handsome face like a star. He attracted the attention of many customers as soon as he entered the store. The uncles sneered. Young people today have increasingly outrageous hairstyles. The young man's gaze was also full of hostility. What an annoying handsome guy. Only the women's eyes sparkled. Ah, what a handsome guy, he looks like a celebrity, I really want to be his girlfriend. Hey, that person seems to be the lead singer of a band. What is the name of the band? Wow, it's him. The lead singer of the band Rex, Tatsuya Kimura. He actually came to this bar too. Lead singer. After catching this information, Lin Ye looked at the fashionable and handsome guy standing at the door in surprise. Tatsuya Kimura stood at the door and scanned the store. Is this the store that the idol visited? The environment is pretty good, but there are a few more people. Judging from the looks in those women's eyes, they must have recognized me, right? I have to deal with another boring woman. An expression of impatience flashed across Tatsuya Kimura's face, and he walked towards the bar where there were still 2 empty seats. When he walked to the center of the hall, several girls stood up from their seats, ran up to him excitedly, and asked him for his autograph. Tatsuya Kimura signed autographs for them, and the girls were so happy and excited that they looked like they were about to faint. Superficial woman. Tatsuya Kimura complained in his heart and continued walking towards the bar. Xiaolan also discovered Kimura Tatsuya and said in surprise. Wow, it's the lead singer of that band, I didn't expect him to come to this store, if Sonoko were here, she would be very excited. Conan withdrew his unhappy gaze from Tatsuya Kimura and glanced at Xiaolan beside him. I see you're pretty happy, really, it's just a song, why are you so excited? I really don't understand girls' thoughts. Lin Ye laughed secretly in his heart. Perhaps the only thing in this world that confuses this famous detective is a woman's heart. Tatsuya Kimura sat down next to Katsuhiko Managawa. Katsuhiko Managawa turned his head and looked at him with curiosity in his eyes. He is the lead singer of the band Rex, very young, and looks similar to me. As a prodigal son who inherited a fortune, Katsuhiko Managawa often went to karaoke bars to sing and even requested songs by the band Rex, making him a half-fan. But he simply likes the songs and doesn't pay special attention to the private gossip of the band members. Seeing the lead singer of the band in person, he felt a little strange. What kind of man is this guy? In the comics, in the episode about the karaoke murder, the yellow-haired guy ordered the theme song of Doraemon for his teammate and mocked him as Nobita Nobi. This may have been deleted in the animation due to copyright reasons. Chapter 98. What would you like to drink? Lin Ye asked politely. Kimura Tatsuya raised his chin and said, let's have a drink of something exciting. Okay. Speaking of excitement, the first thing Lin Ye thought of was tequila, the national drink of Mexico. There are actually many types of tequila. Generally speaking, when we mention tequila, unless otherwise specified, we are actually referring to tequila, a liquor made from blue agave. Tequila can be divided into 5 types: silver, gold, slightly aged, and long-aged. Silver tequila, also known as white tequila, has the shortest aging time, less than 2 months. Some are even bottled directly after distillation. Therefore, it has the spiciest taste and the liquor is silver or white. Since the customer is looking for excitement, let him experience the hot style from Mexico. Lin Ye prepared a margarita glass and added ice cubes to make a simple ice glass. In addition, fresh lemon juice is needed, and this task is naturally given to Toru Amuro. He prepared a small dish, poured a layer of salt into the dish and spread it evenly. Then pour out the ice and melted water in the glass, smear the cut lemon slices around the rim of the glass, and gently turn the glass upside down on the plate. The rim of the glass will be covered with a beautiful salt rim. Set the prepared glass aside and add ice, tequila, Cointreau, and fresh lemon juice to a cocktail shaker. Then shake until the wine is cool and strain into the prepared margarita glass. Finally, place a slice of lemon on the rim of the glass for decoration. Margaret, please. Tatsuya Kimura stared at the snow-white salt rim of the cup. Margaret? Sounds like a woman's name. Yes, there is a sad story about this glass of wine. Tell me about it. Tatsuya Kimura did not rush to pick up the wine glass, but stared at Lin Ye with great interest. This man is quite stylish, completely different from the bartenders in the bars I've been to before. Before his official debut, Tatsuya Kimura performed in some bars and met many bartenders. Most of them just work for the money and just pretend to be nice to the customers. I only get excited when I meet beautiful customers. But the man in front of him was different. His movements when mixing cocktails were smooth and graceful, full of confidence, and his eyes were very sincere. He wanted to hear what such a bartender would say. Lin Ye narrated in a low voice, the inventor of this drink is a bartender in Los Angeles, who won the national bartending competition with this drink. What people didn't know at the time was that Margarita was actually the name of his first Mexican love. During a hunting trip, Margaret was killed by a stray bullet. It was with remorse that he created this cocktail. It wasn't until more than 20 years after he won the championship that he told people this story in an interview. After hearing Lin Ye's story, Katsuhiko Managawa, who was sitting next to him, seemed to have a sad look in his eyes. However, Tatsuya Kimura laughed happily. Huh, nice story, the person who made up this story is quite smart. You think it's fake? Yes, it's just a false story made up by wine merchants to increase wine sales, only a fool would believe it. Katsuhiko Managawa standing by showed an embarrassed look. Not only because he just believed it, he also saw himself in Tatsuya Kimura's arrogant look. Looking at the other person laughing, he had the illusion that he was looking in a mirror. So this is the impression I give people. When questioned by Tatsuya Kimura about the authenticity of the story, Lin Ye just smiled. Indeed, there are many different stories about the origin of Margaret. This story may be false, but the moral of the story is true. What does it mean? Lin Ye's eyes casually swept across Managawa Katsuhiko's face and smiled. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident, so cherish the people in front of you and seize the present moment. Beauty is fleeting. If you don't grasp it well, when regret happens, you can only shed tears of regret. At that time, there is no point in regretting it. Cherish the people in front of you, Katsuhiko Managawa thought. Kimura was also stunned for a moment, his eyes dropped to the wine glass. Cherish the person in front of you. I want to cherish her too, but she has become a different person, which makes people angry when they see her. Huh? Lin Ye looked at Kimura in surprise. He originally said these words just to remind Katsuhiko Managawa, but he didn't expect that they also hit the nail on the head for Kimura. This was really a pleasant surprise. What does it mean to become another? Maybe there was some change in the person he cared about. Changes in appearance or personality? Kimura picked up the wine glass and slowly brought the rim of the glass, which was stained with salt, close to his lips. The first thing the tongue touches is naturally the salt on the rim of the glass. The saltiness of the salt activates the taste buds and reduces the irritation of the wine when it enters the mouth. The refreshing and spicy liquor rushes into the mouth. With both fresh fruity aroma and the special aroma of tequila. The sourness of lemon and the sweetness of Cointreau are cleverly blended together, bringing a rich taste experience to the tip of the tongue. Seeing the satisfied expression on Kimura's face, Lin Ye smiled. How about this cup, isn't it stimulating enough? Just as he was looking at Kimura's enjoying face, he suddenly saw another picture. The protagonist of the picture is still Tatsuya Kimura, but the expression on his face is not one of enjoyment at the moment, but one full of astonishment and pain, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Then he fell to the ground with a thud, motionless. Lin Ye's mouth froze. Another death scene. The environment in the picture looks like a karaoke box. The circumstances of his death appear to have been poisoning. Who did this guy offend? The screen disappears. Lin Ye blinked and looked at Kimura Tatsuya again. The young man still had an expression of enjoyment on his face, immersed in the wonderful taste experience. Mr. Kimura, do you like singing at karaoke? Hearing Lin Ye's question, Kimura Tatsuya still closed his eyes, but opened his mouth to answer. Of course I am the lead singer of the band. With friends? Yeah, with a few of my teammates. Have you had any trouble with any of your bandmates lately? Kimura Tatsuya finally opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ye strangely. Uncle, why are you asking this? Are you trying to get information from me and sell it to the paparazzi? No, to confirm your time of death and the murderer. Of course Lin Ye couldn't say that. I'm just curious about how the band members get along with each other. I see. Kimura Tatsuya gently shook the wine glass in his hand with a mocking smile. For the sake of this glass of wine, I'll tell you. A nagging ugly manager, a childish drummer, and a love-brained female guitarist. This is the band I'm in, Rex. It's just a third-rate, no-name band that's only holding me back. I'm sorry, Katsumi, Mieko, and Mari, for your future, I have to say this. Ah. What kind of brain circuit is this? Lin Ye stared at Tatsuya Kimura with a strange look, as he said one thing and meant another. Did he die because of his own arrogance? Chapter 99. After 10 o'clock, there were few customers in Poirot's bar. Xiaolan and Conan have also returned, and they will take the Shinkansen to Kyoto tomorrow. Aragaki Keiho glanced at the empty bar, hesitated for a moment, then walked over to the bar and sat down. What would you like to drink, guest? Lin Ye said to her in a welcoming tone. Being treated as a guest by Lin Ye, Xia Fan felt a strange feeling in his heart. It's a very comfortable feeling. Margaret, give me a drink, Xia Fan said in a low voice. Lin Ye smiled slightly. It seems that she also heard the story I told. Okay, just a second. Looking at Lin Ye, who was busy at the bar, Xia Fan's attention was involuntarily attracted by his figure. Why do I feel that he is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye? Thinking of the scene a few days ago when Lin Ye took her to see a doctor and then carried her home on his back, Xia Fan's face gradually turned red. Xia Fan, what are you thinking about? A voice sounded faintly in my ears. Xia Fan was startled, and when she came to her senses, she found that Kusaka Omi had sat next to her at some point. Although Omi was smiling, she felt cold. My little Xia Fan actually blushed and stared blankly at the man's figure. I'm so angry. After hearing the two people's thoughts, Lin Ye felt no wavering. As long as his hand touches the cocktail shaker, he will enter a state of absolute calm and will be difficult to be disturbed by the outside world. With the smooth and graceful movements of his hands, a glass of snowflake-rimmed margarita was quickly completed. Guest, you're Margaret. Lin Ye pushed the wine glass in front of Xia Fan and spoke softly. Xia Fan picked up the wine glass, took a sip, coughed twice, and his face immediately turned red. Although Lin Ye slightly changed the proportions of several ingredients to make the taste softer. But tequila is still too stimulating for girls. Xia Fan shed tears. 2 lines of crystal tears slid down her fair cheeks and flowed to the corners of her mouth. She stuck out her tongue and licked the tears from the corners of her lips. There is a slightly salty taste on the tip of the tongue. Then she took another sip of her wine. Is this what regret feels like? Salty and sweet interweave, sour and bitter dance together, and there is a hint of spiciness, mixed with the aroma of citrus and mint, which makes people addicted. There were sad tears in Xia Fan's big eyes. It is because of the sweet memories that I feel regret. She was so sensitive that she actually felt like she was heartbroken after drinking. Seeing Xia Fan's sad expression, Lin Ye thought. Xia Fan, are you thinking about your first love? He couldn't help but ask. Only then did Xia Fan notice that she had lost her composure. Her tender face turned red and she raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. No, I haven't been in a relationship yet. Lin Ye looked at her with some surprise. He thought Xia Fan was an experienced girl. After all, she looks so attractive. There must be a long line of boys chasing after her. Is there no one she likes? Omi smiled beside her. Because I am by her side to protect her. Lin Ye understood instantly. With this person around, her murderous gaze alone is enough to scare most men away. If it's not, why are you crying? I was just remembering that story you told me about this drink. Do you believe it is true? Even if the story is false, the emotions that arise in the hearts of those who hear the story and drink the wine are real, Xia Fan said with tears in his eyes. Seeing Lin Ye looking at him in surprise, Xia Fan said dissatisfiedly, why, is there any problem? No, I just didn't expect you to have such a sentimental side. Do you have any opinion on this? Lin Ye smiled and shook his head. In fact, the inspiration for this drink comes from the way Mexicans drink tequila. Maybe the bartender and his Mexican lover once drank tequila in this way. The Mexican way? What's that like? Do you want to try it? Xia Fan nodded expectantly. For girls, it might be a little exciting, so you have to be mentally prepared. The more Lin Ye said this, the more curious Xia Fan became. Stimulation? What kind of method is it? Let me see it quickly. As if Lin Ye was deliberately trying to keep her in suspense, he did not start the demonstration immediately. Instead, he turned around and asked Toru Amuro, who was standing next to him. Atu, do you know? Well, I know a little bit. Amuro Toru nodded, but a tall bearded man appeared in his mind. Tequila. So when he heard Lin Ye telling the sad story of his lover's accidental death, he always felt strange. Lin Ye glanced at him and smiled, then cooperate with me to demonstrate the romantic Mexican way of drinking tequila. As a bartender, Lin Ye is not allowed to drink while at work, so he asks Amuro Toru to cooperate with him in the demonstration. Okay. Romantic? As long as I think of that guy tequila, I can't be romantic at all, okay? Toru Amuro's mood became more and more complicated, but now disguised as a bar apprentice, he could only cooperate with Lin Ye's performance. Lin Ye prepared a lemon, then picked up a fruit knife and skillfully cut the lemon into even lemon wedges. The size and thickness of each petal are almost exactly the same. Toru Amuro looked at Lin Ye's hand holding the fruit knife and the lemon under his knife in surprise. Steady hands, smooth knife skills, and beautiful lemon wedges. Lin Ye put down the fruit knife. Of course I did, this is the knife skill I've developed from cutting fruit for more than 10 years. If I hadn't changed into a strange body, my swordsmanship would be even better than this. But it doesn't matter, with more training, I will be able to recover to my original level, and even reach a higher level with this young body. He placed the lemon wedges on the plate, 12 in total, in the shape of a clock. Then he placed the plate on the bar and placed a small dish of salt next to it. Next, take out 2 shot glasses. The bullet cup, also known as the shot cup, is a small cup with a capacity of about 30 milliliters, mostly used to hold high-value, high-alcohol wines. When drinking from this kind of wine glass, you should drink the wine in the glass in one gulp, just like a bullet shooting into your mouth. Lin Ye turned around and took a bottle of Swaza tequila from the wine cabinet. It was an aged tequila. After 2 distillations and aging, the taste is smoother and rounder, not as fierce as young short-aged tequila. Considering that Xia Fan is a girl, he chose this one. Then he asked Toru Amuro to take a slice of lemon from the plate. Toru Amuro cooperated very well and picked up a slice of lemon from the plate. He chose the piece in the direction of 0 point. Do you know what to do next? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Toru Amuro nodded, grabbed a pinch of salt from the salt dish, sprinkled it on the palm of the hand holding the lemon wedge, and then picked up the shot glass containing tequila. Salt and lemon in the left hand, tequila in the right hand. Xia Fan looked at his left hand, then at his right hand, and his eyes widened. And then? Lin Ye's voice came from the side, let's get started. Toru Amuro took a deep breath, lowered his head, and gently took a bite of the lemon. The tip of his tongue immediately felt the sourness of the lemon, and saliva began to secrete in his mouth. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked the salt from his tiger's mouth. The salty taste further stimulated his taste buds and neutralized the sour taste. Then he suddenly raised his right hand, tilted his head back, and drank the tequila in the glass in one gulp. Who? Toru Amuro put down his wine glass, exhaled, and a blush appeared on his dark face. Chapter 100. Lin Ye's gaze fell on Xia Fan's face, who was eager to try. Want to try? Ah. Seeing Xia Fan nod, Lin Ye poured her a glass of tequila with another bullet glass. Following the process demonstrated by Toru Amuro, Xia Fan carefully sprinkled salt on the base of her left hand and then picked up a slice of lemon. She took a bite of the lemon, and the sour taste made her stick out her tongue. Then he licked the salt on his hands and frowned slightly again. Right now, drink. Xia Fan closed his eyes, with a desperate expression, and poured the tequila in the shot glass into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. She started coughing violently, apparently choking on her throat. Water, give me water quickly. Here. Xia Fan reached out in the direction where the sound came from and grabbed a hand holding a water cup. But at this moment she didn't care about being shy anymore, she snatched the cup from his hand and drank it in big gulps. With the help of warm water, she finally recovered, but her face was still red and her eyes were still filled with tears. Exciting, right? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Xia Fan bit her moist lips and said nothing, her eyes sweeping over his hands. Did I touch his hand just now? His hand was so warm. Seeing Lin Ye's gaze turning towards her, she quickly lowered her head. Lin Ye was slightly stunned when he saw her shy look. Is this guy really obsessed with me? Give me a drink, too. At this time, Kusaka Omi smiled. Lin Ye nodded and poured her another glass. Omi followed the same process and drank the tequila in the glass. Wow, it feels so comfortable, it's worthy of being tequila. Shimei smiled with narrowed eyes. It had to be her, she drank the tequila in one breath without changing her expression. I heard that there is a more exciting way to drink tequila, Sume suddenly laughed and looked at Lin Ye. Did you know? She actually wants to test me. Lin Ye smiled and said. The more exciting way to drink that you mentioned should be the kind that is only suitable for couples, right? Couple. Xia Fan raised his head and cast a curious and shy look. Lin Ye smiled and said, it's just feeding each other lemons, licking the salt on each other's hands, drinking wine from each other's cups, etc. Toru Amuro, who was standing by, quietly took a step to the side. He doesn't want to demonstrate this with me, does he? How is that possible? I wouldn't ask you to demonstrate it to me. What's going on in this guy's mind? Lin Ye thought with a strange expression. On top of that, there are more advanced ways to play, such as applying lemon wedges to the neck, collarbone, or somewhere else, then applying salt grains, and then licking it first and then drinking it. However, this ambiguous way of drinking is only suitable for couples to play secretly in private, and is not suitable to be done in front of outsiders. Naturally, Lin Ye would not say this in front of a girl, as that would be too ungentlemanly. Turning around, I found Xia Fan with his head down and his ears red. Lin Ye saw this picture in her mind. A faceless man with similar height, build, skin color, and hairstyle. Standing face to face with Xia Fan, the two of them were almost touching, with their hands holding the wine glasses crossed together. With the other hand, they hold a lemon wedge and bring it to each other's mouth. They both take a bite of the lemon at the same time, lick the salt on each other's hand, and then drink the wine in each other's glass. That's where Keiho's imagination ends. Lin Ye looked at her red ears. It seems that Xiao Shifan really wants to try this way of drinking. Uncle, let's have a drink together, in the way you just said. Kusaka Omi winked at Lin Ye and said in a seductive tone. Don't be ridiculous, it's working hours now, as a bartender, I have to stay sober, how can I drink with you? So you can just drink secretly after get off work. Where do you live, uncle? Lin Ye didn't dare tell her where he lived, for fear that this bold woman might really come to his door. He knew what Shumei was planning. She just wanted to take a picture of herself making a fool of herself and show it to Xia Fan. That's why he wouldn't let this woman get hold of anything against him. Seeing that Lin Ye didn't answer, Sumei curled her lips and said contemptuously, Uncle is such a coward. Lin Ye smiled slightly and didn't care. The two sat at the bar for a while and left at 10:30. By 11:30, the last customer in the store left. In the quiet shop, only Lin Ye and Amuro Toru were left. After a night of observation, Toru Amuro had a preliminary understanding of Lin Ye. An excellent bartender. It seems that there is some secret hidden, which may be related to his identity. Although there is no evidence yet, Toru Amuro has already regarded Lin Ye as a hidden member of the organization, and therefore behaves extremely cautiously. Toru. Suddenly there was a hand on his right shoulder, and the muscles in Amuro Toru's arm tightened subconsciously. Fortunately, he reacted in time and did not punch him. Manager, what's the matter? Lin Ye withdrew his hand and glanced at his arm. Just now his hand felt the vibration of the muscles on Amuro Toru's shoulder, very strong vibration. How do you feel after a night of work? Are you tired? Fortunately. Yeah, I see you're pretty strong, so you shouldn't get tired so easily, Lin Ye said with a smile. Huh, thank you for the compliment, store manager. At this time, the sound of a bell was heard at the door of the store. Lin Ye turned around and saw Miss Mingmei coming back. She made an appointment with Jin to negotiate here. Mayano Akemi went to sit down at the bar. Mr. Lin Ye, give me a glass of iced water. It is good. Mayano Akemi put down the water cup, exhaled a breath of cold air, her mind fell calm, and she waited quietly for Jin to arrive. Lin Ye looked at the ceiling, thinking that Conan should be asleep by now. 5 minutes before 12 o'clock, the store door was pushed open again accompanied by a cold wind. Two men in black appeared at the door. The one who opened the door was Vodka, and next to him was, of course, a cool man with his hands in his pockets, wearing a black windbreaker and long silver hair, Jin. Jin glanced around and saw 3 people near the bar. When he saw the smiling Toru Amuro, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Bourbon, why is this guy here? And he's standing at the bar wearing a bartender's uniform? Brother, isn't that the guy? Shut up, Vodka. Vodka immediately realized that there were outsiders present, so he closed his mouth, but his eyes kept looking at Amuro Toru's face at the bar. At this time, the sunglasses he had been wearing on his face came into play. Ken observed secretly. Of course, the effect was not very good. Even through the sunglasses, Amuro Toru still noticed that this big guy was observing him. Toru Amuro had a smile on his face, but he was very confused in his heart. Why are these 2 people here? Are they the ones Mingmei is waiting for? Welcome, both of you. Lin Ye smiled warmly and greeted the two as if they were ordinary customers. Chapter 101. Vodka sat to the left of Jin. Lin Ye noticed that after Jin sat down, Miss Mingmei showed a hint of nervousness on her face, but it quickly disappeared. Is this the new bartender? Jin ignored Mayano Akemi who was sitting next to him, but looked at Amuro Toru with a sarcastic smile on his lips. Vodka also glared at Amuro Toru through his sunglasses. Amuro Toru smiled. My name is Toru Amuro, I'm currently just Mr. Lin's assistant, not a formal bartender. Assistant, hee, Jin chuckled. That maverick bourbon actually went to a street bar to be an assistant to a young man younger than himself. What is his purpose? I hope you can become an excellent bartender soon. Thank you. Humph, Jin, one day, I will handcuff you myself. Lin Ye stood aside. As expected, they pretend not to know me in front of me. And from their thoughts, it can be inferred that their relationship in the organization is not very good. Toru Amuro is probably the type who likes to be alone. It's no wonder. After all, his real identity is an undercover agent. If he gets too close to anyone, he might reveal his flaws. Handcuffs. Does this mean Toru Amuro is from the police? Lin Ye secretly took note of this information and a smile appeared on his face. What would you like to drink today? Dark Storm, Jin gave a cold smile. By the way, give the lady next to me a drink as well. Lin Ye looked at Mayano Akemi, asking for her opinion with his eyes. Mayano Akemi nodded slightly, the tension in her expression had disappeared and her eyes were firm. Okay, 2 cups of Dark Storm. Dark and stormy. A very simple cocktail to make, it only requires dark rum and ginger beer or ginger ale, simple and delicious. The only restrictions are on the brands of rum and ginger beer that can be used. The cocktail has been patented by a rum distillery called Gosling's. The recipe is limited, and the standard Dark Stormy can only use Black Seal rum produced by Gosling's and Stormy ginger beer. However, if you like a different taste, there is no problem in changing to another brand of dark rum. After all, everyone has different taste preferences, and Commander Gao will not fine you even if you don't follow the standard recipe. Where is this guest? Although he had already guessed the result, Lin Ye still asked Vodka. Vodka deadpanned. A glass of ice water. Lin Ye held back his smile and poured a glass of ice water for the vodka first, then found Black Seal rum, Stormy ginger beer, and a bottle of ginger ale from the wine cabinet. Prepare 2 highball glasses, add ice cubes, then pour in Stormy ginger beer, then add Black Seal rum, the ratio of the 2 is 2 to 1, and then stir with a bar spoon. This is a standard Dark Storm, made with gin. Please enjoy. Lin Ye pushed the wine glass in front of Jin. Then start making the second cup. Ice cubes, Black Seal rum, ginger ale. Lin Ye also added honey and lemon juice to make the taste softer and more refreshing, suitable for ladies to drink, and finally gently put a slice of lemon on it. This cup is Miss Mingmei's special one. Ms. Yume, please. Seeing the second cup of Black Storm prepared by Lin Ye, Jin's mouth corners slightly raised. What a considerate guy. Will this woman fall in love with him? Picking up the wine glass in front of me, the dark wine is like the clouds before a storm on the sea. It was a dark storm that brought death and danger. After taking a sip, Jin's spirits lifted, just like a sailor on the deck seeing a mermaid under the moon. He looked at Lin Ye with admiration. The rich caramel aroma of Black Seal, with a hint of sweetness in its spiciness, paired with the vibrant bubbles of Storm ginger beer, seems to give people endless power. His wine never disappoints me. Seeing Jin's admiring eyes, Toru Amuro, who was standing next to Lin Ye, almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. This guy actually has that kind of look in his eyes. In Toru Amuro's impression, Jin has always been a cold-blooded executioner, cruelly treating traitors in the organization. His temperament is like a murderous knife, and his sharp eyes are the sharp tip of the knife. But at this moment, there was a look of admiration in those cold eyes. This is incredible. I think I should try the manager's cocktails myself. Lin Ye smiled and thought confidently, Toru, just one sip and you'll fall in love with my cocktails just like Mr. Jin. Mayano Akemi also picked up the wine glass, put the rim of the glass against her moist and shiny lips, and the dark wine flowed over her rosy lips. The smooth and light taste seems to take her to the beach at night, with the smell of vanilla and honey in the sea breeze. Putting down the wine glass, her eyes became calmer and more composed, as if she had gained some kind of spiritual strength from the wine. It's very delicious, thank you. Lin Ye introduced her with a smile. Dark and stormy, this cocktail originated from the British Navy, who sourced rum from the Gosling family in Bermuda and distributed it to the crew as naval rations. At the time, Bermuda also started producing ginger beer, and the bored sailors found that the combination of these two things could make them high, so this drinking method quickly spread. As for the name Dark Storm, it is because the sailors thought the color of this mixed wine was very similar to the clouds before a storm at sea. The voyage at sea is full of misery, this is the drink the crew uses to cheer themselves up. With it, they have the courage to face even the dark storm. So I think this glass of wine symbolizes the courage to overcome difficulties. Lin Ye looked at Mayano Akemi with a smile. Courage? Seeing the smile on Lin Ye's face and listening to him talking, Mayano Akemi felt very reassured. An important reason why she chose this place as the negotiation location was that it made her feel at ease. If it were here, she would be more confident facing Jin. This devilish man. Now it seems that my choice was correct. Lin Ye's cocktails and words gave her spiritual strength. And she was surprised to find that after Jin came to this store, his devilish and cold aura was restrained a lot. Judging from the tone Lin Ye used when entertaining the two people, it seemed that this was not their first time to come to this store. Could it be that Jin also likes this shop? Mayano Akemi looked at Lin Ye with even more surprise. Mr. Lin Ye's skills are truly amazing, as he can even conquer a demon like Jin. Does Miss Yame know this gentleman? Lin Ye asked. Yes, there is a business cooperation, Mayano Akemi said calmly. I asked him to come here to discuss the details of the cooperation. Hearing what Mayano Akemi said, Jin raised the corners of his mouth and put down his glass. Okay, it's time to get down to business. Ms. Hirota, what is the important thing you are talking about? Chapter 102. Regarding our cooperation. Mayano Akemi said calmly. I want to change the compensation after the matter is completed. Oh. Jin turned his head and looked at her in surprise. This stupid woman, doesn't she know that the conditions she proposed are already ridiculous? She actually wants to add additional conditions. Alright, let's hear what her conditions are. Anyway, no matter what conditions she proposes, her fate is already determined. A playful smile appeared on Jin's lips. What do you want? Mayano Akemi didn't even look at him. Instead, she picked up the wine glass in her hand and stared at the dark cloud of wine in the glass. The original compensation conditions are invalid. Jin was stunned. Void? She doesn't want to take Shirley out of the organization. The new condition is, Mayano Akemi's tone became calmer. For me to join you. What? A look of surprise finally appeared on Jin's face. She actually wants to join the organization. What on earth is this woman planning? Wait, did the traitor contact her? And then asked her to join the organization and steal the organization's information? Hey, if that's the case, maybe I can use her to lure out the escaped rat. In an instant, Jin went from being surprised to calm, and quickly came up with the outline of a plan. At the bar, although Toru Amuro's face was calm, the same thoughts were surging in his heart. Mingmei actually wants to join the organization. Doesn't she want to take Shirley away from the organization? Wait a minute, could it be that man contacted her? Does she want to continue to use Mingmei? That bastard. Lin Ye calmly wiped the wine glass in his hand, observing the expressions of Jin and Amuro Toru out of the corner of his eye. The runaway rat mentioned by Jin and that bastard mentioned by Toru Amuro should be the same person. He is Miss Mingmei's ex-boyfriend, a man named Big, whose organization code name is Rai Rai Whiskey. It can be seen that Jin and Toru Amuro both have ideas about this person. And it's not a very friendly thought. Hee hee. Jin chuckled. Why does Ms. Hirota want to join us? Because my sister works in your company, I want to be with her so that I can take care of her. I see, Jin took a sip of wine. This is a reasonable excuse, but do you think I will believe that this is your only purpose? I will report your request to the boss and let you know the result. Hearing Jin's words, Mayano Akemi felt slightly relieved. What she was most worried about was that Jin would directly refuse and not give her any chance. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. But I'm curious, what will you do if your request is rejected? Jin spoke again. Continue to do my job as a bank clerk. Mayano Akemi said calmly, taking out her wallet from her handbag, pulling out a 5,000 yen bill and pushing it to the inside of the bar. Then he stood up and smiled at Lin Ye. Thank you, Mr. Lin Ye, your wine is excellent, I think I can sleep well tonight. She didn't want to sit next to Jin anymore and prepared to leave. Good night, Miss Yami. Mayano Akemi looked at Lin Ye with gratitude, turned and walked towards the exit of the bar, opened the door and left as the bell rang. After the ringing stopped, Jin's eyes fell on Lin Ye's face. I saw a report about you in the newspaper, you become famous. Lin Ye shook his head and smiled bitterly. What the newspaper said is too exaggerated, it makes me feel uneasy. Haha, the media is like this, many celebrities are just famous in vain, but this time, they are not wrong. Toru Amuro looked at Jin in surprise. Is this still the executioner Jin I know? He is actually praising someone. It was the first time he heard Jin praise someone, and he was very surprised. At the same time, he was even more curious about Lin Ye's drinking skills. What does this man's cocktail taste like? I must try it. Vodka was drinking ice water on the side. Oh, Big Brother is praising this man again. Although the wine he makes is indeed delicious, I still feel uncomfortable. I have been with my elder brother for so many years, but he has never praised me so much. Lin Ye glanced at Vodka out of the corner of his eye. You wouldn't expect Mr. Vodka to be that big, but he's actually quite thoughtful. He really wanted to advise him, Vodka, even though your elder brother didn't praise you, if he didn't trust you, how could he keep you by his side all the time? What's more, didn't your elder brother take you on the roller coaster that day? Of course, Lin Ye could only think about these words in his heart and could not say them out loud. Indeed, Jin seemed to appreciate his own drinking skills, but if he knew that he knew so much information that he shouldn't know, he would probably pull out a gun and point it at his head without hesitation. Then, with an exclamation of, "You know too much," he pulled the trigger. A cold-blooded man like him would never let his emotions get the better of him. Seeing that the glass in Jin's hand was empty, Lin Ye asked, "Want another drink?" Jin shook his head slightly. "Need not. I have to give a big gift to the Shinkansen tomorrow, so I can't drink too much tonight." A big gift? For the Shinkansen? Lin Ye was slightly stunned. By the way, Conan and his friends are going to Kyoto tomorrow, and they seem to be taking the Shinkansen. Right? What does the great gift that Jin mentioned mean? Could it be a bomb or something? In order to confirm his thoughts, Lin Ye nodded and said in a calm tone, just like chatting with ordinary guests. It seems that the guest has important work tomorrow, so he really can't drink too much. Okay. Jin raised his head and looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye was shocked. No way, he is so sensitive. But the next second, Lin Ye realized that he was too sensitive. Speaking of which, this is my 4th time to this store. According to the saying that 3 times is a regular customer, I am already a regular customer here. But he doesn't know my name yet. I guess he guessed that I'm not a simple person, but he's smart and didn't ask. Alright, tell him a fake name. I'll come here again in the future anyway. Hearing Jin's psychological activities, Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. So he cares about how I address him. I thought he noticed that I wanted to know about his mission. By this time Jin had already thought of a suitable pseudonym. Kurosawa Shirei. What? Lin Ye pretended not to know. My name, Jin said lightly. Oh, it's Mr. Kurosawa. Amuro Toru, who was next to Lin Ye, snorted in his heart. Using Zero as a pseudonym is really annoying. Lin Ye was very curious after catching Toru Amuro's thoughts. Could it be that Toru's real name is Zero, which is why he is so unhappy? What about this gentleman? Lin Ye turned his gaze to Vodka, who was drinking water in silence. Big Brother has already revealed his real name, even though it's fake. But as his younger brother, you should naturally follow in his footsteps, right? Vodka was stunned, and thought for 2 seconds before saying, Onisuka, Achiro. Vodka's reaction speed made Jin shake his head slightly. Hey, Vodka, can you be smarter? Does anyone spend so much time thinking about their own name? Chapter 103. After the dark brown wooden door closed, the golden bell on the corner of the door rang gently. Lin Ye looked out the window and saw a black car driving past the street. Through the window, he saw Jin sitting in the passenger seat with a cigarette in his mouth. What is the big gift for the Shinkansen? I have a feeling it's not a good thing. Let's pay attention to tomorrow's news. I hope Conan and the others are on another train. Does the store manager have a good relationship with those 2 gentlemen? Toru Amuro's voice brought Lin Ye back to his senses. They have come several times recently, including today. This is the 4th time. They can be considered regular customers of the store, Lin Ye said. A regular customer? Is it that simple? Toru Amuro strongly suspected that Lin Ye and Jin had known each other for a long time, but were just pretending to have an ordinary relationship between a bartender and a customer in front of him. He had just been trying to find evidence to prove this, but had failed. Those 2 guests look very special. Lin Ye glanced at Amuro Toru. This guy has been undercover for a long time, so everyone he sees looks like a bad guy. Maybe he's a gangster. Lin Ye said in a nonchalant tone. As bartenders, we only need to focus on the moment when the customer sits at the bar, that is, on the identity of the customer. As for who the guests are and what they do outside the bar, that is not the bartender's business. If they are gangsters or criminals, the police will take care of them. The bartender only needs to focus on the identity of the guest. The identity of the guest, Amuro Toru thought. Lin Ye added in his heart that, having said that, a bartender will also become something else after leaving the bar. For example, he played the role of Batman yesterday. He glanced at the clock. It was almost 1 o'clock. It was so cold, and there probably wouldn't be any more guests coming. So he asked. Would you like a drink? Toru Amuro was just about to try Lin Ye's wine, so he readily agreed. What kind of wine do you like best? Lin Ye asked. My favorite? Amuro Toru thought for a moment. Bourbon whiskey. Lin Ye nodded and said, then let's use bourbon as the base, bring me a bottle of bourbon, Campari, and red vermouth. As soon as Lin Ye added the ice cubes into the martini glass, Amuro Toru found 3 bottles of wine. Looking at the 3 bottles of wine on the bar, Lin Ye said with a smile, you have a really good memory, you memorized the location of these wines in just 1 night. Amuro Toru smiled modestly. As an elite in the police force, an excellent memory is a basic quality. Lin Ye praised, excellent, an excellent bartender must not only remember a large number of wine recipes and the characteristics of each wine, but also remember the information of the guests who have visited the store and their taste preferences. You have such a good memory, maybe you can become a qualified bartender soon, then I will have an easier time. I will work hard. Well, come on, I'm rooting for you. Lin Ye patted Amuro Toru's shoulder like a senior, encouraged him, and then began to prepare cocktails. Do you know what the combination of bourbon, Campari, and red vermouth is called? Amuro Toru thought for a moment and replied, Playboy. Yes, this wine was created in Paris, France in the 1920s and was named after a fashion magazine published at the time. As Lin Ye spoke, he added ice cubes into the mixing cup and stirred it with a bar spoon to chill it. It is a variation of Negroni, with the gin in the Negroni recipe replaced with bourbon. It lacks the chill of gin but has more of the mellowness of bourbon, and has a rich, complex and balanced taste. Amuro Toru listened quietly, feeling a little strange. His code name is Bourbon, and that gin guy just left. He couldn't help but wonder if there was any deeper meaning behind Lin Ye's words, or if he was hinting at something. Lin Ye glanced at him and poured out the melted ice water in the mixing cup. I'm just introducing the origin of this wine, don't speculate on it. At this time, the wall of the mixing cup has been cooled by the ice cubes. Lin Ye added 30 milliliters each of bourbon, Campari and red vermouth, then inserted a bar spoon and stirred quickly for 20 seconds. Then he poured out the ice cubes and excess water in the martini glass and filtered in the stirred liquor. Finally, twist an orange peel and put it in the cup for decoration. The entire modulation process is as smooth as flowing water, without any hindrance. Even though Toru Amuro had been watching it all night, he was still amazed when he saw Lin Ye's hand movements when mixing cocktails again. Even if you don't drink, just watching him mix the cocktails makes people feel comfortable, just like watching a beautiful woman dance. Lin Ye pushed the wine glass in front of Amuro Toru. Try it. Toru Amuro picked up the wine glass, and a mellow woody aroma wafted into his nostrils. Take a sip. The sweetness of red vermouth and the bitterness of Campari, the two opposites are cleverly balanced in the mellow aroma of bourbon, mixed with light fruity aroma and orange flavor. The complex taste is intertwined in the mouth, with endless aftertaste. Toru Amuro has had cocktails like Playboy in other places. It was a high-end bar controlled by the organization. The bartenders inside were members of the organization, responsible for collecting intelligence. Organization members also often meet there to exchange information. The bartenders who are selected by the organization are naturally the best in the industry. Although that cup tasted good, it was just good. Compared with the cup prepared by Lin Ye, it was like the gap between an apprentice and a master. No wonder someone like Jin would praise him, the wine he makes is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Toru Amuro finally understood Jin's feelings. How is it? Lin Ye asked knowingly. It's very delicious, no wonder the customers have such expressions after drinking the manager's cocktails, Toru Amuro praised sincerely. Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. After you finish this cup, go back, I don't think any customers will come anyway. Amuro Toru nodded. It is also common for bars to close early when there are no customers. After drinking, Toru Amuro washed and dried the used wine glass before changing his clothes. Lin Ye looked at the cups he had washed, which were clean and bright, and he became more and more satisfied with this newcomer. Sure enough, excellent men are excellent at everything they do. A few minutes later, Toru Amuro came out of the lounge, having changed into casual clothes. Manager, are you going to continue to guard until 2 o'clock? Seeing Lin Ye still standing at the bar reading a book, Amuro Toru asked. Well, I'll read for a while and then leave. Toru Amuro glanced at the cover of the book and it seemed to be a book introducing wine. Then I take my leave. Well, be careful on the road. After Toru Amuro left, Lin Ye flipped through the pages of the book in a quiet atmosphere until a yellow taxi stopped across the street. Lin Ye raised his head and looked out the window. After the taxi left, the drunken figure of Kagoro Mori appeared on the side of the road. He looked left and right and staggered towards this side. It seemed that he had drunk a lot. Seeing this scene, Lin Ye remembered Xiaolan's previous complaints in the store. She was right. Uncle Maori was drunk. He was going on a long journey the next day, but he still drank like this. Uncle Maori is really a thick-skinned person. 2 o'clock in the morning. Lin Ye walked out of Polo Bar and heard snoring nearby. Following the sound, I looked and suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. A butt was raised high and exposed outside the corridor, and the snoring sound came from the corridor. Lin Ye walked over and saw that it was Mr. Maoli lying there, with his face on the ground and his butt up in the air, sleeping soundly. Chapter 104. As soon as the door opened, the lights in the living room came on. Xiaolan, wearing pink pajamas, was standing by the wall with her arms crossed over her chest. She originally wanted to nag her father for coming home so late, but she didn't expect to see Lin Ye. She was stunned for a moment, then put down her arms embarrassedly. I just saw Mr. Maoli sleeping at the stairs. I was worried that he might catch a cold, so I sent him back, Lin Ye explained. Really? I knew it. I'm sorry to trouble you again. Xiaolan bent down and bowed to Lin Ye, her long black hair hanging down from her ears. Don't be so polite, Lin Ye said quickly. The two men took Kagoro Mori back to his room and laid him on the bed, then returned to the living room. Let me pour you a glass of water. Xiaolan's face turned a little red. She felt a little embarrassed to be in the same room with an adult man in her pajamas late at night. Lin Ye noticed her nervousness and said with a smile. No, I'll be back now. When he reached the door, he turned back and asked, by the way, you guys are going to Kyoto by Shinkansen tomorrow, right? Well, what's wrong? Xiaolan was puzzled, not knowing why Lin Ye suddenly asked this. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment and said. Be careful on the road. That was all he could say, and although he suspected Jin was going to commit a crime against the Shinkansen tomorrow, he had no evidence. Xiaolan was stunned when she heard Lin Ye's instructions. Why does Mr. Lin Ye suddenly care about me so much? Could it be? Oops, I was misunderstood. Lin Ye quickly shut up and left. He had no interest in being a minotaur. What's more, Conan was eavesdropping by the door in the room. This kid pretends to sleep every time. Xiaolan came to her senses when she heard the sound of the door closing. She hesitated for a moment, walked to the window and looked at the street. Under the street light, Lin Ye's departing figure was stretched out. Xiaolan frowned, seeming confused. Sister Xiaolan, what are you looking at? Conan's voice suddenly came from behind. Xiaolan was startled and turned around to see Conan wearing cartoon pajamas. I'm so scared, Conan, why are you up? I'm getting up to go to the bathroom. Conan ran to the window, stood on tiptoe and looked out, just in time to see Lin Ye's back turning around the corner. Is that Uncle Lin Ye? I just heard his voice. Well, Dad was drunk and passed out downstairs, and he brought Dad upstairs. Conan seemed to want to ask something, but Xiaolan patted his head and said softly, if you need to go to the bathroom, go quickly, it's so cold, be careful not to catch a cold, we still have to take the Shinkansen to Kyoto tomorrow. Conan said, oh, and walked towards the bathroom full of doubts. What on earth is Xiaolan thinking about? The next morning, Lin Ye went out for a run as usual, and then returned home to do basic karate physical training according to the method provided by Xiaolan. Although it was a little difficult, he still finished it. In the afternoon, he came to the Mihua library, intending to borrow some books related to the wine industry and learn more about the development of the wine industry in the world. Lin Ye searched the bookshelves on the first floor of the library, but didn't see the wine bookshelf. So he went to the second floor to continue searching. Just as his eyes were wandering between the bookshelves, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Excuse me, sir, what book are you looking for? Lin Ye turned around and saw a kind and amiable old man. Judging from his facial features, he is probably close to 60 years old, with scowl-shaped eyebrows and squinting eyes, and looks very kind. But why does this old man walk so silently? It's scary. I am the director of this library, I remember the location of every book here. The director raised his right hand and tapped his forehead with a smile. So if there's any book you're looking for, just tell me. Oh, I'm looking for books related to wine, Lin Ye said. The book introducing wine is on the bookshelf over there. The curator turned around and pointed to a bookshelf not far away. After Lin Ye thanked him, he walked over to take a look and found that it was indeed a book introducing various kinds of wine and wineries. There were also books on learning how to mix cocktails. The variety was quite comprehensive. He picked up a book introducing the development of modern wineries and was about to open it when he felt a gaze coming from behind. It seems that he really came here to look for books, Lin Ye turned around curiously and saw the curator walking away with his hands behind his back. What did he mean by that just now? What else can you look for in the library if not books? An artistic girl with long black hair and a short skirt. The director's strange voice aroused Lin Ye's curiosity. Could it be that there were some secrets hidden in this library? Forget it. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Rather than the possible secret, Lin Ye is now more concerned about the difference between the wine industry in this world and the knowledge in his memory. He has to find out these differences and update the knowledge base in his brain. Otherwise, if you meet a knowledgeable customer, it would be embarrassing to make a fool of yourself. Just like the violet wine that I thought was out of production and would take another 10 years to revive, but it is not dead in this world at all. Lin Ye stayed in the library until 4:30 in the afternoon. He flipped through the book very quickly because much of the content was the same as what he already knew, but there were subtle differences in some unexpected places. It was these differences that he looked carefully at. The director passed by several times and saw that he was always standing in front of the same bookshelf. He was completely convinced that he was here to read books. The director's strange behavior made Lin Ye even more certain that this library must be hiding some secrets. But I don't have time today, I have to go to work. Next time you come, try looking for that little secret. There were a few more customers in Poirot's bar than at this time yesterday. It was almost full. Xia Fan and Omi were in charge of outside the bar, while Lin Ye and Amuro Toru were in charge of inside the bar, and they were busy in an orderly manner. After all, the Polo Bar is not particularly large, so even if it is full of customers, it would not be a challenge for Lin Ye. Although Toru Amuro is a newcomer, his real identity is an undercover agent. This is a job that not ordinary people can do and requires extraordinary personal abilities. There is no doubt that he is outstanding in all aspects. In particular, he demonstrated amazing memory and learning abilities. In addition, he himself has a certain understanding of alcohol, so Lin Ye would teach him simple cocktails like making highballs. This way, Lin Ye felt more relaxed. At 7:05, a beautiful female customer pushed the door and entered the store. She has short chestnut hair curled into waves, very delicate facial features, slightly mature makeup, and fashionable clothes. He looks to be in his early 20s, but he gives people a very mature and capable feeling. As soon as she entered the store, she attracted the attention of many male customers. However, her cold expression and aloof temperament discouraged most people from approaching her and chatting with her. Chapter 105. Just when the men were fascinated by this young and sexy woman, Lin Ye could tell at a glance that something was wrong with her face. Lin Ye has seen many women's faces. Fat, thin, gentle, mean, ugly, beautiful. And the real and the fake. True beauty is natural beauty, which can be fascinating even without makeup. False beauty relies on makeup techniques, or directly relies on technology to change one's natural appearance. However, no matter how advanced the cosmetic surgery technology is, it will leave false marks on the face. And the beautiful woman in front of me has such marks on her face. However, pursuing beauty is human nature. Although Lin Ye can see it, he will not say it out loud, nor will he treat her differently because of it. This is just a personal choice and he respects the guest's personal wishes. Miss, what would you like to drink? The woman sat down at the bar and glanced at Lin Ye. Excuse me, was there a blonde man with a fashionable hairstyle here yesterday? Blonde hair, fashionable hairstyle. Are you talking about Mr. Kimura Tatsuya? Yeah, the woman nodded slightly. As the lead singer of a popular band, she was not surprised that Lin Ye knew Tatsuya. Lin Ye looked at the woman and recalled what Tatsuya Kimura was thinking. Cherish the person in front of you. I want to cherish her too, but she has become a different person, which makes people angry when they see her. Become another look. Lin Ye looked at the woman's face. Could she be the person that Tatsuya Kimura cares about? Feeling Lin Ye's gaze, Mari Terahara frowned. This man's gaze is so strange, it's different from the way other men look at me. Did he notice? That's impossible, my face is so natural. Lin Ye lowered his eyes. He did come. What did he order? Mari asked. Margaret. I want this too. It is good. Lin Ye pushed a glass of margarita in front of her and asked. Miss, are you Mr. Kimura's agent? Mari Terahara looked at Lin Ye in surprise. How do you know? Lin Ye smiled slightly, it seems that I guessed right. Lin Ye has met many agents of stars or idols. They have a unique temperament, especially the excellent agents, who give people a feeling of being smart and capable. The young lady in front of me has just this kind of temperament. Guess. Turmon Mari stared at Lin Ye suspiciously. It's not entirely a guess, because the lady has a unique temperament, very similar to many agents I have met, plus, you seem to know Mr. Kimura, so I naturally have such an association, Lin Ye explained. As expected of someone working in the service industry, you have a pretty good eye, Mari Terahara smiled and stroked her hair. Yes, I am Tatsuya's manager, Mari Terahara. It turns out to be Miss Mari, Lin Ye nodded and smiled. Mari picked up the wine glass in front of her, put her rosy and moist lips on the rim of the glass with snowflake salt, and took a sip. The salty taste of salt activates the taste buds, and then the cold wine rushes into the mouth, refreshing, sweet and sour with a hint of spiciness. Lin Ye observed Miss Mari's face out of the corner of his eye and noticed that her expression changed from indifference to astonishment, and then her two thin eyebrows slightly frowned, as if she was recalling some past events. Then he saw it again. That's the picture of the orchestra playing. A keyboard player, a drummer, a guitarist, and a bassist. Four enthusiastic and smiling faces of youth. The guitarist was none other than Tatsuya Kimura, who had been to the store yesterday, but he looked younger and had a genuine smile on his face. Next to him was a long-haired girl with freckles on her face. An unconfident smile appeared on the girl's face, and she looked at Tatsuya Kimura beside her tenderly. Lin Ye was slightly stunned. Is this girl the former Miss Mari? Indeed, compared with the young and handsome Tatsuya Kimura beside her, she looks like an inconspicuous little sparrow. And Tatsuya Kimura next to him is like a colorful and majestic rooster. Is that why she felt insecure and had plastic surgery? The fact that she had plastic surgery for Tatsuya Kimura shows that she also likes him. But Kimura Tatsuya seems to like her original self more. This is awkward. It seems that Miss Mari doesn't understand that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Miss Mari suddenly lowered her head. Tatsuya, I used to like you so much, but you treated me like a fool and mocked me. I absolutely cannot forgive you. The voice filled with murderous intent shot into Lin Ye's heart like a sharp arrow. However, the scene that Lin Ye saw did not disappear. Instead, it is frozen into a photo. A tear fell on the photo. Miss Terahara Mari, who had become beautiful, knelt on the ground, holding the photo in both hands, tears dripping continuously, drowning the innocent smile in the photo. Miss Mari's figure disappeared into the darkness again, leaving only the photo that froze the past. The photo was turned over and a song was written on the back. I like you without makeup. After the picture disappeared, Lin Ye was silent for a long time. This is really... That's too regretful. Through Miss Mari's thoughts and the scenes he just saw, Lin Ye has roughly figured out the situation. The two met in their original band and developed a liking for each other. Then Tatsuya Kimura made his official debut and Ms. Mari became his agent. However, because she was not confident about her appearance, Ms. Mari underwent plastic surgery. Unfortunately, Tatsuya Kimura prefers her the way she is, so his attitude towards her takes a sharp turn for the worse. He probably wanted to stimulate her by mocking her and let her know that he liked her just the way she was. But Miss Mari misunderstood and took the affection that Tatsuya Kimura had previously shown her as emotional deception. Therefore, I have the intention to kill. Although Lin Ye didn't know what method she was going to use, it was obvious that she succeeded. Successfully killed Tatsuya Kimura. This unfortunate man actually has always liked her, but because of his strange way of thinking, he is unwilling to directly express his true thoughts. But she failed again. Perhaps a detective saw through her modus operandi and told her the truth, so she burst into tears holding the photo. Besides feeling regretful and sad, Lin Ye was also speechless. Can't these two people just speak their minds honestly? One was arrogant and stubborn, while the other was sensitive and unconfident, which led to this heartbreaking ending. It's obvious that this misunderstanding can be resolved by just sitting down and talking and communicating. Well, no, I have to be tough and express my feelings in a tsundere way. Young people don't know the importance of communication. Hey, help them. Since he knew it in advance, Lin Ye would naturally not let the tragedy happen. He raised his eyelids and looked at Miss Mari, who was lowering her head, and clearly felt the murderous intent. The murderous intent was brewing in her heart, becoming stronger and stronger. If it is not relieved in time, it will probably break out soon. Chapter 106. Ms. Mari, do you know the story of this glass of margarita? Lin Ye asked. Mari Terahara, who was immersed in hatred, raised her head. No. Margaret is the name of a woman, the first love of the bartender who invented this drink. Lin Ye narrated. Really? And then? Lin Ye saw a cold smile on her face and a look of sarcasm in her eyes. It seems that Miss Mari no longer believes in love. Because of misunderstandings caused by their personalities, a thick and tragic barrier has appeared between her and Tatsuya Kimura. What Lin Ye wants to do is to break this barrier. He continued. Once, the two went out hunting and Margaret was killed by a stray bullet. The bartender invented this cocktail out of remorse, and it was not until more than 20 years later that the story of this drink was revealed to the public. What a misfortune, Mari Terahara said coldly. Maybe the bartender shot his girlfriend to death and disguised it as an accident. In order to avoid police investigation, he waited more than 20 years to tell the truth. Lin Ye choked. He used to tell this story to the girls in the store, and they all had tears in their eyes and sad expressions on their faces, and then had another drink. How come Miss Mari's ideas are so unique? As expected, he is a player who is ready to kill. Lin Ye coughed twice and then said. I think the bartender invented this drink and told his story because he hoped that drinkers would learn from the story and cherish the ones they love, so as not to regret it when they lose them. That's quite interesting, Mari Terahara smiled. It's just a lie from the murderer, but the bartender is pretty good, he wasn't caught by the police. I also need to come up with a perfect plan and send that bastard off. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. Alas, Ms. Mari, there is no such thing as a perfect crime, not to mention that there is a famous detective lurking in Beika town. Stop it, Miss Mari. Excuse me, but does Miss Mari have someone she likes? Normally, Lin Ye would not ask guests such ambiguous questions, but faced with extraordinary circumstances, he had to resort to extraordinary measures. Mari Terahara was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Ye with a smile. Is this man trying to flirt with me? He has good taste. I spent a lot of money on this face, oh, if only that bastard could appreciate it. No, Mr. Bartender. After I kill him, I'll find a man. This bartender who knows how to appreciate things seems to be a good choice. He's quite handsome and has a gentle voice. Feeling Miss Mari's gaze sweeping across his face, Lin Ye shuddered inwardly. Now, even for her own safety, she must resolve the misunderstanding between her and Tatsuya Kimura. By the way, Mr. Bartender, could you please tell me what that guy said when he came here yesterday? Mari Terahara suddenly asked, her big watery eyes staring boldly at Lin Ye's face. I don't remember clearly, Lin Ye said. Mari Terahara put away her charming expression and her tone turned cold. I know it even without you telling me, he must have said that I'm ugly and the other members of Rex's band are useless and are holding him back, right? It seems that Tatsuya Kimura also said this in front of his teammates and agent. Judging from his inner voice, his starting point seemed to be to motivate his teammates. But this motivation method. It's a bit too special. If you want to encourage someone, just say it directly. Ms. Mari is so beautiful, how could anyone think you are ugly? Lin Ye complimented. Oh, of course there is, it's that guy, a hint of coldness flashed in Mari Terahara's eyes. I became like this for him, but it turned out that I was just being sentimental, but this face is not bad. At least I am no longer a nobody like before. Many men will be attracted to my face, just like now. Mari Terahara could feel that the men in the bar were looking at her, from her face to her body. Lin Ye glanced at her. You gain the attention of other men, but lose the attention of the person you care about most. Is it really worth it, Miss Mari? Actually, he wasn't like this before. Mari Terahara took a sip of wine, her murderous intent temporarily subsided, and her eyes became sad. Lin Ye's heart moved. Very good, this is the state. What was he like before? Lin Ye asked in a low voice, afraid of disturbing Miss Mari's sentimental state. She was full of energy, treated people sincerely, and always had a gentle smile on her face. A reminiscent smile appeared on Mari Terahara's lips. What made him change? Lin Ye asked inducemently. Maybe he became proud after becoming famous. There's nothing strange about that. Fame, money, and power are all things that corrupt people's hearts. Her smile turned a little cold. The former Tatsuya is dead, and has become an irredeemable bastard. For this kind of Tatsuya, let me personally end his life. Alas, she was already blinded by anger. As Tatsuya Kimura's agent, she should have spent a lot of time with him. If she looked carefully, she should be able to discover the truth. Do you really think so, Ms. Mari? What's wrong? Mari Terahara looked up at Lin Ye. Lin Ye said, when Mr. Kimura came to the store yesterday, although he was a little arrogant in his words and deeds, I think he is not a bad person by nature. Maybe there is another reason for his change. Oh, other reasons? Teregi Mari sneered, her tone mocking. I remember that he was planning to leave Rex band and go solo. Maybe that's why he felt that he didn't need to continue pretending in front of us. What can a man who has only known Tatsuya for one night see? What a joke. Miss Mari, do you know what it means that those who are involved are often the most confused? Just when Lin Ye was feeling a little embarrassed, a young man walked up to the bar and sat down in the empty seat next to Mari Terahara. The man was very thin, with some acne scars on his face. He didn't look handsome at all and easily reminded people of a mole. But he was wearing a designer suit and the watch on his wrist looked substantial, adding a unique charm to him. "Miss, can I buy you a drink?" The man put his hand on the bar, revealing the famous watch on his wrist and a confident smile. Mari Terahara glanced at him and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. "You think I'm a woman who likes money?" "Haha. Sorry, not in the mood. Maybe if you talk to me, you'll feel better." The cousin changed his posture again. "Mr. Bartender, can you help me drive away the flies?" Mari Terahara said to Lin Ye with a smile. "Fly." Before Lin Ye could speak, the cousin showed an angry expression and left cursing. "Thank you, Rolex." Lin Ye looked at the man's back and felt grateful in his heart. The acne scars on the man's face gave him the inspiration to break through Miss Mari's defenses. Chapter 107. "By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet." Mari Terahara raised her eyes and looked at Lin Ye, her big watery eyes seemed to be saying something ambiguous. "Lin Ye. What a special name." Mari Terahara turned her head slightly. "I am Chinese." Mari Terahara said, and looked at Lin Ye curiously. This was her first time meeting a Chinese man. Maybe not the first time she had seen him, but it was the first time she had truly known him. Lin Ye calmly accepted her gaze and suddenly asked. "Have you ever heard that, Ms. Mari?" "What?" "Acne marks can also be dimples." Mari Terahara was stunned. Of course she had heard of this Japanese proverb. It means that in the eyes of a lover, acne scars on the face become cute dimples, which is a metaphor that people in love will see each other's shortcomings as advantages. Why did he suddenly mention this? Mari Terahara is very sensitive about this because she had obvious acne scars on her face before the plastic surgery, which was the source of her lack of self-confidence. Why did Mr. Lin suddenly bring this up? Lin Ye smiled and said, "When I saw the guest's face just now, I suddenly remembered this sentence. In our country, there is an old saying, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Which has a similar meaning to this sentence." "Ah, sure, I know, she is a very famous beauty in ancient times," Mari Terahara laughed. Looking at her smiling face, Lin Ye couldn't help but admire her in his heart. So beautiful. I don't know where she had the plastic surgery, but the result is better than some of the stars he had treated before, and there are almost no flaws. You have to know that this was the 20s, and there were such powerful plastic surgery effects. Does this mean that the world's plastic surgery technology is ahead of its time? Actually, Mr. Kimura said something after drinking yesterday. Turmon Mari was a little surprised. "You didn't say anything when I asked you just now, why are you bringing it up now?" As strange as it was, she wondered what Tatsuya had said here. What did he say? He said that he knew a girl who was very insecure about herself because of the acne scars and freckles on her face. A trace of panic flashed across Mari Terahara's face. That bastard, would he tell everyone about my plastic surgery here? Lin Ye glanced at her and continued. He also said that he actually liked that girl and thought she was cute when she was shy and that she should be more confident. I think in his eyes, the acne scars on that girl's face were also cute dimples. What? Mari Terahara was shocked and looked up in disbelief. Did he really say that? I think I remember it correctly. She immediately asked again, did he say anything else? Her tone was urgent. Lin Ye pretended to recall and said, oh, I remember now, he said that the girl went to a very far place, but he would wait for her to come back. He also said that he wrote a song specifically for that girl. I think it's called, oh, right, I Like You Without Makeup. He seemed to hope that this song would reach the heart of the girl who had gone far away. Maybe after hearing this song, the girl would come back to him. Lin Ye smiled and asked. Ms. Mari, do you know who that girl is? Mari Terahara opened her mouth but no words came out. Her throat seemed to be blocked by something and tears rolled out of her eyes. She lowered her head and her shoulders trembled. It turns out that Tatsuya has always liked me. I misunderstood his feelings. I even wanted to kill him with my own hands. I am really the stupidest and worst woman in the world. Tatsuya, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The voice of apology kept echoing in her heart, as if it needed to be repeated 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Listening to this voice that sounded like a confession, Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. Now she won't attack Kimura Tatsuya. Strange, the man didn't say these words yesterday, why did he lie to her? And why is she crying? Lin Ye caught Toru Amuro's doubtful thoughts. Lin Ye glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. He felt it was worth it even if he was doubted by Toru Amuro, as he could resolve a tragedy. What's more, he holds the fatal handle on Amuro Toru, so he is not afraid of him causing any trouble. From her reaction, she is the woman that Kimura Tatsuya likes. Her face looked slightly unnatural, and she has obviously had plastic surgery, so Kimura Tatsuya said that she went to a faraway place. Toru Amuro crossed his arms, clenched his right fist and placed it in front of his chin, trying to figure out the whole situation. She cried like this, she must have misunderstood what Kimura Tatsuya meant. Judging from what happened last night, Kimura Tatsuya must have said something very harsh to her. Toru Amuro suddenly thought of something and looked at Mari Terahara, who was crying with some surprise. Does she want to kill him? Lin Ye glanced at Amuro Toru in surprise. Wow, he is worthy of being an undercover agent of the police, he can actually deduce everything. Wait a minute, but how did this man know that Kimura Tatsuya liked her? Yesterday, Kimura Tatsuya was very arrogant and called her ugly. Toru Amuro looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye was slightly startled and secretly decided that if he guessed his secret, he would use his weakness to hit him. Toru, you don't want Jin to know that you're an undercover agent, do you? This is a secret between the two of us, you'd better not tell anyone, otherwise, Probably so. But unfortunately, Toru Amuro's reasoning went astray. If he is a member of the organization, it makes sense that he secretly used the organization's intelligence network to collect Kimura Tatsuya's personal information. But, using the organization's intelligence resources for this kind of thing, isn't this a criminal organization? And he's using it to help others? Toru Amuro's reasoning ran into trouble again, and his brows furrowed slightly. Stay alert, keep observing, one day I will be able to solve the mystery surrounding this man. In the end, Toru Amuro decided that there was still a long way to go and he would slowly uncover Lin Ye's secret. Lin Ye's mouth corners slightly raised. It seems that the scene of threatening Atuk cannot be performed for the time being. Why does he feel a little regretful? He really wanted to see a panic expression on the face of the calm Toru Amuro. But since he didn't touch his secrets, he wouldn't take the initiative to use his secrets to threaten him. He also wanted to train Toru Amuro to be an excellent bartender. If he scared him away, he would not be able to find such a high-quality assistant. Mari Terahara finally stopped crying, raised her head, and her eyes were filled with tears. Lin Ye pretended to be surprised and asked, Ms. Molly, what's wrong with you? Thank you, Mr. Lin. You saved me, and you saved Tatsuya. She couldn't imagine what terrible things she would have done if she hadn't met Lin Ye. Actually, I'm the girl who's not confident. Lin Ye pretended to be surprised and said, so it's you, Ms. Mari. Mari Terahara took a deep breath, as if she was going to tell her secret, actually, I. Would you like another drink? Lin Ye interrupted her and winked at her. Mari Terahara was stunned for a moment, then smiled embarrassedly and nodded vigorously. It turns out that he had already seen it. By the way, please don't tell him that I told you this. Lin Ye pushed the second glass of margarita to the bar and smiled. Otherwise, I'll be considered a leaky bartender. This time, what clung to the rim of the cup was not salt, but sugar. The crystal-clear sugar edge shimmers with a subtle and beautiful luster under the warm light. Chapter 108. What are you drinking today? Lin Ye asked with a smile Katsuhiko Managawa, who was sitting at the bar. Hi. Katsuhiko Managawa frowned, as if he had encountered some troubles. Lin Ye added ice cubes to a tall glass, then added whiskey and sparkling water, and stirred it gently twice with a bar spoon. Are you in trouble? He asked as he pushed the glass away. Katsuhiko Managawa picked up the wine glass and took a sip. His expression relaxed a little. Just as he was about to speak, a surprised voice came from behind him. Katsuhiko. He turned around and saw Guan Guxiang pretending to be surprised, and curled his lips. TSK, your acting is terrible, you obviously knew I would come here. He said perfunctorily, oh, it's Xiang. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Katsuhiko Managawa turned around and said to Lin Ye, give this woman a drink too. Thank you, Guan Guxiang smiled and sat down next to him. Lin Ye smiled slightly and made a second drink. The whiskey content was slightly less than that of Katsuhiko Managawa's drink. It's delicious, Guan Guxiang put down his wine glass and praised. Lin Ye smiled at her and gave her an encouraging look. Kuyen, you seem to be in a bad mood, did something happen? If you have any troubles, you can tell me, we are partners who grew up together, right? Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. That's right, that's it, Miss Guan Gu, keep knocking on his heart. As for his childhood sweetheart Gu Xiang, all he as a bartender needs to do is listen and observe, and then provide assists at the right time. Hearing what Guan Yaxiang said, Katsuhiko Managawa's eyes revealed a complicated look. Is it because of the breakup with Hao Mei? Guan Guxiang asked cautiously. A woman like that is not worth my sadness at all, she actually dared to throw water on my face, said Katsuhiko Managawa. She did that to calm you down, at that time, you, I know I made a fool of myself, but it doesn't matter if you laugh at me. Katsuhiko Managawa thought of the older sister who had embarrassed him in public and his eyes swept towards the entrance of the bar. Will she come today? Then his gaze fell on Guan Guxiang beside him, with a helpless look in his eyes. Why did this guy follow me? I am embarrassed to ask Mr. Lin if that lady has been here yet. How could I laugh at you? We are good friends, aren't we? Managawa Katsuhiko sighed softly. That's right, Xiang, you are my best friend, and I always regard you as a good brother. Brother? Are you saying I'm a tomboy? Isn't it? You have been like this since you were a child, carefree and boyish, and you hate wearing skirts. I remember when we first met, I always thought of you as a boy. Guan Guxiang took a sip of wine, a nostalgic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yeah, what a fool. Hearing her call him an idiot, Katsuhiko Managawa curled his lips, took a sip of wine, and fell silent. If we continue chatting, this woman might reveal all the embarrassing things that happened to me when I was a kid. Guan Guxiang glanced at him cautiously. Katsuhiko won't be angry, right? The atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. At this time, Lin Ye asked Katsuhiko Managawa. Then how did you find out that Miss Guangu was a girl? Hearing this question, the two looked at each other, then turned their heads at the same time and blushed. The same picture appeared in the minds of both of them, and was captured by Lin Ye. Why are you squatting on the toilet? The boy pointed at the short-haired girl squatting in the bushes with a look of surprise on his face. The girl blushed and shouted, "Don't look. You are not allowed to look." The boy chuckled. I want to look. It looks like this little boy with a smirk on his face is the young Katsuhiko Managawa. I'm afraid he didn't expect that he would become the person he is now. Seeing that the two of them were blushing and silent, Lin Ye had to ask and answer his own questions. It seems I asked a question that I shouldn't have asked. At this time, Katsuhiko Managawa said, It's nothing, it's just a naked child anyway, it doesn't matter if you see it. Guan Guxiang clenched her fist and said, Hey, Kuyen, after all, I am a girl, please consider my feelings a little. Girl? Managawa Katsuhiko smiled. Guan Guxiang puffed out her chest and said, Tell me, what is it about me that doesn't look like a girl? Katsuhiko Managawa glanced at her chest and immediately looked away. I never noticed before, but Xiang has grown so big. At this time Lin Ye smiled gently. Mr. Managawa reminds me of a guest I once received. What? They both looked at him curiously. Lin Ye smiled and said, He is the president of a large company and has a very beautiful wife, but he always tells others that he is face-blind and has no idea whether his wife is pretty or not. You must be kidding, Guan Guxiang laughed. How can someone not know what his wife looks like? The presidents of these big companies just like to say weird things. Katsuhiko Managawa also expressed his disbelief. Lin Ye said, No matter how beautiful a face is, there will come a day when you get tired of it. I think he must have gotten used to it, so he ignored the lady's beautiful face. Just like you ignored the changes in Miss Guangu, Lin Ye suddenly turned to Katsuhiko Managawa and said with a smile. Katsuhiko Managawa was stunned. Xiang's changes? He turned to look at Guan Guxiang, who looked at him and looked away with a red face. Will Xiang also show such an expression? I don't know if it's because of the alcohol or because of Lin Ye's words, but Katsuhiko Managawa always feels that Xiang at this moment is very different from usual. There's a feeling of a woman. No, she is a woman after all. I have always put her in the position of a brother. Katsuhiko Managawa suddenly realized that Xiang had grown into a woman. Yes, that's right, that's the right way to think. Don't treat her as a brother anymore, treat her as a woman. Just when Lin Ye thought that things would develop as he expected, unexpected factors emerged. When Lin Ye saw Mayano Akemi pushing the door and entering the store, he cried out in his heart, and looked at Managawa Katsuhiko in front of the bar with some concern. Is he going to do something shocking again? He drank high today and is not drunk yet. I hope he can stay calm. Good evening, Ms. Yame, Lin Ye greeted Mayano Akemi who was already sitting next to Guan Guxiang. Mayano Akemi smiled gently, Good evening, Mr. Lin, I'd like a glass of sherry Dinbo. She ordered the same fruit drink her sister had had yesterday. Katsuhiko Managawa was excited when he saw Akemi Mayano. Finally I met her. Chapter 109. Lin Ye was adjusting Shirley Denpa for Mayano Akemi when Katsuhiko Managawa stood up from his seat and walked behind Mayano Akemi. Guan Guxiang turned her head and looked at him nervously. What does Kuyen want to do now? Lin Ye also looked up at him, raised the corner of his mouth, and continued with the work in his hands. Mayano Akemi turned around and looked at the young man who crawled to her feet and called her mother the day before yesterday, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Terribly sorry. Katsuhiko Managawa suddenly bowed deeply and spoke loudly. Why are you apologizing to me? I'm really sorry for causing you trouble with what happened the night before yesterday. Mayano Akemi smiled and said, It's okay, I don't take it to heart. Seeing this, Guan Guxiang, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief and looked pleased. Katsuhiko Managawa returned to sit next to Sakiya Keiru. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like a mama? Nothing, I just feel relieved that you, Kuyen, have finally grown up a little. Katsuhiko Managawa was stunned, looking at Guan Yaxiang's face. She didn't look like him at all, but she reminded him of his deceased mother. Yes, it's the tone of voice. Guan Guxiang grew up with him and had met his mother many times. When it comes to understanding his mother, I'm afraid no other woman can compare to her. The words she just said, subconsciously imitating the tone of Managawa Katsuhiko's mother, made Managawa Katsuhiko see the shadow of the past in her. Katsuhiko, what's wrong? Guan Yaxiang felt a little embarrassed by being stared at by Katsuhiko Managawa, and said with a red face. As soon as her face turned red, the mature feeling disappeared. Ah Xiang, can you talk to me like you did just now from now on? Ah. You think I'm an old lady? I don't want to. Managawa Katsuhiko looked at Sakiya Ka's face. If Ah Xiang becomes a real mother, she will definitely be more like Ms. Yami, you're surely Dinbo. Lin Ye pushed the prepared drink in front of Mayano Akemi and glanced at Managawa Katsuhiko. He seemed to want to turn his childhood best friend into a mother. After that, the two of them had a few more drinks and looked a little drunk. After drinking, Katsuhiko Managawa finally revealed his troubles. That old lady in my family asked me for money again, it's so annoying. Guan Guxiang said, I heard Aunt Lily say that Uncle Managawa's business seems to be in trouble, so she asked you to borrow money. Managawa Katsuhiko snorted and said, if Uncle is in trouble, why doesn't he tell me himself instead of letting that greedy woman speak? He is your uncle after all, he would be embarrassed to ask a junior like you for a loan. It's his problem to save face. Don't say that, it's not easy for Uncle, and Ajin is still so young, if Uncle goes bankrupt, their family will have a hard time. Don't worry, if the time really comes, I won't let them starve to death. Katsuhiko Managawa took a sip of wine with a cold expression. Guan Guxiang sighed slightly and said no more. However, Lin Ye heard the sigh in Katsuhiko Managawa's heart. Alas, if I still had that much money, I would have lent it to them long ago. But over the years, I have spent money like water, especially after entering college. Brand name clothes, brand name watches, sports cars, and expensive gifts for women. There is not much left of the inheritance left by my parents, and my uncle owes such a large sum of money. Even if I take out all the remaining money, it can't fill this huge hole. Xiang, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I don't have that much money. Another drink. Katsuhiko Managawa drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and slammed the empty glass on the table. Lin Ye made him another highball, but reduced the proportion of whiskey. You two are students of Mihua University, right? Lin Ye asked as he pushed the wine glass out. What major? In the medical department, Katsuhiko is studying clinical surgery, and I'm studying nursing, replied Sakiya Kori. Lin Ye looked at Managawa Katsuhiko and said with a smile, so you will become a surgeon in the future, which is a very promising career. Huh, okay. Katsuhiko Managawa looked away feeling somewhat guilty. As the president of the tennis club, his university life is very exciting. He is often confessed to by girls. At night, he has a colorful nightlife and is very lively. Except for one thing, learning. He was busy enjoying his youth. In his opinion, studying was a waste of time. But recently he began to realize that the money left by his parents seemed to be insufficient. The question is where the new money will come from after it runs out. When Lin Yi saw his expression, he guessed about 70 of the answer. He has seen many young people like this in various bars. He was well dressed, generous, and his face was full of confidence. They come to the bar to drink and have fun, enjoying the beauty of youth. Some of them come from quite wealthy families. Even if they do nothing and spend their days in debauchery, they cannot spend all the family money. Lin Yi is very welcoming to such guests and never says too much. If they don't spend money a little, how can they live up to the huge assets accumulated by their parents and even grandparents through hard work, and how can other young people have any chance? There are also some young people who come from ordinary families but are dazzled by the colorful world and join in the pursuit of pleasure. Then when they graduate, Lin Yi will see confused faces, and then gradually become depressed, with more and more fatigue accumulating in their eyes, until the youthful smiles completely disappear. When Lin Yi first started working as a bartender, he tried to persuade such customers, but later found that this had no effect other than making them unhappy. Blinded by the beauty of youth, they neglect the future and fail to heed the advice of those around them. After seeing this many times, Lin Ye gradually learned to respect the fate of his guests. He only speaks when guests actively seek his advice. Oh, of course. Occasionally there would be rich young men whose families had fallen on hard times coming to the store. Some would still pretend to be proud and order the same wine as before, while others would express their true feelings and cry bitterly. Among them, there are very few who can cheer up and revitalize their family, and their chances of success are even lower than those of children from ordinary families. So when he saw Katsuhiko Managawa's expression, he immediately guessed what his situation was like in school. This guy is not a rich man, he just inherited a fortune. Obviously, this inheritance was not enough for him to live on for the rest of his life. I'm afraid this kid hasn't thought carefully about the future. It's no wonder. For a teenager, the sudden death of his parents is like the world falling apart. This made him live in a state of self-abandonment and he had no time to think about the future. After thinking for a while, Lin Ye said, Mr. Chichuan, let's have one last drink. The last one? Katsuhiko Managawa wanted to say that he was not drunk yet, but when he saw Lin Ye's serious expression, he stopped. He asked, what kind of wine is it? Chapter 110. Lin Ye pushes out the finished wine. Doctor? Katsuhiko Managawa was stunned for a moment, then said embarrassedly. Mr. Lin, please stop making fun of me, I'm still a student. Lin Ye laughed and said, Doctor is the name of this glass of wine. Then he introduced, this drink uses two kinds of wine, white rum and Swedish Mercedes liqueur, plus lemon juice and orange juice, a little bitters, 2 drops of salt water, the alcohol content is about 24 degrees, and the taste is relatively light. Oh, so that's the name of the wine, Katsuhiko Managawa smiled embarrassedly, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. When the wine took a sip, Katsuhiko Managawa was stunned for a moment. The taste is complex and subtle, with a unique aroma. Although he drinks a lot of wine, he knows nothing about wine tasting and cannot distinguish the aroma of the wine, so he can only give the simplest and most direct evaluation. Very delicious. Lin Ye smiled and said, I hope you can become an excellent doctor in the future. Thank you. At this time, Katsuhiko Managawa finally realized Lin Ye's intention in preparing this cup of doctor for him. He lowered his head, looked at the wine glass in his palm, and fell into thought. Is money your motivation for choosing to study medicine? No. Social status? Not right either. I remembered that I had experienced the pain of losing a loved one and I wanted to reduce this pain, so I decided to study medicine. When did I forget? If Uncle's family really goes bankrupt, and Jean is still so young, they will definitely have a hard time in the future. No matter what the purpose is, they have adopted me for 7 years, I should repay them. But I have almost squandered the inheritance my parents left me. When I graduate, I will have to rely on myself. Thinking of this, Katsuhiko Managawa secretly decided that he could not waste his time any longer. You have to graduate successfully, work in a large hospital, and have a stable source of income. Thank you, Mr. Lin, I will do my best. Seeing the transformation of Katsuhiko Managawa, Sakiya Kaori looked at Lin Ye with gratitude. Lin Ye smiled. At this time, the bell at the corner of the door rang. He looked towards the door and a familiar smiling face appeared behind the door. It's Miss Chingsher. Although he already knew that she was actually a man, when he saw her face, Lin Ye still couldn't regard her as a man. So he chose to believe his own eyes. Miss Chingsher, Lin Ye greeted her with a smile. Asechumi walked to the bar and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, I'm here again, did you miss me in the past week? Haha. Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh once again that Miss Chingsher really had a talent for being a woman. He turned around and introduced to Katsuhiko Managawa, this Miss Chingsher is an excellent doctor. I'm just an ordinary doctor, Asechumi smiled shyly. If Mr. Lin praises me like this again, I'll be embarrassed. Miss Chingsher, there is no need to be modest, these two are also students of the medical school, as your seniors, you should be more confident, Lin Ye said with a smile. Hearing Lin Ye say this, Ase Narimi sat down on the right side of Managawa Katsuhiko and looked at him and Sakiya Kaori curiously. You two are also studying medicine. Yes, Katsuhiko Managawa nodded slightly. We are from the School of Medicine at Beika University, may I ask where did you graduate from, senior? Ase Narimi said casually, the University of Tokyo. What? It's the University of Tokyo. Guan Guxiang also looked at the beautiful Miss Chingsher with surprise. Even Lin Ye did not expect that Miss Chingsher was actually a top student who graduated from the University of Tokyo. The University of Tokyo is difficult to get into, and the School of Medicine is even more difficult. With her education and ability, she would have a bright future if she stayed in Tokyo, but she chose to be a doctor on a small island for revenge. Thinking of Miss Qingshi's revenge plan, Lin Ye sighed slightly in his heart. The image of her playing the piano in the fire came to my mind again, and the tune of Moonlight seemed to reach my ears. How to resolve the hatred in her heart? Looking at Miss Qingshi, who was feeling embarrassed, Lin Ye was thinking silently. There's no need to be so surprised, I'm just lucky. The surprised looks of several people made Ase Narumi feel embarrassed. Guan Guxiang said, I wish I could have as good luck as Senior Qingshi. Katsuhiko Managawa asked, you must be working in a large hospital in Tokyo now, right? Ase Narumi shook his head. I work on an island. On the island? They were both stunned at the same time. Yes, it's a small island called Yueying, near Tokyo, Ase Chimi said with a smile. The environment on the island is great, the air is fresh and the environment is quiet, it is a small island where people can calm down. Katsuhiko Managawa still couldn't understand. If he were in his place, if he graduated from the University of Tokyo Medical School, he would never go to a small island to be a doctor. Miss Qingshi, what would you like to drink today? Lin Ye asked. Ase Narumi looked at the wine glasses of the two people beside him, sniffed the air with his small nose, and then asked. What kind of wine is this? Doctor. Doctor? Isn't that perfect for me? I want this too. Lin Ye prepared a cup of doctor's tea for her. Qingshi picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and praised in surprise. It's really delicious, Mr. Lin's cooking skills are really the best. Managawa Katsuhiko, who was sitting next to her, saw the smile on her face and thought to himself, could it be that Senior Qingshi is interested in Mr. Lin? How is that possible? Lin Ye turned aside silently to prove his innocence. Is this the new bartender? Ase Narumi looked at Amuro Toru at the bar and asked curiously. I'm not a formal bartender yet, I'm still learning, Amuro Toru replied with a smile, his eyes sweeping over Ase Narumi's turtleneck sweater. She looks a little strange. Oh, what's your name? Toru Amuro. He's a handsome guy too, come on, with Mr. Lin as your teacher, you will definitely become an excellent bartender, Ase Narumi encouraged. The time was approaching 9 o'clock. Katsuhiko Managawa and Kori Sakiya paid the bill and left together. This cup of doctor's drink turned out to be their last drink of the night. Both of them looked a little drunk, and they walked with their arms around each other's shoulders, like a pair of close brothers. As for whether the brotherhood will deteriorate after drinking, I don't know. Mayano Akemi and Ase Narumi were still sitting at the bar. Ms. Yume, how is the job change going? Lin Ye asked. Mayano Akemi smiled and said, thanks to you, Huemei's boss has agreed to let me join the company. I didn't expect them to agree so quickly. They sent me a text message at 10 o'clock this morning. Next, as long as you complete the task of robbing 1 billion yuan and leave a criminal record, you can join them. Although Mayano Akemi was smiling, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Lin Ye could only pretend not to see it and congratulated, congratulations, you will be able to work in the same company as your sister from now on. Chapter 111. Yeah, Mayano Akemi nodded slightly. That's really congratulations. Thank you. Ase Narumi turned around and took a sip of wine. Who sent that email? If you want to avenge your father, come to the Polo Bar in Beika town on Wednesday night. Ase Narumi frowned unconsciously and fell into thought. How did he know that I wanted revenge? Could it be someone close to me? Lin Ye was slightly stunned when he heard this. Someone wants to help Miss Qingshi get revenge, and asks her to meet here. So, the person who made the appointment with her was a customer who had been to the store. Who can that be? By the way, isn't today just Wednesday? Why did Miss Qingshi return to Tokyo so early? Oh, because a friend asked me to meet him here, but he doesn't seem to be here yet. Ase Narumi turned his head and glanced at the customers in the store. There was no particularly weird guy, only drunk uncles and young white-collar workers. Lin Ye also did not find any guests worthy of special attention. He could hear the customers' thoughts, so if the person who had made an appointment with Miss Qingshi was already in the store, there was no way he wouldn't notice it. The time was approaching 9:30. Mayano Akemi stood up, said goodbye to Lin Ye, and prepared to leave. Ms. Yami, you must work hard in your new job. Mayano Akemi smiled and nodded slightly. I will, thank you for the encouragement. When she walked to the door of the store, she met a customer pushing the door open and entering the store. She looked very trendy in a black suit and with her blonde hair in cornrows. Seeing this man, Mayano Akemi was stunned. His dress and temperament gave her a strong intuition. This feeling, is he also a member of the organization? Then the man with cornrows smiled at her and walked past her. Hello, newcomer. As they passed each other, she heard a sexy whisper in her ear. Sure enough, he is also a member of the organization, and he is not an ordinary minion. She turned around and saw the man had already walked to the bar and sat down. She looked at him deeply, then opened the door and left the bar. What would you like to drink, sir? Lin Ye looked at the man with corn braids sitting at the bar with a smile. He already knew the identity of the man in front of him. Binga. It's not that he could see it, but the current Binga is completely different from the woman who called herself Kashasha before. Even her gender has changed. If he hadn't heard Toru Amuro's inner voice, he really wouldn't have recognized this guy for a moment. Binga? What is he doing here? Toru Amuro had a puzzled look in his eyes and was observing Binga out of the corner of his eye. Binga also spotted him. Bourbon? Why is he here? Hee, judging from his attire, he seems to be working as a waiter here. In that case. Binga raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Amuro. Toru, can I have this young man serve me? Sorry, I'm not a formal bartender yet, I'm still learning. Toru Amuro forced a smile on his face, feeling secretly annoyed. Binga is a very ambitious guy who wants to climb up the ranks in the organization. Whenever he gets a chance, he will pull down the guy above him and step on him. The person he wants to step on the most should be Jin. Unfortunately, Jin's position in the organization is very stable. It may not be so easy for him to replace him. Jin directly obeys the boss, and he works under Rum. Moreover, he is not the person Rum trusts the most above him, there is also Curacao. Lin Ye received this information and remained silent. Okay. Binga and Jin had a grudge, he already knew that. Then there's Rum. Sure enough, this organization also has a person codenamed Rum, and his status seems to be not low. Then there was a guy named Curacao, who was a close confidant of Rum. 2. Stop talking. I don't want to know anymore. If you know too much, you will be easily killed. At this point, I must not let anyone else know that I know. Lin Ye decided that he must be a good secretive person. What a shame, forget it then. Binga turned around and smiled at Lin Ye, you should come over, I want a glass of carbonara. Okay, just a second. Caipirinha, a Binga-based cocktail. This name has the meaning of a country bumpkin and is slightly derogatory. But in Brazil, it has the status of a national cocktail, and the Brazilian government has even made laws for it, so it is a cocktail with a legal recipe. The method is also quite simple. Lin Ye asked Amuro Toru to wash a lime, and then cut the washed lime into 4 lemon wedges. Next, place the lemon wedges in a classic glass and add 2 spoons of granulated sugar. Then use a pestle to crush the lime juice, mix it with the sugar, then pour in the Binga and stir gently. Next, add small ice cubes, stir again, and finally add a lime wheel. Caipirinha, please. Binga picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. He exhaled and commented. 51 Kashasha has a grassy aroma, a strong alcohol taste and a wild flavor. The lime and sugar neutralize the stimulation of the alcohol, bringing a refreshing and pleasant taste experience. He looked at Lin Ye and praised, very well done. Kashasha? Isn't it Binga? Another thing that concerned her was that the lady she met when she came to the store last time was also named Kashasha. Is it a coincidence? Lin Ye smiled and explained, Pinga is its nickname, and it is also the earliest name of this wine, which means dripping. This wine was born in the 16th century when the Portuguese colonized Brazil and transported black people from Africa to Brazil as slaves to grow sugarcane. Sometimes, the masters would give sugar cane juice to the slaves as a reward. Due to the hot climate in Brazil, the leftover sugar cane juice would easily ferment. The black slaves discovered this and soon became addicted to the fermented sugarcane juice. Perhaps the numbness of alcohol could make them temporarily forget the hard work and the pain from the master's whip. After hearing Lin Ye's story, Ase Narimi showed sympathy. Oh, how pitiful. Binga's face turned a little dark. Lin Ye continued, there is a reason why the name Pinga dripping came about. What is it? Ase Narimi asked curiously. Lin Ye said, the enslaved black slaves lacked rest time. Even in hot weather, they had to work in the fields. Their sweat, tears and blood dripped onto the land of Brazil. Another version says that the erring black slaves were tied by their masters to a boiler where sugar cane juice was boiled, and the condensed alcohol dripped onto their naked bodies, leaving a deep impression on them. Ah, how cruel, Ase Narimi covered his mouth. And Binga's face turned even darker. Chapter 112. Because this name was born during the colonial period and is full of the blood and tears of oppression, it was gradually replaced by the name Cajuarina in Brazil. Lin Ye seemed not to have noticed Binga's expression and said with a smile. Kacha refers to the foam that appears when sugarcane juice is boiled. Because it is also made from sugarcane, this liquor is also called Brazilian rum in the West. Brazilian rum? In fact, the history of Benga is 100 years earlier than rum. Lin Ye smiled and said, that's true, but in terms of global fame, Benga is nothing more than a little brother to rum. Benga was choked and speechless. Toru Amuro, who was standing next to Lin Ye, laughed secretly in his heart. Benga is indeed rum's younger brother, hee. Lin Ye laughed and said, but in terms of influence in Brazil, Benga is more powerful, after all, it is the national wine of Brazil. Benga's expression then eased a little. Why is Benga not as famous as rum even though both are made from sugarcane and were invented 100 years earlier? Is it because it tastes bad? Ase Narumi asked curiously. Would you like to try it? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Well, give me a glass of that carpinia too. Cut the lime, add sugar, pound the lime, add the wine, stir, add ice, stir again. Lin Ye pushed the second glass of carpinia in front of Miss Chingshire. Ase Narumi picked up the wine glass and took a sip, his eyes lit up. It's sweet, with a hint of grass, a little sour, and the taste of the wine is just right, it has a refreshing taste and is very delicious. After drinking this Benga-based cocktail, Ase Narumi felt even more puzzled. It tastes good, so why is Benga, which has a longer history, not as good as rum? Lin Ye smiled and explained, this is because the successive colonizers who ruled Brazil, Portugal, Spain, and the Netherlands. In order to protect the local wine market, they did not formally introduce Benga to Europe, but left it in Brazil. Rum, however, was used as a ration for the British Navy and became a hard currency at sea during the triangular trade period. That was the time when Britain replaced Spain as the maritime hegemon and became the second generation of the empire on which the sun never sets. Dominating the seas, rum also spread throughout the world along with the British Navy's warships. Ase Narumi touched his chin, looking thoughtful. It seems that it is important to follow the right big brother. Lin Ye laughed, Miss Chingshire is right. Benga was drinking nearby, thinking to himself. All this is in the past one day, I will replace that old man rum in the organization. And gin, I will definitely trample that bastard under my feet. Lin Ye glanced at Benga. Old thing. This means that rum should be quite old. Also, what did Jin do to him? Why does he hate Jin so much? Did Jin bully him at work? At this moment, Benga in his eyes suddenly changed, and the light around him dimmed. It's the seabed. Benga, wearing a diving suit and holding a mobile phone, floats near a dark behemoth. A submarine. Lin Ye was secretly shocked when he saw this scene. Could this be something from that organization? Wow, they even have submarines, this is no ordinary criminal organization. There are many countries that don't even have submarines yet. Lin Ye saw clearly the text message on Benga's phone. I have arrived. Open. The recipient's note was, Jin. The message showed as read, but no reply. The screen flashed. The pitch-black submarine suddenly emitted a scorching light. Looking at the incoming light, the confusion in Benga's eyes suddenly turned into relief, and then he was swallowed by the exploding light. Hey, kid, it's rude to keep staring at the guests' faces. The light dissipated, and Lin Ye saw Benga again. Benga, wearing a black suit, holding a wine glass and looking dissatisfied. Lin Ye quickly said sorry and looked away. Benga thought to himself. Did he see something? No way, my disguise skills may not be as good as Vermouth's, but it's not that easy to be seen. Lin Ye was digesting the scene he had just seen. That was undoubtedly the scene at the end of Benga's life, he was killed by a submarine. And it seems to be related to Jin. From the 2 text messages he sent, we can know that the submarine is indeed owned by the organization, and Benga believes that Jin is in it, otherwise he would not let him open it. But the submarine did not open, but exploded, taking Benga's life. The surface of the submarine was intact, and it exploded from the inside out, so it must have been an explosion set by someone inside, and the people inside must have been evacuated. But Benga still approached the submarine, which means he didn't know about it. Lin Ye guessed that it was very likely that Jin did not inform Benga when he evacuated, and took the opportunity to get rid of him. The factional struggle within this organization is so brutal that even their own people are betrayed. Lin Ye suddenly became worried about Mayano Akemi who had left not long ago. Her original fate was to be shot to death by Jin, but now she has chosen to join the organization, and the trajectory of her fate has changed. I wonder if the final ending will change. In an organization with such fierce competition, it would probably be extremely difficult for her to climb to the top. The time came to 10 o'clock. The number of customers in the store gradually decreased. Ase Narumi looked outside the door. Strange, when will that person come? She glanced at the remaining customers in the store, but still found nothing. That's when she noticed Binga, still sitting at the bar. Wait a minute, if you're talking about a weird guy, isn't this guy the one? He's wearing a black suit late at night, and his temperament is different from that of an ordinary person. Could it be him? So she tried to strike up a conversation. Is this gentleman waiting for someone? Binga held a wine glass in his hand and smiled. The person I'm waiting for is named Aso. Ase Narumi's pupils trembled, and he instantly confirmed that the man in front of him was the one who sent the email. It was him. He knew my true identity and that I wanted revenge. But why? How did he know? Lin Ye's heart moved. It turned out that Miss Cheng Shi was also using a pseudonym. That's right, in order to seek revenge, she even changed her gender, let alone her name. Binga saw Miss Cheng Shi's reaction and raised the corner of his mouth. He must be wondering how I knew this, right? Although the system is still under development, its basic functions have been perfected. It is easy to check the information of an ordinary person. System? What system? It looks pretty awesome. Lin Ye became curious after hearing this. Binga's voice continued to come. I was originally curious about his identity and motives because of his perfect disguise, but I didn't expect to find something interesting. Revenge for your family? I will help you. Of course, there is a price to pay. Jin has a vodka by his side, so I, Binga, must also have a little brother, and he must be better than vodka. Chapter 113. 12 years ago, on a full moon night, Keiji Aso and his wife and daughter died tragically in a fire. According to witnesses, it was Keiji Aso who killed his wife and daughter personally, then set the house on fire and played Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata in the flames. However, in reality, it was his 4 friends who killed Aso Keiji's wife and daughter, locked him in the house, and then set it on fire. Hey, those 4 people were his childhood friends. I'm afraid he never dreamed that his friends who grew up together would turn into demons. That's why he played that song over and over again in the flames. Binga picked up the wine glass and stared at the wine in the glass, while the events he had investigated emerged in his mind. Lin Ye was wiping his wine glass while listening attentively. Well done, Binga. Say a little more. Although he knew that Miss Cheng Shi wanted revenge, he was not quite sure about her motives. Fortunately, Binga investigated the matter so thoroughly that he was able to understand the whole story. He is worthy of being the elite of the organization, with strong business capabilities. It is said that ambitious young people are the most efficient and capable. There is no doubt that Binga is very motivated and is a promising young man who really wants to make progress. Binga continued to report the intelligence he had collected to Lin Ye. The reason why the 4 killed their best friend and even his wife and daughter was because they were worried that their drug smuggling would be exposed. Keiji Aso was a famous pianist who often performed abroad, so they hid the drugs in his piano and shipped it back to Japan. Later, Aso Keiji wanted to quit, but those 4 good friends made him quit permanently, and even thoughtfully asked his family to accompany him. They were indeed close friends who grew up together. Binga put his lips close to the wine glass, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, and he glanced at Ase Narimi who was sitting next to him. But they ignored their friend's youngest son, Asanari Minoru. This kid had a serious illness when he was a child and was hospitalized in a Tokyo hospital for a long time. He escaped death and was later adopted by a family and renamed Ase Narimi. In order to investigate the truth behind his family's death, he gave up the comfortable environment in Tokyo, changed his appearance, and returned to Moon Shadow Island to work as a doctor. 2 years ago, one of the 4 perpetrators, Kamayama Isamu, who was the village chief of Tsukikage Island at the time, died of a sudden heart attack. The place of death was next to the piano left by Aso Keiji. The person who found the body also heard the tune of Moonlight coming from the piano room. Rumors of Aso Keiji's ghost's revenge began to spread on the island. This must be his revenge, right? Binga glanced at Ase Narimi again. Lin Ye was also shocked. Miss Cheng Shi's revenge began 2 years ago. For idiots, why didn't they do it cleanly and actually left someone alive? Binga gave a professional's evaluation in his mind again. They probably thought that Asami was still young and sickly, and that he was not on the island when the incident happened, so they didn't take it seriously. Or maybe they are just remembering the old times and leaving some incense for their friends. For idiots. But why hasn't this guy attacked the other 3 yet? What is he hesitating about? Ase Narimi noticed Binga's occasional glances at him and seemed a little uneasy. She kept drinking, but even the cool, refreshing liquor couldn't calm her down. What is this man's purpose? Are you interested in me? No, that's impossible. Since he has found out my real name, he should also know my gender. Wait a minute, is he G? Thinking of this possibility, Ase Narimi moved his butt uneasily. Although he felt very comfortable pretending to be a woman, and was even somewhat obsessed with the feeling, he did not want to be fucked by a man. Lin Ye glanced at the two people in front of the bar. That's it. After listening to Binga's report, he suddenly didn't want to stop Miss Qingshi's revenge plan. Miss Qingshi's father, mother, and sister, all died at the hands of those 4 demons. This hatred can only be repaid with blood. He can't resolve it, and he doesn't want to resolve it. No wonder Miss Qingshi, such a kind person, would pick up the butcher knife. In this situation, if he still said anything about laying down the butcher knife and turning over a new leaf, he would want to slap himself twice. His only worry was that Miss Qingshi would be exposed after killing her enemy and go to jail for murder. Those 4 guys escaped legal punishment for more than 10 years, and Gue Shan, who died 2 years ago, even became the village chief. Even if their crimes were exposed and they were imprisoned, Lin Ye still felt it was unfair. What's more, Japan is very cautious about sentencing to death. Even if the death penalty is imposed, it is rarely actually carried out. Only about 1 in 10 criminals sentenced to death is ever executed. Sometimes the law is helpless and cannot take care of everyone. After all, legal principles are dead, but people are alive. Therefore, Lin Ye supports Miss Qingshi's just revenge. However, such revenge is obviously not recognized by modern law. So Lin Ye was more worried that Miss Qingshi would be caught. Judging from the future scenes she saw, she might have been cornered by a detective and had no choice but to play Moonlight in a fire and end her own life, just like her father. Judging from the fact that she had already taken out Kamayama Isamu without being discovered, she is capable of taking revenge without being discovered. But did she really kill Kamayama Yong? If she did it, why didn't she attack the other 3 people in the past 2 years? He recalled the words Miss Qingshi left when she last came to the store. When the time comes, I'll send this detective an anonymous invitation letter. Maybe he can stop me before my hands are covered in blood. So that's it. She must not have made up her mind yet. After all, I had to kill 3 people with my own hands. Her good nature was getting to her, so she was going to send out the invitations, hoping someone would stop her. Wait, the invitation. Could it be that it was this invitation letter that invited Mr. Maori, which led to her being caught? Mr. Maori is not fighting alone now, he is accompanied by a shrunken detective. If Mr. Maori and Conan work together, I'm afraid no crime can escape detection. Alas, Miss Qingshi, you are so confused. Your actions are just. You don't need anyone to stop you. At this time, Binga spoke lightly. What is the name of this lady? Ase Narimi. Where does Miss Qingshi work? Ase Narimi hesitated for a moment. Since this guy has already investigated me, why is he asking me such a boring question? But she still responded, working as a doctor on Moon Shadow Island. Moon Shadow Island, I've been there before, it's an island with a pretty nice environment, Binga said with a smile. When I went there, Mr. Kamayama was still the village chief, he was a warm and kind man, but I heard that he died of a heart attack 2 years ago, it's a pity. Binga shook his head inside. Ase Narimi curled his lips. Good guy. He's obviously a pervert. 2 years ago, not long after I arrived on the island, the perverted village chief called me into a room alone, but he never expected that I was actually a man. That guy got so scared after knowing my true identity that he had a heart attack. He deserves it. I watched him die, and played my father's favorite song, Moonlight, beside his body. It was at that time that I came up with a plan for revenge. But I have never been able to make up my mind. Chapter 114. It turns out that this is how Isamu Kamayama died. His death just proved those 2 sentences. The word color means a knife on the head. I never do anything wrong in my life, and I won't be surprised if I knock on the door in the middle of the night. If Kamayama Yong had not killed his friend's family, he would not have been so scared that he had a heart attack even if he found out that Miss Qingshi was a man. After all, Miss Qingshi's beauty is there, so how can she be scary? What really scared him to the point of having a heart attack was his identity as Keiji Aso's son. It was the fear in his heart that killed him. As for the fact that Miss Qingshi did not save him, it is normal. Who would save the enemy who killed their father? She didn't kill him again on the spot, so the old man was lucky. Miss Qingshi is so young, why did you choose to go to that island to be a doctor? Is it because your family is there? No, my family is in Tokyo, otherwise I wouldn't come back every week. I like the atmosphere of that island, the competition there is not as fierce as in Tokyo, and the villagers are very kind, so I decided to stay there, Ase Narimi smiled. Oh, I see, actually, I know the person in charge of a medical research institute, they seem to be short of staff recently, are you interested, Miss Qingshi? Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not very confident in my medical skills. Maybe I can be a village doctor on the island, but I can't work in a research institute. But thank you anyway, Ase Narimi refused with a smile. Ms. Chingsha is too modest. I know. You graduated from the University of Tokyo Medical School, right? And you got excellent grades. Your teachers and classmates were surprised that you chose to go to that island. How do you know I graduated from the University of Tokyo? This man has indeed investigated my information. I know there's more than that. Binga turned his head and looked at Ase Narimi with deep meaning in his eyes. When he was stared at, Ase Narimi had a feeling of being completely seen through. If Miss Chingsha changes her mind, please call this person. Binga placed a business card on the bar and looked at the clock inside the store. The hands pointed to 10:10. It's already this late, it looks like the person I'm waiting for won't come. He stood up, paid the bill and left. Ase Narumi looked at the business card on the bar counter. The photo on it was of a man in a white uniform, wearing glasses and looking to be in his 40s. Is this his purpose? No, it shouldn't be that simple. This company might be a shady enterprise that manufactures counterfeit drugs. Ase Narimi put away the business card and stood up. Miss Chingsha is leaving too? Lin Ye asked. Ah. Total 3,600 yuan. Ase Narumi took out a 5,000 yuan bill from the lady's wallet, placed it on the bar, said, no need for change, and hurried away. Lin Ye looked at the shop door which closed again. Binga knew her secret, so she must want to go up and ask for clarification. It looks like Binga intends to recruit her as a member of the organization, but will she agree? If she really joined the organization, would her fate change? No matter what, he hoped that Miss Chingsha could survive. Binga wants to arrange that person to work in the organization's research institute. As far as the work at the research institute is concerned, Jin is in charge of supervising it. Toru Amuro's inner voice attracted Lin Ye's attention. Achuo, what do you think? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Amuro Toru was stunned. What do you mean, manager? I mean, did you feel that the man just now was weird? It seems so. Could it be the gang? He doesn't know Binga. Ha, he must be pretending. 10:40. There were only a few customers left in the store. Keiho and Omi had already gone home from get-off work. After they left, Toru Amuro came out from the bar and temporarily took over their jobs. However, there won't be many customers after this time. As the number of customers decreases, the store becomes quiet. At a table near the bar, there were two drunken uncles sitting, and their conversation became particularly clear at this time. Burp, the world is really becoming more and more outrageous, the uncle with a Mediterranean hairstyle said while burping. Who says it's not true? There are new crimes in the newspapers every day. Lin Ye smiled knowingly. He was used to hearing the drunken complaints of the older guests. However, the crime rate in Beika town is indeed a bit scary. In order to keep up with the times, he read the newspaper every day, and there were indeed many horrific cases in the newspaper. Headless case, dismemberment case, closed-room murder case, mysterious explosion. These newspapers really dare to publish anything, and they are not afraid of lowering the happiness index of the residents of Beika town. Living in such a city really makes people feel insecure. Have you heard about what happened this afternoon? The Mediterranean uncle said again. What? Didn't you watch the evening news? It's such a big deal. Hey, the kids at home are clamoring to watch cartoons, but I can't see them. What happened? There was an explosion on the Shinkansen. What? Lin Ye's mood was the same as that of the uncle with the mustache. This is Jin's gift to the Shinkansen. Uncle Maori took Xiaolan and Conan to Kyoto to attend a friend's wedding. They also took the Shinkansen. Will they be okay? Lin Ye couldn't help but worry. How many people died? After being shocked, the uncle with a small mustache asked. Mediterranean took a sip of wine and shook his head. There was quite a commotion, but no one was injured. The person carrying the bomb was also said to have been arrested. How is it possible that there are no casualties? Didn't the bomb explode? It exploded, but a few seconds before the explosion, it seemed like someone threw it outside the car. So thrilling. Yes, the trains were stopped and passengers asked for refunds. Lin Ye was relieved to hear that there were no casualties. It seems that Xiaolan and the others are safe. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Jin. These are no longer ordinary criminals, they are terrorists. It's crazy to detonate a bomb on a Shinkansen full of passengers. Madman, what a madman. Also feeling relieved was Toru Amuro who was standing next to him. It's great that no one was injured. But who discovered the bomb and saved the lives of the passengers? Lin Ye was also very curious about which hero stopped this terrorist attack. Who discovered the bomb and threw it out in time? The man with a mustache asked a question that both people at the bar were concerned about. Well, Mediterranean thought for a moment, took another sip of beer, and then said. Although it wasn't mentioned in the news, a friend of mine was going to Kyoto to attend a wedding and was in the carriage closest to the explosion. Mediterranean lowered his voice and said mysteriously, when I called him to ask him, he told me that 1 minute before the explosion, a kid wearing glasses ran past their carriage with an anxious look on his face. Hey, you're not going to tell me that the savior is that kid? The man with a mustache looked unconvinced. Hey, that's what my friend guessed, even though he didn't see it directly. Huh, how is that possible? That kid must have been in a hurry to pee, so he ran to the toilet. Children saving the world or something, do you think we live in the world of children's cartoons? Chapter 115. After hearing the conversation between the two uncles, Lin Ye at the bar suddenly realized. If it was an ordinary child, he wouldn't believe it either. But if it's Conan, it makes sense. He is no ordinary child. So, Conan really met Jin, who was delivering a gift. Jin probably never thought that the high school detective he was supposed to kill would turn into a child and appear in front of him again. This is a perfect disguise. After all, who would be on guard against a kid who looks only 67 years old? Atu, what do you think? Lin Ye suddenly asked Toru Amuro, who was standing next to him. What? Amuro Toru was stunned. He really likes to talk this way. Lin Ye thought to himself, I learned this sentence from the ancient famous detective in my hometown. Do you think it will be a little kid who saves the Shinkansen? How is that possible? Amuro Toru laughed. Even if some extremely smart kid found the bomb, with the child's strength, how far can he throw the bomb? So it's impossible. Lin Ye touched his chin. What Achuo said is not wrong. How could Conan have so much strength to throw the bomb out of the safe range? Could it be that the drug not only shrunk his body, but also made it stronger? Make him a little Superman? It seems that this guy still has some secrets. I'll try to dig them out when he comes back. The next day. 5:30 in the afternoon. Lin Ye was standing on the street across from Polo Bar, looking up at the building opposite. On the first floor is the Polo Bar. On the glass on the second floor were printed large white letters reading Muri Detective Agency. The third floor is the living area of the Maori family. At this time, on the edge of the roof of the third floor, there was a small figure with his hands in his pockets, looking into the distance with a serious expression. Seeing this scene, Lin Ye became confused. What is Conan doing standing there? It's cool, but it's also dangerous. Although I failed to catch those two guys this time, I finally know their code names. Gin, vodka. I will never let you go. Absolutely. The firm voice, like the sound of steel colliding, was clearly transmitted to Lin Ye's mind. As expected, he encountered gin and vodka. Just as Conan was looking into the distance with a determined look, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared behind him. Conan, what are you doing on the roof? It's too dangerous to stand there. Xiaolan grabbed Conan's collar with one hand and lifted him up like a kitten. Seeing this scene, Lin Ye couldn't help but admire Xiaolan's strong arm strength. The voice of Xiaolan's scolding came from the top of the building, mixed with the voice of Conan admitting his mistake. Lin Ye smiled slightly, walked across the street, opened the door of Polo Bar, and walked into the store. Wearing a bartender vest, Lin Ye picked up a newspaper and was about to see if there were any criminal cases today. The shop door was pushed open with the sound of bell. Conan, you're back so soon, is Kyoto fun? Lin Ye asked with a smile when he saw Conan walking into the store. Yeah, it's very beautiful, but it's a pity that Uncle Maori is in a hurry to come back, Sister Xiaolan and I want to play for 2 more days. Conan answered as he walked towards the bar, complaining in his mind. I think my uncle is just reluctant to spend 2 more days in the hotel. Seeing Conan climbing onto the high stool in front of the bar, Lin Ye smiled. Conan comes to the store every day to guard it, just like punching in at work. Well, but the only job suitable for him in the store is probably mascot. Poirot is the old detective and Conan is the young detective, which is quite suitable. Uncle, do you know gin and vodka? Conan suddenly asked. Lin Ye's mouth froze. He looked at Conan, who was sitting on a high chair and smiling like a good baby, and felt helpless. This kid, are you still doubting that I am a member of that organization? Ever since the boy saw gin and vodka leaving the store that night, he began to suspect that he had something to do with them. Of course there is a relationship, but it's just an ordinary relationship between a bartender and a guest. Seeing the desire to explore in Conan's eyes, Lin Ye suddenly wanted to tease this famous detective. I know him. Conan's pupils trembled. He actually admitted it directly. He only had some guesses about Lin Ye's identity but had no evidence, so he wanted to test him with words and observe Lin Ye's expression to make inferences. But Lin Ye admitted it directly, which he did not expect. Seeing Conan's expression change, Lin Ye smiled secretly and continued. Gin and vodka are essential base liquors in bars. As a bartender, of course I know them. Conan suddenly looked speechless. So that's how you think? No, he might be pretending. Let me ask him again. Uncle Lin, can you tell me more about gin? Conan asked like a curious little baby. Lin Ye glanced at him. This kid asked me about the wine last time, but it turned out he already knew about it, so I wasted my time. Come again. Conan, you are interested in wine at such a young age? Lin Ye asked indifferently. Because I'm curious, Conan answered cutely. It's understandable that children are curious about alcohol, but you must not drink secretly, Lin Ye warned like an elder. Stop talking nonsense. I know this without you telling me. How could I possibly drink? Hee, I don't want to become an idiot like Uncle Maori. Even though he was complaining in his heart, Conan still nodded obediently, looking like a good boy. Well, I definitely won't drink, don't worry, Uncle Lin. Conan assured confidently, but Lin Ye saw an interesting picture above his head. That was a picture of little Conan holding a bottle of wine and drinking it voraciously. What's happening here? Lin Ye was a little dumbfounded. Didn't this kid say that he would never drink? Then what is this scene from the future? He blinked and read the label on the bottle. Bai Chiener. Lin Ye's body trembled. What? White wine. Isn't this the traditional famous wine of our great China? Baigan is a distilled liquor made with sorghum as the main raw material. White means the wine is clear and transparent. Dry means that the alcohol content is high and no water is left after burning. Hengshui Lao Baigan has a long history. It originated in the Han Dynasty and was named in the Ming Dynasty. It won the first-class gold medal at the Panama Pacific International Exposition in 1915. It has a fragrant and elegant taste, mellow and soft, sweet and refreshing, with a long aftertaste. There is a poem in Ming Dynasty praising it. The flying fragrance intoxicates thousands of households, and the fragrance spreads for 10 miles after the jar is opened. It is indeed a good choice for home travel and holiday gifts. But this is strong liquor, why does Conan drink it so heartily? Uncle, is there something on my head? Conan touched the wisdom hair on his head and asked in confusion. Nothing, the picture disappeared, and Lin Ye withdrew his gaze with a strange expression. Conan's suspicious eyes were like a little fox. Why does he have that expression? It's so suspicious. This man must be hiding some secrets. I will find out your true colors. Chapter 116. Lin Ye glanced at Conan, who was acting cute and coquettish, and his heart trembled. It's not that I was touched by cuteness, but it reminded me of Kudo Shinichi's face. In order to stop this boy from acting cute, Lin Ye could only agree to his request. Well, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you about a winery. Aha. Conan sat upright at the bar, looking like a good student. Lin Ye turned around, took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and placed it on the bar. Plymouth Gin. Conan looked at the label on the bottle and read the capital letters on it. The label features a sailing ship with full sails. This is Plymouth Gin, Lin Ye introduced. When Conan heard the word gin, he immediately recalled the man he met on the Shinkansen. With long silver hair and a cold temperament, he is chilling. Plymouth is a port city in the UK, located in Devonshire in the southwest corner of the UK. Of course, there is also a Plymouth in the northeast corner of America, but that one is the son, and the Plymouth in the UK is the father. So is this bottle of wine produced in the UK or in America? Conan asked knowingly to fit in with his child's identity. Lin Ye smiled and said, of course it is Plymouth in England, the only brewery in the world that produces Plymouth gin is located here, the name of the brewery is Blackfriars. Black? Conan blurted out. What's wrong? Conan, are you afraid of the dark? No, nothing. Afraid of the dark? Are you kidding me? I'm not a kid anymore. Look, the name of the winery is printed here, Lin Ye pointed to the bottom of the wine bottle. Really? Blackfriars Distillery. Is there any connection between this winery and that organization? Hearing Conan's guess, Lin Ye thought that the detective had a very rich imagination, as he ran a legitimate winery. Hey, wait. The Blackfriar Brewery in his original world was a legitimate one, but it was not certain whether the Blackfriar Brewery in this world was a legitimate one. Well, I'll visit the UK someday. Uncle, why is this winery called this name? Conan asked again. Lin Ye said, this winery was originally a monastery, which was built in 1431. The Dominican monks set out from the port of Plymouth by ship to the New World to preach, so they built a Dominican monastery here. The Dominicans, formerly known as the Order of the Brothers of the Way, Ordo Predicatorum, abbreviated as OP, are one of the main mendicant orders of the Catholic Church. The Dominican monks all wore black robes, so after the monastery was converted into a winery in 1793, it was called the Black Friars Winery. Look, there's a Dominican friar printed right here. Lin Ye pointed to the bottom of the wine bottle, where there was a print of a black-robed monk holding a wine glass. Wow, it's true. Conan stared at the black-robed monk at the bottom of the bottle and became more and more suspicious. Those two guys always wear black, and this monastic order also wears black. Is there any connection between them? Lin Ye wanted to laugh when he saw Conan's serious look. A child who is only 6 years old has such a serious expression, which gives people a wonderful sense of absurdity. Lin Ye remembered the joke. The son was depressed all day long. When his father asked him the reason, the son sighed and replied, "You won't understand if you haven't experienced it." The father was confused, and the son said, "You will understand when you reach my age." Lin Ye couldn't help laughing. Conan, who was lost in thought, looked at him strangely. What is this man laughing at? Uncle, what's wrong? Why are you laughing suddenly? Of course Lin Ye couldn't say, "It was your expression that made me laugh." So he pointed to the Plymouth gin on the bar and said, "I just remembered that there are two interesting sayings about this bottle of wine." What are they? Conan asked curiously. Although he has some knowledge about wine, it is not in depth. After all, he is only 16 years old, and although his knowledge is broad, it still lacks depth. I have only studied in depth in areas related to detective work, such as chemistry, law, psychology, and anatomy. In the field of wine, he only dabbled in it. Lin Ye pointed to the label on the wine bottle, which showed a sailboat sailing on the sea. The ship was called the Mayflower. In 1620, it set out from Plymouth Harbor with a group of Catholics on board, bound for the New World. After 10 weeks of arduous sea voyage, the Mayflower landed in the New World. These Catholics opened up the first immigrant settlement in New England, North America, which is now Plymouth, America. The first sentence is, when the liquid level in the bottle is lower than the bottom of the Mayflower, it's time to buy a new bottle for storage. Lin Ye's fingers moved from the bottom of the Mayflower to the black-robed monk at the bottom of the bottle. The second sentence is that when his feet are dry, it's time to buy another bottle. The black-robed monk's feet were right on the bottom of the bottle. The wine in the bottle was gone, and the monk's feet were dry. Conan looked at the monk's feet and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha, what a joke, it's not funny at all. Ding, ding. There was a bell at the door. They both looked towards the door at the same time, and it was Xiaolan who pushed the door open and entered the store. Conan, what's so funny? I could hear your voice outside the door. Uncle Lin is telling me the story of this bottle of wine, it's so interesting. Conan pointed to the Plymouth gin on the bar. Xiaolan frowned. Conan is interested in alcohol at such a young age. Will he become an alcoholic like his father when he grows up? Conan, you must remember, you must not drink. Well, don't worry, Sister Xiaolan, I won't drink. Lin Ye glanced at Conan who made a solemn promise and recalled the scene he had just seen. What is the charm of bygone that makes Conan hold the bottle and blow it? Is Kyoto fun? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Xiaolan nodded and said, yes, it's very beautiful, I took a lot of photos, this is yours. Xiaolan put the beige file bag in her hand on the bar. Hey, and mine. You forgot, didn't I tell you the night before last that I would show you the photos I took when I got back? Lin Ye opened the file bag and took out the photos inside. There were more than a dozen photos in total, all of which were landscape photos of Kyoto. Kiyomizu Temple, Arashiyama, Inari Taisha Shrine, Thousand Torii Gates. Lin Ye was a little surprised. In just one day, I traveled to so many places. What do you think? Xiaolan asked expectantly. Well, the photos are very beautiful, thank you, I will go to Kyoto to see these places in person if I have the chance. As long as you like it, Xiaolan said with a smile. I wanted to play for 2 more days and take more photos, but my dad insisted on coming back, saying it was for work. Xiaolan crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks. He obviously spends nothing but drinking, watching TV, and sleeping in the office, I think he just can't bear to spend the travel expenses. Conan next to him showed a helpless look. Huh, it's right for uncle to come back early. Xiaolan's mobility is amazing. She traveled to so many places in one day. If she stayed for a few more days, she would be exhausted. Chapter 117. The store is busy. After dinner, the Maori family came to the store. Oh, business in the store is good. Seeing the lively scene in the store, Kagoro Mori sat down at the bar and said with a smile. What would you like to drink today, Mr. Maoli? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Let's have a beer to celebrate my safe return, Kagoro Mori. Lin Ye nodded and handed this simple task to Amuro Toru. Xiaolan looked at Aragaki Keiho and Kusaka Omi who were busy in the store. Although the store was busy, it was not big after all. The two of them could handle it. She couldn't help but think. It seems that I don't need to help. Lin Ye glanced at her and said with a smile, Xiaolan, thanks to your help in the store a few days ago, I will treat you and Conan to some juice. It's just a little thing, you're welcome. Or Cinderella, how about that? Seeing Lin Ye's insistence, Xiaolan could only say, thank you, I'll trouble you then. Then he pulled Conan, who was looking around, to an empty bar table nearby, because the last seat in front of the bar was already occupied by Kagoro Mori. When will those two guys come here to drink again? Sitting at the table, Conan was still thinking about gin and vodka. Here's your beer, sir. Toru Amuro placed a glass of beer in front of Kagoro Mori. Well, young man, are you new here? Mori looked at the unfamiliar face in surprise. Amuro Toru smiled and said, hello, I'm Amuro Toru, a new employee who joined the company the day before yesterday. Oh, that's right, the business of Poro's bar is getting better and better, we really need more manpower, young man, work hard. Thank you for your encouragement, I will try my best. Mori took a swig of beer and let out a contented sigh. Mr. Mori, I heard that there was an explosion on the Shinkansen yesterday. Lin Ye asked while preparing a fruit drink. Ah, it makes me angry when I think of this. Kagoro Mori slammed the bar counter angrily. Criminals are getting more and more arrogant nowadays, they even planted bombs on the Shinkansen, it's totally lawless, and it caused me to miss the wedding, damn it. Have the police found the murderer? Lin Ye asked. No, the person carrying the bomb was a young woman, it was said that two men in black handed the bomb to her. Kagoro Mori looked solemn. The police have already tracked down the two people's information based on her description, but it seems to have yielded no results. The two men in black, they are indeed gin and vodka. These two bastards, sooner or later, I will catch them myself. Toru Amuro's fists hardened, and an angry voice was heard. At this time, another angry voice sounded. Humph, it's because of the incompetence of the police that the criminals are so arrogant. Lin Ye looked at the guest who made the sound with some surprise. The one who made the indignant voice came from the guest sitting next to Kagoro Mori. He is slightly plump, wears glasses, and looks like a veteran employee of the company. He came to the store 10 minutes ago, looking gloomy and as if he was feeling aggrieved. As his emotions fluctuated at this moment, Lin Ye heard the angry voice in his heart. It was obvious that Tomoya died because of the quack doctor's surgical error, but the police believed his lies and allowed him to continue practicing medicine. Since the police won't seek justice for me, then I will seek it myself. Surgical error. Is it a medical dispute? It is indeed difficult for the police to handle such incidents. However, if there is sufficient evidence to prove that it is a medical accident, the hospital will deal with the doctor involved without the police being dispatched. However, this man chose to call the police. It seems that the hospital did not take any action against what the man called the quack doctor. After the man called the police obviously did not get him justice, so he wanted to take action himself. Lin Ye looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. Did he want to kill the doctor? There appears again, the potential criminal. At this time, Kagoro Mori was very unhappy when he heard the man's comments about the police. What's wrong with this man? He seems to have a lot of complaints about the police. After all, he was once a policeman, but he quit for some reasons. It is inevitable to feel uncomfortable when hearing people criticizing the police. Sir, have you encountered any trouble? Asked Kagoro Mori. He wanted to find out why the man was complaining about the police. The man glanced at him with a wary look. Who are you? Why should I tell you? My name is Kagoro Mori, and I'm a detective, the office upstairs is owned by me, if you encounter any incident and the police can't help you, you can come to me, Kagoro Mori said seriously. The man looked surprised. Detective? I must not let him find out my plan. That quack must be punished. I want him to feel the same pain as me. Detective? The man had a sarcastic look on his face. Oh, I know them, they're the kind that follow people around all day long, a bunch of sneaky guys. What did you say? Kagoro Mori was very angry at the other party's attitude. Well, now both my identity as a former police officer and my identity as a detective have been devalued by this man. If he hadn't considered that this was an acquaintance's shop, he would have rushed up and fought with this guy. Lin Ye heard the man's true thoughts and thought secretly. What did he mean when he said he wanted the doctor to feel the same pain? Are you planning to kill him with a scalpel? At this time, the man continued to taunt. Isn't it? If the police are the state's well-trained henchmen who eat taxpayers' money, then the detectives are a group of wild dogs who will obey anyone who gives them some food. At the bar, policeman Toru Amuro frowned. At the wine table, Conan, the detective, looked unhappy and stared at the man's back with a bad look. Is this uncle drunk and talking nonsense? His words are really irritating. The angriest person was Kagoro Mori, who faced the man's ridicule head-on. I cannot stand it any more. Kagoro Mori yelled, grabbed the man's collar with both hands and glared at him fiercely. Do you dare to say it again? The man showed no fear, his lips curled up. Did I hit you in a sore spot? You want to beat me up? Go ahead, but remember to hit me hard so I can call the police and watch a dog-eat-dog show. Kagoro Mori's face turned red and his knuckles cracked. The other guests in front of the bar were frightened and ran away, then stood not far away to watch the fun. The gazes of the onlookers were like silk threads, entangled with the angry locomotive of Kagoro Mori, preventing him from rushing off the broken bridge of reason. I really want to beat him up. But I've already announced my name. If I beat him up in front of so many people, my reputation and the business of my firm will be. Hey, uncle, why do you hate policemen and detectives so much? At this time, a cute child's voice sounded in front of the bar. Chapter 118. Turning back, I saw a little boy wearing a blue suit and glasses. The expression on his face softened instantly. If Tatsuya were still alive, he would be similar to this child now, right? Kagoro Mori saw the tears flashing in the corners of the man's eyes, and seemed to realize that the other party was deliberately provoking him. He snorted coldly and let go of his hand. TSK, I almost fell for your trick. The man completely ignored him, straightened his collar, and smiled at Conan. I'm sorry, little friend, for letting you see the rude side of adults. Uncle, can you tell me why? Why do you hate the police? The police catch bad guys every day, it's very hard work. The man reached out and touched Conan's head. Little friend, you will understand these things when you grow up, now you just need to grow up happily. Lin Ye saw a helpless arc on Conan's mouth. I have grown up, but I have become smaller again. But there must be some reason why this man hates the police and detectives so much. How can I get him to say it? Conan's curiosity was aroused, and if he didn't figure this out, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Ye at the bar smiled slightly. Conan, leave it to me. What you didn't ask by being cute, let me ask for you with wine. Sir, you like children, don't you? The man nodded, his eyes turning sad. It has been 3 years since Tomoya left. In these 3 years, there has not been a single day that I have not missed Tomoya. A memory emerged in his mind. It was an image of a child about 5 years old playing with paper airplanes on the grass. The man in the picture is standing behind the boy, watching him chasing the paper plane with a happy smile on his face. Lin Ye saw the scene in his mind and was slightly stunned. So that's how it is. It seems that the dead one is his child. Painful memories can distort a person's character. No wonder his character has become so bad. The pain of losing a child is a devastating blow to a father. If his child died from a medical error, the hospital shirked responsibility, and the police refused to file a case, then it makes sense that he would hate the police. But is it really so? Because sometimes, pain can distort a person's memory. The thought flashed through his mind, and a hint of sympathy appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. He smiled and asked. Would the guest like another drink? Let's go. Thinking of his lost child, the man now just wants to get drunk. Conan, can you do me a favor? Lin Ye said to Conan, who was standing in front of the bar. What's up? Lin Ye signaled him with his eyes to sit in the empty seat next to the man. Because of the commotion just now, only Kagoro Mori and this man are in front of the bar. After Mari Kagoro let go of the man, he moved to the side, leaving an empty seat between the two of them. Conan climbed into the empty seat between the two of them and sat down, a puzzled look on his face. Conan, can you fold a paper airplane? Lin Ye asked with a smile. Yes, I will. Great, can you help me fold an airplane with this paper? Lin Ye placed a palm-sized piece of white paper on the bar. Yeah, okay. What kind of airplane is this man doing? Why did he suddenly ask me to help him fold one? Thank you, uncle will buy you a soda later. Conan shouted okay and started folding the plane. Lin Ye turned around and said to Amuro Toru. Bourbon. Toru Amuro was stunned. Atu, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and bring me a bottle of bourbon. Only then did Toru Amuro react, said oh, and turned around to get some wine from the wine cabinet. Huh, you weren't calling me. Maori Kagoro looked at Amuro Toru's back and thought, this young man looks quite smart, but why is he a little dull when doing things? Lin Ye smiled secretly in his heart, and asked Toru Amuro to find two kinds of wine, Aperol and Amaro. Aperol, a low-alcohol Italian liqueur with an alcohol content of only 11, has a charming herbal aroma and is suitable for drinking before meals. Amaro Nannino is a dessert wine from northern Italy. It is a blend of various herbs and spices. The wine is amber in color, slightly bitter in taste and rich in aroma. Without any hesitation, Toru Amuro almost turned around and found the wine that Lin Ye needed from the wine cabinet. Lin Ye praised in his heart, saying that he was indeed an undercover agent with a very good memory. He might have memorized the locations of all the wines. Then he asked Toru Amuro to squeeze fresh lemon juice. Bourbon, Aperol, Amaro, lemon juice. The cocktail made by mixing these four ingredients is called paper plane. It is a modern variation of Last Word and was invented in 2008. Although the ingredients are different from The Last Word, there are 4 kinds of ingredients and they follow the same proportions. But now, Lin Ye wants to release this wine 12 years earlier. Lin Ye added ice cubes into the cocktail shaker and silently paid tribute to the bartender who invented this drink. At this time, he should still be playing with paper airplanes in his yard. Sorry bro, can you lend me your recipe? Uncle, the plane is folded. At this time, Conan also folded the paper airplane. It was small and looked very delicate. This kid is quite skillful. Seeing the paper airplane in Conan's hand, Lin Ye praised. You did a great job, Conan. Xiaolan, who came behind Conan, also praised, wow, it's small and so cute. Conan scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed like a shy child. The paper this guy gave me is too small. I can only fold it to this size. What on earth does he want to do? At this moment, he saw the highball glass that Lin Ye placed on the bar and suddenly realized something. Does he want to use this paper airplane as a decoration for the cup? Congratulations, you got it right, my little detective. Lin Ye poured 3 kinds of wine and 1 kind of juice in equal proportions into the cocktail shaker, closed the lid, and began to shake the wine. The guests near the bar stopped talking and looked over here with interest, attracted by the loud sound of the wine jug. The bar counter became a small stage, and Lin Ye, who was shaking the cocktail, was the performer. Shaking wine requires timing, technique and strength. Every bartender has a different technique, different arm strength, and different shaking times, which create subtle differences in taste. If you shake it too long, more water will be melted from the ice and the drink will taste watery. If the time is too short and the wine is not cooled sufficiently, the taste will also be affected. So the timing of stopping is important. Lin Ye's hands were like sensitive tentacles, judging the timing by sensing the vibration and temperature of the surface of the wine jug. He was completely absorbed in the movement of his arms, as if he had become one with the cocktail shaker, the cold liquor and ice cubes colliding and mixing in his body. As he was immersed in this state of concentration on mixology, his soul and body became more closely connected. The body is the glass and the soul is the wine in it. The wine in the glass is clear and transparent, and the atmosphere is calm. This was his state of mind at the moment. When the 4 liquids had cooled down and merged into one, Lin Ye waved his arms and suddenly stopped. The timing was perfect. Open the lid of the kettle and filter the wine into the cup. Then he picked up the small and cute paper airplane that Conan had folded and put it on the rim of the cup. Paper airplane, please. Chapter 119. The man stared at the paper airplane on the rim of the cup, lost in thought. The image of Tomoya chasing a paper airplane on the grass came to mind again. His eyes were hot and he called out in a low voice, Tomoya. Conan, who was sitting next to him, was stunned. Tomoya, is he his son? Did something happen to his son? While Conan was thinking, the man reached out and picked up the wine glass. The bitter wine passes through the throat and the fresh aroma of grass lingers in the mouth. He opened his eyes and saw a green meadow. The boy chased the paper plane in the sky and laughed happily. But the next second, the boy curled up on the ground, holding his stomach. Dad, my stomach hurts. Huh, I told you not to eat so much ice cream, now your stomach hurts, right? Woo, I'm never eating ice cream again. The scene changes to an apartment. The boy lay in his crib with a frown on his face. Come on, Tomoya, drink this medicine and then have a good sleep, and your stomach won't hurt anymore. Really, Dad? Of course, you have a stomachache because you eat too much sweets and have worms in your stomach. They also love sweets, so when they are hungry, they will dance in your stomach and of course you will have a stomachache. Huh, dancing bugs, that sounds so funny, oops, they are dancing again. Take the medicine quickly, this medicine is specifically for dealing with the worms dancing in your stomach. The boy swallowed the pill and lay down on the bed. The lights go out. In the darkness, time passed little by little, and the expression on the boy's face became more and more painful. Tomoya, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Daddy. Dad, it hurts. The boy opened his eyes with difficulty, breathing weakly. The man touched his forehead and found it was burning hot. The picture suddenly became bright. Hospital. Doctor, please save my child, you must save my child. Please wait outside the door, I will do my best. Anxiously waiting. The indicator light at the door of the operating room suddenly went out. The doctor walked out of the door with a heavy look in his eyes. Doctor, was the operation successful? Sorry, sir, it's too late. What? Acute appendicitis caused perforation, which led to abdominal infection. We have tried our best, but the child was sent here too late, if it had been earlier. The sounds behind became indistinct. Quack. You quack. You're the one who killed Tomoya. Mr. Policeman, he killed my son, you must seek justice for my son. Mr. Detective, please help me find evidence that he killed my son. It was him, it must be this quack doctor who killed my son. Why don't you believe me? Believe me, believe me. Damn it. Since you won't help me, I'll seek justice myself. Lin Ye blinked, and the picture in his eyes changed again. Under the sunset. A quiet corner of the park. The man slowly took out a sharp knife from behind him, and in front of him was a child who was opening a present. Tomoya, you must be lonely there alone, right? Daddy will send this little friend to accompany you now. The man raised the sharp knife in his hand and pointed it at the child in front of him. Uncle, don't do this, let me go. Conan's struggling voice brought Lin Ye back to reality. In front of the bar, a man with tearful eyes was holding Conan tightly in his arms, repeating Tomoya's name over and over again. Conan struggled to escape from the man's arms, but his struggle was obviously in vain. Lin Ye looked at this scene and sorted out the information he had just seen. The first part he saw was undoubtedly the man's memory, but the part with the knife in his hand should be the future that has not happened yet. Because he had heard the man's inner voice before, saying that he wanted to make the doctor feel the same pain, which means it hasn't happened yet. If he guessed correctly, the child was probably the son of the doctor who performed the operation. It turned out that he didn't want to kill the doctor, but to attack his child so that he could also experience the pain of losing a child. Lin Ye looked at the middle-aged man who was hugging Conan and crying very sadly, and felt a little complicated. It is unforgivable that he actually planned to attack the child. But his motives are sympathetic. According to his recollection, the child named Tomoya died of acute appendicitis perforation. Once appendicitis perforates, if not treated promptly, the infection will spread in the abdominal cavity and cause septic shock. The patient will die in extreme pain. Apparently, by the time the child, Tomoya, was taken to the hospital, it was too late. In pain and regret, the man blamed the doctor, firmly believing that his child's death was caused by the doctor's surgical error. Because he couldn't accept that his son's death was caused by his negligence, he chose to escape from reality. In this way, self-blame turned into hatred, supporting him to take revenge on the doctor. Alas, poor guy. After sighing, Lin Ye felt angry again. In any case, he shouldn't attack innocent children. Exposing someone's scars is a cruel thing, but for the sake of the innocent child, Lin Ye decided to correct the uncle's memory. Uncle, wake up, my name is Conan, not Tomoya. Conan yelled and slapped the man's glasses off his face. The man finally came to his senses. While he was dazed, Conan quickly ran back to Xiaolan, grabbing the corner of her skirt and trembling. The man picked up his glasses from the ground, looked at Conan carefully, and said embarrassedly. Sorry, little friend, uncle just mistook you for my son. Conan was speechless. Really? This is how all people behave when they are drunk. He glanced at Lin Ye at the bar again. The wine made by this man is particularly effective, it's like it's been spiked with drugs that make people crazy. Lin Ye smiled and responded in his heart, Hey, Conan, please don't talk nonsense. Why would I add that kind of stuff into the wine? My uncle is a serious bartender. How the guests will become after drinking the wine depends entirely on their own heart. My wine is just a trigger. Uncle, what happened to your son? Seeing that the man seemed to have sobered up, Conan returned to the bar and asked curiously. My child, the man said sadly. Died 3 years ago. Conan understood instantly. I see. No wonder he is so sad. Maybe his hatred for police and detectives is related to his son's death. Okay, next. Uncle, how did your son Before Conan could ask, a hand covered his mouth. Xiaolan pulled him back to her, bent down, and whispered in his ear, "Conan, no, you can't ask about other people's sad things, can't you see that the uncle is already so sad?" Then he raised his head and said to the man, "I'm sorry, my brother is ignorant, please don't mind." The man shook his head and looked at Conan kindly. "It doesn't matter, this kid's straightforward personality reminds me of Tomoya." Kagoro Mori, who was originally full of anger, disappeared without a trace when he saw the man's sad look. He is also a father and knows how it feels to be a father. If Xiaolan had an accident, I would probably cry even more sadly. What was the cause of death? At this time, Lin Ye's voice came from the bar. Chapter 120. Hearing Lin Ye's sudden question, everyone in front of the bar looked at him in surprise. Maolilan, Mr. Lin Ye is usually so gentle and considerate, how could he ask such an impolite question? Mariru, Kobayashi is still too young to make such a mistake. Well, after all, he has never been a father, so he cannot understand a father's feelings. Mari Nan Conan from Mari family, good question, bartender. When Ajino Ikuji Tomoya's father heard Lin Ye's question, he was stunned for a moment and then lowered his head. Appendicitis. Although his voice was very soft, everyone inside and outside the bar could hear it clearly. How could this be? Can appendicitis kill people? Ajino Ikuji suddenly clenched his fist, slammed it on the bar, and his expression became ferocious. There was an accident during the operation, that quack doctor killed my son. Just wait and see, Ogawa Masayuki, you will soon feel the same pain as I did. A look of sympathy appeared in Xiaolan's eyes. Conan looked at Ajino Ikuji's angry face, and seemed to have thought of something, and asked. Has the doctor been punished? No, Ajino Ikuji said angrily. The police and the hospital believed the quack's one-sided words and did not punish him, that guy is still working at Beihua General Hospital. Conan showed an expression of, I see, and understood why the man didn't like the police. He must have asked a detective to investigate privately afterwards, but the results were not satisfactory to him, which caused him to hate detectives. Conan touched his chin subconsciously. If even the police and detectives have not found evidence of the doctor's negligence, it is possible that it was just an accident and the father was unwilling to face the reality. Of course, there is also a small probability that the doctor used clever means to eliminate the evidence that was unfavorable to him. Lin Ye looked at Conan in surprise. As expected of a famous detective, although his body has shrunk, his brain has not shrunk and is still as smart as before. No wonder Conan's head is so big. Children with big heads are indeed smart. Hey, uncle, did you know that doctor before that incident? Conan asked. No, never seen it, Ajino Ikuji replied. But isn't this very strange? If he didn't know his uncle at all, why would he deliberately kill your child? Ajino Ikuji's eyebrows twitched. He may not have done it on purpose, but after the operation failed, he pushed all the responsibility away. How can such a quack, irresponsible and poorly skilled doctor continue to be a doctor? But isn't that doctor still working at the Beika General Hospital? If we just investigate his surgical success rate, we'll know whether he is a quack or not. Ajino Ikuji's expression became increasingly gloomy. Conan then pointed to Kagoro Mori, who was one position away from Ajino. I think you should just ask Uncle Mari to do it, he's a great detective. Kagoro Mori coughed cooperatively. At the critical moment, this guy's words are quite pleasant to the ears. Sir, if you need anything, I would be happy to serve you, Kagoro Mori said without any grudge. No need for that, little boy, please stop talking, there was suppressed anger in Ajino Ikuji's voice. I did this 3 years ago. But those so-called detectives all concluded that the guy was an excellent doctor. Damn it, if that's the case, doesn't that mean? Ajino Ikuji felt a sharp pain in his brain and quickly took a big gulp of wine, using the bitter and spicy wine to divert his attention. Conan, I think you should not disturb this gentleman from drinking, Xiaolan said to Conan in a low voice. Conan nodded, and sat back down at the table with Xiaolan, but still observed the man's expression. This man's condition is a little strange. Could it be that, the child's death was not an accident caused by the operation? The most common cause of death from appendicitis is failure to seek medical attention in time after appendicitis perforation occurs, delaying the best time for treatment. It is very common for children to have stomachache. Some parents will ignore their children's condition, thinking that it is just a common stomach upset, and let the children bear it. Or give them some medicine at random, and fail to seek medical treatment in time, which makes the condition worse. Could it be that this man himself delayed the best time for his son's treatment? Conan sighed softly. What a pitiful man, unwilling to face the cruel truth, he unilaterally puts the blame on the doctor. That doctor is really unlucky. Will he seek revenge on that doctor? Conan thought for a moment. Well, 3 years have passed. If he wanted revenge, he would have done it long ago and would not have waited until now. Since the doctor is still alive and well, it means he is just looking for someone to take the blame in his heart. Conan felt relieved and lost interest in this grumpy middle-aged man, and continued to drink the same glass of juice happily with Xiaolan. This juice drink called Cinderella is really delicious, and the bartender is really good. At the same time, Lin Ye was also shocked by Conan. No, it should be said that Kudo Shinichi's reasoning ability. No wonder he is called the savior of the police. This reasoning ability is indeed very powerful. With just a few words from the man, one could basically guess the whole picture of the matter. It's almost as effective as listening to your own heart. However, if Conan were to acquire this ability, he would probably be very distressed. After all, if you could hear people's inner voices directly, reasoning would become meaningless and uninteresting. You would only need to listen to the suspect's inner voice to lock on to the target and then find evidence. It's like when you're reading a detective comic and find someone has circled a criminal's head to mark it. This feeling is quite annoying. Lin Ye remembered that he seemed to have had a similar experience, but he couldn't remember the name of the mystery comic. After all, it was a distant memory from his youth. Because Conan cannot read minds, the information he obtains is limited, and he cannot see the future. So he had no way of knowing that the man sitting at the bar was targeting not the doctor, but the doctor's child. Judging from the appearance of the two children in the pictures of memories and the future, the man probably waited until now in order to let the doctor's children grow to the same age. Judging from the man's inner voice, he might take revenge in the near future. Ogawa Masayuki. Lin Ye secretly memorized the doctor's name. If he couldn't get the man to give up his revenge tonight, he planned to find the doctor and remind him to take precautions. If this man persists, he doesn't mind being a rich man again. Although I am not rich now, once a person becomes famous, will wealth be far away? But now, he had to try to make this man return to the right path. As we all know, the best way to overcome pain is to face it. Now, it's time to tear open his twisted scars. Chapter 121. When he heard Lin Ye's question, Kagoro Maori was stunned. What's wrong with Xiaolin today? It's as if she's deliberately rubbing salt into this man's wounds. However, he still replied, generally speaking, as long as the treatment is timely, the patient can recover in a short period of time, and the mortality rate is extremely low. Lin Ye glanced at the man's uncertain expression and asked, so what is the success rate of appendectomy surgery? Maori Kagoro thought for a moment and replied, I heard from a doctor friend that appendectomy is easy to perform and has few postoperative complications. It is a very simple type of surgery and surgical accidents rarely occur. At this point, Mao Li himself realized that something was wrong. How could a simple appendectomy result in a fatality? At this time, a cute voice sounded beside him. If it is not treated in time, perforation and infection may occur, and the difficulty and complications of surgery will increase significantly. Kagoro Mori turned his head and found Conan sitting next to him again. Conan, you know a lot, Lin Ye praised with a smile. Conan scratched his head, hey, I watched it on TV. Kagoro Maori curled his lips. TSK, this kid only knows how to waste my electricity bill. I don't know when his parents will come to pick him up. I must charge him some living expenses when they come. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the side. No. That's not the case. Ah. Ikuji Ajino suddenly stood up from his seat, covered his head, and rushed towards the door of the bar screaming. Sir, you haven't. Go away. Aragaki Keiho wanted to step forward and remind the man that he had not paid the bill yet, but she was frightened by the man's ferocious expression. By the time she came to her senses, the man had already rushed out. Xia Fan, are you okay? Kusaka Omi hurried over to comfort her. Xia Fan shook his head, walked to the bar, and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I should have stopped him. Lin Ye looked at her in surprise, then smiled and looked outside the door. It doesn't matter, he will come again. Then he turned to Amuro Toru and said, Toru, keep a record of that customer's bill and settle it together with him next time he comes. Okay. While keeping accounts, Toru Amuro thought, this man seemed to be deliberately exposing his wound. Why did he do this? Lin Ye thought to himself, because you don't know what this man is going to do. When dealing with extraordinary people, drastic measures must be used. It was just after 9 o'clock. Xiaolan dragged the two reluctant people, one adult and one child, out of the bar. Kagoro Mori wants to drink until closing time. Conan also wanted to wait until the bar closed. But Xiaolan obviously wouldn't let them be so willful. After all, they both had things they had to do tomorrow. Kagoro Mori has to work and Conan has to go to school. Seeing this scene, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. Xiaolan is the guardian of this old and young. After that, the number of customers in the store gradually decreased. Around 11 o'clock. Lin Ye, who had some free time, was chatting with Amuro Toru. Toru, besides fighting, do you have any other special skills? Amuro Toru thought about it. Driving, bomb disposal, intelligence gathering, helicopter driving, shooting, cooking, acting, tennis, lock-picking, music, foreign languages. But of course he couldn't tell Lin Ye all this. So I smiled and said, actually, I'm pretty good at making coffee. Lin Ye looked at Amuro Toru's smiling face and was secretly surprised. This guy knows a lot. I just don't know if these skills were learned at the police academy or honed within that organization. So you can make coffee. In fact, this shop used to be a coffee shop. Mr. Manager, do you like coffee? Lin Ye nodded and said, in fact, mixing cocktails is just like making coffee. As long as you put your heart into it, you can make the drinker feel relaxed and happy. That's right, Amuro Toru agreed. When making coffee, in addition to the quality of water and coffee beans, technique and intention are also very important. Since you know how to make coffee, I'm sure you'll be able to mix wine that will make your customers happy soon. Come on. Thank you, I hope the manager will give you more advice in the future. Well, next time we find an opportunity, you make me coffee and I make you a cocktail, and we can have a chat. Lin Ye patted Amuro Toru's strong shoulder and said. My pleasure. Ding, ding. The two looked towards the door. A cold wind blew into the store. Two dark figures walked into the door. Amuro Toru's pupils shrank slightly. Jin. Lin Ye glanced at Amuro Toru. Hey, don't ignore your vodka, brother. Although vodka is colorless and transparent, it has a very strong taste. Jin and vodka also noticed Toru Amuro standing at the bar. This guy looks pretty good in a bartender vest, Jin had a playful smile on his face and strode towards the bar. Vodka followed his eldest brother's steps, grinning. Hee, this guy Bourbon actually came here to be a bartender. I have to let him serve me well this time. When Vodka thought about the fact that Bourbon, who always acted so arrogantly every time they met, was about to serve him, his mouth was almost crooked with smile. Mr. Onisuka seems to be in a good mood today. After the two sat down at the bar, Lin Ye looked at the grinning Vodka. The last time he came, he gave himself the pseudonym Onizuka Hachiro. Well, I remembered something happy. Jin glanced at Vodka, and Vodka immediately stopped talking, put on a serious expression, and sat upright. Brother, you won't be angry, right? Jin looked away. Hey, Vodka, have you forgotten what I taught you? In our line of work, facial expression management is very important. Your expression should be cool and your words should be harsh, so that others will be afraid of you. Smiling with a playful face, what a look. Sir, what would you like to drink? Toru Amuro asked proactively. Puff. Seeing Toru Amuro's smiling face, Jin still couldn't hold back his emotions. However, thanks to years of temperament cultivation and strong expression management ability, he only slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Vesper. Okay, Amuro Toru kept smiling, but the corners of his mouth were a little stiff. He keenly caught the change in the curve of Jin's mouth and felt secretly annoyed. Jin, you wait and see. Hey, there's me too, Vodka said loudly. Amuro Toru turned around and asked, what does this gentleman want? I'll have a Vesper, too. Hey, I brought the driver here today so I can have a drink too. Bourbon, pour me a drink. Vodka couldn't control the smile on his face again. Amuro Toru silently holds a grudge, and his determination to destroy the organization and put the two men in jail becomes stronger. At this time Lin Ye patted his shoulder. Atu, let me do it, you can assist from the side and learn the mixing process by the way. Okay, Amuro Toru breathed a sigh of relief and silently retreated behind Lin Ye. Lin Ye glanced at Vodka. It turns out they brought a driver today, no wonder this guy was so happy. Lin Ye suddenly said. Jin, Vodka. Chapter 122. When they heard Lin Ye suddenly say the names of two kinds of wine, which were also the code names of the two people in front of the bar, several people reacted differently. Toru Amuro had been fooled once, so he quickly realized that Lin Ye was talking about the name of the wine, and turned around to get the wine. Even if Lin Ye really knew the true identities of Jin and Vodka, he would not be surprised. Jin knew Vesper's recipe, so he didn't react. Only Vodka's expression changed. He reached for his waist and glared at Lin Ye with a bad look. How did this guy know my and my brother's code names? Could it be that Bourbon leaked our secrets? He glared at Amuro Toru again. Fortunately, he was wearing sunglasses, so it wasn't too obvious. After Jin coughed to remind him, he put down his hand that was about to draw the gun. Of course, all this did not escape the eyes of the two men at the bar. Lin Ye pretended that he noticed nothing and asked Amuro Toru to find the third kind of wine. Kina Lillet, an aromatic wine. The predecessor of Lillet Blanc. In 1986, in order to adapt to market changes, Lillet stopped producing Kina Lillet and launched Lillet Blanc as a replacement after changing the formula. However, when Lin Ye was counting the store's inventory, he discovered that this kind of wine was still in the store. Perhaps the Lillet company in this world has not stopped producing Kina Lillet. When he looked up information in the Mihua library, he did not find any relevant information. Only in this case will he begin to miss the well-developed network in his previous life. In this era when paper media is still the mainstream, it is really difficult to find information. He planned to visit the bars in Ginza when he had time and ask the bartenders there. Kina Lillet. Lillet Blanc. As can be seen from the change in the name, as a younger generation, Lillet Blanc has significantly reduced the quinine content in its formula, so the French word, quina, which represents quinine has been removed from its name, and Blanc, which means white in French, which represents white grapes has been added. Quinine, also known as cinchona cream, is used to treat malaria and comes from the bark of the cinchona tree in Peru. By reducing the quinine content, the wine tastes less bitter and is easier to drink. Vesper is a combination of vodka, gin, and Kina Lillet. One of the ever-changing martini variations. When Lin Ye prepared this cup before, because Kina Lillet had been out of production for decades, he could only use its descendant Lillet Blanc instead. Now he was finally able to concoct the original Vesper. This drink comes from a fictional character in a book. James Bond is the famous British agent 007. This drink comes from the first 007 film, Casino Royale. The name Vesper comes from the first Bond girl, Vesper Lynd. Vesper means dusk. Vesper, a woman who is beautiful, intelligent, brave and mysterious. She is full of secrets and Bond cannot see through her, so he is deeply attracted to her and names his favorite wine after her. Lin Ye recalled the information about Vesper in his mind and mixed gin and vodka into the cocktail shaker. Gin is the main drink, with vodka as a supplement. For gin, we used Gordon's gin from the book, a brand of London dry gin. Generally translated as Gordon, but suddenly I remembered Sheriff Gordon, also this Gordon. Then add a dash of Kina Lillet. Close the lid and shake quickly until the wine is cooled. Before the ice melts further, strain into 2 chilled martini glasses and finally add a thin strip of lemon peel to each glass. Both of you, Vesper. Lin Ye pushed out 2 glasses of wine and made a gesture of invitation. Jin picked up the glass, shook it in front of his tall nose, showing a satisfied expression, and then took a sip. The first taste is clear and cold, the aftertaste is smooth and soft, with a hint of mature bitterness. The clear taste of vodka dilutes the heavy taste of Gordon's gin, leaving an endless aftertaste. It is good. Jin couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes as he looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled faintly and nodded in response. The book describes this glass of wine as refined and tough, like water and tenderness, with a soft heart hidden under the cold appearance. Just like the Jin in front of us, he looks delicate and cold, but not feminine, and is definitely a tough guy. Even such a cold man will temporarily melt the ice between his brows when he drinks the dream wine. Although he is a ruthless killer and a terrorist who was about to blow up the Shinkansen yesterday, a person's identity can change at any time. As long as he sits at the bar, all his identities outside the bar will be stripped away, leaving only one identity. Guests of the bar. The bar is also called hideout, which means a hiding place. A secret place to go when you don't want to be seen. Generally, people who want to hide are bad people, such as robbers and murderers. But as long as Jin walks into the store with the mentality of a customer, and is not here to kill people or carry out terrorist attacks, then his identity is a customer. When Lin Ye stood at the bar, his identity was a bartender. The bartender has the duties of a bartender, the policeman has the duties of a policeman, and each should do their job. Lin Ye glanced at Toru Amuro beside him. This undercover agent will take care of catching Jin, so I don't need to worry about it. I can't fuck her even if I want to. Jin is different from that perverted houseboy and the uncle who lost his son. He is definitely a macho man. This can be seen from the hint of fear in Amuro Toru's eyes when he looked at him. It's still a little early for me to worry about this. Just wait until you have money and equipment like the real Batman, and master various fighting skills. Ah. Vodka's comfortable moan interrupted Lin Ye's thoughts. When I looked up, I saw Vodka holding a glass of wine with a look of enjoyment on his face. This is the combination of me and my elder brother, so delicious. Vodka stuck out his tongue and licked the wine stain on his upper lip. Combined with an expression of enjoyment, the lethality is amazing. Lin Ye and Amuro Toru withdrew their gazes at the same time. Vodka's reaction naturally caught Jin's attention. What a shame, Vodka. Jin snorted. Vodka noticed his brother's cold gaze and shuddered to wake up. I'm sorry, brother, but this wine is really... Under Jin's slightly cold gaze, Vodka's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally he shut up obediently. Jin looked away and sighed slightly. Vodka is very capable and skilled, but unfortunately he is a little simple-minded. But at least he is loyal to the organization, much better than those traitors. Humph, that rat that escaped from the organization, one day I will personally put an end to his life. Jin took a sip of his drink and thought about the man. Lin Ye saw the man Jin was thinking about. He was a man wearing a black knitted hat, with a high nose bridge and deep eyes. It's him. Maharaja. Lin Ye had seen this man in Mayano Akemi's memories. It seems that it's not only Miss Mingmei who is obsessed with him, but also Jin in front of him. But Jin was obviously thinking about how to kill him. You are so dedicated, Jin. Still so obsessed with the traitor who escaped from the organization. Judging from Miss Mingmei's recollection, Rai had left the organization for a long time. But Jin is still thinking about how to find him and kill him. His work attitude is really amazing. Lin Ye couldn't help but glance at Toru Amuro beside him. If Toru's identity is exposed, can he escape Jin's pursuit? Lin Ye secretly sent his blessings to Amuro Toru in his heart. Achuo, you have to be careful when you work undercover as a part-time agent. I am counting on training you to become an excellent bartender. Chapter 123. Jin drank his wine while recalling yesterday's mission. The woman should have been blown to pieces by the bomb, but she escaped and was arrested by the police. Who ruined my plan? Lin Ye at the bar thought that even if Jin racked his brains, he would never have thought that the one who would ruin his plan would be a first-grade kid. He would never have imagined that this little boy was a high school detective who had shrunk after he fed him poison. Forget it, the mission has been completed and the money has been obtained. It is impossible for the police to get anything out of that woman. Jin took a sip of his drink. That's the right way to think, Akin. Be more open-minded and look forward. Lin Ye answered in his heart, as if he was chatting with Jin. Of course Jin himself didn't know that. This is a one-sided communication. It's time to prepare for the next task. Review by Akemi Mayano. Lin Ye immediately pricked up his ears. Come on, Akin, say more. Jin sipped his wine gracefully, and his mind seemed to become lighter. I didn't expect this woman to change the conditions at the last minute. It seems she has noticed something. Stupid women will become smart one day, For Shirley's sake, if she can complete the mission, it's okay to keep her alive. Also, maybe we can use this opportunity to lure out the escaped rat. A cold light flashed in Jin's eyes. Hearing Jin making rat-like sounds in his heart, Lin Ye suddenly thought of a kind of wine. Old Tom Jin. As we all know, there is a cartoon called Tom and Jerry, in which Tom can never catch the mouse Jerry. Lin Ye had a strange premonition that Jin probably couldn't catch that rye either. Old Tom Gin was once the king of gin. Although it has been replaced by mainstream distilled gin and London dry gin, it is still a dominant force in the liquor industry. And the origin story of this wine does involve cats. Seeing that Jin had stopped thinking, Lin Ye thought it was a good time to strike up a conversation, so he took the initiative to speak. Does Mr. Hayes know Old Tom? The last time Jin came, he left a pseudonym, Kurosawa Shirei. You mean Old Tom Jin? Mr. Kurosawa responded. Well, there's an interesting story about the origin of Old Tom Jin. Jin listened quietly. Lin Ye continued, in the 18th century, gin became very popular in Britain, sparking a drinking craze and causing serious social problems. In the streets of London, people are selling cheap, unscrupulous gin everywhere, and there are more than 17,000 illegal gin shops. There was an alcoholic mother who strangled her 2-year-old daughter and sold the child's clothes to buy gin. There was also a father who beat his 11-year-old son to death because he was addicted to alcohol. Gin Lane, 1751, William Hogarth. At that time, cheap gin was cheaper than milk, and some mothers even fed their babies gin instead of breast milk, and were called ridiculous gin mothers. Because of this condition, the survival rate of infants in some areas is less than 80%. Vodka's heart was filled with emotion after hearing this. As expected of the big brother, it easily accomplishes things that other wines cannot do. Lin Ye glanced at Vodka and continued. At that time, the British society was in chaos, with theft, robbery, murder, arson and other crimes emerging one after another, and people put the blame on gin. Hearing this, Jin's hand holding the wine glass paused and the corners of his mouth stiffened slightly. Humph, stupid vodka also thought angrily, damn the British, they actually let Big Brother take the blame. Amuro Toru was secretly happy, it's Jin who is a bad guy after all. Lin Ye smiled secretly in his heart and continued. In order to curb this situation, the British government has amended the gin-related bill 6 times, significantly increased taxes on distilleries, and used laws to regulate the gin production process and strictly manage liquor sales licenses. But people's enthusiasm for gin obviously would not fade away easily. At that time, a retired naval officer came up with a way to sell gin privately in order to circumvent regulations. Paint a black cat pattern on the window and connect it to a pipe. When drinkers knock on the window and hear a cat's meow in response, they can put money into the cat's mouth and gin will flow out of the pipe. The officer's cat happened to be named Tom, so this story is one of the origins of the name of Old Tom Gin. While Lin Ye was telling the story, he was observing Jin's reaction. Seeing that Jin's expression did not change and his mental activities were very calm, he knew that the old Tom in this world was no different from the one he knew. He suddenly thought that there was no need to go to Ginza specifically to inquire, as he could learn a lot about wine from Jin. After telling the story of Old Tom, Lin Ye smiled and asked Jin. What do you think of this wine, Mr. Kurosawa? Jin shook his head, I don't like sweet things. Old Tom Gin focuses on herbal flavor and sweetness, so the taste is sweet. In the early days, distillation technology was not well developed, so distilleries would add sugar to gin to improve its rough taste. Later, this way of drinking gin with added sugar became a style of its own, and Old Tom Gin came into being. I prefer Navy strength, like Hayman's Royal Navy Gin, to Old Tom. Lin Ye nodded and said, Hayman's Royal Dock Gin has a citrus and floral aroma, a smooth taste, and a strong flavor. The recipe has been passed down for more than 100 years without changing. I also like this kind of wine. Jin said, Hayman's is the oldest gin family in the UK, founded in 1863 and has been passed down to this day. Lin Ye added, as for the Royal Dock, it refers to Deptford, the largest supply dock of the British Royal Navy. The two smiled at each other, feeling like they were close friends. Lin Ye thought that this kind of wine was very much in line with the style of gin. He suddenly remembered the black submarine he had seen in Binga's death scene last night. Men who drive submarines like the strength of the Navy, there's nothing wrong with that. Vodka saw a smile on Jin's face. Although it was a faint smile, he could clearly see the corners of his mouth turning up. It was not the sneer that the eldest brother had before killing someone, but a real smile. What? Big Brother actually laughed. Toru Amuro was also surprised. It was the first time he saw Jin smile. It turns out this guy has this side. The smile on Jin's face quickly disappeared, probably because he noticed the gazes of the two people. What about Mr. Onisuka? What kind of gin do you like? If you ask him what kind of liquor he likes, he would probably say vodka, so Lin Ye narrowed the scope to gin. Vodka blushed, but his skin was too thick and rough to be seen. Mature gin. Lin Ye smiled and said, gin aged in wooden barrels has the style of a big brother. Vodka nodded in agreement. To verify his knowledge, Lin Ye added, and depending on the different casks, the aroma of matured gin varies. Such as the fruity aroma of sherry barrels, the creamy vanilla and spices of bourbon barrels, the smoky feeling of peat whiskey, and the tannin feeling of wine barrels. The expressions of gin, vodka, and Amuro Toru all became strange. Lin Ye thought he had said something wrong. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Jin shook his head, no, you're right. Then he asked, what kind of gin does Mr. Lin like? Lin Ye smiled and said, Gin Geneva, 3 Little Trees. Chapter 124. Lin Ye and Amuro Toru stayed together until 2 o'clock, and then went home. Have a night's rest. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, Lin Ye woke up full of energy as usual. After breakfast, go out for a walk, run, or exercise. I went to the supermarket in the afternoon and bought some daily necessities and ingredients. The daytime passed in such an ordinary way. At 5:10 in the afternoon, Lin Ye arrived at Polo Bar early and found that Toru Amuro had already arrived and was cleaning. Atu, you're here so early. Amuro Toru smiled and said, I've only been here for 10 minutes. After the two men completed the preparations for opening, they each picked up a newspaper and started reading. Lin Ye is reading an article about the financial crisis. With the bursting of Japan's bubble economy in the early 90s, the economy began to decline and entered the Heisei Great Depression. Against this backdrop, a large number of companies went bankrupt and many desperate debtors ended up in bankruptcy. This article provided a very good analysis and at the end pointed out that the future situation was not optimistic. Lin Ye nodded repeatedly after reading it. We were about to enter 97, and a financial storm sweeping across Asia was brewing. He remembered that the Japanese economy was also affected by the 97 financial crisis, the yen depreciated sharply, and the economy further declined. Judging from the analysis in this article, this financial crisis is likely to arrive as expected. Ding, ding. Lin Ye looked towards the door. It turned out that the mascot Conan came. Conan walked into the store with his school bag on his back and called sweetly, "Good afternoon, Uncle Lin." Then he sat down at the exclusive wine table in the corner, opened his school bag, took out his homework, and started writing with a relaxed look. These questions are too simple, it's a waste of time. But if I don't do it, I'll be scolded like an elementary school student. The one called Jin, just wait and see. Conan made a note of Jin in his mind again. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and laughed secretly in his heart. Given Conan's elementary school schedule, it would probably be difficult for him to meet Jin in the store. Jin probably only comes to the store late at night. When Keiho and Omi arrived at the store, Conan had already finished his homework and took out a mystery comic to read. Lin Ye glanced at the title of the book on the cover, which seemed to be called Juvenile Incident Book. The culprit is definitely this person. Conan flipped through a few pages and showed a confident expression. At 6 o'clock, Polo Bar opened on time. The one who went out to flip the cards today was Aragaki Keiho. Less than 10 minutes after opening, customers came into the store. They were two middle-aged men who often came together. The two had a few drinks and started chatting. "Oh, the Rice Flower Art Museum is going to close," someone suddenly sighed. "What?" The other person looked surprised. "Why?" "I heard that due to the financial crisis, the original owner's company went bankrupt and sold the Beihua Art Museum to another owner named Shinjong. Doesn't this Mr. Monica plan to continue running the art museum?" "No, I heard that he plans to convert the art gallery into a hotel." "What a shame. The Beika Art Museum has been open for 50 years, right? It's been here since I was a kid. It will officially close in half a month. If you want to see it for the last time, go early." "Oh, what a pity." The two were silent for a while and drank silently. When Lin Ye heard the conversation between the two, he felt a little emotional. When the economy is in a downturn, people are not in the mood to appreciate art. "I can't even pay the rent, so how can I have the mood to cultivate my sentiments?" The business situation of the Rice Flower Art Museum must be very bad, so the new owner converted it into a restaurant. He was thinking whether he should go to this old art gallery which was about to close tomorrow to have a look. After all, he would not be able to see it anymore. At this time, the well-informed uncle spoke again. "By the way, a strange thing happened in the Rice Flower Art Museum recently." "What's weird?" "Two guards from the museum heard strange noises while on patrol at night, so they went to check it out. Guess what happened?" "Is it another ghost or something?" "I don't believe it." "Tell me, what happened?" "They saw a medieval suit of armor walking around the museum, holding a sword, as if he was going to kill someone," the well-informed uncle said quietly. "Maybe it was a knight of justice who didn't want to see the museum he was staying in closed, so he was resurrected." How is that possible? Only children would believe such nonsense." He turned around and asked Conan, who was nearby, "Little friend, do you believe it?" Conan shook his head. "Please, how can there be ghosts in this world? Someone must be playing tricks on me. You see, even the children don't believe it." The well-informed uncle blushed, took a big sip of beer, and said nothing more. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and asked Amuro Toru beside him. "Atu, what do you think? Are you talking about the armor?" Lin Ye nodded. Amuro Toru laughed and said, "The talk of ghosts and spirits is totally unbelievable. Maybe someone is planning something. Perhaps the museum staff don't want the museum to close, so they're playing tricks. If people believe that ghosts are haunting the museum, even if it's converted into a restaurant, business will be affected. They probably want to use this method to make the new owner change his plan." His thoughts were similar to Conan's, and Lin Ye himself thought so too. At this moment, the shop door was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man who was a little fat walked into the store. The man was wearing an expensive suit and had a mustache, and looked very smart. Following behind him was a young man wearing glasses, who looked like an assistant. "Hey, look, that man is Monica, the new owner who bought the Beika Art Museum," the well-informed uncle whispered to his drinking buddy. "That's him, he really looks like a big boss." Lin Ye looked at boss Monica, who was walking towards the bar with some surprise. To be able to remain standing despite an economic downturn, there must be some means or abilities involved. However, such a big boss would actually come to a small street bar like Polo Bar to drink. It seems that his fame has really spread. Boss Shinjong sat down in front of Lin Ye, while his assistant stood behind him without sitting down. Lin Ye smiled and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Boss Monica looked at Lin Ye, then at Amuro Toru, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Not bad. Very good. Lin Ye felt the other person's gaze and felt a little confused. Why is this old man staring at me? What's good? These two young men have very good looks and will definitely attract many female customers. But besides their looks, we also need to see their true abilities. Boss Monica showed a greedy smile. I'll have a martini. Chapter 125. Martini, known as the king of cocktails. There is a saying that cocktail making begins and ends with martini. This cocktail only requires gin and vermouth. Because the ingredients are simple, it has infinite variations and can be called the king of variations. There is endless room for creativity, allowing every bartender to interpret martini in his or her own way. Drinkers can also make it themselves at home. There is no need to stick to the recipe. Just make it according to your favorite taste. Your tongue will tell you the answer. You can even do as Churchill did, drink gin and have a spirit martini while looking through a vermouth bottle. But for bartenders in bars, they can't do whatever they want. Because each customer has different taste preferences, how to make a martini that suits the customer's preferences is a test of one's skills. Generally speaking, if the customer does not specify anything special, the bartender can just do what he wants. Ordinary drinkers are not too picky, so for a bartender, an ordinary martini is enough. However, Lin Ye's requirement for himself is to satisfy the customers with every cup. So even if it was a simple cocktail that only required mixing 2 kinds of alcohol, he took it very seriously. The stirring time is not fixed and varies with room temperature, air humidity and season. While stirring, Lin Ye felt the changes in the wine, and his keen nose captured the aroma emanating from the mixing cup, making sure to stop at the best time. Boss Xinzhong looked at Lin Ye's focused expression and his slender fingers controlling the stirring stick with admiration in his eyes. Not bad, the service attitude is also very good, it is really a rare talent. It's a waste to stay in this little bar. Lin Ye seemed to have realized what Boss Xinzhong was planning. Could this guy be here to poach people? At this time, the bell at the door rang, and Xiaolan and Sonoko walked into the store. The two saw Lin Ye mixing cocktails and came to the bar out of curiosity. Xiaolan looked at Lin Ye's face. Mr. Lin's expression is so serious, like a chemist doing an experiment. Yuanzi stared at Lin Ye's flexible and slender fingers, his eyes shining, and his gaze moved along his arm to his face. Such beautiful hands, such gentle techniques, such a handsome man. Serious men are so handsome. Seeing Sonoko's infatuated look, Aragaki Keiho felt a hint of invisible pressure, just like the first person who discovered a treasure and was worried that some latecomer would snatch it away. She couldn't help but glance at the bar and look at Lin Ye's focused face. But he probably doesn't like this type of girl, right? That girl's family seems to be very rich. At this time, Kusaka Omi lowered her voice and spoke in her ear. When I was shopping yesterday, I saw her getting out of a very expensive car with a special driver. Aragaki Chiffon snorted, so what if I have money? Aren't you afraid that she will use the money to knock the uncle unconscious and then kidnap him? Xia Fan said indifferently, it has nothing to do with me. But he had a firm intuition in his heart that Lin Ye was not the kind of man who would be defeated by money. At this time, Lin Ye felt that the wine in the mixing glass had reached the best state, so he stopped stirring and filtered the wine into an iced martini glass. Finally, place a slice of lemon peel on the rim of the glass. In addition to being used as a decoration, the fresh scent of lemon can also be paired with the herbal flavor of gin to enhance the overall drinking experience. Before the tongue, the nose tastes the martini first, so the smell is also very important. Lin Ye placed the finished wine glass elegantly in front of Boss Monica. Martini, please. Boss Monica picked up the wine glass, and the fresh scent of lemon mixed with the aroma of wine penetrated into his big nose, which made him feel refreshed. Everyone watched him drink it, then close his eyes, the arrogance on his face disappeared, and a relaxed expression emerged. At this moment, his mind was completely empty, throwing away all the calculations and worries in his heart, thinking about nothing, and concentrating on immersing himself in the world of wine. It's like standing naked by the sea, feeling the caress of the sea breeze with your body. But at this moment, the boss Xinzhong in Lin Ye's eyes changed. The face of enjoyment became distorted, eyes widened, mouth opened. A knight's sword went through his throat, pinning him to the wall. Dark red blood splattered on the wall, and more blood flowed through his suspended body and onto the ground. Even with Lin Ye's great composure, he was still shocked by this tragic death. As his mental fluctuations progressed, the horrifying scene disappeared. Looking at Boss Monica who was still enjoying himself in front of the bar, Lin Ye's mouth twitched. The contrast is too strong. Was that the future of Boss Monica just now? It's too scary. Who did he offend? To kill him in such a cruel way. Wait, a sword? What era is this? Who would still kill people with a sword? Judging from the style of the sword. It is a Western knight's sword. Where can one find such a sword? Knight's sword, knight. Lin Ye immediately remembered the rumors about the art museum that he had heard from the two uncles. A sword-wielding knight who moves on his own at night. Mr. Monica wants to renovate the art museum. Boss Monica was nailed to death by the knight's sword. Combining these pieces of information, the answer is obvious. Someone wants to kill Boss Monica and prevent the art museum from being converted into a hotel. At this time, Boss Monica opened his eyes and felt unprecedented relaxation. The ups and downs of business and the intrigues are exhausting, especially when the overall economic environment is bad. But at this moment, he got a moment of relaxation and felt a sense of ascension and healing. It turns out that letting go of everything feels so wonderful. I chose to come here by myself this time, which was the right decision. If I had asked my assistant to do this, I wouldn't have been able to drink such a great martini. Monica thought thankfully. After a brief period of relaxation, greed once again emerged in his heart. He stared at Lin Ye with burning eyes. Such a great bartender, I must dig him up and bring him to my shop. It turns out that he is here to poach talents. But Lin Ye doesn't want to leave Polo Bar yet, and the Death Star over Boss Monica's head has already risen, so it's not certain whether the hotel can be built. It's great, I've never had such a great martini, Boss Monica praised sincerely. Lin Ye nodded and smiled. Your name is Lin Ye, right? I saw your name in the newspaper. Lin Ye had already guessed what he was going to say next. Sure enough, the real boss came straight to the point and said, with your talent, it's a waste for you to work here, come and work with me. I'm going to build a big hotel soon, and I plan to set up a bar in the hotel, the decoration style, bar furnishings, and what kind of drinks to serve can all be based on your requirements. Of course, the salary level will definitely satisfy you. Boss Monica showed a confident expression and looked at Lin Ye with a smile. But Lin Ye's calm expression made his heart skip a beat. Hey, I've given this young man such generous conditions, why is there no reaction at all? Wine Factory Martini Group New Year Greetings. Chapter 126. But for Lin Ye, it is not very attractive. What's more, the owner of Polo Bar had just given him a promotion and a raise, but it would be a bit unfair for him to run away with someone else. He was about to refuse, but Boss Monica seemed to see through it and said in advance. Don't rush to refuse, there is still some time before the hotel is completed, you can think carefully during this time, if you want to come, feel free to contact my assistant. The assistant standing behind Boss Monica handed over his business card at the right time. Lin Ye accepted it politely. The scene of Boss Monica's death lingered in his mind. In his opinion, Mr. Monica was a businessman who was just pursuing profits. He was killed just because he wanted to renovate the art museum, and the method used was really extreme. However, it is obviously impossible to ask him to give up the reconstruction plan on his own initiative. If we want to avoid this from happening, we can only find a way from the murderer's side. The murderer is most likely the man who wore armor and moved around at midnight, creating supernatural rumors. The criminal was able to enter the art gallery in the middle of the night, so he was most likely someone inside. Lin Ye decided to visit the art museum tomorrow, maybe he would have a chance to meet the potential criminal. He's drinking a martini, right? I'd like one too. Sorry, Miss Sonoko is still a high school student, right? Lin Ye refused with a smile. Yuenzi knew this would happen. After being rejected by Lin Ye, she was not angry. Instead, she looked at Lin Ye even more enthusiastically. What a principled man, he is so handsome even when he refuses. What a passionate girl. How about a non-alcoholic mimosa? Lin Ye suggested. Non-alcoholic mimosa, virgin mimosa. In the bartending industry, virgin is used to represent alcohol-free. Representative recipes include Virgin Mary and Pure Mary, which corresponds to Bloody Mary. There is also Virgin Mojito, a non-alcoholic mojito. Okay. Yuenzi naturally agreed happily. Xiaolan, do you want one too? Lin Ye asked Xiaolan who was sitting next to Yuenzi. Xiaolan nodded expectantly, then I'll leave it to you. At this time, Conan also ran over and climbed onto the seat to the right of Xiaolan. Xiaolan patted his head and said with a smile, Conan, let's have a drink later. Okay, thank you Sister Xiaolan, Conan came here just for this, and he was also a little thirsty. Xiaolan, you and this kid are so close that you even drink from the same cup, aren't you afraid that your husband will get jealous if he finds out? Sonoko said with a wicked smile. Xiaolan's face turned red immediately. Yuanzi, don't talk nonsense, where did I get my husband? Oh, have you forgotten about that crazy mystery geek? Congratulations, congratulations. Haha. Xiaolan naturally knew who Sonoko was talking about. Even though Sonoko often teased her like this, she still fell for it again and again. However, she knew that the best thing to do at this time was to keep silent, so as to avoid letting Yuanzi find any flaws in her words. So she just blushed and said nothing. Of course she wasn't the only one blushing, Conan who was sitting next to her was also blushing. Yuanzi, the chatterbox. His face turned red and he glanced at Yuanzi with a speechless look. Giving this woman mimosa is totally out of character. She should be given stronger liquor so she can behave herself after getting drunk. Lin Ye, who was preparing fresh orange juice with a Muro Toru, smiled secretly. Every time Conan and Sonoko met, Conan would always complain. The relationship between these two was really interesting. But he thought that Yuanzi's personality was quite cute. He also heard what Omi just told Keiho. Yuanzi's family background seems to be very unusual, which makes this even more rare. It is incredible that a lady from a wealthy family can have such a personality. Lin Ye had received many rich ladies, who could be roughly divided into 3 categories. One type is that their parents are busy with their careers and neglect to take care of their children, which leads to their children developing a very spoiled character. The second type is that their parents protect their children too well and they have never been exposed to the evil of human nature. They are like little white flowers in a greenhouse, pure, innocent and fragile. The third category is that their parents have a good education and they are very cultured in dealing with people. But most of them are just superficial and still have arrogance in their bones. Very few people can truly be consistent in their appearance and inner self. This was the first time Lin Ye had seen a young lady like Yuanzi who had no airs of a young lady at all and whose speech and behavior were very down to earth. Lin Ye could see that Yuanzi's sincerity was not a disguise, but came from the heart. Even before his rebirth, very few people could hide their true selves from him, not to mention that now he has the ability to listen to the guests' true feelings. Now he could say for sure that no one could pretend in front of him. If we talk about Miss Mingmei's younger sister, Miyano Shiho is a miraculous genius beautiful girl scientist. Then Sonoko is the miraculous eldest lady. Isn't this the second young lady of the Suzuki family? Boss Monika's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Hey, it turns out she's not the eldest lady, but the second lady? Well, that's the miraculous second lady. I wonder what kind of woman Sonoko's sister is. Lin Ye felt a little curious. Well, who are you? Hearing someone calling her, Sonoko turned her head in confusion. Miss Second is truly a forgetful person, Boss Monika said with a smile, which contained a hint of flattery. I didn't expect to meet Miss Suzuki here. This is such a pleasant surprise. My name is Shinaka, I once had the honor of attending a party hosted by the Suzuki family, we met once at that time. A brief encounter refers to meeting someone once from a distance. Sonoko had a puzzled look on her face. Who is this uncle? Have we really met before? But she still smiled politely and said, Hello, Mr. Monika. Seeing that the other party seemed to be trying to get closer, Yuanzi quickly said, Sorry, I have to watch Mr. Lin mix the cocktails, please continue to enjoy the delicious wine that Mr. Lin mixes. Then he turned his head and continued to stare at Lin Ye enthusiastically. Ah, I also want to drink the drink that Mr. Lin personally mixed. Mimosa, mimosa, open it quickly. At this time, Lin Ye had already completed the preparations and was about to start the formal preparation. Hearing Sonoko's passionate voice, he couldn't help but be surprised once again by this girl with a unique personality. Although Mr. Monika, the boss at the bar, couldn't hear what Sonoko was thinking, he could tell by looking at her expression. I heard that the second daughter of the Suzuki family likes handsome guys, and it turned out to be true. It seems that she is very interested in this bartender. If I can recruit this guy in advance, the cooperation between my company and the Suzuki family may be able to reach a higher level. If this guy marries into the Suzuki family in the future, I will be the boss of the second uncle of the Suzuki family. Thinking of this, Boss Monika's mind suddenly became active, and he decided to increase the force of swinging the digging hoe. Chapter 127. A normal mimosa is made by mixing champagne or other sparkling wine and orange juice. It is often served at banquets and festivals and is suitable for all ages. People who cannot drink alcohol or are not yet of drinking age can also replace champagne with non-alcoholic sparkling drinks. The apple cider used by Lin Ye is a non-alcoholic apple-flavored sparkling drink. Mimosa, please. Lin Ye pushed 2 finished glasses of non-alcoholic mimosas out of the bar. The color is as bright as sunshine and is pleasing to the eyes. So beautiful. Sonoko and Xiaolan exclaimed in admiration and took a glass each. The sweet scent lingered around their noses, and the two of them couldn't wait to take a sip. The fresh and sweet taste fills your mouth, as if an orange bomb exploded in your mouth. Amidst the sweet taste, Yuanzi began to fantasize about her married life with Lin Ye. When I woke up in the morning and opened my eyes, I saw Lin Ye standing by the bed with a cup of golden drink and a warm smile on his face. "My dear, are you awake? This is the wine I prepared for you to wake you up. Let's start a new day with sweetness today too. Come, I'll feed you, ah." "Hey, hey hey," Sonoko let out a hey laugh. Lin Ye couldn't help laughing when he saw the scene in Yuanzi's imagination. What a passionate and energetic girl she is, with a very rich imagination. He has no interest in being the son-in-law of a wealthy family. Although others cannot see the scene in Sonoko's imagination, they can guess from her expression that she is in a fantasy time. Xiaolan blushed a little. "Yuanzi, really, there are so many people watching, and you don't even know how to restrain yourself." Conan's expression was as sharp as ever. "Huh, this woman must be imagining something impossible again." Boss Monica looked surprised. The second daughter of the Suzuki family actually has this side of her. She is completely different from the one I saw at the party that day. After being surprised, he remembered the purpose of this trip and said to Lin Ye, "Young man, if you come to work here, you will not only be the head bartender, but you will also own shares in the restaurant and become one of the shareholders. How about it?" Lin Ye knew what he was planning. However, he had no intention of hooking up with a rich woman, and there was no guarantee that Mr. Monica's restaurant would be built, so of course he would not agree. Therefore, I tactfully said that I would think about it carefully. Upon seeing this, Boss Monica realized that this was a young man who could not be impressed by money, so he said no more. But that doesn't mean he gave up. Since we can't make a direct breakthrough from Lin Ye, let's try from other aspects. He planned to ask his assistant to find out who the owner of Polo Bar was after he returned. If the boss takes the initiative to fire him, this guy can't just stay here and not leave, right? He acquired the Beihua Art Museum using similar means. Using any means necessary and never giving up easily is his way of survival in the business world. "Boy, I'm going to kill you, hee hee." Boss Monica drank the perfect martini in his glass, stared at Lin Ye, and a smile of determination appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Ye felt a chill in his heart. Is this what it feels like to be targeted by a domineering president? It's really not good. He could hear clearly what Boss Monica was thinking. This guy is really persistent. But Boss Monica, you should worry about your own safety first. The Death Star above your head is shining brightly. After finishing his drink, Boss Monica said. "Young man, think about it carefully, I'm waiting for your reply." And then left Poirot Bar with his assistant. Xiaolan drank half of the drink, left the remaining half for Conan, and then went home to cook. "Conan, did Uncle Maori go out today?" Lin Ye asked. At this time of day ordinarily, Uncle Maori would have already arrived at the store, but today he was nowhere to be seen. Conan nodded. "Well, Uncle received a commission and will be back very late. It seems to be a commission to investigate his wife's affair." "Ha, how boring." Lin Ye glanced at Conan. "Your father is a well-known novelist and he is a high school student who does not have to work, so of course he is qualified to be picky. But Uncle Maori has to earn money to support the family. It's really not easy to be a detective," Lin Ye sighed. At this moment, he looked at Conan in front of him and couldn't help but think, if Kudo Shinichi hadn't been turned into a smaller person, what would he do after graduation? Maybe he will open a detective agency like Uncle Maori. With Kudo Shinichi's fame, the agency's business must be booming. But he will definitely be very picky and will definitely not accept a job related to an investigation into an extramarital affair. Probably the only thing that could attract him was a bizarre murder case. Lin Ye imagined Kudo Shinichi sitting in the detective agency. "Kudo Shinichi, there are 3 cases I won't take. I won't take it unless it's a murder case because I'm bored. I don't accept simple techniques because they are boring. I don't take cases involving amusement parks because I don't like them." Thinking of this scene, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. Conan always felt something was strange when he saw the smile on his face. What is this man thinking? He is smiling strangely. "Conan, what do you want to be when you grow up?" Lin Ye asked directly. "I want to be a detective like Sherlock Holmes," Conan answered without hesitation. When Lin Ye was about to ask him if he was planning to open an office like Mr. Mowley. Hearing this familiar statement, Sonoko turned around and stared at Conan's big head. "Why are you the same as that mystery geek Kudo?" Because we are all fans of Sherlock Holmes," Conan scratched his head. Sonoko stared at Conan's face suspiciously, and the more she looked, the more familiar he looked. Why does this guy look a bit like? Under this scrutinizing gaze, Conan lowered his head nervously. Does this guy still remember what I looked like when I was a kid? At this moment, a pair of slightly cool hands reached under his chin, lifted his face, and then Yuanzi's face came closer. Conan asked nervously, Yuan, Sonoko's sister, what are you doing? Sonoko still held up his chin with one hand, and used the other hand to quickly take off his black-rimmed glasses. Conan felt as nervous when his glasses were taken off as if he had his clothes taken off. When she saw his true face, Sonoko blinked and suddenly exclaimed, ah, as if she had guessed something. This face. Could it be that you are? Conan's heart was in his throat. No, if Sonoko finds out my true identity, Ran will definitely be the second person to know. Before the black organization comes to me, I will be beaten by Xiaolan's karate. Lin Ye's face was full of smiles when he saw this scene. He had already heard the voice in Sonoko's heart, and once again felt that this was a girl with a rich imagination. Could it be that this is the illegitimate child of Kudo Shinichi and another woman? What? Conan looked stunned. Then he started to complain about Sonoko's imagination in his heart. What on earth is going on in this woman's mind all day? I'm only 16 years old, how could I have such a big son? Chapter 128. Sister Sonoko, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I be the son of Brother Shinichi? Isn't Brother Shinichi only 16 years old? Yuanzi stroked his chin and reasoned some more. That's true, considering his age, it's indeed unlikely. Conan took the opportunity to snatch his glasses from her, and only felt relieved after putting them back on. But you look exactly like Kudo Shinichi when he was a child, it's really suspicious. Sonoko stared at Conan's face, her mind working rapidly. No way. This guy still remembers what I looked like when I was a kid. Conan whispered, Sister Sonoko, could it be that you remembered it wrongly? Impossible. Sonoko said firmly. I remember that unpleasant face clearly. Conan sweated on his brow. How much did this guy hate me when he was a kid? Ah, I know. Sonoko clenched her fist and slammed it on her palm, as if she had a new answer. Lin Ye, who had already heard the answer in her heart, held back his smile and quietly observed the confrontation between the two. Conan looked at Sonoko's face and had a bad feeling. What do you know now? Hey, kid, I know your true identity. Sonoko stared at Conan with ill intentions. My true identity? Sister Sonoko, what are you talking about? Actually, your last name is not Adagawa, but Kudo, right? What? She really guessed it right? Conan froze as if struck by lightning. Seeing Conan's expression, Sonoko became more confident in her judgment. Your father is actually Uncle Yusaku, right? It's over, Sonoko guessed it, what should I do now? Seeing Conan's anxious look, Lin Ye's mouth curled up even higher. Sonoko pointed at Conan's nose, that's right, you are Uncle Yusaku's illegitimate son. Conan's expression froze. Sonoko continued, your real name is not Adagawa Conan, but Kudo Conan. I assume your mother's last name must be Adagawa. Sonoko shook his head and sighed. Uncle Yusaku is a famous writer after all, and there must be many women who tempted him. It must be that one night, Uncle Yusaku couldn't resist the temptation, and then that woman gave birth to you without telling Uncle Yusaku. Because he was worried about being discovered by his wife, Uncle Yusaku secretly sent you back to China, changed your name, and sent you to Dr. Agasa's home for foster care. Dr. Agasa doesn't know how to take care of children, so he sent you to Xiaolan's house again. Alas, you are such a poor child, being kicked around like a ball, what irresponsible adults are like. Conan was completely speechless. I really want to see what this woman's brain is made of. How is such a thing possible? Although my father does have a lot of social engagements, my mother always complains that he is too close to other women. But how could my father have an illegitimate child? Well, was I right? Yuanzi said proudly. Conan chuckled and had already thought of a countermeasure. Sonoko-san, what are you talking about? Shinichi-san and I are distant relatives, so it's normal for us to look a bit alike. Distant relative? Yes, I'm the grandson of the uncle's cousin of the daughter of Shinichi's mother's grandfather's brother. Wait a minute. Yuanzi felt a little dizzy and counted on her fingers. Mom, grandfather, brother, daughter, cousin. Many faces popped up in her mind and swirled around her. Lin Ye finally couldn't help laughing. Amuro Toru stared at Conan in a strange way. What a clever kid. He has this girl in his hands, and he seems to be hiding some secrets. Sonoko gave up and stared at Conan, are you kidding me? If you don't believe me, just call Shinichi's mother and ask, Conan said fearlessly. My parents will find out about my shrinking sooner or later anyway, so I can just give them a call to explain the situation and ask them to help me smooth things over. Seeing Conan so confident, Sonoko became a little unsure. Could this guy really be a relative of that mystery geek? Humph, I'll ask Aunt Yukiko, you better not lie to me. Huh, how could that be? Conan forced a smile. It seems I have to call my parents. What would their reaction be if they knew I had become smaller? Lin Ye thought that if normal parents heard this kind of thing, they would definitely think that their children were making up stories. But the parents of the famous detective are definitely not ordinary people. Once they know about this, they might rush back immediately to check on their son's condition. Then maybe I'll have a chance to meet the famous detective's parents. He had already seen the name Kudo Yusaku in the fiction section of the library. His latest novel seems to be called The Dark Knight Baron. Lin Ye bought 2 copies and is currently reading them. It is very well written. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Xiaolan came down and asked the 2 of them to go upstairs to eat. Sonoko and Conan then left the bar temporarily. When the 3 of them went out, they happened to meet a lady. This lady came for the second time. Lin Ye noticed her as soon as she entered the door. Managawa Katsuhiko's adoptive mother, Mrs. Managawa Sayuri. She was still wearing a kimono, full of the charm of a mature woman, but her brows were furrowed, as if she was worried about something. Madam, what are you drinking today? Plum wine again. Sayuri Managawa sat down at the bar and shook her head. I want to drink something stronger today, do you have any recommendations? Something suitable for an old lady like me. Ma'am, you are joking, you still look very young. Huh, are all bartenders as sweet-mouthed as you? Mrs. Managawa laughed. Do you know Manhattan? That's the administrative district of New York, right? Mrs. Managawa was a little surprised. She didn't know why Lin Ye suddenly mentioned a place in America. Yes, in the field of cocktails, there is also a Manhattan, which is called the Queen of Cocktails and is suitable for mature women with elegant tastes. Would you like to try it? Lin Ye said with a smile. Queen. Mrs. Managawa smiled slightly, thinking that this young man really knows how to please people, and nodded in agreement. Manhattan, rye whiskey, red vermouth, and a little bitters. Lin Ye made a glass of Manhattan and gently placed it in front of Mrs. Jichuan. Mrs. Managawa, this is the cocktail Queen Manhattan, please. Mrs. Managawa picked up the wine glass, raised it to eye level, and stared at the wine under the light. It's so beautiful. After giving a compliment, he raised his head and drank it. It has a bitter taste with sweetness and an elegant aroma. It's really delicious, Mrs. Managawa commented. Lin Ye said, it is said that this glass of wine was invented by the mother of British Prime Minister Churchill at a banquet in Manhattan, so it is named after the Queen. This story is not authentic, but sometimes bartenders tell stories just to achieve a certain purpose. Lin Ye's goal is to eliminate the murderous intent in Mrs. Jichuan's heart. Chapter 129. Mrs. Managawa lowered her head and smiled, her smile a little bitter. Unlike me, I'm just a useless housewife who can only rely on my husband who works hard outside for everything. Seeing that Mrs. Jichuan was already in the mood, Lin Ye encouraged her. Madam, you don't have to look down on yourself, haven't you heard that saying? Behind every successful man, there is a woman. Housewives clean, cook, and take care of children at home. Their contribution to the family is no less than that of their husbands. Mrs. Managawa smiled bitterly and said, if there is an excellent woman behind every successful man, then there must also be a failed woman behind every failed man, right? My husband's business is in trouble and facing bankruptcy, but I can't do anything to help. Failure is a test for a man, Lin Ye said firmly. In this difficult time, you just need to support him and trust him as usual, so that he doesn't have to worry about family matters. This will be the greatest help to him. With the support of his family, I believe your husband will be able to get through this trial. Thank you for your good wishes. Mrs. Managawa took another sip of wine. Humph, family support, it would be nice if that guy would support us. It seems that he doesn't consider us as family at all. If that's the case, I don't need to hesitate any longer. Lin Ye felt helpless. Even after saying so much, his wife still refused to give up her plan to kill him. It seems that I can only reveal Katsuhiko Managawa's financial situation to her. He wanted her to know that it wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he had almost squandered all the inheritance. Even the god of bartending will forgive himself for leaking a customer's privacy in order to save someone. Recently, a young man came to the store to drink. His name is Katsuhiko Managawa. Does the madam know him? Mrs. Managawa was a little surprised. That kid has been here too. Oh, he is my eldest son, Kian. He is a poor child, his biological parents died early, and I have always treated him as my own son. Mrs. Managawa had a gentle expression, but she had other thoughts in her mind. That's why it's so hateful. Our family raised him, but he refused to use his inheritance to help Jinxiong. Lin Ye pretended to be surprised and said, so you are his mother, that's great. What's wrong? Did Katsuhiko get in trouble here? That's not the case, he just called someone Mom in public. Actually, he got drunk here and said something that I think I need to let you know. Well, what did he say? If only the money could be spent on something more meaningful, I remember him saying. Lin Ye rode. He seemed to know that his family was in trouble, but he probably had almost squandered the inheritance left by his biological parents, so he couldn't help, and he probably felt regretful because of that. Mrs. Managawa was stunned and her expression became complicated. So that kid has already spent all the inheritance. Considering Katsuhiko Managawa's daily food, clothing, and his lifestyle of often staying out all night, it seems reasonable. TSK, what a loser. Oh, what a silly child. Mrs. Managawa said with pity. That's the money his biological parents left him, even if our family is in financial difficulty, we won't covet that money, he doesn't need to blame himself at all. Listening to the two completely different voices, Lin Ye thought to himself that this lady's acting skills were amazing. If he could not hear her inner voice, but only looked at her facial expressions, Lin Ye might have been fooled by her. But in this way, she shouldn't risk going to jail for killing someone, right? Making her give up her murder plan would not only save herself and Katsuhiko Managawa, but also Mrs. Managawa's youngest son and husband, and the entire family. Lin Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the door of the store was pushed open with the sound of a bell, and two familiar faces came into view. It's Managawa Katsuhiko and Sakiya Keiru. The two men were surprised to see Mrs. Managawa sitting alone at the bar drinking. Keiyu Yen, that's not yours, Guan Guxiang whispered. Oh, it's her, Katsuhiko Managawa frowned. It's okay, go and sit over there. The two sat down at the bar, with Sakiya Kori sitting next to Mrs. Managawa. Auntie Managawa, she took the initiative to greet her. Oh, isn't this Xiaoxiang? Are you and Kian here to drink together? Guan Guxiang tugged at the corner of Managawa Katsuhiko's clothes, and the latter said, oh, it's my aunt, good evening. Mrs. Managawa narrowed her eyes and looked a little unhappy, but still nodded in response. Xiang, I heard that your father is doing business, is that right? Mrs. Managawa smiled kindly again while talking to Guan Guxiang. Yes. I heard it's quite big. It seems so, I don't quite understand. The smile on Mrs. Managawa's face became more obvious. If this girl is involved with Kuyen, maybe we can find a solution from her. This girl is much easier to talk to than Kuyen. Is that so? Then you and Kuyen should get along well, I won't disturb you two young people from getting along. Mrs. Managawa stood up with a smile, paid the bill and left. Watching her back as she walked away, Lin Ye couldn't help but think, this lady really worries about her family, even though she has evil intentions. I hope she stops thinking about killing people. What would you two like to drink today? Turning around, Lin Ye smiled at the two of them. Please recommend something for us, but don't make it too strong, said Guan Guxiang. Seeing that the two were so intimate and their relationship seemed to be progressing, Lin Ye smiled and said, how about a cup of honeymoon? Honeymoon? Guan Guxiang blushed and thought of the honeymoon trip of the newlyweds. Katsuhiko, what do you think? She asked Katsuhiko Managawa beside her in a low voice. Katsuhiko Managawa's expression was also a little unnatural. It sounds like a drink for women, but if you want to drink it, try it. Lin Ye smiled secretly in his heart and nodded, okay, 2 cups of honeymoon. Honeymoon, a perfect glass of wine for couples. The ingredients needed are, apple brandy, curacao, French liqueur, and freshly squeezed lemon juice. Curacao, a liqueur made from orange peel, is produced in the Curacao Islands in the Caribbean. It has a pleasant citrus aroma and is divided into red, orange, white, blue and green types. Honeymoon used orange curacao. French liqueur, a herbal liqueur produced from the Benedictine monastery. Is flavored with 27 kinds of vanilla spices. Its formula is complex and secret. It was invented by a knowledgeable monk. Because of the religious elements it contains, it is also called holy wine. The Benedictines are a monastic order of the Catholic Church. The monks' robes are black, so they are also called black monks. The word Dom on the bottle label means dedicated to the Supreme Lord. Chapter 130. Shake and strain into a glass. Lin Ye pushed 2 finished cups of honeymoon in front of Guan Guxiang and Managawa Katsuhiko. You too, honeymoon, please. They both picked up their glasses and took a sip. When happy expressions appeared on their faces and they were immersed in the sweetness, Lin Ye saw this picture. The two of them, wearing a suit and a wedding dress respectively, kissed in the church. Lin Ye was slightly stunned, then smiled. Very good, Katsuhiko Managawa's future has changed. It was not even 7:30 when Conan fled back to the bar, looking a little embarrassed. Damn UNZ, my identity was almost exposed. Luckily I sent a text message to my mom in advance. It seems that he was being interrogated by Xiaolan and Sonoko upstairs. Conan, why are you so panicked? What happened? Nothing. Conan forced a smile, sat down at a small table near the right corner of the bar, opened the comic book he brought, and started reading. Not long after, Xiaolan and Sonoko also returned to the store. The two walked over to the small drinking table where Conan was. I'm sorry, Conan, we misunderstood you, we have already called Aunt Yukiko to confirm, we are really sorry. Xiaolan clasped her hands together, looking apologetic. Really? It's all Sonoko's fault for talking nonsense. How could Conan be the illegitimate son of Uncle Yusaku? Conan put down the comic book and shifted his gaze from Xiaolan's face to Sonoko's. Xiaolan quickly nudged Sonoko with her elbow, signaling her to apologize to Conan. Okay, I get it, Sonoko said helplessly. I'm sorry, kid. Really? He looks so much like Kudo Shinichi when he was a child, anyone who sees him will misunderstand. Is this considered an apology? Although he was not very satisfied with Sonoko's attitude, Conan still breathed a sigh of relief that he could dispel the doubts of the two women. The trouble here has been solved, but after hearing that I became smaller, the woman seemed very excited. She might have already bought a plane ticket back to Tokyo. My dad might come back with me. I have a feeling that nothing good will happen after they come back. Thinking of this, Conan fell into new troubles. Lin Ye felt a little strange after hearing this. Isn't it a good thing for parents to come home? Why does it seem like Conan is somewhat resistant? Even though his body has become smaller, as his parents, we have seen what he looked like when he was a child. Why is this kid so nervous? After Xiaolan and Sonoko sat down at the bar, Lin Ye asked with a smile, what did you two do to Conan? It's nothing, I just forcibly took his glasses off, Unzi said nonchalantly. Thinking of Conan without his glasses, Xiaolan still finds it a little unbelievable. Although I know from Aunt Yukiko that Conan and Shinichi are related, he looks too much like Shinichi when he was a child. Is this really true? At the same time, a man was standing at the door of Poirot's bar, his eyes red and bloodshot. When the store doors suddenly opened, a customer who was about to leave was so startled that he almost fell to the ground. Wow, are you standing here scary? Hearing the noise at the door, Lin Ye looked over and saw Ajino Ikuji standing at the door. He looked as if he hadn't slept all day, and his bloodshot eyes were terrifying. I'm here to pay the bill. Ikuji Ajino walked to the bar like a zombie and said in a hoarse voice. He sat down at the bar. Give me another drink like yesterday, and I'll pay for it later. Lin Ye looked at him worriedly, then quickly made a cup of paper airplanes and placed it in front of him. Ikuji Ajino stretched out his trembling hand, picked up the wine glass, took a sip, then closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Tomoya, Tomoya. He put down his glass and kept calling out the name of his deceased son. It's all Dad's fault. If Dad had taken you to the hospital earlier, none of this would have happened. He finally couldn't help it and leaned over the bar, crying loudly. Xiaolan on the side looked at him with some concern. This uncle is crying so sadly, is he okay? Lin Ye felt relieved. It is a huge progress that Mr. Ajino is finally willing to face the facts instead of avoiding and shirking responsibility. The first step to overcoming pain is to face it. If you cannot face the cruel facts, you will never be redeemed. That night, Ikuji Ajino didn't remember what time he went out or how many glasses of wine he drank. I just felt that the taste of the liquid in my mouth was getting weaker and weaker. Maybe my tongue was numbed by alcohol, or maybe someone secretly mixed water and juice into the wine. When he woke up, he found himself lying in his bed at home. Miraculously, he didn't feel any headache at all, he just felt calm. This is a feeling I haven't had in 3 years. He sat up in bed, lost in thought. How did I get back last night? He only vaguely remembered a warm shoulder and the voice of a young man. Mr. Ajino, life is unpredictable and beyond human control, the dead are gone, but the living will remember them. After the grief, life will go on, please let go of the past and embrace tomorrow. He remembered that it was the young bartender who sent him back. Then he thought back to his dream last night. He dreamed about Tomoya. And it was different from the previous dream. For the past 3 years, he often dreamed of Tomoya, but in his dreams, Tomoya always had his back to him and never spoke to him. When he chased after him, Tomoya would run away. But last night, Tomoya finally turned around and said to him with a smile, "Dad, please keep working hard and live on." He got up from the bed, walked to the window, opened the curtains, and the warm sunlight shone on his body. Ah, so warm. Bathed in the sunlight, the resentment in his heart dissipated like a shadow. "I'm sorry, Dr. Ogawa." 2 years ago, he started sending money and toys to Dr. Ogawa's home every month. Dr. Ogawa is the doctor who performed Tomoya's surgery. The money is the insurance compensation for Tomoya's death, and the toys are Tomoya's toys. Dr. Ogawa also has a lovely son who is 5 years old this year. He had originally planned to wait until the anniversary of Tomoya's death to take action against Dr. Ogawa's son. But now, he no longer intends to do that. You actually planned to attack an innocent child, what on earth was I thinking? Looking back now, he felt only shame. Dr. Ogawa must be feeling very troubled. Let's go and apologize to him today. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Ye arrived at the Mihua Art Museum. Mr. Ajino's problem has been solved, and it is Mr. Monika's turn next. He came today mainly to appreciate works of art and cultivate his sentiments. By the way, find the potential criminal. Anyone who can move around in a suit of armor must be a strong young man. Chapter 131. The museum is currently holding what may be its last art exhibition before closing, with a theme of the Middle Ages. It is divided into 4 major exhibition halls: Sky, Earth, Sea, and Hell. When Lin Ye walked into the Ocean Exhibition Hall, he saw a familiar figure in the empty exhibition area. Is that her? A pure white uniform jacket and short, slightly curly brown hair. Of course, there was still a bodyguard in black following behind him, but this time the man in black was replaced by a different one. Mayano Shiho stopped in front of a painting depicting a storm at sea, but her mind was thinking about other things. I have taken people to check at Kudo's house, and the children's clothes that were originally there are indeed gone. Now it can be confirmed that the little ghost with glasses is the smaller Kudo Shinichi. She already knows Conan's true identity, Lin Ye thought to herself. When Lin Ye approached her, the idle bodyguard immediately looked over with sharp eyes. Lin Ye smiled at him friendly. The man in black was stunned. Isn't this kid afraid of me? Haha, I'm chatting and laughing with your boss Jin, so how could I be afraid of you? Ms. Huimei, Lin Ye called out. Mayano Shiho, the last time she came to the store with her sister, she used the alias Hirota Emi. Mayano Shiho looked back in confusion and was a little surprised to see Lin Ye. It's you. Seeing that Mayano Shiho knew Lin Ye, the man in black tactfully shut up and stepped back. His mission was to monitor the woman and ensure her safety. After returning, he only had to report what he had encountered with the man. What a coincidence, I actually met Miss Huimei here, Lin Ye said with a smile. Miss Huimei is also interested in art. I just heard that this place is going to be demolished, so I came here to take a look. Why don't we go together? Lin Ye invited. Is this guy trying to flirt with me? Mayano Shiho carefully observed Lin Ye's expression. Lin Ye's expression was sincere, without any frivolity at all. He was not a lustful person, and he was more curious about Mayano Shiho. My sister seems to think highly of him. That's fine. I'll take this opportunity to test his character. All right. Mayano Shiho nodded, turned and walked to the next place. Lin Ye smiled and followed her. The man in black followed behind the 2 men, keeping about 10 steps away. Miss Huimei works in the research institute, right? Lin Ye asked. Well, what's wrong? Mayano Shiho responded indifferently. I thought researchers were very busy, but I didn't expect they would have time to visit art exhibitions. Mayano Shiho raised her hand and yawned, then said, Our research institute has flexible working hours, so I can arrange my working hours freely. Lin Ye noticed the melanin deposits under her eyes and smiled. It seems that Miss Huimei likes to work late at night. Mayano Shiho glanced at him and thought to himself. Do you want me to take care of it? However, I did stay up too late these 2 days to study the new features of aptx 4869. She moves on to the next piece. Is Mr. Lin familiar with that kid with glasses? Mayano Shiho suddenly asked while standing in front of the painting, staring at it. Conan. Well, that's him. If we can get his blood as a sample, we will be able to make great progress in the research of new properties of aptx 4869. We have to find a way to get his blood. However, we cannot use the power of the organization. The research on the new characteristics of aptx 4869 must be carried out in secret. Lin Ye glanced at her beautiful profile with some surprise. Secret research? Could it be that she wanted to develop a real anti-aging drug? I'm quite familiar with him, he comes to the store every day to watch over it, he said it was for detective practice. Detective practice? Mayano Shiho turned around and met Lin Ye's gaze. Well, he said that a detective must have a strong ability to identify people, so he uses the customers in the store as practice subjects. What an interesting kid, maybe he can really become a famous detective when he grows up. Lin Ye said with a smile. Haha, he already is. Mayano Shiho's mouth corners slightly raised. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth rose by the same amount. Miss Shiho, I know you know, but you don't know that I know. Has my sister been to your store these 2 days? Mayano Shiho asked again. No. Judging from the information I heard from Jin last night, she was probably planning to rob a bank. Preparation is the key to success, and lack of preparation leads to failure. This is especially true for a large project like robbing a bank, which requires careful planning. This is a 10 billion yuan project, which is not a small amount even in Japanese yen. Without a careful plan, it would be easy to get caught. What kind of person do you think my sister is? She's a gentle woman. Is that all? Mayano Shiho turned her head and looked at Lin Ye's expression. Why, MSME, do you want me to get to know your sister better? Mayano Shiho smiled softly, if you can do it, I have no objection. Before they knew it, they had finished touring the Ocean Exhibition Hall and came to the passage leading to the next exhibition hall. The passage was dimly lit, deep and silent, as if it was the entrance to hell. The last exhibition hall seems to be the Hell Hall, well Miss Hui may be scared. Mayano Shiho rolled his eyes at Lin Ye and walked straight into the passage. Lin Ye smiled and followed closely. In order to create an atmosphere, the lighting in the Hell Exhibition Hall is dim, and the exhibits are all works with a strong religious style, including religious knights, hell demons, and various medieval weapons and armor. Mayano Shiho watched with interest, showing no fear at all. Lin Ye observed the armors in the Hell Exhibition Hall, wondering which one was the one that was rumored to move on its own. A set of advanced knight armor with a sword caught Lin Ye's attention. To be more precise, it was the sword that attracted his attention. The sword in the armor's hand is the same one that was stuck in Boss Monica's neck. This suit of armor is quite heavy, and the prisoner must be a strong young man to be able to move around in it. Mayano Shiho turned around and saw Lin Ye stopped in front of a set of armor, thinking to herself, men seem to like this kind of thing. Miss Huimei, have you heard about the rumor? What? At night, there are suits of armor moving around in the art gallery. It's said that the ghost of the night has resurrected and wants to kill someone, maybe this is the suit. Mayano Shiho chuckled and looked at the armor in front of Lin Ye with contempt. If there really is a ghost, I'd like to see what it looks like. Oh, by the way, Ms. Huimei is a scientific researcher, she definitely doesn't believe this. The two men left where the armor was, and soon, a huge painting on the wall caught Lin Ye's attention. The painting depicts a knight killing a demon. The knight's sword was stuck in the demon's throat, causing an alarming amount of bleeding. The knight's armor was also stained red by the demon's blood, which looked very terrifying. The first time he saw this painting, Lin Ye was reminded of the death scene of Boss Monica. So similar. If the criminal was an insider of the art gallery, it is hard to say that he did not draw inspiration from this painting. What caught his attention was not only the painting, but also the bald old man standing in front of the painting. The old man has his hands behind his back, looking up at the scene in the painting, and a strong sense of resentment is conveyed. Majinaka, you devil, this painting is a picture of your death. Looking at the old man's back, a shocking picture appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. The knight's sword came out like a dragon, piercing through Boss Monica's throat and nailing him to the wall. Chapter 132. There is a description of the painting below. The title of the painting is Divine Punishment. Lin Ye left Mayano Shiho, walked to the old man, and looked at the paintings with him. The old man's eyes were focused on the devil in the painting, but Lin Ye was looking at the knight stained in blood. The knight killed the demon, but he himself was also contaminated by the demon's blood. The fall of the righteous knight will eventually bring punishment from heaven. The old man shuddered all over, then turned his head and looked at Lin Ye curiously. Seeing that it was a young man in his 20s, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he laughed. The young man has a good eye, he can see the true meaning of this painting. Lin Ye smiled and asked, is the old man a staff member here? My name is Okiai, and I'm the director of this art museum. It turns out to be Mr. Curator, Lin Ye asked in surprise. Do you like this painting very much? Director Okiai nodded. Not only this painting, but all the works in this museum are sacred to me. But I heard that the art gallery seems to be demolished. The old man sighed slightly. Yes. There was a hint of coldness in his narrowed eyes. The devil in the real world intends to destroy this sacred art museum for his own selfish interests. In order to protect this art museum, he must be eliminated. Lin Ye felt the firm murderous intent. But can we protect the art museum by killing boss Monica? Even if Monica died, the reconstruction plan was stopped. But can an art museum that has experienced supernatural rumors and murders really continue to operate? Director Okiai, do you think the bloodstained knight will regret it? Director Okiai shifted his gaze from the blood-spurting demon to the bloodstained knight. No, you will regret it if you do nothing while watching the devil wreaking havoc. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. It seemed that Director Okiai did not kill on impulse, but was mentally prepared for everything. I'm afraid he won't feel any regret even if he's caught by the police. Has the curator heard about the rumor? What? A nocturnal night. Director Okiai laughed and said, actually, a batch of artworks were stolen from the museum recently. Maybe the thief sneaked into the museum at night and deliberately acted mysteriously in order to scare off the guards. Humph, that bastard Kubota secretly sold off the art in the museum. Did he think I didn't know? After killing the demon Shinaka, he was framed for the murder and made to reflect on his actions in jail. I have made a careful plan. Lin Ye frowned. Old director, this is a bit unfair. If an employee makes a mistake, you can punish him according to the rules and regulations, such as fining him or firing him. It would be too much to let him take the blame for your murder. That's not chivalrous. He thought that the old director would confess his crime after killing Monica. It turned out that he had already thought of a way to escape punishment. If the curator had the courage to take responsibility and face the divine punishment like the knight in the painting, he would still respect him. But now it seems that the curator is not a true knight, and is merely controlled by his own desires and anger. Boss Monica's selfish desire is money, while the selfish desire that deceived Director Okiai is this art museum. The owner spent real money to buy the art museum, without stealing or robbing, so he has the legal right to control it. How can handling one's own property legally turn one into a demon? When Director Okiai regarded Boss Monica as a demon and wanted to kill him as soon as possible, the real demon had already appeared in his heart. Old director, you have taken the wrong path. Lin Ye decided to help this lost old lamb. Mr. Director, in fact, the citizens have a lot of feelings for the art museum that has existed for 50 years, if we unite their voices, perhaps things can be turned around. Oh. The old curator turned around and said. You mean to borrow public opinion? Yes, I heard that the new owner plans to turn this place into a hotel. If the public's demand for preserving the art gallery is high and the hotel is still forced to be renovated, it will not be welcomed by the public even if it is built. How long can an unpopular hotel last? I'm sure he will consider this carefully. Director Okiai sighed and said, I have thought of this idea before, and asked a few old friends who work in newspapers to publish an article calling for the preservation of the art museum. But before public opinion could ferment, the boss of Monica, who got the news, gave the newspaper a sum of money, and the newspaper refused to do relevant reports. Humph, these money-hungry media. Lin Ye grinned. Indeed, he was an old fox in the business world. Boss Monica has managed to stay standing despite the economic downturn, so he must be quite capable. The honest Director Okiai is naturally no match for him. But Boss Monica never expected that the honest man would get angry and blood would splatter 5 steps away. No matter how big a business executive you are, your neck is still made of flesh. When people are killed, they die. No matter who you are, everyone is equal in the face of death. Mr. Director, try again, maybe I can help you, Lin Ye said with an idea in mind. Young man, who are you? Director Okiai opened his narrowed eyes a little and looked at Lin Ye carefully. Is this young man the heir of a large company? Or the son of a politician? He doesn't look like one based on his appearance. Lin Ye smiled slightly and introduced himself. Polo Bar, Bartender, Lin Ye. Oh, I saw your name in the newspaper a few days ago. I heard that you are a very good bartender. But I'm a bartender, how can I help you? Encourage the customers in the bar. Lin Ye smiled and said, actually, I know 2 friends in the news industry who may be able to help a little. The people Lin Ye thought of were Mizunoshi Rina and Kira Heimkich. Rina Mizunoshi is a well-known host. If she is willing to speak out, it will definitely be effective. He still had Rina Mizunoshi's phone number saved in his phone, but he had never called it once. This time I just asked her for help. His experience in judging people told him that she would help. Not to mention Kirara Heimkich, if you just shake hands with her, she will definitely agree. When Director Okiai heard that Lin Ye knew someone in the journalism industry, his eyes lit up and he seemed to see hope. If there was any other choice, he would not choose to kill. Young man, are you really willing to help? Well, I also hope that this art museum can be preserved. I think there are many citizens in Beika town who share the same idea as me. Then I'll leave it to you, young man. No, Mr. Lin. Director Okiai bent down excitedly and bowed deeply to Lin Ye. Mr. Director, this is not necessary. Lin Ye quickly helped Director Okiai up. I can't guarantee 100 success, the final result will still depend on how loud the citizens' voices are. Director Okiai said with tears in his eyes, if the public's voice is not loud enough, it means that the art museum is no longer important in people's hearts. I accept being replaced. Very good, that's the right way to think about it. Lin Ye patted his shoulder with satisfaction and said, trust the citizens of Beihua Town. Director Okiai nodded with tears in his eyes, and hope flickered in his eyes. Looking at the old and the young, especially Lin Ye's figure, Mayano Shiho's eyes became a little strange. What a strange guy, like an old man. Chapter 133. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that Director Okiai is still strong despite his old age. Even at such an old age, he can still wear this heavy armor to cost the Knight of Justice and punish the evil boss. It's really amazing. Are you here just to help that old man? Mayano Shiho, who was walking side by side with Lin Ye, suddenly asked. No, it's mainly for appreciating works of art and cultivating my sentiments, Lin Ye said with a smile. What a dishonest guy, Mayano Shiho raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Noticing her raised mouth corners, Lin Ye smiled indifferently and said, but I didn't expect to meet Miss Hui Mei here, it's really a pleasant surprise. Really? Mayano Shiho regained her calm expression. Rhetoric. Lin Ye suddenly turned around and asked the man in black who was following behind him, bodyguard, what time is it now? The man in black was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ye to suddenly speak to him. Then he looked at his watch and replied, it's almost 12 o'clock. Lin Ye said thank you, turned around and said to Mayano Shiho, Ms. Hui Mei, would you like to have lunch with me? Mayano Shiho tilted her head and thought about it. Although Lin Ye did not leave a bad impression on her at the moment, she had never eaten alone with a man and was a little hesitant. Lin Ye didn't have any expectations, he just asked casually. Sensing her hesitation, he was prepared to be rejected. Unexpectedly, after thinking for a moment, Mayano Shiho actually nodded seriously. Can. Just for my sister, let's examine him a little more. Lin Ye laughed. Although he had no feelings for Akemi Mayano, he naturally would not explain anything about being able to have lunch with the sister of this genius scientist. While running yesterday, he had lunch at a Chinese restaurant and the food was delicious. So I took Mayano Shiho to the restaurant and had a pleasant lunch. Ms. Hui Mei, let's have dinner together next time when you are free. At the restaurant entrance, Lin Ye watched Mayano Shiho get into the car and said goodbye with a smile. Mayano Shiho, who was sitting in the back seat, turned her head and looked out of the car window. After looking at Lin Ye briefly for a second, she immediately turned away. What a familiar guy. But it doesn't feel bad, if it's him. As the window rose and the car moved forward, the girl's delicate voice was heard in the wind. Lin Ye remained in a happy mood and strolled around the street for a while. When he passed by a telephone booth, he stopped, took out his cell phone and called Rina Mizunashi. After the phone rang 3 times, a familiar voice came from the phone. Hello, who are you? Rina Mizunashi's voice was a little confused. Because Lin Ye never called her number after getting it, she had almost forgotten about it. Ms. Mizuno, it's me. Lin Ye did not say his name directly, and his tone sounded a bit like a, it's me, scam. But he believed that as a member of that mysterious organization, she would be able to recognize his voice. Sure enough, Rina Mizunashi's unexpected voice immediately came from the phone. Mr. Lin. It's me. Mizunashi Reina on the other end of the phone laughed and said, I thought you had deleted my number from your phone. She really didn't expect Lin Ye to call her. In the first 2 days after she gave her number, she was still wondering whether Lin Ye would call her. But after 2 days, she thought that Lin Ye would not hit her again. I didn't expect this strange man would call me a week later. Why did he suddenly call me? Did he want to ask me out? How could that be? Lin Ye laughed. Apart from the pleasant voice coming from the phone, no other sound was heard. It seems that my ability cannot be activated over the phone. Actually, I have something I would like to ask Ms. Mizuno for help. After a brief greeting, Lin Ye went straight to the point. Miss Mizuno, if you are free tonight, would it be convenient for you to come to the Polo Bar? Well, I was just thinking of going to Poirot's to sit down. Go ahead and see. After receiving a positive response, Lin Ye hung up the phone. How could Miss Mizuno, such a gentle person, join that organization? Polo Bar. Lin Ye was chatting with Yuanzi in front of the bar, and Conan and Xiaolan were sitting next to them. The moment the shop door opened, Lin Ye noticed it and immediately looked over. It's Mizunashi Rina. At the same time that Toru Amuro noticed her, she also noticed Toru Amuro, and a hint of surprise appeared in both of their eyes. Bourbon. Kill. Their eyes met briefly, then they looked away, pretending not to know each other. Shui Wu sat down at the bar, greeted Lin Ye, and asked, "Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" "Have a drink first, it's my treat." Mizuno nodded and watched Lin Ye busy himself at the bar. When she saw the 2 bottles of wine Lin Ye took out, she knew what kind of drink he was planning to mix. Champagne with cassis, Kir Royale. It is an upgraded version of Kiel. This wine only requires 2 ingredients and is very easy to make. First pour in the blackcurrants, then add the champagne, making sure they are fully blended. Lin Ye quickly finished the glass of wine and placed it in front of Mizunashi Rina. "Miss Mizuno, Royal Kir, please." Rina Mizuno picked up the slender wine glass, stared at the bubbles in the glass, then put her lips close to the rim of the glass and took a sip. Refreshing bubbles and sweet taste make you happy both physically and mentally. When Rina Mizunashi was at home, she would often make this kind of wine and drink it herself, mostly before going to bed. She thought she had figured out exactly what proportion of blackcurrant and champagne she liked. But the cup of coffee prepared by Lin Ye brought her an experience that was even better. What is the difference? She watched Lin Ye make this cup with her own eyes. She also recognized the brands of the 2 bottles of wine, but the final taste was subtly different. "Mr. Lin, do you have any secret to making this cup of Kir Royale? Why does it taste different from what I make myself?" Lin Ye explained, "Drinking alone and drinking with friends, even if we are drinking the same wine, the feelings will be completely different. And this glass contains my request to Miss Mizuno, which is naturally different from the wine that Miss Mizuno drinks to please herself." Mizuno Reina smiled and said, "So what is your request to me?" Lin Ye told her that the Mihua Art Museum was about to be demolished and asked her for help. After hearing this, Mizuno Rina smiled with relief. "I've been to the Rice Flower Museum, and it's a shame to have it demolished like this. Leave this to me, and I'll do my best to help." "Thank you." Yuanzi, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Ye who was full of gratitude, then at the beautiful and charming Mizuno Rina, and his sense of crisis increased. This woman is so beautiful, she is also a well-known host, and now she is helping Mr. Lin. After this, maybe they will fall in love with each other. No, I have to show off as well. That's right, there are already enough restaurants in Baikacho, but there is only one art museum, we can't let that stupid owner tear it down and build a hotel, Sonoko said angrily. "I'll go home and talk to my dad about this and ask him to help. If nothing works, I'll buy the art gallery from that stupid boss." Chapter 134. Hearing Yuan Ziheo's inhumane remarks, Conan on the side complained in his heart. Lin Ye had already learned about the Suzuki Group when he was reading the newspaper. He knew that it was a super group with one of the best financial strengths in Japan. To the giant Suzuki Foundation, a mere art museum is nothing. That's why boss Monica acted in a fawning manner when he saw Sonoko yesterday. As Sonoko is the daughter of the Suzuki family, if she could convince her father to help, there would be no suspense in this matter. But Lin Ye didn't want to owe such a big favor, so he said, "Thank you, Sonoko, but don't alarm your father for now. If Miss Mizuno doesn't work, I'll trouble you then." "Is that so?" "That's good too." She didn't want to cause trouble to her family unless it was necessary. 2 black cars were parked on the side of the road. The rear door opened first, and 4 men in black quickly got out of the car. One of them walked to the front car and opened the door. A pair of shiny black shoes extended from the car door and landed on the asphalt road with a thud. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie got out of the car. He was thin, had gray hair and a thick mustache. Fujiwara Jiro looked at the 3-story building on the side of the road with a deep gaze. "Mori Detective Agency, Poirot's Bar, this is it, the place that inspires the dreams of my members. Let me see what's different about the wine here." Fujiwara walked towards the door of Polo Bar. 2 younger brothers followed closely behind. "Welcome, please feel free to sit anywhere." The 3 people who entered the store brought a solemn and murderous atmosphere, which made Aragaki Keiho a little nervous. They looked like members of a violent gang. So scary. Fujiwara Jiro glanced around the small street bar and quickly noticed the 2 men at the bar. His years of experience in judging people told him that these 2 young men were not ordinary people. Oh, these 2 young men are really good, they have a calm temperament and are like generals. He walked over to the already full bar. Several male customers immediately stood up and left voluntarily, giving up their seats. Only Conan was left sitting comfortably in the corner of the bar, with his legs dangling under the high chair. Conan glanced at the uncle walking towards the bar and the 2 black-clad brothers behind him, and immediately deduced the identities of the 3. TSK, boring violent gang. Although both were dressed in black, these 2 little brothers were far inferior to gin and vodka in temperament. Fujiwara Jiro sat in the middle of the bar, with his 2 younger brothers standing behind him, one on his left and one on his right. With this kind of atmosphere, I'm afraid ordinary customers wouldn't dare to sit at the bar. Little boy, why are you alone in the bar? Where are your parents? What a calm little devil, he's not afraid of me. Conan held a glass of juice, took a sip, and pointed upstairs. I live upstairs, I came here to chat with uncles and aunts. Fujiwara nodded, no longer paying attention to the kid with glasses, and glanced at Lin Ye at the bar. Lin Ye was not in a hurry and asked with a smile, what would this gentleman like to drink? Fujiwara did not answer, but spoke in a hoarse and sexy voice. A few days ago, my assistant reported to me that 2 new members suddenly wanted to leave the club. One wanted to become a novelist, and the other wanted to become an idol. Lin Ye immediately remembered that they were the 2 guys who were looking for him to collect debts. Fujiwara continued, I heard that they came here to collect the debt, and turned into that state after returning, so I want to come and see for myself what magic the wine here has. The changes in the 2 brothers would not have attracted his special attention, but he happened to see the report published in the World of Wine magazine. When he found that the 2 brothers went to the bar mentioned in the report, he decided to come and see it in person. He himself is also a wine lover. Are you the bartender of this bar? Fujiwara looked up at Lin Ye. You were the one who received them. It's me. Will your wine satisfy me? I'll try. Fujiwara was surprised by Lin Ye's reaction. This kid is so young, but he has such determination. Is it because of his profession? How many years have you been a bartender? I've been working part-time in a bar near the school since college. Fujiwara Jiro looked at Lin Ye with some surprise. To become a formal bartender, one must first learn by working as a handyman in a bar. This guy is so young, his working experience cannot exceed 5 years. His gang also controlled several nightclubs and bars, and he himself frequented these places, so he was very familiar with the business model of the bars. Some apprentices may work as odd jobs in a bar for several years but may not necessarily become official bartenders. After becoming a bartender, there is still a long novice period. As soon as an experienced bartender sits down at the bar, he can basically tell whether the bartender is a newcomer or a veteran just by looking at his appearance and temperament, without having to drink the drinks he mixes. As far as Fujiwara himself is concerned, the bartenders he has seen who can be considered excellent are basically all over 30 years old. His favorite bartender is about the same age as him. Bartenders are like wine, the older they get the better the flavor. Experience and knowledge are very important in this field, and young people often do not have these things. But the young man in front of him, standing at the bar, had a confident look and a calm demeanor, quite like a master. It reminded him of Mr. Uehara in Ginza, his favorite bartender, who was already 45 years old this year. A glass of Godfather, Fujiwara said. I hope this guy is not just a show-off. Okay, please wait. Godfather. It is also a simple and classic cocktail that was born in the 20s and is a product of the same era as the classic movie of the same name. You only need 2 liquors, Scotch whiskey and almond liqueur. Add large, whole ice cubes to a frozen rocks glass. Large ice cubes melt slowly and have a stronger freezing effect. Then add the Scotch whiskey, followed by the amaretto, stirring gently with a bar spoon. Lin Ye's stirring technique made Fujiwara Jiro's eyes light up slightly. Great job. Gentle stirring ensures clarity and texture without diluting the wine too much with ice, ensuring the integrity of the flavors of Scotch and amaretto. Great technique. After the wine had cooled down, Lin Ye stopped stirring, took out the cut orange peel, and gently squeezed it on the rim of the cup to release the citrus aroma. Then apply the peel oil to the rim of the cup and finally place the orange peel into the cup. Lin Ye gently pushed the wine glass in front of Fujiwara. Guest, your godfather. Chapter 135. Smoky flavor with a hint of nuts. The smooth taste is like an approachable elder. As Fujiwara Jiro tasted the godfather, memories of his years in the underworld came to his mind. Swords flash, guns rain, brothers betray, women cheat. Lin Ye saw all of this and seemed to be in the other person's memory world. It's a feeling similar to being on the scene. Now Fujiwara Jiro is recalling a midnight fight, and Lin Ye is just a slacker on the edge of the scene. If he wanted, it seemed that he could go up and join the battle himself. It was a wonderful feeling. This situation first appeared when Katsuhiko Managawa drank the cup of resurrection a few days ago. He vaguely felt that his abilities were undergoing further changes. From simply hearing the other person's thoughts at the beginning, to seeing the pictures that are deeply remembered in the other person's heart, and then seeing the pictures of the future. Now, he can not only see the pictures in the guests' minds, but also feel like he is there. If my ability is a disease, then my condition has probably gotten worse. At this moment, the situation changed. Fujiwara Jiro, who was at the center of the battle, was stabbed in the back and retreated towards Lin Ye's direction under the cover of his younger brothers. The young man Fujiwara, who was supported by his younger brother, seemed to glance at him as he passed by him. Bang! There was a gunshot. A bullet flew towards Fujiwara Jiro, but hit Lin Ye, who was standing in the middle. A hint of gratitude flashed in the eyes of the young man Fujiwara Jiro. Thank you, brother. Lin Ye was stunned and left Fujiwara's memory world, and the scene in front of him returned to normal. The middle-aged Fujiwara holds a wine glass, still seemingly immersed in memories. It felt like a long time had passed, but in fact it was only a dozen seconds. Good wine. Fujiwara Jiro put down his wine glass and looked at Lin Ye again, his eyes full of affirmation. This kid is so young, but the drinks he mixes are just as good as Uehara's. Uehara is a famous bartender in Ginza known as Mr. Perfect. This guy is a bartending genius. And suddenly, Fujiwara felt that Lin Ye looked very familiar, as if he had seen this face somewhere before. Soon, he recalled an old incident. At that time he was only 26 years old and not yet the gang leader, but a thug. Although he is also called the big brother by the younger brothers around him, he is different from the big brother who really sits in the office. When there is friction with other societies and they fight for territory, he, as the big brother, has to personally participate in the battle. He was injured in a battle with the Ghost Tiger gang, and was shot while evacuating. Fortunately, a good brother took the bullet for him, and he saved his life. But the good brother who took the bullet for him did not survive. Although he was grateful in his heart, to be honest, after so many years, he had forgotten what that brother looked like. But when he thought of this incident and saw Lin Ye's face again, he suddenly remembered the face of his good brother, and it was particularly clear. Too much like. Could it be his child? No, I asked around back then and found out that brother didn't have a son. In any case, after discovering that Lin Ye looked very much like the brother who blocked the bullet for him, Fujiwara's eyes became kind. At this time, Lin Ye's heart was also very uneasy. Fujiwara saw himself when he entered the room. If he thought his face resembled the son of an old friend, he should have recognized him long ago. But only now did he feel that he was very much like that person. Lin Ye began to think. The other person drank his wine, and then began to recall the past, and I entered his memories and was seen by him. Maybe this is the reason for the change. Could it be that I was not just a bystander? Could I influence his memory? Bartending should not only focus on the taste experience, but also pay attention to the spiritual world of the guests and focus on the spiritual experience. Using the fine wine you mix yourself as a bridge to the inner world of your guests is the highest realm of bartending. So when mixing drinks, you need to use not only your hands, eyes, and brain, but also your heart. As long as you put your heart into the drink, you can resonate with the customer's spiritual world and enter their inner world. Lin Ye remembered what his bartending teacher once said. It sounded very mysterious, and he always thought it was a metaphor, said by his teacher to encourage him to mix cocktails with his heart. He has always insisted on doing so, and he carefully mixes every glass of wine. He also feels satisfied when he occasionally sees guests drinking the drinks he mixed and showing relaxed or relieved expressions. He thought this was probably what the teacher meant by spiritual resonance. But what happened at this time was obviously beyond the normal scope. Not only did I see into the guest's heart, I also got inside. I could also influence the other person's memory without them even realizing it. Feeling Fujiwara Jiro's gaze becoming kinder, Lin Ye felt very uneasy. It turns out what the teacher said was true. This kind of realm actually exists. Young man, are you interested in working in Ginza? I have a few nice bars over there. After tasting Lin Ye's skills, Fujiwara Jiro started poaching him directly. Thank you for your kindness, but I still prefer the life in Beika town, Lin Ye declined politely. Ginza. Ginza is not as exciting as Baikacho. If the hospital is a place to heal the body, then the bar is a place to heal the soul, and the bartender is the doctor who heals the soul. And in Beika town, there are undoubtedly many sick souls who need healing. Lin Ye wanted to see how many surprises Beihua town could bring him. He prefers the feeling of healing his customers more than money. So there is no way he would leave Beika town. Is that so? What a pity. Fujiwara Jiro smiled kindly and took a sip of wine. Boy, I'll give you an offer you can't refuse. What does this guy want to do? If bribery doesn't work, how about threats? It's not surprising for gangsters to use this method. But Lin Ye didn't think he had any weaknesses. He was alone, in a foreign country, without friends, a wife or children, and his parents were not around. What does he want to threaten me with? If you want to find a new job in the future, come to the serious bar in Ginza, Fujiwara Jiro said with a smile. I was thinking in my mind. Huh, talents like this must be poached to work for me. The owner of this small bar must not have any background. Give him some money and threaten him a few times to get him to fire this guy. When this guy looks for a job, send someone to keep an eye on him. When he applies for a job in a bar, send someone to warn the owner of that bar. He will soon find out that no bar will want him, and he will have to come to my bar. Lin Ye's eyes twitched. Oh, this old guy is so insidious. If you want to play like this, I will have to ask Brother Jin for help. The organization behind Jin is a terrorist force that even has submarines. Dealing with a gang of thugs is as easy as crushing an ant. Chin, what are you thinking about me? Chapter 136. Fujiwara Jiro gave a kind smile. It's a good thing for young people to have dreams. As the president, of course I have to support them. For the one who wants to write a novel, I have prepared a place for him to write in peace without being disturbed. In a cave that cannot be found by any detection equipment. He wants to be an idol. I bought a plane ticket for him and sent him to Thailand for further studies. After he comes back, he can debut as an idol. When he comes back, he should become a cute beautiful girl. In other words, one was imprisoned and the other was undergoing physical transformation. The underworld is indeed not a place where you can enter and exit as you please. Lin Ye thought secretly in his heart. Mr. Lin, good evening. A clear voice suddenly rang out. Kira Heimkage ignored the warning looks from the two men in black and sat down in the seat in front of the bar, one seat away from Fujiwara Jiro. The two big men were about to come forward and ask her to sit somewhere else, but were stopped by Fujiwara Jiro's eyes. Fujiwara Jiro looked at Kira Heimkage with interest, as she completely ignored him. This woman is quite interesting. Good evening, Miss Kira, Lin Ye responded, thinking to himself, this woman is really brave. But if you think about it carefully, for Miss Kira who has the potential to evolve into a murderer, an old gangster may really be nothing. Is she still pretty in pink today? Kira Heimkage orders this glass of wine every day when he comes over. Kira Heimkage nodded, it seemed that today was no exception. Lin Ye quickly made a cup of pink beauty. While Kira Heimkage was drinking, he mentioned the matter of the rice flour library during the chat. After hearing this, Kira Heimkage took the initiative to say before he could even open his mouth to ask, leave this matter to me, I promise that all the readers of the rice flour food newspaper will know about this tomorrow. Before Lin Ye could thank him, Fujiwara Jiro suddenly said the rice flour art museum is going to be demolished. Yeah, has Mr. Fujiwara been there too? Well, that was when I was a kid. This art museum has been with the residents of Mika for 50 years, it's going to be demolished, what's going to be built? The restaurant, Mr. Monica even invited me to be a bartender there. You must have refused too. Fujiwara asked with a smile. Of course, I still prefer to stay in a quieter place, big hotels are not suitable for me, Lin Ye said. I will also help with this matter, Fujiwara Jiro said after taking a sip of wine. Modern people are under increasing mental stress, and with so many disturbing cases happening every day, they need spiritual nourishment. The art museum contains spiritual food, and it is a stupid decision to turn it into a restaurant. Although it was strange to hear this coming from a gang leader, Lin Ye had to agree with his point of view. After the collapse of Japan's bubble economy, the economic environment was unstable and the mental state of the people was also difficult to stabilize. Especially in the trough after the peak. The strong contrast really makes people feel disillusioned and lose hope in life. Therefore, spiritual construction is very important. It's great that Mr. Fujiwara is willing to help. If this old guy really helps, Boss Monica's renovation plan will basically be declared bankrupt. People who are involved in gangs may not be able to do other things, but sabotage is their forte and they are absolutely good at it. After Fujiwara and his group left, the atmosphere in the store became noticeably more lively. When this old guy was here, not only did a lot of customers leave the store, but the customers who stayed in the store didn't dare to speak loudly. Lin Ye couldn't take the initiative to chase him away, so he could only wait for him to leave on his own initiative. Now he finally left. He glanced at the time. Mr. Lin, have you been blackmailed by a violent gang? Do you want me to help you expose them? As soon as Fujiwara left, Miss Kira, who was staying at the bar, immediately asked. No, thank you. Even if he was really blackmailed, Lin Ye would not bother Miss Kira. She is just an ordinary female reporter. If she dares to write an article exposing a gang, someone will probably come to her the next day after the article is published. That's good. The murderous intent in Kira Heimkage's eyes faded a little, and he looked at Lin Ye's hands obsessively. Mr. Lin is my Mona Lisa. If anyone dares to bully Mr. Lin, no matter who it is, Kira Heimkage will definitely make him disappear from this world. Hearing this firm voice, Lin Ye was a little surprised. What a big tone. Why is she so confident? Oh, by the way, today I learned a new way of palmistry divination. In order to suppress the demon in Miss Kira's heart and to thank her for her help, Lin Ye cooperated and stretched out his right hand. The right hand represents the future. Then please help me look at tomorrow's fortune. Kirara Heimkich couldn't wait to hold Lin Ye's right hand. Compared to Lin Ye's whine, his hands made her feel more happy and relaxed. Just as she was staring intently at Lin Ye's palm, the scene in front of Lin Ye changed again. Huh. This is it. Lin Ye looked around and saw bookshelves everywhere. It looked like a library. Is this Miss Kira's inner world? This means Miss Kira should be nearby. Lin Ye walked away from the bookshelf. The bookstore was empty, with no one in it. At this moment, heavy breathing sounds suddenly came from behind the bookshelf in front. He walked over to the sound and looked inside. Between the bookshelves, there stood a little girl, holding a picture album in her hands. She stared at the contents of the album intently, her face flushed, and her knees tightly pressed together. What a nice view. What is she looking at? Lin Ye walked over curiously and took a look. It turned out that the album contained Leonardo da Vinci's famous painting, Mona Lisa. The little girl was staring intently at Mona Lisa's hands and was completely unaware of his approach. After observing the little girl's face, Lin Ye finally confirmed that she was Miss Kira when she was a child. Did her obsession with her opponent begin at this time? Lin Ye stood by for a long time, but little Kirara was still holding the picture album in a daze and didn't notice his presence. Lin Ye didn't intend to leave anything in her memory and was thinking about how to leave here. He had just escaped from Mr. Fujiwara's memory world because he was shot. Is it through death? But it's so quiet here and there's no danger. Do I have to do it myself? While I was thinking, a panicked cry suddenly came from the side. Lin Ye turned around and saw Miss Kirara holding the picture album with a red face, staring at him with shy eyes. Uncle, when did you come? Just got here. Did you see everything? Miss Kira lowered her head shyly, her voice sounding a little strange. You were looking at Mona Lisa just now, right? That's Leonardo da Vinci's famous painting. There are many people in the world who like her, so you don't need to feel embarrassed. But my body became strange just now. Will others also feel hot all over when they see her? Little Kirara raised his head, with doubts in his big eyes. This, Lin Ye thought about the wording and replied. It's normal to feel excited when you see something you like, just like your heart rate speeds up when you're nervous, so don't worry about it. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Xiao Jiuyang breathed a sigh of relief, blinked his big eyes, and asked Lin Ye with a smile, does uncle like her? Chapter 137. Kusaka Omi poked Aragaki Keiho's shoulder and said, Keiho, look over there. Aragaki Keiho looked towards the bar and saw Kira Heimkich holding Lin Ye's right hand with an intoxicated look on her face. Even Lin Ye looked a little dazed. Why do I feel like they are a little affectionate with each other? Could it be that they are in love with each other? Hee. Kusaka Omi giggled. If Lin Ye gets involved with another woman, it would definitely be a good thing for her, and Xia Fan would give up. Seeing the intimacy between the two, Aragaki Keiho said, what does it have to do with me? But a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Damn it, they actually kissed me in front of so many guests. Would you dare to go any further? At this moment, Kira Heimkich's inner world. Uncle, do you like Mona Lisa too? Asked Kira. Of course. Although he didn't know how to leave for the time being, Lin Ye was not particularly anxious. Judging from the previous experience of entering Mr. Fujiwara's memory world, even if a long time has passed in the memory, it is only a short time in reality. To outsiders, it looked like he was distracted for a moment. So he calmed down and decided to have a good chat with Miss Kira in her young form. If I could understand her past better, maybe I could find the source of her murderous impulse, and then I could solve her psychological problems better without having to sacrifice my right hand all the time. What do you like about it? Asked Kirara again. Temperament. What kind of temperament? Little Kirara tilted his head slightly. Tranquility, elegance, and mystery. Kira Heimkich opened the album and confirmed it. Wow, it really feels like my mom. Mom. Lin Ye immediately noticed something. The formation of most people's personalities is related to their mothers. Perhaps Miss Kira's desire to kill is also related to this. Is your mother as gentle as Mona Lisa? Lin Ye asked. Yes, their hands are just as beautiful. When I got home from school, my mother would always hold my hand with her beautiful hands when she came to pick me up. Even when my mother hit me with those hands, I felt so happy, Miss Kira said happily. Beat you? Well, when mom is in a bad mood, she likes to slap me in the face, very loudly. Miss Kira said with some pride. That must be the sound of pleasure made by my mother's hands. Seeing the smile on her face, Lin Ye felt that he was very close to the truth. Does she hit you often? Sometimes once every 2 or 3 days, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. After spanking me, my mother would hug me and gently stroke my face. She was very gentle. Lin Ye frowned. It seems that this is the reason. The beautiful palm, the gentle touch, and the pain brought by that hand were all deeply engraved in Miss Kira's memory, merging into her morbid obsession with hands. Why did she hit you? Because my mother loves me, Miss Kira answered without hesitation. Okay, when did she start beating you? Little Kirara tilted his head and thought about it, then shook his head. Cannot remember. Hiss, I can't remember clearly, which means it started when I was very young. By the way, uncle, how did you get here? Little Kirara suddenly asked. Lin Ye smiled and said, Uncle is just passing by on a business trip. Then you have to be careful, Miss Kira blinked and suddenly said in a low voice. Lin Ye was stunned. Be careful about what? My mother. What? Little Kirara covered his mouth with his hands and whispered, in fact, there were many people in this town, but they disappeared one after another, and in the end, only my mother and I were left. Although my mother is very gentle to me, she is very fierce to outsiders. Uncle, when you leave, you must be careful not to run into my mother. If someone calls you, don't look back. Before Lin Ye could digest what Xiao Ilyang said, there was a sound of the library door opening, followed by clear footsteps. That was the sound of high heels stepping on the wooden floor. A trace of nervousness flashed across Xiao Jiuyang's face, and he lowered his voice and said, It's my mother who came to see me. Uncle, you should hide quickly. If my mother finds out that you are near me, she will be very angry. Without hesitation, Lin Ye immediately left in the opposite direction of the footsteps and hid behind the bookshelf. After the footsteps stopped, he carefully stuck half of his head out and took a look at where Xiao Kirara was. A woman had her back to him. Her back was very graceful. She had pink curly hair and a pink uniform skirt that outlined her wavy curves. Her slender white legs were wearing a pair of pink high heels. This lady really likes pink, she is truly a pink lady. The woman bent down and seemed to say something in Xiao Ilyang's ear, but Lin Ye didn't hear anything. No one is here, I'm just talking to myself, don't worry, Mom. Kokira, who was standing in front of the woman, answered. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Lin Ye, and her pupils reflected half of Lin Ye's head sticking out from the bookshelf. At this moment, Mrs. Pink turned her head suddenly, and there was a crisp cracking sound in her neck. In a moment of 0.01 seconds, the woman's face was deeply imprinted in Lin Ye's eyes. The delicate little mouth is painted with pink lipstick. The pink eyeballs looked like blood, and the pale pupils contained no trace of human emotion. Lin Ye hid behind the bookshelf and heard the sound of high heels hitting the floor gradually approaching, accompanied by an astonishing chill. He held his breath and carefully moved to the other side. At this time, the footsteps suddenly disappeared, but Lin Ye felt that the surroundings were even colder. Suddenly, a needle-like chill pierced my neck. Lin Ye seemed to have noticed something and turned his head suddenly, seeing a pair of pink eyes staring at him coldly. Lin Ye forced a smile, Hello, ma'am. There was a sharp pain in my chest. Lin Ye lowered his head and saw a slender, snow-white wrist, with the palm completely sunk into his chest. There was a sharp pain in the brain. Lin Ye blinked, the voices of guests talking came into his ears, and the scene of Polo Bar came into view again. Miss Kira was still holding her right hand in front of the bar, studying it with a focused look. I looked at the time and it had been less than a minute since I extended my hand. It was as if nothing had happened, and everything that had just happened was just my imagination when I was distracted. But the tingling sensation in my head has not completely subsided, proving that I did go through it all. Feeling the pain in his brain, Lin Ye thought to himself. After I woke up from the bullet in Mr. Fujiwara's spiritual world, I just felt a little tired. This is only the second time, but my head started to hurt. If it happens a few more times, what will happen? It seems that leaving the guest's spiritual world by dying will cause damage to one's own spirit. If it happens too often, one might become a psychopath. This method is not advisable. I must master this ability as soon as possible. I can't just passively be sucked in, I have to take the initiative and be able to freely enter and exit the guest's spiritual world. Lin Ye was very worried about his mental state if he continued to be passively sucked in like this. So you must take the initiative to master this ability. The only way to master a skill is to practice. Keep practicing, from easy to difficult, from shallow to deep. The spiritual worlds of Mr. Fujiwara and Ms. Kira are too dangerous to be used as training subjects. Find someone who doesn't have too many dangerous thoughts in his mind. Lin Ye's eyes swept over Conan, who was sitting in the corner of the bar. No, this guy is a detective, I don't know how many weird things are in his head. It's a pity that Xiaolan has gone home to review her homework, otherwise she would be a good practice subject. Finally, Lin Ye's eyes were fixed on Aragaki Keiho. Of all the people in the store, she is the most suitable. He is young, simple-minded and doesn't have any dangerous thoughts. Xia Fan, come here for a moment. Chapter 138. Hearing Lin Ye calling her, Aragaki Chiffon walked to the bar in confusion. You've worked hard tonight, would you like a drink? It's my treat. Aragaki Keiho's face turned red. Why is this guy suddenly showing me his affection? He's smiling lustfully. The smile on Lin Ye's lips froze. This guy is still so narcissistic. How can my smile be so lustful? But in the end, Aragaki nodded in agreement, as she was a little thirsty. What will this guy give me to drink? If you want to enter the spiritual world of the guest, you must first make the other person feel relaxed. Just like hypnosis, the less vigilant the hypnotized person is, the easier it is to succeed in hypnosis. For bartender Lin Ye, a glass of delicious wine is a pocket watch that makes guests relax. So choosing the right wine is important. Aragaki Keiho often stayed for a drink after get off work, so Lin Ye knew her taste preferences very well. So he quickly decided what wine to make. While he was preparing the base liquor and ingredients, Kusaka Omi wandered over to the bar. Uncle, are you only inviting Xia Fan? That's too biased. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Zoom, please greet the guests first, I'll treat you after Xia Fan finishes drinking, Lin Ye said. There are still customers in the store now. We can't have two waiters resting at the same time. It would be better to take turns. Okay, I'll just wait a little bit then. Kusaka Omi smiled and turned around to continue greeting the guests. Under Aragaki Keiho's expectant gaze, Lin Ye began to prepare a relaxing wine for her. First, add mint, lime juice and syrup to the blender, then pound lightly with a pestle and stir. Next, add ice cubes, and then pour in the gin and sherry. The sherry used is Fino sherry, which is dry sherry. It is golden in color, not sweet, and has a soft taste with fresh grass and almond flavor. In addition, Fino means beautiful in Spanish. After gently stirring, strain the wine into a Collins glass filled with ice cubes and finally add tonic water to top up. Tonic water, also known as tonic water, is a carbonated beverage containing quinine and is often used in cocktails. The most common combination is gin and tonic. The drink that Lin Ye is preparing is also a recipe evolved from gin and tonic. The addition of sherry neutralizes the strength of gin, reduces the alcohol content and adds new flavor. The name of this cup is Soft Shock, please. Lin Ye pushed out the gentle impact he had prepared and made a gesture of invitation. Gentle, shock. Aragaki Keiho silently recited this somewhat unique name in her heart, shyly picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The gentle bubbles hit the delicate taste buds, and it feels like a tingling electric current is flowing from the tip of the tongue throughout the body. Her body and mind entered a state of complete relaxation. In this state, Lin Ye successfully entered her inner world. Here it is. Lin Ye looked around and felt that everything looked familiar. He quickly remembered where this was. Isn't this Dorabaiga paradise? The human mind is changing all the time, receiving new information. Deep information and memories will remain and can be taken out from time to savor and chew on, while insignificant information will fade away silently and will never be remembered again. Aragaki Keiho's inner world is the Dorabaiga Park, proving that this is a scene that has left a deep impression on her recently, and she may think about it every day. It seems that she was scared enough when she rode the roller coaster last time. Lin Ye thought so as he looked at the roller coaster speeding past in front of him. Suddenly, a pair of cold hands covered his eyes, and he was attacked from behind by two slimes. A mischievous voice whispered in his ear, "Guess who I am?" Lin Ye was thinking in his heart, and the events in his inner world reflected his thoughts. It turned out that Xia Fan wanted to do this to me. At this time, Xia Fan did not know that she was the real Lin Ye. She probably regarded herself as an illusion in her mind and completely let her imagination play tricks on her. What would happen if I didn't cooperate with her performance and showed independent thinking and she noticed it? So Lin Ye snorted coldly. Boring. He roughly pushed Xia Fan's hand away and walked away without looking back. Everyone in the amusement park suddenly stopped and looked at him, as if they were looking at an alien. Lin Ye was stunned. What do they want to do? The crowd gradually moved closer to him, and their eyes became more and more aggressive. Lin Ye quickly returned to his previous position. He had no doubt that if he waited a few more seconds, the crowd would rush over and tear him to pieces. He doesn't want to die again. I was just joking with you, are you scared? He said with a smile. Xia Fan in front of me was wearing summer clothes, a white suspender dress, which looked very cool. After hearing his explanation, Xia Fan, who looked frustrated, raised her head again, puffed her cheeks and punched him on the chest. Really annoying. The gathered crowd then slowly dispersed. Lin Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The human inner world is really dangerous and can be destroyed if you are not careful. I probably just triggered Xia Fan's inner defense mechanism. Just as the body will reject foreign objects, the human mind will not allow a second autonomous consciousness. It seems that in the future, when entering the inner world of a guest, one must be careful and cautious, and must not let the other party realize that one is an outsider, just like an undercover agent must never reveal his identity. Let's go sit in that together. Xia Fan pointed at the Ferris wheel in the distance, a bright smile reappearing on her face. She naturally took Lin Ye's arm and pulled him towards the Ferris wheel. This time Lin Ye did not struggle. He went to the Ferris wheel with her, bought a ticket and entered the cabin. There were only him and Xia Fan in the cabin, and it was very quiet. The cabin slowly rose, and Lin Ye sat opposite Xia Fan, thinking about how to take the initiative to leave her inner world. This situation is as difficult as knowing that you are dreaming and wanting to wake up on your own. People usually wake up from dreams by being startled or woken up by someone. Lin Ye looked at the scenery outside the cabin which was getting higher and higher. If I jump from here, will I wake up after being killed by the fall, or will I be frightened awake during the fall? Give it a try. Lin Ye kicked the cabin door open. Xia Fan, who was sitting opposite him, was originally shy. She was startled by his sudden action and looked at him in astonishment. What are you going to do? Lin Ye turned around and smiled at her. See you later. Then he jumped out of the cabin without hesitation. As he was falling at a very fast speed, his eyes went dark and his consciousness returned to his body. Xia Fan was still sitting at the bar, holding a wine glass in his hand, with an intoxicated look on his face. The next second, she opened her eyes, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Strange, why did such a picture suddenly pop up in my mind? Chapter 139. What? Conan, who was lying on the bar, yawned and glanced towards the door with a pair of listless eyes. It seems that those two guys will not come again today. Hey, Uncle Lin, have those two black uncles from that day come here recently? Lin Ye, who was wiping the cup, smiled and nodded slightly. Conan shuddered and his spirits instantly perked up. When was it? The day before you went to Kyoto, and the night before, but both times were very late, Lin Ye said with a smile. Conan asked impatiently, about when? Lin Ye pretended to recall the past, around 12 o'clock. It turns out that the two of them had been here before, damn it. Tomorrow is Saturday, so I'll wait here until closing time tonight. Only by finding them can I have a chance to obtain the poison again, and then let Dr. Agasa develop the corresponding antidote, so that I can return to my original appearance. Conan clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Lin Ye glanced at him and thought that if Conan wanted an antidote, instead of looking for gin and vodka, he might as well look for Miss Mingmei's sister, Shirley. As the developer of the drug, he is naturally the person who knows the most about the mysterious poison, and as a technician, the danger is relatively low. Unlike gin and vodka, two practical men who often set off bombs, drive submarines, and carry guns, they are extremely dangerous. Conan and Shirley have met in the store, but Conan doesn't know that Shirley is the developer of the medicine. However, Shirley already knows his true identity and is trying to get his blood as a research and development sample. If Conan uses his blood to exchange for the antidote, maybe it will succeed. But first he has to find out Shirley's true identity. Lin Ye naturally would not tell Conan these things. Conan already had some doubts about his identity, and if he told him this again, this kid would definitely think of himself as a member of that organization. Since he is a famous detective, let him figure it out himself. As time went by, the number of customers in the store gradually decreased. Listening to the soft music in the store, Conan's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and fatigue surged over him like a wave. Conan yawned again. Children's bodies are really prone to sleepiness. In the afternoon, I was dragged by those three guys to play baseball again. They made me an outfielder, running around picking up the ball. I can't do it anymore, let's take a break. Uncle Lin, if those two black uncles come, please wake me up. After Lin Ye nodded, Conan lay down on the bar and fell asleep quickly. Who is the black uncle this kid is talking about? Have there been any black customers in the store? Lin Ye glanced at Amuro Toru's dark skin and replied, they are the two guests who drank Vesper the night before last, that is, your colleagues, gin and vodka. Toru Amuro immediately understood that the black Conan was referring to was black clothes, not dark skin. What did he ask those two people for? Amuro Toru was a little surprised. Oh, Conan likes to play detective games, so he might have regarded those two guests as his targets of investigation, Lin Ye said with a smile. Toru Amuro was stunned, and looked at Conan who was lying on the bar. His eyes became strange. Little boy, you are playing with fire. Those two guys are truly dangerous. Looking at Conan who was falling asleep, Lin Ye suddenly had an idea. He can use wine to enter the inner world of the guests because after drinking, the guests' minds enter a relaxed state. When people are asleep, they are least guarded, so can I take the opportunity to enter? After experimenting with a method of active detachment from Xia Fan's inner world, he entered the inner worlds of several guests. Of course, he was just practicing his in and out skills. And did not explore the secrets of the guests. The common point of these guests was that they were gentle and had weak psychological defenses. After drinking Lin Ye's wine, they were completely relaxed. Lin Ye easily entered their inner world, and then practiced the skills of actively disengaging. Now he has basically mastered the skills of entering and exiting the guests' hearts. But not every guest can successfully enter. Some guests have strong psychological defenses, like a solid wall, blocking him out. For example, Toru Amuro, even if he drank Lin Ye's wine, Lin Ye could not invade his heart. For such determined people, the simple taste experience is not enough to make them open their hearts. They must find the weak points in the wall of their hearts before they have a chance. For example, when they are extremely happy or extremely sad, their psychological defenses will be weakened. For example, when you are unconscious or asleep. Conan is now in sleep mode. Lin Ye decided to give it a try and focused his attention on the hair of wisdom on Conan's head, recalling the feeling of entering the guest's inner world. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. That familiar feeling resurfaced again, like a feather gently falling. Lin Ye's spiritual tendrils reached out silently and grasped it accurately. The scene before my eyes changed instantly. He successfully entered Conan's inner world. Here it is. The surrounding scene still looked familiar to Lin Ye. It was Dorabaiga paradise again, but at night. He became one of the passers-by in the amusement park. Lin Ye looked around and immediately found Conan. Oh, no, in Conan's self-consciousness, he still looked like Kudo Shinichi. Xiaolan was also beside him, and the two of them walked towards this side, talking and laughing. In order to avoid being recognized by the two men, Lin Ye's face changed immediately after a thought. A 99-point appearance score turned into a passing score of 61, making him inconspicuous in the crowd. This will avoid leaving any traces in Conan's inner world. When he entered the inner worlds of several guests to practice before, he figured out a way to change his own form. Because it is a spiritual world, he can change his physical form at will. However, as an intruder, he can only change himself. And if it becomes too strange, such as having 3 heads, 6 arms and 8 legs, or does things that alert the master of the world, such as attacking passers-by and causing great damage, it will trigger the psychological defense mechanism of the master of the spiritual world. Once the defense mechanism is triggered, the entire spiritual world will try every means to destroy him. If he is cleared away through death, it will cause damage to his own spirit. So he had to be cautious. At this time, Lin Ye noticed another familiar figure. Vodka, wearing a black hat and sunglasses, stood on the side of the road, holding a black box in his hands. After looking around, he went into the dark alley next to him. Sorry, Xiaolan, please go back first. Hearing the voice, Lin Ye turned around and saw Kudo Shinichi waving goodbye to Xiaolan. I'll be back in a moment. Kudo left a confident smile and walked into the dark alley under Xiaolan's worried gaze. Oh, that's what happened that day at the amusement park. In other words, he will become Conan next. Lin Ye was quite curious about what happened that day. Now that he had the chance to witness it with his own eyes, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. He followed into the alley. Kudo Shinichi's attention was all on Vodka in front of him. He seemed to have no precautions behind him and was completely unaware of Lin Ye who was following behind him. However, Lin Ye knew that he would be in trouble soon, and Jin must be somewhere. So to be on the safe side, Lin Ye made his body transparent, and his feet left the ground, floating behind Kudo Shinichi like a ghost. Chapter 140. In a dark corner where no one is paying attention, a transaction is taking place. Here is the money, not a penny less. Where are the things I want? The bald man opened his handbag, which was full of Fukuzawa Yukichi. Vodka, wearing sunglasses, took the suitcase, took a quick look at it, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he fished out a roll of film from his trouser pocket and flicked his thumb. I have received the evidence of your company's smuggling of arms. The bald man caught the film in a panic. Vodka was in a good mood after completing the transaction, and joked, don't do too many bad things, big boss. Stop talking nonsense, what qualifications do you have to teach me? Your organization. I advise you to stop talking, be careful of what you say. Hearing Vodka's threat, the bald boss suddenly fell silent. He really couldn't afford to offend that organization. All of this was seen clearly by Kudo Shinichi, who was hiding in the corner, and he even took out a micro camera to take pictures. But he didn't notice that a dark shadow was silently approaching behind him. Lin Ye was floating in the air, looking at Jin, who was slowly approaching Kudo Shinichi's back with an iron rod in his hand, and shook his head slightly. Brother Kudo, you are still young. The detective game might ends here. Bang! Jin raised his stick and swung it, and Kudo Shinichi fell to the ground. Jin then took out a medicine box, grabbed Kudo Shinichi's head, and roughly stuffed a red and white capsule into his mouth. After the two left the scene, Lin Ye landed next to the fallen Kudo Shinichi, of course still maintaining his invisible form. Soon, he witnessed the miracle happen with his own eyes. After Kudo Shinichi let out a painful groan, his body suddenly curled up into a ball. His clothes, which had been fitting him well, shrank and his hands and feet were pulled into the sleeves. Amazing. Miss Shirley is a genius. It's amazing that they could develop such a miraculous medicine. If she could get Conan's blood as a sample, maybe she could transform the poison into a magical drug that could reverse time. If the world's richest people knew that such a drug existed, they would definitely go crazy for it. The world suddenly fell into darkness, like the curtain falling on a stage play. When the world lit up again, the scene had changed. It was still night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, it was a clear night. Lin Ye was floating in the air, looking at the three-story building below. Where is this? On the first floor is the Polo Bar, and on the second floor window are large white letters reading, Muri Detective Agency. Lin Ye looked around again and the entire Beika town was in sight. The street layout is exactly the same as the real Beika town. Awesome, it seems Kudo Shinichi has memorized the entire Beikacho street layout long ago. Just as Sherlock Holmes kept the whole of London in his mind, this Japanese Sherlock Holmes fan also kept the whole of Beika town in his mind. Smart people's dreams are full of details, which is amazing. Lin Ye landed back on the ground in admiration and looked into the Polo Bar from the first floor window. Sure enough, he saw another self. But what's with that lewd smile on that guy's lips? The man standing at the bar did look exactly like him, but his eyes were lustful and there was an extremely lewd smile on his lips. At this time, all the people sitting at the bar were women, namely Aragaki Keiho, Kusaka Omi, Mizunashi Rina, Kira Heinkage, and Sonoko. Lin Ye at the bar was chatting and laughing with 5 women, laughing like a scumbag. Lin Ye's mouth twitched outside the window. This brat, it turns out this is how I am in his mind. How can my smile be so lewd? Not finding Conan in the store, Lin Ye angrily floated up to the 3rd floor and entered the room through the wall. He planned to pretend to be a ghost to scare the brat and give him a little nightmare. The sound of gurgling water came from the bathroom. Is that boy taking a shower? Lin Ye was a little puzzled as to why Conan dreamed of taking a bath. However, dreams are unpredictable and anything could happen. So he floated towards the bathroom, passed through the wall, and half of his head appeared on the bathroom wall. The moment he saw the scene in the bathroom, he immediately retracted his head. Xiaolan is in there too. And he is rubbing Conan's back. Good boy, you are still thinking about this matter. He had heard Conan's inner thoughts and knew that he had taken a bath with Xiaolan. Adhering to the principle of, don't look at what is inappropriate and live pure love forever, Lin Ye waited patiently in the living room and did not enter the bathroom again. Because Xiaolan is inside, and also Yumeko Akuriko. Although Xiaolan was just an illusion in a dream, his consciousness was clear and real. It would be despicable to take advantage of the fact that this is a dream and peek at it without restraint. But Xiaolan's figure is really, well, she really deserves to be a karate master. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, the astonishing scene just now had already caused a huge impact and shock to him, the former great magician. If he looked at her a few more times, he was worried that he would never be able to look directly at Xiaolan in real life again. As a result, we waited until daytime. In just a few breaths, the sky outside brightened and time turned from night to day. The sound of water in the bathroom naturally disappeared. Lin Ye went over to open the door and saw that there was indeed no one in the bathroom. Well, this is a dream and cannot be judged by common sense. Where has this kid gone again? Uncle Maori's voice came from the 2nd floor. Lin Ye sank down on the spot, passed through the floor, and came to the detective agency on the 2nd floor. In the office, Uncle Maori was watching Yoko Okino's show and shouting with excitement. Conan sat on the sofa, holding a comic book in his hand, looking helpless. I think I should go out for a walk. Conan closed the comic and jumped off the sofa. When he reached the door, a gunshot was heard outside the window. Bang! Uncle Mauri's excited cheering came to an abrupt end. Conan looked back in horror and saw the bloody hole on Uncle Mauri's forehead and the blood flowers blooming. Bang! A second gunshot was heard outside the window, along with a familiar scream. Conan shouted, "No," then ran to the window and looked out, and was immediately stunned. Lin Ye floated to the window before him and saw the tragedy on the street. Xiaolan fell in a pool of blood, still holding a basket of vegetables in her hands, an expression of astonishment frozen on her innocent face. Lin Ye looked at the roof of the building opposite. Jin was holding a sniper rifle, and the black muzzle moved slightly, aiming at Conan who was standing by the window. "Goodbye, detective." Bang! The black bullet pierced through Conan's forehead and a flower of blood bloomed. The whole world shattered like a mirror. Lin Ye's consciousness returned to his body and there was nothing unusual. It seems that if the owner of the inner world wakes up on his own initiative, it is also a way to leave safely. Conan, who was lying in front of the bar, screamed and woke up suddenly, his eyes still full of fear. "Conan, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Conan came back to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a dream. Ding, ding. The bell at the door of Poirot's pub rang. Conan turned his head and his pupils suddenly contracted. Two dark figures suddenly came into view. Chapter 141. "Hey, it's that brat who's blocking the way on the Shinkansen." Vodka, who was following Jin to the bar, recognized Conan. This was the third time he and Conan had met. The first time was when Conan was leaving this store, standing on the side of the road in a daze. The second time was on the Shinkansen 2 days ago, and the kid was blocking the middle of the road and staring blankly again. This kid probably lives nearby. Hey, this kid seems to be quite timid. He is always frightened by the aura of me and my big brother. Just tease him. Vodka grinned at Conan. "Hey, kid, we meet again." Conan was staring at the two of them with a serious expression, thinking about how to steal the poison from Jin so that Dragasa could analyze the composition of the poison and develop an antidote. I didn't expect Vodka to suddenly speak to me, and I was shocked. Hello. Damn it, who are you calling a brat, this bastard? But fortunately they don't know that I have become a child. They escaped on the Shinkansen. This time, I must steal the poison from Jin. At this moment, Jin glanced at him, and the icy look made his heart skip a beat and his head ached slightly. He will never forget the stick he received at the amusement park. However, Jin just glanced at him indifferently, lost interest, and sat down at the bar. "Mr. Kurosawa, what would you like to drink today?" "Kurosawa?" Conan silently wrote down Jin's last name. Although it might be false, it was still a piece of information. Just use Jin as the basis, and you can come up with the rest as you like. Jin's mouth slightly raised, thinking with some anticipation, if he were allowed to do whatever he wanted, what kind of drink would he make for me? "Where's Mr. Onisuka? Did you bring a driver with you today?" Vodka smiled and said, "You guessed it right." Now, whenever Vodka goes to Polo's bar, he will ask another little brother to drive with him so that he can drink like Jin. "I want a vodka-based drink, as for what kind of mix, it's up to you." Lin Ye laughed and said, "Okay, please wait a moment." He turned around and began to make preparations with a Muro Toru. Conan, who was sitting next to him, thought, as expected of the guys with code names like Jin and Vodka, it seems like they really like drinking these two kinds of alcohol. Is their organization a winery? They brought the driver with them so that they couldn't install the bug in their car. How can I steal the medicine from Jin? While Conan was lost in thought, Lin Ye had already prepared the materials and tools needed for making cocktails. First up was a glass for Jin. Add mint, freshly squeezed lime juice and syrup into a shaker, then pound it with a pestle to blend the aroma and flavor of the three together. Then add ice cubes and pour in the gin. The type of gin Lin Ye chose was Hayman's Royal Navy. Jin said last time he came that this was the type of gin he liked. Shake and strain into a Collins glass filled with ice. Before filtering the wine, he pours out some of the melted ice water in the cup. The excess water will make the taste watery. Then pour ginger beer over the top of the glass. For ginger beer, Lin Ye chose Thomas Henry. This is a brand from Germany. Its selling point is that it does not add any coloring or artificial flavors. Although it is called beer, it is actually a soda and does not contain alcohol. It has a strong ginger aroma and a light lemon flavor, with a spicy ginger flavor and a little bit of sweetness. It tastes great drinking it alone too. Finally, decorate the rim of the glass with a sprig of mint, and the cocktail is ready. Mr. Kurosawa, gin mule, please. Gin mule, or gin mule. There are two gins, one represents gin and the other represents ginger beer. This cocktail was invented around 2000 and evolved from the Moscow Mule, but Lin Ye made it appear earlier. Gin Mule. Jin repeated the name, apparently hearing it for the first time. He picked up the wine glass in front of him, and a minty scent wafted into his nose. Is this a cocktail you created? No, I heard it from a friend, although he would not be discovered if he admitted it shamelessly. Lin Ye still did not want to be so shameless. Is it based on the Moscow Mule? Yes. The Moscow Mule is a classic cocktail recipe that originated in Los Angeles in the 20s. It is said that this drink was created by a bartender to solve the problem of excessive inventory of vodka and ginger beer, but it unexpectedly became very popular with customers. The next thing Lin Ye is going to mix for vodka is the Moscow Mule. Vodka, ginger beer, lime juice. The ingredients are simple, so the variations are endless, which pioneered the mule-style cocktail in the bartending world. Replace vodka with bourbon and you get the Kentucky Mule because bourbon originated in Kentucky, also known as the Kentucky Mule. Use bourbon and coffee liqueur, it's called a New Orleans Mule. Use agave, and it's called a Mexican Mule. Gold rum, Jamaican Mule. Irish whiskey, Irish Mule. Absinthe, Bohemian Mule. Cognac, French Mule. There are also London Mules, Australian Mules, Glasgow Mules, Dead Man's Mules, Thorn Mules, Southern Mules, Duquesne Mules, Oslo Mules. There are an endless number of mules that a bartender can create if he wants. This is the Mule Flow cocktail. After being single for a long time, even a mule looks pretty. Of course, this genre also has other names. Buck means male deer. Another name for Moscow Mule is vodka mule. However, people seem to prefer the name mule, probably because mules are more hardworking. Lin Ye started mixing Moscow Mule with vodka. For vodka, he chose Smirnoff. This brand was first created in Moscow, Russia 1863, but later changed hands many times and became a brand of the British beverage manufacturer Diageo. It is sold in more than countries around the world and is a very popular vodka. Ginger beer is still used by Thomas Henry. The preparation is also very simple, but it should be served in a copper mug at the end because the copper mug can better keep the wine at a low temperature. Lin Ye quickly finished the Moscow Mule. Mr. Onisuka, Moscow Mule, please. Gin and vodka were each enjoying their mules, looking content and relaxed. Conan looked at the two people drinking and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Drink, drink, the more the better, so that I have a chance to get what I want from you. As Lin Ye looked at the relaxing gin and vodka, that wonderful feeling like feathers falling appeared again. This means he can get inside both of them. To enter, or not to enter? That is the question. Chapter 142. If the human spiritual realm is compared to an ocean, then consciousness is like an iceberg. Only a small part floats on the sea surface, and the larger part is hidden underwater. The light of human reason can only shine on the part above the water. The part underwater cannot be perceived, but it affects the part above the water all the time. Underwater is the realm of the unconscious, where all thoughts come from. All the information we receive, whether active or passive, remembered or not, intersects and collides here, forming countless thoughts, like small bubble-like worlds. Countless bubbles are born and die on the seabed, and only a tiny part of them rush to the surface of the water, creating a tiny wave that is perceived by our mind and forms ideas, one by one. And among the perceived waves of consciousness, only a very small part can be transformed into actual actions. More information is deposited beneath the ocean of consciousness. Although it cannot be perceived, it is part of consciousness. Just as Lin Ye was hesitating whether to enter Jin's inner world, darkness suddenly appeared before his eyes. What he saw was the depths of Jin's sea of consciousness, and soon glowing bubbles were rising in the darkness. The dense bubbles reminded him of champagne. It is said that there are about 100 million bubbles in a bottle of champagne. Jin's figure appeared on every surface of these bubbles in the darkness. Lin Ye noticed the largest bubble, and his tendrils of consciousness spread over instantly. The moment they touched the bubble, the scene in front of him changed immediately. Warm lights enveloped him, elegant classical music came to his ears, and the air was filled with a comfortable light scent of perfume. Oops, I came in accidentally. He looked around and found that this was also a bar with exquisite decoration and the wines on the wine cabinet were also very tasteful. This kind of bar is definitely not something that ordinary people can enter. This must be the bar that Jin once visited. Lin Ye walked to the window and looked out. The view was very high and he also saw several familiar buildings. In other words, this place is in Beika City. His body became transparent, passed through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, floated into the air, and found that the bar was on the top floor of the building. The name of this building is Dahe Building. This is a very luxurious building with a sightseeing elevator outside the building. At this time, he saw a familiar figure on the top of the building. The black stand-up collar coat fluttered in the wind, and the long silver hair danced wildly in the wind. Who else could be such a cool figure but Jin? Lin Ye's heart moved and he landed in the center of the rooftop. Jin stood at the edge of the rooftop, seemingly waiting for someone. Click. There was the sound of a door opening behind Lin Ye. Jin suddenly turned around, and his cold eyes passed through the invisible man Lin Ye and fell on the person who opened the door. Lin Ye also turned around and saw Vodka walking out from the stairs. But Vodka's expression was a little different from when he was usually with Jin. There was an unfathomable smile on the corner of his mouth. It was this mysterious smile that made his silly temperament disappear without a trace. Something is wrong, so wrong. Why would that silly Vodka have such an expression? Lin Ye took 2 steps to the side, and Vodka walked steadily past where he was originally standing and stopped 5 steps away from Jin. Lin Ye watched the situation quietly. His intuition told him that something terrible was going to happen next. The dark muzzle of the gun was pointed at Jin. The man with the gun is Vodka. The gun is a Browning M1 935. Jin's pupils trembled and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Vodka, what do you mean? Vodka smiled deeply. I'm sorry, bro, I'm undercover. Undercover? Ha, ha. Ha 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 ha. Jin suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of madness. Vodka listened quietly, his hand holding the gun as steady as a sculpture. Jin's laughter stopped abruptly and he stared at Vodka like a wild beast. Well done, Vodka, you did a great job. You even managed to hide it from me. But Vodka? Vodka was his close brother, and the two had been carrying out missions together for many years. Except for sleeping and bathing, they were almost inseparable, and occasionally they would take a hot spring bath together. Even so, he didn't find any clues. Compared with Vodka's acting skills, those rats that had been lurking in the organization before were simply not worth mentioning. Thank you for the compliment, big brother, Vodka said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I have been your younger brother for so many years, I wonder if you are satisfied with my performance. Jin didn't answer the question, but put his left hand into his coat pocket. Don't move, Vodka drank immediately. Jin seemed not to hear anything. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Then he found that he had no fire. And Vodka always carries a lighter with him. I don't know if he still has that lighter with him now. Vodka, is it hot? Vodka sneered, still holding the gun steadily, do you think I will fall for your trick? Jin sighed, his eyes filled with deep fatigue. Lin Ye suddenly wanted to run to the convenience store downstairs to buy him a lighter, but was afraid of missing this good show, so he held back. Vodka, who sent you? FBI. CIA. It can't be the Japanese police, right? Since you asked, I'll tell you because we've worked together for so many years. Vodka raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said something in Russian. Jin nodded. It turned out to be someone from the CBP Commonwealth Bureau of Foreign Intelligence. I'm sorry, brother, I'm just doing this to carry out my mission. Just as Vodka was about to pull the trigger, Jin smiled evilly, turned around suddenly, and jumped down from the roof. Goodbye, Vodka. As he fell, he pressed the detonator in his pocket. Boom! A bomb hidden in the top floor bar was detonated, blowing the entire rooftop up into the sky. Fortunately, Lin Ye realized something was wrong and left the rooftop in time. Before he had time to appreciate the explosion, the sky shattered like a bubble. Maybe Jin landed after taking a leap of faith. This absurd world of the mind was shattered with his death. Lin Ye collected his thoughts, the darkness in front of him faded away, and the scene of Polo Bar reappeared before his eyes. Jin was still sitting at the bar drinking, with a relaxed expression, as if nothing had happened. What happened just now should be the thing he subconsciously fears the most, right? Lin Ye looked at Vodka who was sitting next to him. Hee, it tastes really good, much better than the guy in the big black building. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze. No, this guy can't be undercover. Lin Ye believed in his ability to judge people. Someone like Vodka couldn't be an undercover agent. If he is an undercover agent, his acting skills are too horrible. But what if? What if he is the super actor? Lin Ye couldn't suppress his curiosity, so he dived into the spiritual sea of Vodka again. Bubbles rise in the darkness, and Vodka can be seen on each bubble. Lin Ye still chose the biggest one. As soon as he entered, Lin Ye was delighted on the spot. It's Dorabaiga tropical paradise again. A huge Ferris wheel stood before him, turning slowly. In one of the cabins, Lin Ye saw 2 familiar figures. They were wearing black clothes and black hats, one was wearing sunglasses and the other had long silver hair down to her waist. The two of them sat opposite each other, giving a romantic feeling. It's gin and vodka. Chapter 143. A taxi stopped in front of Poirot's bar. Xiaolan helped her father get out of the car. Really, Dad, if you drink so much again, I won't care about you anymore. She forgot that she had said the same thing last time. Kagoro Mari exclaimed twice, looked up and saw the sign of Polo Bar, and smiled as if he saw a beautiful woman. Let's go to Xiaolan's and have 2 more glasses of sobering water. After taking 2 steps, Xiaolan grabbed his collar from behind. Dad, you're already so drunk, so don't cause any more trouble for Mr. Lin. What do you mean by trouble? I'm just going to take care of business. But feeling the force coming from his collar as strong as a tower crane, he turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the upper floor. Xiaolan finally sent her father back to the room, but found that Conan was not there. She went back to her room and looked for Conan again, but still couldn't find him. She looked at the time and it was almost 12 o'clock. Is Conan still in the bar downstairs? So Xiaolan went downstairs again and came to Polo Bar. When she opened the door, she saw Conan sitting at the bar. There were 2 other guests sitting at the bar. Hey, aren't they the 2 who were at the amusement park that day? The black combination of gin and vodka was so cool that she thought of it instantly. Then she remembered that Shinichi seemed very interested in these 2. Conan, it's so late, why are you still here? Come back with me and go to bed. Xiaolan didn't know that Kudo Shinichi was knocked unconscious by Jin, and she also received a call from Shinichi and thought he was just resolving an incident. So when he saw Jin and the other man, he was just a little surprised. Sister Xiaolan, I want to play for a while longer. No, Conan. Xiaolan walked over, grabbed Conan's collar, and lifted him up with one hand. Jin, who was sitting next to her, looked at her with some surprise. This girl has really good arm strength, it looks like she has practiced before. If children don't go to bed early, they won't grow tall, Xiaolan continued, like an older sister educating a disobedient younger brother. Conan was helpless. Damn it, I haven't figured out how to steal the medicine yet. Although he is a child now, he is in the dark. But gin and vodka are not easy to deal with, and it would be unwise to act rashly. What's more, he just had such a dream. This place is too close to Xiaolan's home, and I must not reveal my identity and involve Xiaolan and the uncle. Because of such concerns, Conan racked his brains but could not think of a way to steal the medicine from Jin. If Lin Ye is willing to cooperate with me and put some drugs in Jin's wine, there is a chance. But he definitely won't agree. Lin Ye glanced at Conan. Of course, I'm not stupid. Is this child causing you any trouble? Xiaolan asked Lin Ye while holding Conan. Lin Ye shook his head. Conan is a very sensible child. Anyway, thank you for helping me look after him. Good night, Mr. Lin. Good night, Xiaolan. After saying goodbye, Xiaolan left with Conan in her arms. Conan lay on Xiaolan's shoulder and looked at Jin and Vodka who were sitting at the bar. They will definitely come again. I must find a way to get that medicine, but I must not let them know my true identity. Conan, those 2 people look dangerous, stay away from them. When they arrived outside the bar, Xiaolan immediately gave Conan instructions. Yeah, Conan knew the danger of those 2 people better than Xiaolan. After all, he had experienced it himself. It's not just the 2 of them, there are all kinds of people in the bar. If you encounter strange guests, you must keep your distance from them and never leave with them, do you understand? Xiaolan knew that she couldn't stop Conan from entering Poirot's bar, so she had to give him this reminder. Don't worry, Sister Xiaolan, I know, besides, Uncle Lin is here, if any bad guy wants to kidnap me, he will definitely stop him. That's true, Mr. Lin is really a reassuring adult. Xiaolan walked into the corridor holding Conan and said with a smile. Hearing Xiaolan praising that man, Conan felt unhappy and asked tentatively. Sister Xiaolan, are you obsessed with Uncle Lin? Xiaolan just walked to the end of the stairs, and after hearing what was said, she put Conan on the last step. Conan, if you keep talking nonsense, my sister will get angry. She grabbed Conan's cheeks with both hands and pulled them. Feeling the force on his cheek, Conan chuckled in his heart. You are already angry, okay? He quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaolan. Xiaolan then let go and said as she opened the door, Mr. Lin receives so many guests every day, he must have met many outstanding women, how could he be interested in a high school girl like me? Conan followed her into the house and heard her read again. Besides, Sonoko likes Mr. Lin so much, I won't fall in love with the same man as my best friend. Conan thought to himself that indeed, if a woman wanted to snatch a man, she would do anything. Tuanjia, This refers specifically to Japan in the 90s, and it is a scientific world, and has nothing to do with reality among the cases he had solved before. There were many good classmates, best friends, and even sisters who fell in love with the same man. In the end, one of the three people would always pass away. Okay, Conan, go to bed, good night. Well, good night, Sister Xiaolan. After Xiaolan entered the room, Conan also returned to the room. When he saw Kagoro Mori lying on the bed snoring loudly, he suddenly felt a headache. But he couldn't go to Xiaolan's room to sleep, as that would make him even more unable to sleep. He had no choice but to take the quilt and lie down on the sofa in the living room. Oh, I really hope to return to my original state soon. Kudo House. A beautiful young woman with an attractive figure opened the closet, checked it, and said in surprise. Shinichi's childhood clothes are gone, it seems that he has really turned back into a child, I really want to see the small Shinichi right away. A look of anticipation appeared on the woman's face. The man standing behind him was looking at the layout of the room and seemed to have discovered something. Someone outside has been here. Although I tried to hide the traces deliberately, it still couldn't escape his eyes. Hey, are you listening to me? The woman's dissatisfied face suddenly blocked his view. A smile appeared on the man's face. Haha, of course, I am also looking forward to meeting the smaller Shinichi. That boy is now hiding his identity and living in the Mori family, haha, he won't sleep with Xiaolan, will he? Thinking of the Mori family's daughter, the woman covered her mouth and laughed. The man thought that with Shinichi's personality, that kind of thing was unlikely. If he were to sleep next to Xiaolan, he would probably not be able to sleep. By the way, let's give Shinichi a surprise, the woman suddenly said. Surprise? Seeing the smile on his wife's face, Kudo Yusaku was stunned. What is this woman planning again? Yukiko Kudo came close to him and whispered her plan in his ear. After hearing this, Kudo Yusaku hesitated and said, Yukiko, this is not good, right? What's the matter? Isn't that brat known as a famous detective? It's a good opportunity to test his skills. Helplessly, Kudo Yusaku could only agree and pray silently for his son in his heart. Son, this was your mother's idea, so don't blame me afterwards. But it sounds interesting. Afterwards, the two had sex in their son's room. Chapter 144. After washing up and having breakfast, I went out for exercise as usual. After this period of training, his physical fitness has improved a lot and he no longer needs to stop to rest in the middle. He was immersed in the rhythm of his body, breathing evenly, and his muscles stretching and contracting rhythmically, with unparalleled coordination, bringing him an extraordinarily wonderful experience. He even wanted to keep running until the end of the world. However, when he passed by Polo's bar, he stopped and looked at the street across. A fat woman wearing glasses, probably in her 30s, dressed in black and wearing black gloves, was stuffing Conan into a family car. Maori father and daughter stood on the side of the road, both with reluctant smiles on their faces. Thank you so much for taking care of Conan these days, I will definitely come to thank you again someday, the woman in black bowed to the two of them and thanked them. No, even though this boy is a little naughty, I still feel a little reluctant to part with him when I really have to say goodbye to him, said Kagoro Mori. Xiaolan reluctantly said to Conan, who looked very excited in the car window, Conan, remember to write to us when you get there. Damn, the car door is locked. But I don't know this woman at all. She's not my mother. Lin Ye was a little surprised to hear Conan's thoughts coming from the car. Could it be that someone is impersonating Conan? But how could Uncle Maori and Xiaolan believe her? By the time he reached the other side of the road, the car had already gone some distance. It's Xiaolan, Maori. Kagoro smiled warmly when he saw Lin Ye. Getting up so early to exercise, it's good to be young. Lin Ye was wearing sportswear and there was sweat on his forehead. One could tell at a glance that he had just been running. It's almost 11 o'clock, how can it be early? It's you, Dad, who got up too late, okay? Xiaolan complained in her heart. After greeting Lin Ye, she said to Maori Kagoro, Dad, you shouldn't stay in your room drinking and watching TV all day, if you have time, go out for a run and exercise, be careful not to get rusty. Don't worry, your dad is in good health, I can deal with 10 prisoners without any problem. Ha ha ha. Kagoro Mori confidently posed like a wrestler, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Xiaolan covered her face in shame. Dad, really, this is on the street, it's so embarrassing. If Lin Ye hadn't been standing next to her, she would have definitely run upstairs immediately. Lin Ye smiled slightly and asked Xiaolan. Was that Conan's family just now? Xiaolan blushed and responded, well, she is Conan's mother, she took Conan home after he was discharged from the hospital. But Conan looks like he doesn't want to leave here, is she really Conan's mother? Lin Ye frowned. Look, This is her business card. Xiaolan took out a business card with Idagawa Fumio written on it. Business cards can be forged. Lin Ye heard Conan's thoughts, so he was sure that the other person was not Conan's mother. Who could that be? Suddenly, a beautiful and cold face appeared in his mind. Could it be that someone sent by Miss Shirley was going to capture that boy and use him as a guinea pig for research? She did say in her heart that she would find a way to get Conan's blood. Moreover, the woman's dressing style also has the flavor of that mysterious organization. Although he had a good impression of Miss Shirley, if she conducted human experiments on a child, her status in Lin Ye's heart would change from a genius and beautiful female scientist to an evil scientist who conducted human experiments. Alas, Lin Ye sighed in his heart, Miss Shirley, I hope you will not become that kind of person. After hearing Lin Ye's doubt, Xiaolan also became a little unconfident. I'll call Diaragasa to confirm right away. Xiaolan turned and ran into the corridor. Don't worry, Xiaolan, who would want to target that kid? Maori Kagoro patted Lin Ye's shoulder and said confidently. Besides, I've observed their looks, their eyes and mouths are very similar, only biological sons can look this alike, there's no doubt about it. Because they were far away, Lin Ye didn't look closely at the woman's appearance. But Conan would know his own mother, so there must be something wrong with that woman. Xiaolan came back soon. Seeing her relaxed expression, Lin Ye guessed the result of the call. Sure enough, Xiaolan smiled and said, I have confirmed with Dr. Agasa that Ms. Fumio is indeed Conan's mother, she visited Dr. Agasa last night. Oh, all right. But Lin Ye still couldn't figure it out. Why did Conan think that wasn't her mother? He looked in the direction where the car disappeared and frowned. But never mind, he is the famous detective Kudo Shinichi. Even if there is any situation, he can definitely solve it with his own wisdom. You'd better stop worrying about it. Shaolin, do you want to come up and sit down with us so we can have a drink? Maori Kagoro put his arm around Lin Ye's shoulders affectionately and invited him warmly. Dad. Xiaolan glared at her father. Mr. Lin just finished running and sweated so much, how can he drink? After strenuous exercise, the body's capillaries expand. If you drink alcohol at this time, it will accelerate the absorption of alcohol, causing further dehydration and muscle fatigue. If you persist in doing this for a long time, it may even trigger gout. Well, that's right, seeing Lin Ye sweating profusely, Kagoro Maori realized that he was not in a suitable condition to drink. Mr. Lin, please go upstairs and have a glass of water, Xiaolan said. Lin Ye was feeling a little thirsty, so he nodded. Then I'll excuse you. Kagoro Maori looked at Lin Ye and Xiaolan entering the corridor and nodded with satisfaction. Ran is pretty smart. I thought she only had eyes for that arrogant detective boy. Although Xiaolan is a little older than Xiaolan, a mature man is more attractive and more stable. More importantly, he is a bartender. If he becomes my son-in-law, won't I be able to drink fine wine every day? Thinking of this, Kagoro Mori's eyes lit up, as if he saw the happy life for the rest of his life. Lin Ye, who had just walked into the corridor, swayed and almost stepped on empty air. Xiaolan is indeed a karate master. She is quick-eyed and quick-handed and supports him in time. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Xiaolan looked at Lin Ye in confusion. Mr. Lin, are you too tired from running and your legs are weak? Hee, it's okay, I just got distracted for a moment. Lin Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at Maori Kagoro who was following him, and smiled bitterly in his heart. Uncle, there's no need to do this. If you want to drink, just come downstairs. There's no need to marry your daughter to me. When he saw Xiaolan supporting Lin Ye in a very intimate manner, Kagoro Maori was stunned, and then a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiaolan immediately realized that her actions could easily be misunderstood, so she quickly withdrew her hand, her face slightly red. Mr. Lin, you won't misunderstand, right? She looked at Lin Ye cautiously. Lin Ye's eyes were clear and his smile was innocent, as if nothing had happened. Thank you, Xiaolan. Xiaolan then breathed a sigh of relief and continued to go upstairs. Lin Ye followed behind and heard the girl's thoughts. It would be bad if Mr. Lin misunderstood that I was interested in him. Fortunately, Mr. Lin did not think too much about it. There is only one person I like, Shinichi. But where did Shinichi go? Chapter 145. Maori Detective Agency. Lin Ye sat on the sofa in front of the reception table, holding the cup of warm water brought by Xiaolan. After taking a sip, my dry throat felt warm and moistened. He let out a sigh of satisfaction. Mr. Lin, wipe your sweat. Xiaolan held a clean white towel in both hands. Oh, thank you, Xiaolan. Lin Ye took the towel. It was wet and a little warm. It seemed that it had been soaked in warm water and then wrung dry. After exercise, it is also a pleasure to wipe off the sweat on the body with such a towel. That's so thoughtful, Xiaolan. You're welcome, Xiaolan smiled, like a virtuous and capable sister. She would sweat after completing her daily karate training, so she knew what kind of towel was most comfortable to use to wipe the sweat. After exercise, the human body's blood circulation speeds up and the skin pores are open. Wiping with cold water will cause the pores to contract due to the cold, resulting in reduced sweating, and heat cannot be released well, which may cause a feeling of hotness. Using a warm towel can avoid irritation to the skin. It will absorb heat during evaporation and adapt to the body's cooling rhythm, which is very comfortable. Dry towel. Not moist enough. Moreover, the dust on the towel may clog the pores and cause itching. So hot towels are the best. While Lin Ye was wiping the sweat from his head and neck with a hot towel, Xiaolan waited by his side, waiting for him to finish and then took the towel to wash. Lin Ye caught a glimpse of the smile on Xiaolan's face, and the scene he saw in Conan's dream last night suddenly flashed through his mind. He was slightly startled, his eyes became strange, and he quickly looked away. It is really difficult to control people's thoughts. I'm afraid only the Buddha can completely control his own thoughts. Lin Ye quickly drank some hot water to suppress his restless inner demons. Xiaolan tilted her head slightly. The attentive girl noticed the change in Lin Ye's expression and felt confused. Mr. Lin's eyes looked so strange just now, what was he thinking about? Ahem, nothing. Lin Ye wiped his face with the hot towel again and felt much refreshed, and his expression returned to normal. Although Xiaolan was curious, she didn't dare to ask. Give it to me. He took the towel from Lin Ye and turned around to wash it. I really envy you, Brother Lin. Xiaolan has never been so considerate to me as her father. Kagoro Mari looked at his daughter's back and said with some jealousy. Brother Lin. The change in the way Mari Kagoro addressed him suddenly made Lin Ye's uncle, which surprised Lin Ye a little. Just now he was planning to adopt me as his son-in-law, and now he calls me brother. This really messes up the seniority. Lin Ye smiled and said, Mr. Mao Li, you are joking. Xiaolan cooks, washes clothes, and cleans every day. You are blessed to have such a daughter. If you think about it carefully, Xiaolan not only goes to school every day, but also has to go home to cook, wash clothes, clean, and do all the housework. She also has to do karate training. She is really busy. After hearing Lin Ye's words, Mari Kagoro felt a little embarrassed. It is obviously the father who should take care of his daughter, but he is the one being taken care of. And he suddenly thought, if Xiaolan gets married in the future, what will he do for dinner, who will wash his clothes, and who will do the housework? Drinking. Horse racing, watching TV, playing mahjong. I can lead such a decadent life now, thanks to Xiaolan. Yes, Xiaolan is a good daughter, Mari Kagoro sighed. But no matter how good a daughter is, there will always be a day when she will get married. Lin Ye heard his thoughts clearly. He has never been a father, but he can understand this kind of reluctance. Yes, whoever marries Xiaolan will be blessed. Lin Ye thought of Conan who had just been taken away. How is that boy now? In traffic. The woman in black who was driving had a mysterious smile on her face. Conan sat in the passenger seat with a serious look on his face. The smile on the woman's lips gave him a malicious feeling. Who are you? Ho ho, I'm your mother. You're talking nonsense. My mother is obviously. Conan stopped himself in time when the words were about to come out of his mouth. Because saying one's mother's name is equivalent to revealing one's identity. But the woman continued for him. Kudo Yukiko. What? Conan's expression changed. The woman continued, your mother, Kudo Yukiko, is one of Japan's leading actresses. With her unparalleled acting skills and beauty, she won all kinds of awards in the entertainment industry at the age of 19, she has fans all over the world. But she married a novelist at the age of 20 and retired from the entertainment industry. Haha, what a silly woman. Conan listened in silence. He had a bad feeling. Later, they had a son named Kudo Shinichi. Yes, that's the famous detective Kudo Shinichi who is known as the savior of the Japanese police. Currently, the two are living overseas, leaving their only son to live in Japan. The woman in black raised the corner of her mouth and glanced at Conan in the passenger seat while waiting for the traffic light. I'm right, Conan. No, I should call you, Kudo Shinichi. Conan's pupils trembled and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. There is no doubt about it, this woman is definitely an accomplice of gin and vodka. But how did they find out? Did I reveal any flaws last night? No, I have to escape. Don't try to run away, kid. The woman's black-gloved hand produced a silver pocket pistol and pointed it at his head. Feeling the cold murderous intent, Conan froze. A cruel smile appeared on the woman's face. Bullets have no eyes, I don't want to hurt you, if you are obedient, I will take you to a good place. Conan's brain worked rapidly and he analyzed a possibility. Jin said that the poison was an unfinished experiment that could kill people without them being able to see through it. But now, not only did he not die, but his body underwent miraculous changes. This woman didn't kill herself directly, but planned to take her somewhere. It was very likely that the developer of the drug became interested in her body after hearing about her situation. In other words, they intend to use themselves as guinea pigs for research. This woman definitely wanted to take me to some underground research institute. Once I got there, I would have no chance to escape. Conan could already imagine that scene. In a white room where no detection equipment could find him, he was tied to an operating table, unable to move his hands and feet. Four bald scientists gathered around the operating table, their eyes emitting evil light, holding scalpels, syringes, pliers, tweezers, and hand saws in their hands. There were also various small props placed beside the operating table. Hee, little friend, let us study your body carefully. Don't do that kind of thing. Escape. We must escape now. Conan's brain was working rapidly. Looking at the flashing red light ahead, he gritted his teeth, stretched his foot to the side, and stepped hard on the accelerator. Chapter 146. The east-west lanes are open to traffic. Cars in the longitudinal lane stop at the line and wait for the green light to come on. Mayano Shiho sat in the left back seat of the car, near the window, and cast a cold gaze out of the window at the pedestrians crossing the sidewalk. Looking at the bustling streets and pedestrians, she felt a sense of alienation, as if she was in another grey world. At this time, the red light began to flash, and there was suddenly a commotion ahead. She was slightly stunned and looked forward, only to see a family car rushing out of the waiting line. The front of the car tilted, and then suddenly braked, leaving two clear black marks on the sidewalk. It was as if the driver in the car first stepped on the accelerator, then stepped on the brake in time and turned the steering wheel sharply, so as not to hit the car rushing out from the left to run the green light. When the red light turned yellow, the passenger door of the car suddenly opened, and a small figure jumped out of the car and ran hurriedly to the back. The moment she saw the child clearly, Mayano Shiho was stunned. It's him. He looks like he escaped from that car. Is the person in the car a kidnapper? The green light comes on and the car is about to start. Their car was parked in the right turn lane and was supposed to turn right. Follow that kid. Mayano Shiho suddenly spoke, raised her chin to the man in black in the cab, and pointed at Conan who was running away. Although the man in black sitting in the cab felt strange, in addition to his task of monitoring the woman, he also had to obey her orders. So I drove straight ahead and chased after Conan. Yukiko Kudo only recovered from her shock when she saw Conan disappear at the intersection through the rearview mirror. This brat almost killed me. Beep. The green light has come on and a horn honks urgingly from behind. Helplessly, Yukiko could only drive forward, then stop on the side of the road and dial Kudo Yusaku's phone number. How's it going? Did you catch the target? From the other end of the line came Kudo Yusaku's deliberately changed voice. Don't pretend, Yukiko said helplessly. That bastard got away and almost cost me my life. What? Yukiko, are you okay? It's okay, luckily I reacted in time. After listening to Yukiko's account of what happened, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Yukiko clenched her fists and could imagine her husband trying to hold back his laughter. Laugh if you want to, but what should I do now? Don't worry, Kudo Yusaku returned to his original voice. Even if that kid doesn't go to find Diaragasa, he will definitely contact him. We just need to ask Diaragasa to meet him at a place, and then go there in advance and wait for him. Yukiko's eyes lit up. That's right. Hubby, you're so smart. Now we can continue playing the game of kidnapping Shinichi. Kudo Yusaku on the other end of the phone laughed and thought to himself, Shinichi will definitely be very angry when he knows the truth, right? But he was quite looking forward to it. When that boy discovered the truth, the expression on his face would surely be very interesting, right? A secluded street, on a corner. Conan stuck half of his head out and looked back carefully. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the car did not catch up with him. Damn it, my identity has been exposed, what should I do now? He began to think about his next move. Go back to Uncle Maori's house. No, that would involve Uncle and Xiaolan. Conan felt a chill in his heart when he thought of the dream he had in Poirot's bar last night. If he killed his uncle and Xiaolan because of his own fault, he would never be able to forgive himself. Go find Diaragasa. No way, that woman even knows so much about my mother, she must have investigated me, maybe she has sent someone to ambush near my house. I can only call Diaragasa and confirm the situation first. Conan took out the small earring-shaped mobile phone that the professor had made for him and dialed the number of Professor Agasa's home. After the call is connected. Doctor, it's me, look out the window right now and see if there are any suspicious people around. Oh, wait a minute. There are no suspicious people. Shinichi, did something happen to you? That's good. Anyway, doctor, please come to Colombo restaurant first. I'll explain it to you in detail when you get there. Oh, okay, I'll be there right away. Dr. Agasa hung up the phone and immediately made another call. Hey, just as you expected, Shinichi called me. He asked me to meet him at Colombo restaurant. But isn't it a bad idea for us to lie to Shinichi like this? What? Invite me to dinner at Colombo's? Ahem, don't worry, I won't leak any secrets. Shinichi, you should suffer some setbacks occasionally to exercise yourself. After hanging up the phone, Dr. Agasa was in a good mood. I'm sorry, Shinichi, your dad said he would treat me to dinner at Colombo restaurant, so you have to make the sacrifice. Conan put away his phone and prepared to rush to Colombo restaurant. A black car suddenly stopped by the roadside. The back seat window rolled down, and a familiar face came into view. Hey, isn't this the child of the Mari family? I remember your name is Conan. Yeah, Conan managed a forced smile. Do you remember who I am? Mayano Shiho gave a harmless smile. You are Sister Huime. How clever. Mayano Shiho's smile widened. I just saw you running very fast on the side of the road. What happened? No, I just have to pee urgently, so I'm looking for a toilet. Conan looked embarrassed. Mayano Shiho's eyes were filled with smiles. Conan, why did you run so far away by yourself? Aren't you afraid that your sister Xiaolan will worry? It's okay, I remember the way home. There was a click. Mayano Shiho opened the car door, patted the seat under her buttocks, and smiled brightly. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. Conan hesitated. If I just walk on the street like this, I might be found by the woman in black. This time I was able to escape because it was unexpected, but it won't be so easy next time. If I take the car of the woman in white, I can avoid being seen by that woman. However, he always felt that the way this woman looked at him was a little strange. Could he really trust her? Seeing Conan hesitate, Mayano Shiho continued to tempt him. The car has air conditioning. Besides, it's too dangerous for a child like you to walk alone on the street. It would be terrible if you met a criminal who kidnapped children. Conan gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Okay, excuse me then. Click. The moment the car door closed, a mysterious smile appeared on Mayano Shiho's lips. At the same time, the Mari family. Xiaolan brought a plate of steaming food and placed it on the table. There were 3 dishes and a soup on the table, which looked very tempting. Lin Ye sat at the table. The aroma of the food entered his nose, and he couldn't help but salivate. At the invitation of the Mari father and daughter, he stayed for lunch. He was a little hesitant at first, but when he smelled the tempting aroma of the food, the hesitation in his heart immediately disappeared. A person's energy is limited, and he devoted all his energy to cocktail making, so his cooking skills can only be considered average. It had been a long time since he had smelled such delicious home-cooked food. It smells so good, Xiaolan. He couldn't help but praise. The Kudo couple came back early after receiving a report from Sonoko, so the situation changed. End of this chapter. Chapter 147. Hearing Lin Ye's praise, Xiaolan, who was wearing a pink apron, said modestly. Try it and see how it tastes. Lin Ye picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, nodding and saying, not bad, much better than what I cook. Mari Kagoro also took a bite and said with wide eyes, Xiaolan, the food you cooked today is much more delicious than usual. It seems that we should invite Xiaolan to visit our house more often in the future. Dad, stop talking nonsense. Xiaolan sat down and picked up the dishes and chopsticks, and at the same time gave her dear father an elbow. Kagoro Mori almost spit out his food and quickly shut up. Lin Yi smiled secretly in his heart and pretended not to see it. Can you cook too? Xiaolan asked, remembering Lin Ye's answer just now. Lin Yi replied, yes, I understand a little bit. So you can cook Chinese food? Can you teach me? Lin Yi learned all his cooking knowledge from some of his clients who were chefs. He knew a lot of theoretical knowledge, but had little practical experience. But if it's just teaching Xiaolan, there shouldn't be any problem. Okay, if there's a chance. That's great. I've wanted to learn Chinese cooking for a long time. Kagoro Mori, who was standing by, held his bowl and nodded repeatedly. Very good, that's it, you two should interact more. Once Xiaolan learns this, she will be able to eat Chinese food without having to go to a Chinese restaurant. Maybe their relationship will get heated up by then. Xiaolan, go get me a can of beer, I want to celebrate. Celebrate? Xiaolan looked at her father in confusion. Is there anything worth celebrating today? Of course there is, that freeloader is finally gone, isn't this a happy thing? Really? Didn't you just say downstairs that you couldn't bear to leave Conan? Does Mr. Lin want one too? Lin Ye hesitated for a moment and nodded. His body has almost recovered now, so it would be no harm to drink some beer. It is a good opportunity to try out if there is anything special about the beer in this world. Soon, Xiaolan brought 2 cans of beer. Lin Ye took a sip. As an ordinary beer that can be bought in a supermarket, it tasted pretty good. Come on, Kobayashi, cheers. It was a rare occasion for Kagoro Maori to drink beer at home without being nagged by Xiaolan, so he was in a very happy mood. After clinking glasses with Lin Ye in a heroic manner, he took a big gulp and let out a comfortable sigh. Lin Ye took a sip and felt relieved. By the way, Xiaolan, can you teach me karate? Lin Ye suddenly asked. Xiaolan agreed without any hesitation, sure, I plan to go to the club for training in the afternoon, there shouldn't be many people at the training ground on weekends, if you are free, you can go with me. Xiaolan knew that he was interested in karate and was not surprised by this. Lin Ye had just promised to teach her how to cook, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. Kagoro Mori had a strange look on his face, as if he wanted to say something, but he glanced at his daughter and held it back. But Lin Ye could hear his inner thoughts clearly. You are so confused, Xiaolan. On a rare weekend, why not go to an amusement park or something to have some fun? Why practice karate? Uncle, I'm asking Xiaolan for advice. Lin Ye replied in his heart. At this time, Mari Kagoro started to think again. As long as he drank, his mind would become active. Could it be that Xiaolan wants to have some physical contact with Xiaolan through karate training? Hey, this won't do. Lin Ye was just thinking that the uncle still cared about Xiaolan, when he heard Xiaolan's punches and kicks are no joke, and she will become excited when she enters the competitive state. What if Xiaolan can't stop herself and hurts Xiaolan? Even if she doesn't hurt him, she might scare him away. Forgive the uncle for worrying about himself. Lin Ye found it a little funny. The uncle was worrying too much. He had already seen the power of Xiaolan's iron fist. He is still a karate novice, and it is still a long way to go for him to reach the level of being able to spar with Xiaolan. How can a newbie possibly help a master get into competitive state? I'm overthinking it. Halfway through the meal, Kagoro Mori turned on the TV. He originally wanted to watch Miss Yoko's noon show, but the news on TV caught his attention. As a detective, being sensitive to social news is a basic quality. What's more, the reporter who was reporting was a young and beautiful girl. Around 10 a.m., dozens of citizens gathered in front of the Beika Museum and held a demonstration against the demolition of the Beika Museum. It is rumored that the former owner of the Beika Art Museum sold the museum to the current owner, Monica, because his company went bankrupt. According to museum staff, when Mr. Monica took over, he promised to continue operating the museum, but now he wants to convert the museum into a hotel. The museum staff expressed dissatisfaction with this. Next, let's interview the citizens at the scene. The camera zoomed out a little, and a female reporter wearing a gray pencil skirt and with a pair of long legs walked towards an old man holding a sign. When Kagoro Mori saw the female reporter's legs, his eyes immediately lit up. Oh! What a pair of beautiful legs! Noticing his abnormality, Xiaolan's right eyebrow jumped and she clenched her fist. Dad, your saliva is about to flow down. Kagoro Mori took 2 mouthfuls of rice and covered his mouth, his eyes still fixed on the beautiful reporter on TV. Xiaolan was speechless for a while, but with Lin Ye, a guest present, she couldn't lose her temper. She could only endure it and focus on the TV. These 2 days she happened to hear about the rumor about the midnight night at the Beika Art Museum and originally wanted to go and take a look with Conan and her father. But she didn't expect Conan to be suddenly taken away by his biological mother. I wonder if Conan is home now. It feels really good to have a younger brother. It would be nice if my parents could reconcile and give me another younger brother. Xiaolan thought with some longing. Lin Ye laughed secretly in his heart and withdrew his attention. Looking at the images on TV, he felt a little strange. He had just asked for help from Rina Mizunashi and Miss Kira last night. And so many people came to demonstrate in front of the Mihu Art Museum this morning. Isn't it too fast? At this time, he noticed that there were several men with fierce faces in the picture. They didn't look like the kind of people who would go to an art gallery to appreciate art. Although they were standing in the crowd, they had impatient expressions on their faces, as if they were forced to do an unhappy job. The people around also looked like they were there to get paid to do something, and most of them had no enthusiasm, just like extras in a drama. Only the old man who was being interviewed spoke excitedly, even saying that he would live and die with the Beika Art Museum. I have loved this art gallery since I was a kid. If that black-hearted boss dares to turn this into a hotel, I will run headfirst into the door of his hotel and die. Conan. The performance was over the top, maybe this old man took more. A middle-aged man with a mustache appeared in Lin Ye's mind. There is no doubt that it was Mr. Fujiwara who arranged this parade. He did say something like he would help in the store last night. I didn't expect it to be so efficient. As expected of the leader of a violent gang, he has strong mobilization capabilities. This demonstration, if reported by newspapers and media, might alert the government. I'm afraid that Boss Monica's renovation plan will have to fail. Chapter 148. Sister Emmy, please take me to Colombo restaurant. My friend and I have an appointment to meet there, Conan said to Hirota Emmy, beside him. Mayano Shiho smiled and nodded, told the driver to go to Colombo restaurant, and then took out a half-empty bottle of mineral water from next to her seat. Conan, you must be thirsty after running for so long. This is what my sister drank just now, you won't mind, right? Looking at the half bottle of water handed to him, Conan blushed. Thank you, Sister Huime. He was indeed a little thirsty, so he took the bottle of water. Seeing him unscrew the bottle cap, Mayano Shiho's mouth corners slightly raised. She didn't drink the bottle of water, but poured out half of it and added something to help her sleep. She has been suffering from insomnia lately, so she had to seek help from medication. Just have a good sleep, Detective Kudo Arita, huh? Conan suddenly screwed the bottle cap back on and put the bottle aside. Mayano Shiho raised her thin eyebrows. Why didn't this boy drink anymore? Did he discover something? Huh, the famous detective is indeed worthy of his reputation. Conan, why don't you drink? Conan said in a childish tone, I suddenly remembered that my mother said that we should not drink drinks given by strangers. Mayano Shiho was stunned, and then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Huh, a famous detective actually speaks in such a tone. This guy is really good at pretending to be a child. If I hadn't already gone to his house to confirm, I might have been fooled by his cute appearance at that moment. But we met in that bar, didn't we? You know my name and I know your name, so we are not strangers, right? Conan laughed in his heart and thought to himself that I was using a pseudonym. But we've only met once and we're not familiar with each other, unless... Mayano Shiho smiled, wanting to see what tricks this famous detective had. Unless Sister Huime tells me what your job is. Good boy, you want to use your child's identity to get information from me, right? Mayano Shiho narrowed her eyes and smiled. Conan, guess what? Conan looked at the white coat she was wearing and said, I know, she's a doctor. Why? Because my sister was wearing white clothes and she smelled like medicine. Huh, Conan, you have a talent for being a detective. Hee, thank you, sister. Conan scratched his head as if a little embarrassed. Actually, I do want to be a detective. But you guessed wrong, my sister is a researcher at a pharmaceutical company. Mayano Shiho gave a charming smile. Hey, what medicine is that? Conan asked like a normal curious kid. This is my sister's secret, but if Conan can help my sister keep it a secret, I can tell you, Mayano Shiho said mysteriously. Well, I will definitely keep it a secret from my sister. Conan nodded vigorously to promise. Mayano Shiho raised the corners of her mouth, covered her mouth with her hands, and said in a low voice, a drug that can make people rejuvenate. Conan's pupils trembled violently. What? Could this woman be the one researching poison for that organization? His expression was clearly seen by Mayano Shiho, who curled up the corners of her mouth, feeling very amused. At this time, Conan also noticed that he had lost his composure, and quickly forced a smile and said. Huh, sister, you are lying, there is no such medicine in the world. Mayano Shiho smiled. Little Conan is so smart, I can't fool you at all. In fact, my sister develops beauty and healthcare products that can delay aging and make the skin smoother, just like being 10 years younger. Conan's mouth trembled. Huh, it turns out to be this rejuvenation. I was shocked. Come to think of it, this woman looks so young, and seems to be about the same age as I was before I became smaller. How could she possibly make such a magical medicine? The person who made that kind of medicine must be a bald old man similar to Dr. Agasa. Conan, now that you know what my sister does, we should not be strangers anymore, right? Mayano Shiho said with a smile. Well, it doesn't count. So now you can drink your sister's water without worry, right? Mayano Shiho's gaze gently fell on the half-full bottle of water in Conan's hand. Conan grinned, but I suddenly want to drink soda. I will buy it after I get off the bus. Okay, Mayano Shiho smiled slightly and stopped talking. Seeing that she suddenly fell silent, Conan glanced at her suspiciously, then looked at the mineral water bottle at hand. Am I overthinking this? No matter what, it's better to be cautious and not drink this bottle of water. At this moment, the car suddenly slowed down and slowly stopped in front of the red light. Conan looked at the pedestrians outside the window, and suddenly felt tired and yawned. What happened? I suddenly feel sleepy. Are you tired from running just now? Damn it, children's bodies are just inconvenient. Conan leaned back on the soft seat, and before closing his eyes, he saw the smiling face of Hirota Emi. There is a hint of weirdness hidden in the stunning beauty, just like a seductive red rose from Dallas. He had a vague sense that something was wrong, but his consciousness was fading away from him. A faint scent drifted into his nose, and a final thought flashed through his mind. Oh no, the perfume is poisonous. Maori family. Lin Ye and Mao Li and his daughter sat around the dining table, watching TV together. The atmosphere was warm, just like a family. The news report on the parade at the Rice Art Museum has ended, and the female reporter with a pair of beautiful legs has naturally disappeared from the screen. Kagoro Mori looked at the time and was shocked, like a man who found out he was late for a date. Oh no, Miss Yoko's show has already started. He quickly picked up the remote control and changed the channel. The scene on TV changed, and Yoko Okino appeared on TV wearing a cute pink apron. Wow, Miss Yoko is so cute in an apron. Kagoro Mori looked at Okino Yoko on TV with love in his eyes and excitement. The long-legged female reporter just now had been left far behind by him. Xiaolan lowered her head in shame, her face flushed. Really? You act like this in front of the guests. How embarrassing, Dad. Lin Ye smiled indifferently and looked at Okino Yoko on TV. This is a food program that invites popular stars and idols as guests, and then pairs them with a cooking master. They cook and chat at the same time. It is a very popular lunchtime program. Compared with the Yoko Okino that Lin Ye saw in the Polo Bar that day, she was less mature and intellectual now, and more gentle and virtuous, with a hint of girlish cuteness, and was very charming. No wonder Mr. Maori was so fascinated by her and his ex-boyfriend was so desperate for her. Mr. Ryumoto, when you were studying cooking in France, did you ever go to the Louvre? On TV, Yoko Okino, who was standing behind the kitchen counter, suddenly asked the cooking guest next to her. Chapter 149. Standing next to Yoko was a tall man wearing French chef's clothes. He looked to be in his 40s, with a calm demeanor, which made people feel good about him. Do you like the artwork inside? Yoko Okino asked again. Of course, works of art are the crystallization of human wisdom and beauty. If food is to satisfy the needs of the body, then excellent works of art are the food of the human spirit, which saves the human spiritual world from poverty and degeneration. The man named Yumoto replied. So artists are also chefs, chefs of the soul. Yoko Okino smiled and made a witty remark to liven up the atmosphere. Yumoto also smiled gentlemanly. You can say that. Seeing Yoko Okino chatting and laughing with another man in front of the TV screen, Kagoro Mori clenched his fists, his expression distorted with jealousy. Damn it, who is this man? He's so annoying. Xiaolan glanced at her father and introduced him. His name is Shoji Uemoto. He is a very famous French cuisine chef. It is said that he comes from a large family and currently runs a French cuisine restaurant. Maori Kagoro turned his head, his eyes half closed. Xiaolan, how do you know so clearly? Xiaolan replied calmly, because I saw his photo and introduction in a magazine introducing French cuisine. Kagoro Mori curled his lips and glanced at the pretentious man on TV. Tisk, it's just cooking, what's so great about that? Xiaolan felt helpless when she saw her father acting so petty and jealous. No wonder my mother and father separated. Which woman can tolerate her husband looking at other women all day long? Lin Ye's heart moved. He had seen a woman in Mr. Maori's mind. That woman was somewhat similar to Xiaolan. She should be her mother. That woman holds a very important place in Mr. Maori's heart, but why did they break up? But this was someone else's family affair, and he didn't want to ask about it. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, he spoke to ease the atmosphere and asked, is Xiaolan also interested in French cuisine? Xiaolan replied, yes, besides Chinese food, my favorite is French cuisine. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to learn it. Maori Kagoro said unhappily, Humph, I don't have the money for you to learn that kind of thing. You should learn Chinese cuisine from Xiaolan. Dad is such a stingy guy, Xiaolan muttered to herself, and then said to Lin Ye. Chinese cuisine seems to be very difficult. I'm worried that I won't be able to learn it well. Lin Ye smiled and said, it's okay, we can start with the simple ones. I can't do difficult ones either. And Xiaolan's skills are already so good, she will definitely be able to learn it quickly. Xiaolan smiled and said, then I'll take your good words. At this time, Yoko Okino on TV was also talking with Shoji Yuzumoto about the importance of works of art to the human spiritual world. Speaking of healing the soul, she couldn't help but think of that glass of wine. That perfect glass of black velvet. And the man mixing drinks. That night, she slept very soundly and gained the long-lost peace. After that day, her life returned to normal and the two troubles that had been bothering her were resolved. The glass of wine was like a magic glass of good luck. Since then, her complexion has been getting better and better, her work has been going more smoothly, and her popularity has been increasing, as if she had received some kind of mysterious blessing. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the camera, her bright eyes sparkling with moving brilliance. Is he watching me on TV? Ms. Yoko is looking at me, she is looking at me. Outside the TV, when Kagoro Mori saw Yoko's charming eyes, his anger immediately disappeared and he became excited. Seeing her father's embarrassing appearance, Xiaolan gripped the ground with her toes and tried to hide in her room. When Lin Ye saw Yoko Okino's eyes, he couldn't help but feel amazed. What beautiful eyes, besides beauty, he also saw more information in them. He had also seen this kind of tender look on the faces of some guests. It is usually when I recall the good people and things in my life. Miss Yoko, are you thinking of someone? On TV, Yoko Okino quickly looked away and continued talking with Chef Yusumoto beside her. The stunning look just now drove many viewers crazy, just like Mr. Maori. Some passers-by who were not very fond of her were also attracted by her and joined the Yoko cult. Of course, Yoko herself, who caused these consequences, was unaware of this. She was just working towards a small purpose. After laying the groundwork for the importance of artworks for so long, she finally said this. Mr. Yamoto, what do you think if an art gallery full of artworks is demolished and converted into a restaurant? Shoji Ryamoto looked embarrassed. Ms. Yoko, this question is a bit difficult for me. As a chef who is passionate about French cuisine, he was willing to conflict with his father in order to open a French restaurant of his own. It can be said that he has a deep love for French cuisine. But he just said in person that works of art are like spiritual food for mankind and are very important. If you answer at this time to support the reconstruction, you would be slapping yourself in the face. If the answer is no, it does not fit with your identity as a chef. This question put him in an awkward situation. He was very surprised that Yoko Okino would ask such a question. He made a point of learning more about this popular idol before joining the show. He is a cautious person and will always be well prepared before doing anything. According to his understanding, this Yoko Okino is a very friendly idol, not only in front of the screen but also in private, and she is not a hypocritical person. But she asked a question that was difficult for him to answer. And at this moment he also realized that the other party had deliberately led the topic to the artwork, just waiting to ask such a question. It was like they had deliberately dug a hole for him to jump into. Could this be a very hidden secret? He looked at the beauty beside him and was stunned when he saw a hint of apology in her eyes. What do you think, Miss Yoko? He smiled and pushed the question back. Yoko Okino smiled and said, I think in today's society where material conditions are sufficient, spiritual food is more important. It is a waste and a step backward to demolish the art gallery and turn it into a hotel. Yusumoto Shoji said, but delicious food, in addition to filling the stomach, can also bring people spiritual enjoyment and heal a tired soul. The two debated on this topic. Although they had different opinions, both parties were decent people and the atmosphere remained friendly. The producers of the program were also happy to see such a hotly debated topic. The producers were so happy backstage that they couldn't stop smiling, secretly thinking that inviting Yoko Okino was the right decision. Outside the TV, Lin Ye was watching Okino Yoko debating with Shoji Uemoto, and something moved his heart. It seemed that it was Mizunashi Rina who informed her of this. A smile appeared on his face. As a popular idol, Yoko Okino's influence cannot be underestimated, and this topic is bound to cause widespread discussion in society. Combined with reports from newspaper media, the news of the renovation of the Mika Art Museum will surely spread more widely. Due to various factors, Mr. Monika's renovation plan can be declared bankrupt. He must have felt angry, but he didn't know that he had saved his life. Life and Life, New Life. Chapter 150. Colombo Restaurants. The Kudo couple, who had disguised themselves, sat in the window seat, glancing out the window from time to time. It's been so long, why hasn't Shinichi arrived yet? Kudo Yukiko looked out the window, somewhat confused. The place where the kid ran away is not far from here, even if he walked, he should have arrived. Yusaku Kudo thought about it and called Dr. Agasa. What? Shinichi hasn't arrived yet? Okay, I'll call and ask. After hanging up the phone, Kudo Yusaku looked out the window, feeling a little uneasy. Did something happen to that boy? Maori family. Lin Ye was sitting on the sofa watching TV, Xiaolan was washing dishes in the kitchen, and the drunk Muri Kagoro was taking a nap on the table. The reason why Lin Ye hasn't left yet is because Xiaolan promised to teach him karate and take him to the karate club training ground of Titan High School in the afternoon. At this moment, the phone in the room suddenly rang. "Dad, answer the phone." Xiaolan's voice came from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Kagoro Muri was still sleeping soundly, mumbling something. Lin Ye smiled and shook his head, and replied, "Xiaolan, I'll help you answer it." "Sorry, thank you for your help," Xiaolan's helpless voice came from the kitchen. "The phone has not been hung up yet. It seems that there must be something important that took so long." Lin Ye walked to the phone and picked up the receiver. "Hello, this is the Maori Detective Agency." "Excuse me, who are you?" "I'm looking for Mr. Maori Kagoro, or MS Maori Ran will be fine too." From the sound of his voice, he is a man of advanced age. "They are busy with something, may I ask what can I do for you?" "I am a guest at Maori's house and can tell them." "Well," the voice said. "Is there a little boy named Conan back at the Mori household?" "Conan? Didn't that kid leave with his mother?" "No, what happened?" "Huh, it's okay, if he goes back, please ask Xiaolan to call me back, I'm Aragasa." "Oh, he is the genius inventor." "Okay, I'll definitely pass it on." Shortly after hanging up the phone, Xiaolan came out of the kitchen and took off her apron. "Mr. Lin, who called just now?" "Dr. Agasa, he called to ask if Conan has returned, if he has, please give him a call," Lin Ye conveyed the message truthfully. "Conan?" Xiaolan was a little surprised. Didn't Dr. Agasa know that he was picked up by MS Fumio? Lin Ye guessed, could there be some accident? Xiaolan's face changed and she asked worriedly, "Accident? Call MS Wendai to confirm, don't you have her business card?" Xiaolan quickly took out Adagawa Fumio's business card and dialed the number on it. "What? I can't get through to Shinichi. Have you called Mari's house to ask?" She asked quickly. "I've already called and asked, Conan hasn't returned, I've left a message there, and if Conan returns, he'll call me to inform me," Diaragasa's voice came from the phone, sounding a little anxious. "Okay, I know." After hanging up the phone, Kudo Yukiko looked at her husband for help. "Yusaku, Shinichi is going to be alright, right?" Yusaku Kudo thought for a while and comforted his wife. "Don't worry, maybe that guy encountered a case on the road, you know, there are always criminal cases around that guy, and that's why we." After listening to Yusaku Kudo's explanation, Yukiko felt a little relieved. "That's right, when that guy encounters a case, he is just like you encounter those vixens at a cocktail party, he is so bewitched that he can't walk," she glanced at her husband unhappily. Kudo Yusaku was instantly embarrassed and said, "That was just an ordinary social event." "Oh. What kind of social event would leave lipstick marks, perfume, and even women's hair on your clothes?" Kudo Yusaku remained silent, because he knew that if he continued talking, his wife would keep bringing up old grievances. He looked out the window, a hint of worry in his eyes. He knows his son very well. If he has an appointment to meet someone, he will call to inform them in advance even if something delays him. Instead of disappearing silently and the phone cannot be reached. "I'm going to the bathroom." "Go ahead, just don't let yourself be seduced by that vixen again," Yukiko waved her hands angrily. Kudo Yusaku smiled helplessly, walked to the bathroom and made a phone call. "Hello, Officer Magyar, yes, it's me, could you please help me check if there have been any cases in the few blocks near Colombo restaurant in the past hour?" "Thank you." When he returned to the restaurant, he found Yukiko answering the phone. Yukiko saw him come back and put her index finger to her lips to silence him. Kudo Yusaku nodded and sat back in his seat in silence. "Don't worry, Xiaolan, Conan was just being naughty, he ran to the amusement park in the mall by himself while I was shopping. I thought he couldn't bear to leave your house and ran back to find you, haha. Don't worry, we found it, want to hear his voice?" "What a coincidence," the boy went to the toilet. "Well, I'll tell him." Yukiko put down the phone, and Kudo Yusaku asked, "Is it Xiaolan who called?" Yukiko nodded, "This brat really makes me mad, when he comes, I must scare him well." There was worry in Kudo Yusaku's eyes. "I'm afraid something might happen to Shinichi and he won't be able to come. Could it be that someone from that organization discovered him?" Last night, he learned the whole story from Dr. Agasa and knew the existence of that mysterious organization. The reason he came back this time was to take Shinichi away from Japan. If something really happened to Shinichi. Kudo Yusaku narrowed his eyes, and the lenses on his face reflected a snow-white light. In that case, he will use all means to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. He, Yusaku Kudo, is not only good at writing mystery novels. Xiaolan put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that Conan just ran to the amusement park to play by himself. He is so naughty. I think NSFW must be very busy. Xiaolan shook her head and for some reason thought of Shinichi when he was a child. Shinichi was also very active when he was little, and he would run away without being noticed. Thinking that she hadn't seen Shinichi for more than a week, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. What kind of case is it that has been delayed for so long? Shinichi, when will you come back? I'm glad you're okay, Xiaolan, let's go. Lin Ye's gentle voice brought her back to the present. Although this matter was very suspicious, Lin Ye chose to believe in the ability of the famous detective. Ah. Xiaolan nodded slightly, left home with Lin Ye, and headed to the karate club of Titan High School. Chapter 151. In a daze, Conan felt a cool and silky hand patting his cheek. Brother Conan, we're here. A cold voice came into his ears. Hearing this voice, Conan shuddered as if he was splashed with cold water and woke up instantly. A beautiful smiling face appeared before his eyes. She has fair skin, delicate features, curly eyelashes and upturned corners of her mouth. If he had met such a beautiful woman before he was turned into a small person, he would have said a few sweet words to her. But now he was not excited at all. Instead, he stared at the woman in front of him with horror. Why are you staring at me with that expression? Is there something on your face? No, no. If you don't get off the car, I'll take you home, Mayano Shiho's eyes curved. Or do you want to go home with me? Ah. Conan was stunned. What does this woman mean? Wasn't she the one who charmed me just now? Why are you letting me go now? He looked out the car window and saw Colombo restaurant across the street. Several pedestrians were walking past the restaurant door. He thought he would wake up in a laboratory, but he didn't expect the woman to actually send him to the Colombo restaurant. He turned around and asked in disbelief, "You really want me to go? Do you really want to go home with me?" Mayano asked with a smile. Snapped. Conan opened the door like lightning, and jumped out as if there was a spring on his butt. Return to the institute immediately. After closing the car door, Mayano Shiho said impatiently. Yes, the man in black in the cab responded. The car started. Mayano Shiho turned her head and saw through the rearview mirror that the boy was still standing on the side of the road, scratching his head with a puzzled look on his face. A smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Conan in the rearview mirror kept shrinking until he disappeared. She withdrew her gaze, took out a medical box from under the seat, opened it, and found some medical supplies, gloves, syringes, small medicine bottles, and reagents inside. She picked up a test tube containing a bright red liquid that looked fresh. The charming corners of her mouth were raised high. Here it is. With it, we can study the new properties of that drug. If we could develop a drug that could shrink people safely, maybe my sister and I could use it to regain our freedom. However, this research had to be done in secret. This was also the reason why she didn't take Conan to the laboratory. She has always been against human experiments, so if she suddenly captured a child for research, the people in the organization would definitely become suspicious. But if you just draw some blood for a sample, the risk of exposure will be much reduced. She knew that the man in black who was driving would definitely report her actions today to that man. However, although that guy was good at killing people, he knew nothing about the research on APTX-4869 and only used the drug as a murderous poison. For her, a professional technician, it was not difficult to come up with a suitable reason to deceive a layman. So she wasn't too worried. In addition, the information that Kudo Shinichi is not dead but has turned into a child cannot be made known to the people in the organization. After returning, I changed Kudo Shinichi's status to confirm dead. In the cab, the man in black who was driving saw the smile on Mayano Shiho's face through the rearview mirror, and felt a slight chill on the back of his neck. As expected of Ms. Sully, she even doesn't let the children go. These science experiments are horrible. You should be more respectful to her in the future, or you won't even know you've been poisoned to death by her. Conan stood on the side of the road and watched the vehicle go away. The eyes behind the lenses were full of confusion. Could it be that there was no drug and I was just too tired? He suddenly felt an itch on the back of his neck, so he reached out and scratched it. Suddenly, his hand touched a small spot. He felt it carefully with his fingertips and it felt like being bitten by an insect. What did that woman do to me? He couldn't help but shudder. Anyway, next time you see this woman, just avoid her. I will never get in her car again, even if I kill myself. What? No case happened. In the Colombo restaurant, Kudo Yusaku's face changed slightly when he received a call from Megure Juzan, and then he took a deep breath. Brother Megure, I may need you to do me a favor, I would like you to help me check. Halfway through his words, Kudo Yusaku suddenly saw a car parked on the side of the road. The door quickly opened, and a small figure quickly jumped out of the car with a terrified look, as if there was something extremely terrifying in the car. "What are you checking, Brother Kudo?" Megyo Juzin's inquiring voice came from the phone. "No, it's all right now, sorry for bothering you, I'll treat you to dinner another day." Kudo Yusaku hung up the phone. Yukiko also followed his gaze and found Conan standing on the side of the road, and the worry on her face immediately disappeared. Xiao Sini is finally here. The couple looked at each other and smiled. The operation continues. Conan walked into the Colombo restaurant, looked around, and when he didn't see Dr. Agasa, he grabbed the skirt of the waitress in the restaurant. "Hey, sister, has there ever been a bald old man dressed like a scientist here?" The waitress was startled when her skirt was grabbed. Her uniform skirt was already one size too big and a bit loose, and it almost fell off when it was pulled like that. She turned back angrily and pressed her skirt with her hands. "Little brat, are you polite? Wow, so cute." When he saw that it was a cute little kid, the anger on his face instantly turned into love. Conan laughed in his heart, this woman changes her expression so quickly. Then, with a cuter expression and a more succinct voice, he asked. "Hey, pretty sister, I'm looking for my grandpa, can you help me?" "Of course, but there has never been anyone like that in the store," the waitress replied. "Never been here? What on earth is the doctor doing? Give us a call and ask." "Hey, sister, can I use the toilet?" "The toilet is over there, I'll take you there." "Thank you sister." Follow the waitress to the toilet door. "Little boy, do you need your help?" The waitress looked at Conan enthusiastically. Conan choked, a drop of silent sweat dripping from his forehead. "Hee, no need, I can go to the toilet by myself." "Really? Okay then." What is this woman thinking?" Conan looked at her back speechlessly, then walked into the bathroom, took out the earring-shaped phone, and called Dr. Agasa. Beep, beep. As the phone was ringing, Conan heard footsteps behind him. But he didn't care and thought the other person was a customer of the store who came to the toilet. It wasn't until the other person stopped behind him that he realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn around, an arm had already tightly wrapped around his neck, and a handkerchief smelling of ether was covering his mouth and nose. Damn it, why again? Poor little Conan rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. The microphone in his hand fell to the ground. The call was finally connected, and Dr. Agasa's anxious voice came out. "Hello? Shinichi, is that you?" "Hello?" At the same time. Titan High School Karate Club. Ha, ha. Ha ha. The heavy breathing of young men and women could be heard on the empty training ground. A young man and woman were sweating profusely and engaging in a fierce physical confrontation. Chapter 152. Your grandson is in our hands, if you want him to live, prepare 100 million yuan. Dr. Agasa made a panicked sound. Please don't tear up the tickets, I'll go get the money. Contact Shinichi's parents. One of them is a world-class novelist and the other is a former top star. 100 million should be no problem. Sorry, I said it wrong, it should be 1 billion. What? How can you raise the price? If you're not satisfied, then just wait to collect the body of that kid Kudo Shinichi. Hey, wait a minute. The other party hung up the phone. Dr. Agasa dialed Kudo Yusaku's number with sweat all over his face. Brother Kudo, something terrible has happened, Shinichi has been kidnapped by a woman, and the kidnapper wants a ransom of 1 billion yen. Ha 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 ha, a familiar laugh suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Kudo Yusaku is also in my hands, if you want to redeem them, bring 1,100,000,000. Brother Kudo, is this true? You were kidnapped too. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then Kudo Yusaku's voice came, it's Yukiko, she's joking with you, Agasa-san. So that's how it is, Dr. Agasa breathed a sigh of relief. That girl is still so naughty, it's scary. So you found Shinichi? Well, Yukiko is holding him, don't worry, Kudo Yusaku glanced at his wife who was holding their son. Yukiko's face was full of smiles. She held Shinichi in one hand and patted his back with the other hand. She looked very happy. To outsiders, it looks like a mother holding her sleeping son. Of course, in reality, they are indeed mother and son, but Shinichi was not asleep, but was knocked unconscious by his own biological mother. Rice flour, big black building. Top floor, Jin's office. Brother, I just received news that Shirley caught a little devil today. Oh. Jin blew out a smoke ring and showed an interested look. What did she do to the child? She seemed to know the kid, after tricking him into her car, she knocked him out and drew his blood, then she let the kid go. She probably needed the blood for some experiment, Vodka said. Jin said disdainfully, womanly kindness, if the research on that medicine requires blood, just capture that brat and lock him up in the research institute. Vodka said, brother is right, that woman has been refusing to conduct human experiments, she even went through so much trouble to draw blood, I really don't know what she is thinking, should we capture that child and send him to her? Jin hesitated. Forget it, we shouldn't interfere too much in the affairs of the institute, lest she report us to that adult again, little girls are troublesome. In order to force Shirley to conduct human experiments, Jin once used some intense torture on her. As a result, she reported to the adult, saying that he had interfered with her work and hindered her research. Jin felt unhappy whenever he thought of this. However, Shirley's ongoing research work is extremely important and is highly valued by that adult, so she has become a celebrity in the organization. If her sister hadn't exposed the fact that she brought the traitor into the organization, dragging down her position in the organization, she would be even more famous than she is now. Thinking of Mayano Akemi, Jin asked, how are the preparations going for Mayano Akemi? The personnel who will work with her have been found, and detailed plans and drills are being formulated. Very good, send someone to keep a close eye on them to make sure nothing goes wrong. Yes, big brother, but big brother, if the plan succeeds, do we really need to accept that woman into the organization? Vodka asked. Jin exhaled puffs of smoke and smiled meaningfully. Well, it depends on her performance and ability. According to the instructions of that adult, only one of the 4 people participating in this operation can survive in the end, and the one who survives will be qualified to join the organization. Of course, the price was 3 lives lost and a record of robbery worth 1 billion yuan. After the mission is successful, kill the others and gather at the designated location. Remember, there is only one quota for the organization to protect you. 4 people, each received such a text message. This is a cruel test. If Akemi Mayano failed, it would not be someone from the organization who killed her, but one of the other 3 robbers. Even if Shirley knew, she couldn't say anything. After all, it was Mayano Akemi herself who asked to join the organization. If she has to blame anyone, she can only blame herself for not having the ability. The other 3 people involved in the operation were all strong, cunning and vicious men. And Mayano Akemi? Not only was she a woman, she was also the youngest among them, and had been living an ordinary life until then. Her chances of surviving in the end were slim. Mayano Akemi, I hope you don't make Shirley sad. A cruel smile appeared on Jin's lips. By the way, brother, there is one more thing. Vodka hesitated for a moment, but decided to report the matter to his brother. What? Yesterday, Shirley went to the Rice Flower Museum and met that man. That man? Jin frowned. Lin Ye from the Polo Bar. Oh. What happened to the 2 of them? Tell me in detail. After they met at the Rice Art Museum, they visited the museum together, and then went to eat together at a Chinese restaurant. After saying that, Vodka secretly glanced at his brother's face, and saw that Jin was frowning, as if thinking about something. Vodka thought to himself, surely, instead of staying in the institute and working hard, she went out to date a man that her elder brother admired. Brother must be very angry now, right? Jin frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, did they meet by chance, or did they make an appointment in advance? It must be just a coincidence. This is only the 2nd time they met. The first time was at the Polo Bar, when Mayano Akemi and Shirley met there. Jin took a long drag on his cigarette. It was only the 2nd time we met, and we went out to eat together. Shirley, I didn't expect that you looked so cold, but it turns out you are so passionate inside. Or is it that the man is too charming? Brother, do you want to send someone to warn that kid? Vodka's deep voice interrupted Jin's thoughts. Jin glanced at him and said, Vodka, don't do anything unnecessary. Yes, big brother. There is another thing, also about that bartender boy. Speak. Vodka said, the leader of the Black Dog group, Fujiwara Jiro, took his men to the Polo Bar last night, a few hours earlier than us. Oh. Jin recalled what happened when he went to Polo's bar last night. There was no sign of vandalism in the store at that time. So, he went there to drink. Chapter 153. Mr. Lin, you are amazing. At Titan High School, at the karate club training ground, Xiaolan said while panting slightly. Lin Ye said modestly, no, Xiaolan, you are more capable. It's incredible that Mr. Lin, as a beginner in karate, could reach this level so quickly. Xiaolan praised as she wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel. After she brought Lin Ye to the karate club, she taught him some basic training moves and then started her daily training. Unexpectedly, Lin Ye practiced alone for a while, then watched her training from the side, and then actually asked for a real sparring match. Sparring is a training method that can only be carried out after learning karate for a period of time and getting the hang of it. What's more, it was full contact sparring without wearing protective gear. If you are not careful, you can easily get hurt. Of course, Xiaolan didn't think that she would be the one who got hurt, but she was still very confident in her control of strength and skills. So even though he felt that Lin Ye was a little impatient, he still agreed to Lin Ye's request for sparring. Just think of it as a coach instructing his students. At first Lin Ye's movements were still clumsy, but he soon got into a state of rapid growth and learning. In just 1 hour of sparring, in addition to strength and speed, which are hard requirements for physical fitness, Lin Ye's practical skills also improved rapidly. Even though his strength and speed were suppressed, he was able to fight back and forth with me. Mr. Lin, it seems that you have great athletic talent. Lin Ye was also sweating profusely at this time. The physical energy consumed by actual combat exercises was much greater than that of simple running. But in the process of being with Xiaolan, he felt the same wonderful feeling as when running. Focus and feel the rhythm of your body and the muscle changes brought about by each movement. This wonderful state of concentration allowed him to fully control his body movements and simulate Xiaolan's attack and force methods, so he learned very quickly. Thank you, Xiaolan. Of course he knew that Xiaolan suppressed her own strength and speed, because he knew that his body was definitely not as hard as a telephone pole. Despite this, he still felt the power of Xiaolan's punch. Because he was not wearing any protective gear and the full contact training allowed him to clearly feel the hardness of Xiaolan's fists and muscles during the collision of their bodies. Despite Xiaolan's seemingly slender body, her muscle and bone density has surpassed that of ordinary people. Especially the hardness of the fist. If you use a piece of tofu to hit a telephone pole, no matter how fast or how strong the speed is, it will only be smashed into pieces. Only by being harder than the telephone pole can we destroy it. Therefore, Xiaolan's muscle and bone density has reached a level sufficient to destroy telephone poles. At least, that's the case at the moment of exerting force. In Lin Ye's opinion, this level is impossible for humans to reach. But he changed his mind and realized that he had come to a new world, and perhaps the humans in this world had higher physical limits. So, after sparring with Xiaolan, Lin Ye's understanding of the limits of the human body was refreshed. And the change of people all starts with cognition. After returning home, taking a nice bath and eating something to fill his stomach, Lin Ye went out to work. It was exactly 5:30 when he entered the store. He looked with some surprise at Aragaki Keiho, who had already arrived at the store and was cleaning. This guy usually arrives on time, and sometimes he's even a few minutes late. Why did he arrive so early today? Xia Fan, you're here so early today, Lin Ye greeted her with a smile. When Xia Fan heard the door open, he immediately looked towards the door. When he saw Lin Ye coming into the store, his eyes lit up. Hearing him take the initiative to greet him, he pretended to be calm and explained. Well, since today is Sunday and I don't have anything to do, I came here early. Humph, it's not because I want to see you earlier. The involuntary words in her mind made her face turn slightly red. During this period of time, the store's business has been getting better and better, Lin Ye's popularity has continued to rise, and many female customers in the store have shown great interest in him. Among them were several divorced young women, who, after drinking, looked at Lin Ye as if they wanted to eat him alive. Whenever Lin Ye dealt with such customers, she felt very unhappy and secretly cursed her in her heart as a slut. That feeling is like someone else coveting your treasure. When Lin Ye heard Xia Fan's thoughts, he was slightly stunned and looked at her meaningfully. When Xia Fan was stared at by Lin Ye, her face turned redder, and she felt as if her thoughts were seen through. Where's Shumei? She didn't come with you. She couldn't come because of something, so she asked me to ask for leave for her. Xia Fan, please don't mess around with that uncle while I'm away. The joke that Omi made before leaving passed through her mind. Lin Ye was sweating. Who did that guy think I was? Then I'll have to trouble you tonight. Well, it doesn't matter, I was alone anyway. Unconsciously, Xia Fan's attitude towards Lin Ye has changed a lot. He no longer likes to challenge him like before, but now has a feeling of being worried about losing something. The two of them worked together to prepare for the opening. It was almost 6 o'clock when Toru Amuro arrived at the store. Sorry, something delayed me on the way. Lin Ye glanced at the clock and saw that it was still 5 minutes before 6. He smiled and asked, did Atua do something heroic again? Amuro Toru scratched his head, of course not, I was just chatting with an old friend. He had just come from the cocktail bar in the Daikoku building, which was a base of the organization in Baikacho, where members of the organization such as gin, vodka, and tequila would exchange information. Jin, that guy, seems very curious about why I come here to work. It seems like he cares about the store manager a lot. There was something subtle in the way Toru Amuro looked at Lin Ye. Although Jin concealed it well, he still noticed that his attitude was a little different from usual. That feeling is like the displeasure of having one's comfort zone discovered. The store manager is really amazing. He can even conquer a murderous demon like Jin. Toru Amuro was completely impressed by Lin Ye's skills, cocktail making and communication. When Lin Ye heard what Amuro Toru was thinking, he shook his head slightly. Toru, you are too naive. Jin just treats this place as a place to relax. It is an exaggeration to say that he has conquered him. He was very sure that if he did something to hinder Jin's plan and was discovered by him, he would attack him without hesitation. Although Lin Ye is very confident in his affinity, he is not so arrogant as to think that his charm can appeal to both men and women and cause a cold-blooded killer like Jin to lose his rational judgment. He's not some succubus. Okay, let's start today's business. Xia Fan, go and flip the cards. Xia Fan said, oh, and went outside to flip the cards obediently. Chapter 154. Snapped. Boss Monica slammed his wine glass on the bar, his face full of grief and anger. Why? Why on earth is this happening? The whole world is against me. Parade. News. Gangs. Idols. Woohoo, my big hotel. Boss Monica seemed to see the big hotel of his dreams grow wings and rise into the sky. Today was a nightmare for him. First, some people demonstrated in front of the art museum in the morning, which attracted reporters to interview them. Then his office received another threatening letter, warning him that he would be killed if he demolished the art gallery. Then at noon, the idol named Yoko Okino was on a TV show discussing the importance of art. In the afternoon, all major newspapers and media began reporting that the Mihua Art Museum was going to be demolished, and even some of the dirty tricks he had used behind the scenes were dug up. Given the current situation, if he still insists on converting the Rice Art Museum into a hotel, he will be burdened with unimaginable infamy. The restaurant's reputation will also be ruined and it will not be able to continue operating. Even worse, he might be killed by an angry citizen. This is not surprising in Beika town. He knew that he could not build his own hotel. But he didn't understand what was going on and why the whole world was suddenly against him. So he came to Polo Bar, and after a few drinks, he couldn't help but complain to Lin Ye, the bartender he originally wanted to poach. Hearing the complaint from Boss Xinzhong, Lin Ye smiled and said, Boss Xinzhong, there is an old Chinese saying, a blessing in disguise, I wonder if you have heard of it. Ma, what blessing? Boss Monica looked like he didn't understand, it seemed he had never heard it before. Lin Ye told him the story of a blessing in disguise. After hearing this, Boss Xinzhong immediately understood that Lin Ye wanted to use this story to make him feel more positive. Although I still feel very unbalanced, I feel better now. Alas, my dream since childhood is to open a big restaurant. I was finally about to succeed, but then I encountered this kind of thing. Boss Monica took a sip of wine and his mental state became much more stable. Lin Ye advised, Mr. Xinzhong, things are different now than before. In the past, everyone had money and people were willing to spend. It was good to open a restaurant at that time. But in the current economic environment, it is more difficult to run a large hotel. Even the old established big hotels like Sun Plaza Hotel are having a hard time. It is really difficult for a new hotel to survive in this environment. It is better to wait for the right time and make long-term plans. It was almost 97, and if the Asian financial crisis broke out, Japan would also be affected and the economic environment would further deteriorate. Lin Ye felt that investing money to open a restaurant at this time was no different from throwing money around. After hearing Lin Ye's words, Boss Xinzhong sighed heavily. What you said makes sense, but I just can't accept it. Lin Ye thought for a moment and said, I'll make you another drink. Boss Monica sighed and nodded. Add ice to a shaker and then add cranberry juice, lime juice, citrus-flavored vodka, and Cointreau. Shake until chilled and strain into a chilled martini glass. Finally, garnish the rim of the cup with a wedge of sour lemon. Cosmopolitan, please. Boss Monica picked up the wine glass, stared at the wine in the glass, and read the English name of the wine. Cosmopolitan. Yes, besides metropolis, it also has another meaning, a traveler around the world. Traveling around the world, I once had such a plan. Boss Monica sighed and raised his glass to take a sip of wine. Lin Ye saw the subconscious bubbles coming out from above his head, which were pink, just like the wine he was drinking. His consciousness tendril touched one of them and immediately immersed himself in it. What appeared before him was the renovated Shinaka Hotel. There is Monica's name printed on the entrance of the hotel, which looks very grand. Boss Xinzhong was standing at the door of the hotel with a rosy face. When he saw Lin Ye appear, he immediately came up to him with a smile. Young man, have you finally figured it out? That's right, come work for me, I won't treat you unfairly. This is probably what Boss Monica wants. Lin Ye left this impossible fantasy, looked at the bubble of consciousness above Boss Monica's head, and thought, if only he could convey to him the scene of his death. At this moment, a black bubble emerged from above Boss Monica's head. The bubble shows the scene where Boss Monica is nailed to the wall by the knight's sword. Snapped. Lin Ye seemed to hear a slight sound. Black bubbles burst. Boss Monica suddenly woke up and shuddered. What's wrong with you? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Monica shook his head, no, nothing. Then he took a big gulp of wine. How could I possibly tell you that I saw myself being stabbed in the throat by a moving knight, and then cruelly nailed to the wall? Speaking of which, there seems to be a rumor about Ghost Rider circulating in the art museum recently. This is terrible. We can't keep this rice flower art museum. I'm going to leave Beika town and use this money to travel around the world. Monica finished his drink, quickly paid the bill, and left in a hurry. Lin Ye looked at his back as he left, and started to ponder. That black bubble just now. Was it because of me? If it is true, then we can use this method to influence other people's thoughts. Welcome, Miss Yami. Seeing Mayano Akemi walking into the store, Lin Ye greeted her with a smile. Mayano Akemi smiled slightly, walked to the bar and sat down in a vacant seat. Although she was smiling, there was a hint of sadness between her brows. Lin Ye's heart moved, and he asked. Ms. Yami, what would you like to drink today? Or a rye whiskey cocktail? Mayano Akemi shook her head and said, I want to drink sherry today, does Mr. Lin have any good recommendations? Surely. It seems that Miss Mingmei wants to try the taste of her younger sister today. In that case, how about trying sherry cobbler? This was a very popular way to drink sherry in the 19th century. Sherry cobbler? Mayano Akemi looked puzzled. Sherry, cobbler. Lin Ye explained, in addition to cobbler also means fruit pie, this style of wine requires the use of fruit, so I prefer to call it Shirley pie. Mayano Akemi laughed, Shirley pie, that sounds so cute, she couldn't help but think of her sister. Lin Ye thought to himself, Miss Shirley is indeed very cute. Then he went on to introduce sherry pie uses wine, sugar, fruit and ice. These four elements have a mild and sweet taste and low alcohol content. It is a very popular way to drink sherry and has pioneered the cobbler series of cocktails, including champagne pie, red wine pie, and whiskey pie. Mayano Akemi nodded and said expectantly, okay, let's drink this. Chapter 155. An abandoned two-story building. Living room on the second floor. Yusaku, I'm a little, after disguising herself, Kudo Yukiko looked uneasy. Kudo Yusaku was sitting on a chair, playing with a white mask with a strange smile. Seeing his wife's expression, he smiled and said. What, you can't bear to leave? No, Yukiko blushed and looked a little embarrassed. Actually, I'm a little excited. Ah. Kudo Yusaku was stunned. Yukiko looked at the door leading to the kitchen, which had a hole in it. In the kitchen, her own son Kudo Shinichi was tied up like a dumpling, lying unconscious on the floor. She had tied him up with her own hands. Is this the feeling of committing a crime? It's so exciting. The corners of Kudo Yusaku's mouth froze. Is this what they call a guilty pleasure? Hey, Yusaku, next time I want to try tying you up, Yukiko leaned close to Kudo Yusaku's ear and whispered. Kudo Yusaku thought to himself that something was wrong. It seemed that Yukiko was addicted to the kidnapping game. Ahem, he raised his hand to check the time and changed the subject. The kid should be waking up soon, let's prepare for the next scene and don't let the kid see any flaws. Kudo Yukiko chuckled and said, don't worry, acting is my forte, it would be 100 years too early for Shinichi to see through my acting skills. She placed her hand on Kudo Yusaku's shoulder, then brushed it to his chin and gently lifted it up, on the contrary, you, a pretty boy, better not reveal the truth. Kudo Yusaku smiled slightly, put on the white mask with a strange smile on his face, and his voice suddenly changed, hee, don't worry, I promise to make Xiao Cini have an unforgettable night. The rosy and attractive thin lips contained a thin white straw. Mayano Akemi is drinking the sherry pie that Lin Ye prepared for her. The aroma of fruit, wine, and the refreshing mint scent at the rim of the glass mixed together, giving her an icy, sweet taste that healed her tired spirit. Lin Ye glanced at the lucky straw she was holding in her mouth and said with a smile, Miss Yame, do you know the history of straws? Mayano Akemi shook her head, looked at Lin Ye curiously, and pretended to listen attentively. Lin Ye said, The earliest known straws can be traced back to the Sumerian civilization 5,000 years ago. The unearthed Sumerian murals show that the nobles at that time used long objects to drink, and there were also metal tubes in the tombs. In ancient China, there are also historical records of drinking with reed pipes. The great Tang dynasty poet Du Fu once wrote a poem, "Yellow sheep meat is not smelly, and reed wine is drunken." The so-called reed wine means drinking with a reed pipe. If you drink it through a reed pipe, it will taste different, said Akemi Mayano with a smile. Lin Ye also smiled and said, maybe there will be more fragrance from plants. What about modern straws? The invention of the modern straw is actually related to the cup of sherry pie that Miss Yame is drinking now. Oh. Lin Ye smiled and explained, in the 19th century, distillation technology was not well developed, and people preferred wine to the hard-to-drink distilled spirits. As early as the 16th century, sherry was hailed as the best wine in the world. Shakespeare called it Spanish sunshine in a bottle. Until the 19th century, sherry was still the most popular wine in the world. In the early 19th century, sherry pie was born and became popular around this time. It was loved by drinkers and set off a trend of cold drinks. Americans who like cold drinks use rye straw as a straw, which makes the drink taste cooler. However, rye straw is easy to break, resulting in debris, and it has some flavor, which affects the taste of drinking. It was not until 1888 that an American cigarette merchant was drinking when his straw broke. He was annoyed and got inspiration from cigarette manufacturing. He invented the first paper straw and applied for a patent. From then on, paper straws became popular. Then until the 20s, when plastic straws became widely popular, paper straws were replaced by plastic straws. That's all Lin Ye has to say. Later, when people realize the harm of plastic to the environment, paper straws will make a comeback, and metal straws will also appear in bars. But plastic straws are still the most used straws in the world because they are cheap and durable. After listening to this, Akemi Mayano looked at the straw in front of her and thought to herself that there was such a story behind the straw. She held the straw in her mouth and the cold wine flowed into her mouth. The content of that text message came to my mind again. After the mission is successful, kill the others and gather at the designated location. Remember, there is only one quota for the organization to protect you. Mayano Akemi lowered her eyes, with a gloomy look on her face. Oh, what should I do? I have never killed anyone, not to mention killing someone. I have never even had an argument. But now that things have come to this, there is no turning back. Under the bar, Mayano Akemi clenched her hands into fists, and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. For Shiho, I must survive. But those three are strong and cunning men. Can I really defeat them? She fell into deep thought again. When Lin Ye heard what she was thinking, he couldn't help but sigh. That organization was really cruel. They actually let a gentle woman like Miss Mingmei fight for her life with three criminals. It was as if they were using them to kill her. Is there any way I can help her? Looking at Mayano Akemi, who was in deep thought, the scene in front of Lin Ye began to change. He knew that he was entering Miss Mingmei's inner world, so he remained calm. Soon, the changing scene took shape, and the building that appeared before him was a bank. Mihua branch of Mitsubishi Bank. Is this where Miss Mingmei works? He walked into the bank lobby, looked around, and found Mayano Akemi behind the counter. At this moment, she stood up from her seat and walked towards the employee exit. After Lin Ye made his body transparent, he followed. Mayano Akemi walked into the empty dressing room and began to take off her clothes. Lin Ye, who followed in, was startled and hurried back to wait outside. After a while, Mayano Akemi opened the door and came out. She had changed her bank suit and pencil skirt into a black tights. With a hood on, she would be in the standard outfit of a robber. Seeing this scene, Lin Ye immediately understood that this was her inner plan for the robbery that day. Lin Ye followed her silently, and came to the parking lot behind the Siling Bank building through the back door. He saw her walking straight towards a silver van parked in the corner. She opened the car door and got in. Because the car windows were closed and he couldn't see what was going on inside clearly, Lin Ye walked to the front of the car and looked inside. There were already two men in the car. Sitting in the driver's seat was a middle-aged man with a high hairline. He looked like an ordinary taxi driver and should be a good driver. Another tall young man, who looked strong and powerful, with a butt and a chin, sat in the passenger seat with a grim expression. Both of them were wearing black tights, and as long as they put on a hood, they could transform into standard robbers. This should be her robber teammate. But wasn't there four people? Including Miss Mingmei, who was sitting in the back row, there were only three people. Where was the other one? Chapter 156. Before the armored car came to a complete stop, a silver van that had been parked in the corner suddenly rushed out and stopped it. two men in black and wearing hoods rushed down from the panel truck. The slimmer one shot at the window of the armored car with a gun. After the window was shot out, two guards trembled in the cab. Another tall man in black opened the car door and knocked the two men unconscious with the butt of a shotgun. Then the two men walked behind the armored car. The rear door of this armored car is locked from the inside and can only be opened from the inside. It is difficult to break from the outside in order to prevent robbery. But after the slender man in black reached out and knocked on the door 3 times, the rear door of the armored car opened automatically from the inside. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out in quick succession. Appearing behind the car door was a gun-wielding guard with a sinister smile on his face. As Mayano Akemi was shot and fell to the ground, the whole world suddenly collapsed and Lin Ye's consciousness returned to his body. In front of the bar, Mayano Akemi was frowning. Alas, this mission is bound to be extremely dangerous. I must be fully prepared. Lin Ye probably understood. The 4th robber was the guard inside the armored car. The scene just now was a possibility deduced in Mayano Akemi's consciousness. That guy might shoot when he opens the door. In this robbery mission, the team not only has to successfully steal 1 billion yuan, but also has to eliminate the other 3 accomplices and become the last survivor. The 4 people who were carrying out the mission all received that text message, so they must have had their own ulterior motives. This kind of difficult task is too difficult for an ordinary girl like Miss Mingmei. Lin Ye looked at Mayano Akemi, only to see several black bubbles of consciousness appearing above her head. The armored car was reflected on each bubble. It seemed that she was constantly deducing ways to break the impasse in her mind. Lin Ye entered the largest consciousness bubble again. The scene is still the parking lot of Xiling Bank. The armored car was stopped, Akemi Mayano shot through the window with a gun, and a strong man knocked out the guard. The back door of the armored car opened. This time, because Mayano Akemi was prepared in advance, she moved aside when the door opened. The tall man also did not stand stupidly directly behind the car door. After the car door opened, the guard was still holding his gun, but there was no one outside the door. He was stunned for a moment, and then a tall man suddenly appeared from the side of the car door, and bullets sprayed out of the shotgun in his hand. The guard fell down. The tall man curled his lips and said, "Humph, this guy actually wants to kill us, he must want to run away with the money alone." "Hurry up, the gunshots will soon attract the police," Mayano Akemi urged. The tall man glanced at the gun in her hand and sneered, "You won't shoot me when my back is turned?" "Of course not, I was counting on you two to carry the money away." The 2 men looked at each other, put away their guns at the same time, and quickly transferred the cash from the armored car to the van. At this time, sirens were heard nearby. The 2 men quickly got into the van, which rushed out of the parking lot, drifted around various corners on the street, and shook off the police behind. Lin Ye, who was floating in the sky, saw this scene and thought that the man sitting in the driver's seat must have excellent driving skills. The van drove all the way to an empty space by the river and stopped. There was another light gray private car parked on the shore. The 3 men transferred the money to the trunk of this car, abandoned the van on the river bank, and drove away. But soon, gunshots were heard again in the car. Lin Ye's consciousness returned to his body again. When he saw Mayano Akemi frowning in front of him, he knew that she was the one who was killed again. When the 3 men transferred the money to another car and left the riverbank where the crime vehicle was abandoned, it marked the success of the 1 billion yuan robbery mission. Next comes the cannibalism phase. Alas, the chances of winning against me head-on are slim. I must think of another way. Mayano Akemi frowned and thought hard. Although Lin Ye wanted to help her, he had no experience in robbing a bank and could not help much. All he could do was to use wine and small talk to make her feel more relaxed at the moment. "Miss Yame, is there anything bothering you?" Lin Ye asked. "Well, I had some trouble at work." Mayano Akemi obviously didn't want to talk more about this topic and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, why didn't I see little Conan today?" "His mother has taken him home," Lin Ye replied. "Speaking of that kid, I wonder how he is doing now." "Conan is panicking now, very panicking. It's hard not to panic when you wake up and find yourself tied up tightly and thrown into a dirty, messy and shabby kitchen." He also heard 2 voices outside the door discussing how to deal with him. The woman suggested keeping his life as a test subject. The man said, "It will be dissected sooner or later anyway, it doesn't matter whether you are dead or alive." Conan broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. Fortunately, the 2 did not plan to attack him immediately, but would wait until the deal was completed tomorrow. Conan lay on the cold ground, pretending to be asleep, his brain working rapidly, thinking of ways to escape. At this time, he saw an empty wine bottle in the shabby cabinet. "Great! Once they both fall asleep, I'll use the broken pieces of the bottle to cut the rope. Although she had not yet come up with a good solution when she left, Mayano Akemi felt much more relaxed. Come on, Miss Mingmei. Although it was a bit strange to cheer up the robbers, such a voice still appeared in Lin Ye's heart. Because he did not see any new death scenes of Mayano Akemi, he thought that Mayano Akemi should be able to survive. At present, he has mastered the method of entering the inner world of the guests, but he has no idea how to see the future scenes. He has been trying to replicate that ability, but has been unsuccessful. You can't force it, so you can only let it go. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Soon another customer came into the store. The person who entered the store was a very handsome young man, about 20 years old, looking very gentle, with a hint of melancholy lingering between his brows. It seems like another guest with troubles. Lin Ye smiled warmly, like a priest seeing a lost lamb. Welcome, what would you like to drink? The young man sat down at the bar, looking a little reserved. Judging from his appearance, Lin Ye guessed that this was probably his first time in a bar. Actually, this is my first time in a bar, can you recommend something for me? Of course, how much alcohol can the guest drink? Only beer and wine, the young man replied. Lin Ye thought for a moment and suggested, in that case, let's have a glass of snake kiss. Snake kiss. The young man was stunned, obviously thinking this was a very strange name. Lin Ye smiled and explained, snake bite actually means being bitten by a snake, but I prefer to call it snake kiss. Chapter 157. Snake kiss, or snake bite, is a classic beer-based cocktail that is simple to make. You only need beer and cider in a 1-to-1 ratio. Depending on personal taste, you can use hard cider containing alcohol or soft cider without alcohol. The container is a Colin glass. First, pour half a cup of cider into it, and then pour beer on top, usually dark beer. This will create a beautiful 3-layer pattern. At the bottom is the relatively transparent cider, in the middle is the black of stout, and at the top is the delicate, snow-white foam. Lin Ye used a can of Guinness stout. His hand was as steady as a sculpture as he poured the beer. The shiny black line of beer fell into the cup without causing any splashes. When the white foam of wine starts to rise from the rim of the cup, he quickly withdrew his hand. Snake kiss, please. The young man picked up the glass and took a sip. The refreshing wine is mixed with the aroma of malt and the sweetness of apples. The apple cider dilutes the bitterness and alcohol taste of the dark beer. And the bitterness of the dark beer neutralizes the sweetness of the cider. The combination of the two brings a pleasant drinking experience. After taking a sip, the worries between the young man's brows dissipated visibly, and shiny black bubbles kept emerging from the top of his head, just like the bubbles rising in the wine glass. Lin Ye glanced at the bubbles and did not rush in. Instead, he asked, does the guest seem to be troubled by something? Actually, the young man held the wine glass with both hands, his eyes lowered, looking at the shiny bar. I'm getting married soon. Shouldn't you be happy when you're married? Why do you look like you're in trouble? Hearing the word marriage, Aragaki Keiho, who was passing by the bar, stopped curiously and found that the man had a sad look on his face, so she felt strange. You won't change your mind and decide not to marry her, right? How could that be? I love my girlfriend very much and I am willing to marry her, but... Then what are you hesitating about? Xia Fan was puzzled. Is it pre-wedding anxiety? Premarital anxiety? What is that? Premarital anxiety is common among young men and women who are about to get married, and is generally manifested as anxiety and uneasiness about the upcoming marriage relationship. Lin Ye explained with a smile. It could be that they are not confident in themselves and are not sure whether they can handle the new family role. It could also be that they are influenced by the people around them. For example, they have seen too many unhappy marriages and are worried that they will end up in the same predicament. Stress may also come from other places, including social factors, family factors on both sides, concerns about future life, whether to have children, etc. After all, marriage is not love. You can get married when you want and break up when you want. The social cost of a divorce and a breakup is completely different. These pressures become more and more obvious as the wedding date approaches, and some couples cannot bear it and even run away from the wedding. Aragaki Shefan looked at Lin Ye, who was talking so clearly, and thought to herself. How does he know so much? Does he have experience of divorce? Lin Ye's mouth froze. What a joke. I'm still a virgin. I've never even been in a relationship, how could I be divorced? Hehe, although it sounds serious, as long as you actively communicate with your spouse and face it together, these problems can be avoided. Lin Ye looked at the young man in front of the bar. The young man gave a forced smile, you are right. Only. Alas, I entered the Tsumoto family in disguise and approached Xia Jiang. At first, I just wanted to use her to take revenge on the Tsumoto family. But later I really fell in love with the innocent and lovely Xia Jiang, and I was about to marry her. If Xia Jiang knew the truth, he would definitely be very sad, right? After I marry into the Yamato family, should I continue to avenge my father? If I continue to seek revenge, Xia Jiang might discover my true identity, and she will be very sad. But if I don't seek revenge, I will be sorry for my dead father. What should I do? Takashi Yamato raised his head and took a sip of wine, feeling extremely confused. Lin Ye looked at him in surprise. So that's it. It turns out that he wasn't suffering from premarital anxiety, but was wavering between hatred and love in the past. Lin Ye thought for a moment and asked, what kind of person is the guest's fiancée? She is a gentle woman. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also kind. Although she is a young lady, she is not arrogant. She has a simple personality and is nice to everyone. She is the type who is defenseless against others and is easily deceived. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Takashi Yamamoto's lips. Just like I approached and deceived her, that fool didn't realize that I had ulterior motives. Lin Ye glanced at him and said with a smile, it seems that you love her very much. Is it? Anyone who saw your tone and the look just now would think so, is that right, Achuo? Lin Ye asked Amuro Toru beside him. When this guy stands aside and doesn't say anything, he's like a transparent person. Amuro Toru smiled and nodded, agreeing with Lin Ye's point of view. Yes, people's eyes can't lie, this gentleman must love his fiancée very much. Takashi Tsunomoto smiled sheepishly. Indeed, although my initial motives were not pure, now truly love Xia Jiang and do not want her to be harmed in any way. But, I actually fell in love with my enemy's granddaughter. In order to understand what hatred and grudges he had with the Yamato family, Lin Ye asked again. Your fiancée is so outstanding, I believe your parents are very satisfied with her, right? Takashi Yuzumoto's eyes darkened. Actually, my parents are already dead, and I am a son-in-law who married into the Yuzumoto family. Excuse me. It doesn't matter, after all, it's been a long time. My father's company was taken away by the Yuzumoto family, and he hanged himself 10 years ago. My mother also died of illness not long after, and I was sent to an orphanage. So that's how it is. The business world is as cruel as a battlefield. But isn't it a bit extreme to hang oneself and leave behind orphans and widows just because of business failure? Then her parents must be very pleased with you. Takashi Yamamoto said awkwardly, her parents are also. Lin Ye choked and looked strange. In the past, he would only meet a few customers whose parents had both passed away in a whole year of work. But in less than a month since he came to this world, he had already met several. Feel sorry. It doesn't matter, Takashi Yamamoto's expression was gloomy. Perhaps it is because of this that I can easily approach Xia Jiang. In order to ease the embarrassment, Lin Ye changed the subject and asked, you just mentioned the Tsumoto family, are you talking about the famous Tsumoto family? When Lin Ye was having lunch at the Maori family's house at noon, the French chef who had debated with Miss Yoko on the show was from the Yamamoto family. Before the bar opened, he learned more about the Tsujimoto family from the newspaper. The Tsumoto business of the Tsumoto family is a comprehensive trading company whose businesses cover real estate, food, construction, finance, logistics and other fields. The head of the family, Gozo Omoto, has been in the business world for decades and has defeated countless competitors. Now at the age of 72, he still sits in the position of chairman and is an awe-inspiring old man. Yes, that's right, Takashi Yuzumoto replied. I saw a Mr. Shoji Yusumoto on a food show on TV at noon, do you know him? Of course, Uncle Xiangji treats me very well, and the French cuisine he cooks is absolutely amazing, Yumoto Takashi said with a smile. In the Tsumoto family, Uncle Xianger is one of the few people who truly supports him and Xia Jiang being together. The rest of the people basically thought that he approached Xia Jiang just for the money from his family. Chapter 158. Takashi Yamamoto is a gentle person at heart and would never do anything to hurt his loved ones. His struggle at this moment was simply due to the painful memories of the past. Lin Ye did not hear any extreme thoughts or murder plans from his mind. His original revenge plan was to use his status as a son-in-law to seize the property of the original family. However, in the process of getting along with Natsu Yusumoto, he was attracted by her beauty and kindness and truly fell in love with her. His revenge plan had already failed when he fell in love with Natsu Yusumoto. Mr. Yamamoto, I wish you a happy wedding. When Takashi Yamamoto stood up and prepared to leave, Lin Ye blessed him with a smile. Thank you. Compared to when he came, Takashi Tsunomoto was obviously in a much more relaxed mood. This store is indeed worthy of its reputation. Every word the bartender said seemed to touch my heart. It felt so good. Bring Xia Jiang with you next time. Lin Ye smiled and watched the other person leave. Are you jealous? A voice suddenly asked. Lin Ye looked at Aragaki Shefan, who was wandering near the bar in surprise. What? Becoming the son-in-law of a large conglomerate means saving decades of hard work in life. Isn't that something you envy, uncle? Ms. Xia Jiang of the Tsunomoto family is a great beauty and a very gentle person. It is said that she is also very much loved by the head of the Tsunomoto family. She may become the heir of the Tsunomoto family. A girl like her can be easily dealt with. As long as you become her husband, you can become the new master of the Yusumoto family after Yusumoto Musashi dies. The guest just now is really lucky. When saying this, Aragaki Keiho couldn't help but think of the girl who had been coming to the store frequently recently. Suzuki Sonoko. This person is even more of a heavyweight, the second daughter of the Suzuki group and the heiress-to-be. Whoever marries her can instantly become a top executive in a top financial group and become extremely wealthy enough to last a lifetime. And it seems that she is very interested in Lin Ye. Isn't Lin Ye interested at all? Aragaki Shefan glanced at Lin Ye's face, trying to find a trace of evidence on his face. After hearing her thoughts, Lin Ye felt calm and even wanted to laugh. Xia Fan, the guest just now was not with Miss Xia Jiang just for money. Really? Xia Fan was unable to hear Takashi Tsunomoto's inner voice and was skeptical about what he said. That high school girl named Sonoko seems to be very interested in you, aren't you tempted? Her family is from a top financial group. Lin Ye smiled and shook his head. It's not easy to be the son-in-law of a top financial group. The Suzuki family has only 2 daughters. If you want to marry Sonoko, you have to take on the burden of the Suzuki family. This burden is extremely heavy. If Lin Ye hooks up with Sonoko and becomes the son-in-law of the Suzuki family, he will not be able to continue working as a bartender. The Suzuki group would never allow the head of the family to be a bartender serving others. But it is impossible for Lin Ye to give up his career as a bartender, so he is destined not to be Suzuki Ye. I have already decided to be a bartender for life. How can money and beauty change my mind? Seeing Lin Ye's expression suddenly become determined, Aragaki Keiho blinked. This guy really doesn't seem to be interested at all. Could it be that he already has someone he likes? After get off work. When Lin Ye got home, it was already 2:30 in the morning. He took a piece of bread from the refrigerator and ate it, drank a glass of milk, and then lay down on the bed. I rubbed my eyebrows and relaxed my body and mind. I feel more tired than usual. It seems that entering the inner world of the guests takes a lot of mental effort. I should use this ability with caution in the future. If you abuse this ability, it might lead to mental disorder. With this thought in mind, Lin Ye fell into a deep sleep. The next afternoon, Lin Ye arrived at Polo Bar an hour early, opened the newspaper and read today's news. Suzuki Group acquires the Beika Art Museum. When Lin Ye saw the news headline, his attention was immediately drawn and he read it in detail. After reading it, he couldn't help but sigh. It happened so fast. Boss Monica said in the store last night that he wanted to sell the Beika Art Museum, and it was acquired by the Suzuki Group today. It seems that the Suzuki Group had already made preparations for the acquisition, and just when they met Boss Monica who wanted to sell the company, they hit it off. With the backing of the Suzuki Foundation, the Beika Art Museum should be able to continue operating with peace of mind. Currently, citizens are paying attention to the Beika Art Museum. For the Suzuki Foundation, they can also spend a little money and take the opportunity to buy a good reputation. But the main reason should still be Yuenzi. She must have seen yesterday's news, so she took the opportunity to propose a purchase to her family. Be sure to thank her next time she comes to the store. Although I can't be her son-in-law, it's not bad to be her friend. With the sound of bells, someone pushed open the shop door. Lin Ye looked up at the door and was surprised to see Conan entering the store. Conan. Didn't you leave with your mother? Conan grinned. Because my parents are too busy with work, they still leave me at Uncle Maori's house. Please continue to give me advice in the future, Uncle Lin Ye. I want to continue my detective training here. Although he was a little confused, Lin Ye still responded with a smile. Okay, keep going, little detective. Please continue to be the store's mascot in the future. Conan hummed energetically, jumped onto the high stool in front of the bar, and swung his little feet leisurely with a smile on his face. No need to worry about your parents' affairs being exposed anymore. Also, my mom left me 10 million for living expenses, so I don't have to worry about pocket money in the future. Huh, that greedy uncle's eyes lit up when he saw the passbook. Conan found it funny when he thought of Kagoro Mori's expression when he saw the numbers on the passbook. Uncle Lin, I want a glass of orange juice. Conan can now order in the store with confidence. Okay, Lin Ye squeezed a glass of golden orange juice for him and asked. Conan, was the person wearing black yesterday your mother? Conan took a sip of orange juice and nodded. Yes, she is my mother, Edogawa Fumio. Huh. When he was taken away yesterday, he clearly shouted in the car that it wasn't his mother. Why did he change his words now? Lin Ye was a little surprised. But soon, Conan, who was drinking orange juice, confessed everything in his mind. How can there be parents in the world who would pretend to be kidnappers and kidnap their own son? That's enough. Even if you want to tell me that my current situation is dangerous, you don't have to use this method. I sent their flight information to the newspaper. The paparazzi should have found them by now, right? Mom and Dad, just deal with the enthusiastic reporters. Chapter 159. At the bar, Xiaolan, who was drinking juice, sighed. But in this way, we can continue to live together, Conan. Xiaolan smiled and turned to look at Conan, who was sitting next to her. Conan put the straw in his mouth and hummed with a red face. Don't worry, little brat, I will treat you like my own son from now on and make sure I raise you to be plump and healthy. Kagoro Muri happily slapped Conan on the back of the head. Thank you, uncle. Conan, who was almost knocked down on the bar, covered the back of his head with his hands, and a forced smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Damn it, is this how you treat your own son? If I didn't want to find those guys, I wouldn't want to live with a sloppy uncle like you. By the way, Conan, your mother said that you had a reason to stay. What does that mean? Xiaolan remembered what Idagawa Fumio said before he left, and couldn't help but ask. She always felt that when Dai's look at her was ambiguous and meaningful. Of course it's because this guy can't bear to leave you, Xiaolan, Yuanzi laughed twice, and suddenly realized that she had to maintain the image of a lady in front of Lin Ye, so after laughing twice, she turned it into a smile with pursed lips. However, Lin Ye felt that laughing freely was more in line with her style. Sister Sonoko, please stop talking nonsense, Conan argued with a red face. If his arms were not long enough, he really wanted to cover Sonoko's big mouth with his hands. Sonoko's mouth should be sealed with tape. Sonoko looked at him teasingly. Then why are you blushing, little brat? Of course it's because of school, Conan said in a shocked voice. I won't be used to studying abroad. That's right, I heard that Asian children are easily bullied and excluded in America. It's better for them to stay in Japan, Xiaolan agreed. Conan nodded, that's right. He glanced at Xiaolan shyly again. But what Sonoko said is right. I still have people I care about in Japan. I can't just leave like this. Lin Ye glanced at him and raised the corner of his mouth. Someone you care about? Are you referring to the two brothers Jin and Vodka? Besides, if I just flee abroad and leave the matter to my father and his Interpol friends, doesn't this mean that I lost to those black guys? I am the famous detective Kudo Shinichi, the savior of the Japanese police, the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era. How can I escape in such a disgrace? I must find the medicine from them, then return to my original form and defeat the organization behind them. And all of this can only rely on myself. When I succeed, I will tell the world. I, Kudo Shinichi, am back. The fighting spirit in Conan's eyes was like a raging fire, his heart was as hard as steel, he wanted to shout immediately, I, Kudo Shinichi, am back. Unfortunately, Lin Ye was the only listener to his passionate inner monologue. Lin Ye also expressed doubts about this. Conan, I'm not trying to discourage you, but can you really do it on your own? That organization even has submarines. Oh, by the way, he doesn't know how huge an organization he is facing. But sooner or later he would realize this. Will he still be as determined as he is now? With Conan's current child body, apart from the advantage of hiding his identity, it can be said that he has no chance of winning. Even if Conan has amazing wisdom, he cannot make up for the absolute power gap. Rather than believing that he can defeat the armed forces with submarines with the body of a child, it would be better to hope that Miss Shirley's medicine will cause his body to mutate suddenly, and then he will have superpowers and defeat the evil organization's conspiracy in one fell swoop. Many of the superhero movies Lin Ye has seen follow this pattern. As the saying goes, the poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. Conan took a mysterious drug, and it can be said that his body has mutated. Even if his body mutates further and develops some superpowers, Lin Ye would not be surprised. Maybe some magical ability is awakening in his little body. Not only that, Conan also knows the genius inventor Dr. Agasa. His bow tie, anesthesia watch, turbocharged super skateboard, and sneakers on his feet are all scientific equipment. This kid has both technology and mutation. Even if a superhero appears one day, Lin Ye will not be surprised. He seemed to have seen the scene of Conan tearing the submarine apart with his bare hands. But he was soon amused by his own fantasy. How is that possible? Then let's continue to live together in the future, please give me your advice, Conan. Xiaolan picked up the juice and clinked glasses with Conan with a smile. Cheers. Ah, well, Sister Xiaolan also gave me a lot of advice, cheers. Conan took a sip of juice, and his face turned red again, as if he was thinking of something. Lin Ye showed a playful smile. It seemed that some strange images flashed through the boy's mind just now. Ahem, don't look at anything inappropriate. Lin Ye quickly collected his thoughts and tried not to look at the erotic scenes in Conan's mind. The real owner is sitting next to him. Lin Ye glanced at Xiaolan, who was smiling. That's great, it feels like I have a younger brother, Xiaolan said with a smile. And Mr. Lin Ye is like an elder brother. This thought suddenly popped up in Xiaolan's mind. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ye, and just as she met his gentle gaze, her cheeks turned slightly red, and she quickly lowered her eyes. Lin Ye smiled slightly and thought to himself that it would be nice to have a sister like Xiaolan. A sister who can do housework is a rare species. By the way, Kobayashi, has Miss Yoko called you these days? Has her agent contacted you? No, Lin Ye was a little surprised and didn't know why Kagoro Mori asked this. Huh, didn't Miss Yoko say she wanted to treat you to a meal? You promised me that you would take me there, so I wanted to ask. Lin Ye laughed secretly in his heart. It turned out that the uncle was afraid that I would abandon him and secretly run off to have dinner with Miss Yoko. Don't worry, Mr. Maori, if Miss Yoko really invites me to dinner, I will definitely not forget to invite you. But that should just be a polite remark, Lin Ye thought. Generally speaking, I'll treat you to a meal some other day, means that I want to treat you to a meal, but I don't have time now. And when I have time, I usually forget I said such things. So Lin Ye didn't think that Yoko Okino would really treat him to a meal. For a popular idol like her, it would be a very dangerous thing if she was accidentally photographed by paparazzi having dinner with a man. So Uncle Maori may be disappointed. Okino Yoko? Isn't she the popular idol? Why did she invite Mr. Lin to dinner? At this time, Unz asked curiously. Chapter 160. After learning what happened from Xiaolan, Sonoko fell into deep thought. Okino Yoko is a strong opponent. But even if she's a popular idol, I won't back down. I am the queen of love, Suzuki Sonoko. I will not lose to idols who have to be secretive when dating. Come on, idol. There seemed to be some kind of fanatical flame burning in Unz's eyes, and her scorching gaze seemed to melt Lin Ye. She is really enthusiastic. Lin Ye sighed. Most people would not be able to resist having such a wonderful woman as their boyfriend. Lin Ye calmly met Unz's enthusiastic gaze. Thank you, Sonoko. Unz was stunned. Hey, what are you thanking me for? Lin Ye smiled and said, it's about the Rice Flower Art Museum. Well, actually, after seeing the news, my dad was planning to buy the Rice Flower Museum, I just mentioned it during dinner. Although she downplayed it, Lin Ye knew that things were definitely not that simple. Anyway, thank you. Mr. Lin cares so much about that art museum. Does he like art? Thinking of this, Unz's eyes lit up. Do you like art? I have a lot of them at home, if you want to see them, Mr. Lin, I can take you to see them. I remember there was an egg with an interesting mechanism, just insert the key into the egg and turn it, and the golden man inside will move. Unz introduced enthusiastically. When Unz was describing it, Lin Ye saw the egg in her mind. It was a green Easter egg with silver patterns. It was exquisitely crafted and the style of production looked very familiar to Lin Ye. Faberge eggs. When this name popped up in his mind, Lin Ye couldn't help but shudder all over. Faberge, the legendary Russian jeweler, was commissioned by the Tsar and nobles to create a total of 1,885 eggs between 1917 and 69, 50 of which were presented to the royal family. These Easter eggs, made of precious metals, gemstones and enamel, are classics in the history of jewelry art. In 2002, when Lin Ye was alive, a Faberge egg was sold for a sky-high price of nearly $1,000 million US $960 million yuan. And as time goes by, the price of these Easter eggs is getting higher and higher. By 2014, the average valuation of each of these Easter eggs had exceeded 3,000 million. Of the 69 eggs, the whereabouts of 7 are unknown. After the end of the Tsarist rule, 62 of the remaining 30 eggs remained in Russia, and the rest were scattered around the world. You can't buy these eggs even if you have money. They are either kept in museums or hidden in the private treasure houses of the super-rich. 10 of them are even kept in the arsenal of the Kremlin in Russia. Every time an egg appears in the world, it causes a sensation. Lin Ye had seen photos of some of the eggs on the internet, and during his global bartender training journey, he had also been fortunate enough to see a few real ones. So when he saw the Easter egg in Sonoko's mind, he immediately remembered one of the ones he had seen before. Although the accessories and details are different, the style is very similar. Could this be one of the 7 lost Easter eggs? Lin Ye couldn't help but feel his heart beating fast. If it really is a lost Faberge egg, it would be great to be able to see it up close, or even touch it. Ms. Sonoko, what is the name of the egg you mentioned? What's the name? Unz shook her head. I don't know, it should be just an ordinary Easter egg craft. I used to play with it as a toy when I was a child. Toy? Well, Lin Ye has a new understanding of the strength of the Suzuki Group. If the egg was really made by Faberge, it would be worth billions of yen, but it was just a toy for a child. Ms. Mingmei's trial mission was only 10 billion, which was enough for Ms. Mingmei to join the organization several times. However, judging from Unz's reaction, the egg might have been treated as an ordinary handicraft, and its true identity has not yet been discovered. Or maybe it was just an ordinary Easter egg and not from the hand of Faberge. Lin Ye wanted to see the egg with his own eyes to confirm it, so he asked a few more questions about the egg. Unz noticed that he was very interested in the egg, so she waved her hand and said generously, if you want to see it, Mr. Lin, I can take you there anytime, Xiaolan can go too. Thank you, Sonoko, but I won't need it. Although Xiaolan was also a little curious about the egg, she thought that Unz might want to be alone with Mr. Lin, so she declined. Conan on the side curled his lips. Huh, this guy Unz is starting to hook up with men again. I wonder if this bartender can resist the temptation of the Suzuki family's wealth. Conan looked at Lin Ye. Although Lin Ye appeared calm, he couldn't be sure that he was not pretending. Although Lin Ye really wanted to go to the Suzuki family to see the egg, if he went alone, he might be misunderstood by the Sonoko family. While he was thinking about how to visit Sonoko's house in a suitable capacity, the shop door was pushed open. Hearing the ringing, Lin Ye looked towards the door. He is the director of the Ika Art Museum, Okiai. When Director Okiai saw Lin Ye at the bar, he immediately walked to the bar, staring at Lin Ye with his old eyes, his excitement unable to hide on his old face. Young man, you are here. Lin Ye smiled and said, Director Okiai, are you here to drink? Director Okiai looked at Lin Ye gratefully, I am old now and have stopped drinking for many years, I came here specially to thank you. Director Okiai had never expected that this young man whom he met by chance in the museum had such great power. In just 2 days, he changed the fate of the art museum. Not only did he make that bastard Monica hand over the ownership of the art museum, he also found a powerful Suzuki Group as the next buyer. With the support of the Suzuki Group, there is no need to worry about the art museum being demolished in the future. Director Okiai stood in front of the bar, with his hands on his thighs, and bowed solemnly to Lin Ye. Thank you so much. Lin Ye quickly said, Director Okiai, there is no need to do this. Director Okiai straightened up, his eyes moistened, the Rice Flower Museum is like my child, without your help, my child would have been taken away by someone else. Unz looked at the old man with a white beard and said in surprise, you are the director of the Rice Flower Art Museum. I am, miss, are you Mr. Lin's friend? Lin Ye introduced with a smile, Director Okiai, this is Miss Sonoko, the second daughter of the Suzuki family. Oh, it turns out to be the second daughter of the Suzuki family, Director Okiai suddenly realized. No wonder the Suzuki Group took action. It turns out that Mr. Lin and this second lady are friends. I heard that there are ghost night activities at the Beika Art Museum at night, is it true? Sonoko asked curiously. Director Okiai's face turned red. The so-called Ghost Rider is just him wearing armor and walking around the museum at night in order to kill Shinaka. Please rest assured, Miss Sonoko, the ghost story is completely a rumor. Someone must be behind this. I have asked the museum to investigate this matter thoroughly and strengthen the security in the museum. This kind of situation will never happen again. Now that Monica has gone on a trip abroad, he doesn't need to do that kind of thing anymore. Well, thank you for your hard work. Although Sonoko was smiling, she could not hide the disappointment on her face. How boring. I wanted to see what Ghost Rider looked like, but it turns out to be fake. Chapter 161. He looked young, perhaps a college student, with freckles near his cheekbones and a gloomy expression. The long side bangs covered her left eye, leaving her exposed right eye lifeless and staring blankly at the bar. He had been sitting at the bar for quite some time. Sonoko and Xiaolan have already left, and after receiving a phone call, Kagoro Mori also went to a game where 3 people were missing 1 person. The only ones still sitting at the bar were Director Okiai and Conan, who was sitting at the edge and reading a comic. The young man with side bangs is right next to Conan. Conan held the comic book in his hand, but his eyes kept glancing at Xylangbangs from time to time. What would you like to drink, sir? Lin Ye asked. I want to try absinthe, the young man's voice was weak. Try it? Lin Ye was stunned. That means it was the first time I drank it. How much alcohol can the guest drink? The young man whispered, I have never drunk alcohol. Absinthe has a high alcohol content and a unique flavor, even people who like to drink may not like the taste of absinthe. Are you sure you want absinthe, sir? Lin Ye confirmed. I want to try it, the young man still insisted. Absinthe is banned in the West countries like the Netherlands, Switzerland, the United States, France, Belgium, etc. All issued absinthe ban at the beginning of this century 20th century, and it has not been lifted to this day. Director Okiai suddenly spoke up. It is said that this wine has a hallucinogenic effect. In 1905, a Swiss farmer killed his family with his own hands after drinking absinthe, which caused a sensation. Later, through a referendum, Switzerland issued a decree banning the production of absinthe, which led other countries to follow suit. Lin Ye said, yes, the absinthe currently produced basically comes from a few countries such as the Czech Republic, Spain, and Portugal. According to the timeline that Lin Ye knows, the revival of modern absinthe began in the UK. Absinthe never really caught on in the UK, nor was it officially banned, so a British distillery sparked a resurgence in the 20s by importing absinthe from the Czech Republic. The era in which Lin Ye lives now is exactly in that period. However, absinthe is not a popular drink in Japan and few customers order it. As for countries like France that banned absinthe, they had to wait until the new century to lift the ban on absinthe. Young man, why do you want to drink absinthe? Director Okiai couldn't help but ask. Because of a painting, I like it very much. Painting? The Absinthe Drinker by Czech painter Victor Oliva, the young man whispered. Oh, that painting. Information about the painting emerged in Director Okiai's mind. The young man continued, there is also a painting with the same name, by the French painter Edouard Manet. In addition, there are Degas's Absinthe, Van Gogh's Absinthe in Water Bottle, and Albert Mayen's Green Muse, all of which are paintings depicting absinthe. That's why I want to try the taste of absinthe. Talking about these paintings, his voice suddenly became louder. Director Okiai looked at the young man in surprise. Young man, are you studying art? Yes, the young man's voice fell back, looking very unconfident. Lin Ye glanced at the young man and smiled, I see. Absinthe is loved by artists and writers, who regard it as a green muse that brings creative inspiration. Van Gogh, Picasso, and Hemingway are all loyal fans of it. Hemingway even invented the most famous absinthe cocktail, called Death in the Afternoon. Hey, can I try that? The young man showed an interested expression. Lin Ye shook his head. Death in the Afternoon is a combination of absinthe and champagne. Absinthe itself is a strong liquor. And the bubbles in champagne will accelerate the absorption of alcohol, making it easy to get drunk. You should try drinking it the normal way first. Oh, okay then, the young man looked a little disappointed, but did not insist. While Lin Ye was preparing the wine vessels, he introduced the young man. This old gentleman is the director of the art gallery. Since you are studying art, I think you two should be able to get along well. The young man looked at Director Okiai and said in surprise, Director of the Art Museum, then you also like painting. Director Okiai nodded with a smile and said, I treat the paintings in the museum like my own children. Come on, young man, work hard to create excellent paintings. The young man lowered his head and said, but my family doesn't support my painting and says I have no future. Lin Ye caught a glimpse of hatred in his right eye and was shocked. No way, could it be that again? He silently poured a little absinthe into the glass and placed the absinthe spoon horizontally on the rim of the glass. The absinthe spoon is a matching utensil that evolved from a unique way of drinking absinthe. It is hollow and can be made into beautiful shapes. Then place a white sugar cube in the hollow of the absinthe spoon, and then add a few drops of green absinthe. Once the absinthe has completely soaked the sugar cube, light it with a lighter. In the light blue flame, the sugar cube gradually melted and dripped into the wine glass from the hollow part of the absinthe spoon. Blue flames also dripped, igniting the absinthe in the glass, which was dazzling. The flaming wine glass was reflected in the young man's right eye. He stared blankly at the flame in the cup, as if his soul was burning along with it. Laugh. A drop of crystal clear water fell from a high place, pouring into the flame on the wine spoon, making a slight sound. Lin Ye held a measuring cup filled with ice water, tilting it just enough to let the water drip down. The supporting equipment for drinking absinthe also includes a special dripping container, but because the store did not have that condition, he had to do it by hand. Ice water mixed with sugar dripped into the wine glass. A wisp of white vapor rises in the cup, giving people a sense of mystery. Lin Ye's hand was like some kind of precision instrument. As the degree of tilt slowly increased, the water drops fell faster and faster, finally forming a crystal clear water line. The flame at the mouth of the cup did not burn for long and went out in the water line. If it burns for too long, the alcohol will be burned out and the cup may break due to thermal expansion and contraction. After adding ice water, the originally light green wine became a little turbid. That is when the herbal ingredients in absinthe that are not easily soluble in water appear and spread in the glass like a cloud, which is called emulsion. This way of drinking by lighting fire is called the Bohemian way of drinking, the burning green elf. Lin Ye chose this dazzling method because he considered that the flame could consume some of the alcohol, which was suitable for this guest who was drinking for the first time. And the word bohemian is often used to describe people who are not bound by tradition, such as artists and writers. This guest is an art student, so this way of drinking is just right for him. Lin Ye pushed the wine glass in front of the young man. Please. The young man picked up the wine glass and stared at the white milk in the glass with a dazed look. A charming face slowly emerged from the cup. Sister Xia Jiang. Chapter 162. Snapped. A loud slap in the face. Asshole. What nonsense are you talking about? She is your sister. It's my cousin. My parents are cousins, they can get married, why can't Sister Xia Jiang and I? That's why a useless thing like you was born, this is impossible, get out of here now. Today, I want to announce a good news to you all. I have decided to take Xiao Wu as my son-in-law. Xiao Wu, from today on, you will be called Xia Ben Wu, be good to Xia Jiang, and I will not treat you unfairly. In a corner of the engagement party, Ichiro Yuzumoto clenched his fists, a pair of happy figures were reflected in his bloodshot right eye, and his body trembled slightly. He had liked Xia Jiang for a long time, but he never had the courage to confess his feelings to her. It was not until the young and handsome Xiao Wu appeared beside her and the two of them got closer that he developed a strong sense of crisis. If this continues, Sister Xia Jiang will be snatched away by someone else. So he plucked up the courage to ask his strict grandfather to allow him to marry Sister Xia Jiang. Unexpectedly, he was rejected sternly and humiliated. The seeds of anger and jealousy are thus planted in the heart and may burst out at any time. Lin Ye regained consciousness and looked at Ichiro Yumoto who was already drunk in front of the bar, and shook his head slightly. At this moment he saw another horrifying scene. Ichiro Yuzumoto was holding a sharp knife and stabbing an old man with a ferocious look on his face. This old man was none other than Musashi Yasumoto whom Lin Ye had just seen in his memory, his grandfather. The old man fell down in disbelief, probably not expecting that his own grandson would stab him. After seeing this scene, Lin Ye was silent for a long time. The harsh family environment, rough educational methods, and forbidden love gave birth to a sick soul and led to the tragedy of relatives killing each other. Grandpa Okiai, I wish my grandpa was as kind as you, the drunk Ichiro Yuzumoto murmured. He likes art, and Director Okiai is the director of the art museum, so the two of them get along very well. Silly child, how can I compare to your own grandfather? Director Okiai sighed. You don't understand, my grandfather is a tyrant, I like painting, but he belittled me and said I was worthless, I like Xia Jiang, but he said I was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. How hateful. Ichiro Yuzumoto clenched his fists and slammed them on the bar in anger. Director Okiai remained silent, not knowing how to persuade this young man who was so angry at his own grandfather. Even Lin Ye found it tricky. Judging from Ichiro Yuzumoto's recollections, Musashi Yuzumoto was indeed an old man with a bad temper. It really feels bad when dreams are trampled on and love is not allowed. But Ichiro Yasumoto's approach was too extreme. A harsh family environment, long-term suppression of one's own emotions, and the development of a paranoid personality will cause such a person to go completely crazy once he explodes. A paranoid person cannot be changed by just a few words. Even if they change temporarily, when they return to that high-pressure environment, they will return to the starting point. Just when Lin Ye was feeling distressed, the shop door bell rang. Lin Ye looked towards the door. It was Takashi Tsumoto who came yesterday, and he was accompanied by a beautiful lady. She has long straight black hair, very fair skin and a gentle look. Lin Ye had seen this face in Ichiro Uemoto's memory. She was Natsu Uemoto, Ichiro Uemoto's cousin and Takashi Uemoto's fiancée. Takashi Uemoto said yesterday that he would bring her here, and he really brought her here today. Isn't this Ichiro? Why is he so drunk? Natsu Yusumoto soon spotted Ichiro Yusumoto in front of the bar. He was surprised to see him lying on the bar drunk. Ichiro doesn't drink, does he? How could he be so drunk? Xia, Sister Xia Jiang. Hearing Yusumoto Natsu's voice, Yusumoto Ichiro opened his eyes and saw Yusumoto Natsu standing in front of him. Tears quickly welled up in his right eye. Yusumoto Natsu sat down next to her cousin, and Yusumoto Takashi also sat next to her. Ichiro, did something happen to you? Why did you come here to drink alone? Because Sister Xia Jiang is getting married, Ichiro Yusamoto looked straight at Xia Jiang's beautiful face and completely ignored Takashi Yusamoto who was sitting next to her. Xia Jiang said with a smile, "So you are jealous of your brother Xiaowu, but sooner or later, I will marry someone. Even if I don't marry Xiaowu, I will marry Dao or something. Do you want me to be unmarried for the rest of my life?" Seeing Yusamoto Natsu's smile, Yusamoto Ichiro felt a fire burning in his chest. Under the influence of alcohol, he planned to say what he had always wanted to say but didn't dare to say. "Sister Xia Jiang, actually I. Xiao Wu." Yumoto Xiaojiang suddenly turned his head and smiled at his fiancée. "My brother seems very dissatisfied with you, you must try your best to perform well, otherwise, Ichiro will stand up for me." Takashi Yusamoto scratched his head and smiled, "Of course, Ichiro, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of your sister." Ichiro Yusamoto clenched his teeth, feeling like something was about to burst out of his body. "Ichiro, you look very uncomfortable, are you okay?" Seeing Ichiro's face, Natsu Yusamoto asked with concern. Ichiro Yumoto shook his head silently. "Let your brother Xiaowu take you back, give him a chance to perform." "No need, I can go back by myself." Ichiro Uemoto stood up and staggered towards the door. His back looked stubborn and lonely. Even after being burned by flames and diluted by ice water, the absinthe was still too strong for him, a first-time drinker. "Xiaowu," Tsunemoto Natsu looked at Tsunemoto Takashi with a request in his eyes. Takashi Yumoto immediately understood. "I'll come back to see you after I send Ichiro back, wait for me." Xia Jiang nodded gently, "Well, I'll wait for you." Before Takashi Yumoto could even sit down, he left the bar and chased after him. Xia Jiang Yuban withdrew his gaze with a complicated look in his eyes. "Ms. Xia Jiang knows about this, right?" Lin Ye said. "Mr. Ilang's feelings for you." Yusamoto Xiaojiang raised his head in surprise, glanced at him, then nodded and sighed. "As an outsider, you can see it, how could I, as your sister, not know it? When did you discover it?" A trace of memory flashed in Yusamoto Natsu's eyes. "Ichiro has been very close to me since he was a child. Later, when he started to learn painting, he always used me as a subject for practice painting. I don't know when his feelings towards me began to change. Before that incident, I always thought he only treated me with brotherly affection. I was too slow, I wish I had discovered it earlier." Xia Jiang lowered his head, a look of self-blame in his eyes. Lin Yi really wanted to ask what that thing was, but he held back. After a moment of silence, Xia Jiang raised his head and looked at him, smiling. "Xiaowu said you are a great bartender and told me to come and try you. Can you recommend a drink for me?" Chapter 163. Aloe Vera Liqueur. Lemon juice and syrup. Remove the core and skin of the green apple and squeeze into juice. Juice 2 heads of kale. Combine these ingredients with ice, shake well, and then strain the green liquid into a glass. Garnish with toasted kale leaves, but you can also eat them. "Ms. Xia Jiang, please." Lin Yi pushed the green wine glass out of the bar. Xia Jiang picked up the wine glass and looked curiously at the cabbage leaves on the rim of the glass and the wine that looked like vegetable juice. "It looks like vegetable soup." "The name of this wine is Eve's pot liquor, which is indeed related to vegetable soup," Lin Yi introduced. Pot, jar, kettle liquor, strong liquor. There is a traditional cooking method in the American South that boils vegetables with other suitable seasonings. The liquid left in the pot is called pot liquor, or kale liquor, because kale is the most common vegetable in this cooking method. The bartender who invented this drink grew up in the American South, so this drink can be said to represent the fusion of his parents' love and local culture. After listening to Lin Ye's introduction, Xia Jiang's expression suddenly became a little sad. "So, this wine was born from memories of my parents and cooking?" Xia Jiang took a sip, and the fragrance of fruits and vegetables mixed with the sweet aroma of juniper berries intertwined, bringing a refreshing and unique taste. She couldn't help but think of her parents who had gone to heaven, and said with tears in her eyes, "I really wish Mom and Dad could see me in my dress." As if she suddenly realized that this was a bar, she quickly reached out to wipe away her tears. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, I just couldn't help but think of my parents who died in a car accident a year ago." "Bars are places for people to release their emotions, Miss Xia Jiang, don't worry about it," Lin Yi said. After drinking, a blush appeared on Xia Jiang's face, making her, who was already pretty and charming, look even more beautiful and charming. She is beautiful and has a good personality. It is no wonder that Ichiro Yasumoto likes her with such a cousin. Ichiro Yasumoto's murderous intent was largely due to this cousin whom he loved but could not have. As for the fact that the ideal of painting is not understood, that is secondary. Therefore, if he wanted to dispel the murderous intent in his heart, this beautiful cousin had to step in. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, and finally said. Ms. Xia Jiang, do you intend to keep pretending that you don't know about Mr. Ichiro's feelings for you? Xia Jiang let out a surprised sound. He didn't expect Lin Ye to bring up this matter. But I don't know what to do. You love Mr. Xiao Wu, don't you? Yes, Xiao Wu is very kind and considerate to others, I love him very much. Xia Jiang's eyes were gentle and his face flushed slightly. And like me, he also lost his parents. Xiao Wu's parents died when he was in his teens, and he spent his teenage years in an orphanage. Comparatively, Xiao Wu is much stronger than me. It is really precious that he can become such a gentle and kind person after such a tragic experience. It was Xiao Wu's precious tenderness that inspired me and helped me to walk out of the shadow of a year ago. I think that's why I fell in love with him. It's great to meet Xiao Wu. Miss Xia Jiang said with tears in her eyes while smiling. Lin Ye clearly felt her love for Xiao Wu. In that case, you should tell Mr. Ichiro. Even if Musashi Yoshimoto agreed to Ichiro's marriage to Xia Jiang, Ichiro would have no chance. Xiao Wu and Xia Jiang's marriage was based on love. Even without the arrangement of Musashi Yoshimoto, the two would have been together. If Ichiro could realize this, he might not have assassinated his own grandfather. Maybe he noticed it, but he didn't want to face the truth. Instead, he stubbornly believed that as long as his grandfather nodded, he would still have a chance. However, after being rejected by Musashi Yoshimoto, he transferred his anger for not being able to get love to his grandfather who treated him rudely. Therefore, in order to make him give up his plan to kill, he must face the facts. Only Miss Xia Jiang can do this. But after hearing Lin Ye's suggestion, Xia Jiang hesitated and said, wouldn't this be too cruel for Ichiro? It would be truly cruel to continue to ignore his feelings for you, allowing him to still harbor illusions and suffer emotional torture, Lin Ye said in an affirmative tone. Xia Jiang was stunned. The problem will not disappear just because you pretend not to see it, ignoring it will only lead to bigger problems, Lin Ye continued. Ms. Xia Jiang, face up to Mr. Ichiro's feelings for you and respond. What does a response mean? Xia Jiang asked in confusion. Refusal is also a response, just tell him what you just said to me truthfully. Although it may be difficult for him to accept it for a while, this will help him get over it and not have to suffer all the time. Xia Jiang fell into deep thought. After a while, she smiled with relief and recalled. That was a year ago, when my parents had just passed away. It was the darkest period in my life so far. That day, Elong found me and said to me, Sister Xia Jiang, from now on, I will always be with you, please cheer up. Ichiro is a reserved person and has never said such a thing. At the time, I was immersed in my sadness and didn't notice anything wrong. It was only when I recalled it later that I noticed something was wrong. Since then, I have gradually discovered Ichiro's feelings for me. Although Japan does not prohibit cousin marriage, Ichiro is just a younger brother in my eyes. I didn't know how to deal with it, so I just pretended I didn't notice it and started to distance myself from Ichiro. Now that I think about it, it's really stupid. Ichiro must have been very miserable, right? He loved painting, but his grandfather didn't approve of him. As a result, even his sister, who had always supported him, began to become distant. Xia Jiang took another sip of wine and said as if he had figured it out. You're right, I should tell Ichiro how I really feel and help him get over it instead of running away from him. Thank you for reminding. Lin Ye smiled and said, You're welcome, I just don't like tragedies. It was already 9:30 when Takashi Yamoto returned to the bar. How much did this guy drink by himself? He actually fell asleep. Xiao Wu, don't be mean to me, Xia Jiang suddenly murmured. Takashi Yamoto was stunned to see that Xia Jiang still had his eyes closed. It turned out that he was just talking in his sleep. I'm sorry, but she didn't cause any trouble to the store. Lin Ye shook his head. Actually, Miss Xia Jiang only drank 1 glass. This guy has always had a poor alcohol tolerance and can get drunk even after drinking wine. When Takashi Yamoto helped Xia Jiang up and prepared to leave. Mr. Xiao Wu, Miss Xia Jiang really loves you, please don't let her down. Lin Ye's voice rang out. Takashi Tsumoto was stunned for a moment, then turned around and nodded with a serious expression. Thank you for your advice, I will keep it in mind. Perhaps, before the wedding, I should tell Xia Jiang my true identity. Hearing Takashi Yamoto's thoughts, Lin Ye smiled. Good, it looks like he figured it out. The next day, Lin Ye received an invitation. It was the wedding invitation of Takashi Yuzumoto and Natsu Yuzumoto, and it also came with a boat ticket. The wedding will be held on Sunday on the island of Tsunomoto. Chapter 164. In order to attend Xiao Wu and Xia Jiang's wedding and to confirm Ichiro Tsumoto's condition, Lin Ye boarded a ship to Tsumoto Island on Saturday morning. The ship was chartered by the Yuzumoto family, and the passengers on board were all guests attending the wedding. On the way, Lin Ye learned about the custom of the Tsumoto family from the guests, which is that the Tsumoto family's wedding must be held on this Tsumoto island. The ship docked at 9 o'clock that evening and someone was responsible for receiving us on the shore. The guests were taken by bus to the hotel on the island, which was owned by the Yamamoto family and had plenty of rooms. Lin Ye was assigned to room 907 on the 9th floor. The hotel room was very clean and looked like no one usually stayed there. After all, there are very few tourists on the island, and most of the time, these rooms are empty. Lin Ye lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. He looked at the time and it was not yet 11 o'clock. At this time of day, he is still working in the store. This time, in order to attend the wedding of the Tsumoto family, he simply took 2 days off. Ever since Polo Bar and himself were featured in the newspapers, the number of customers in the store has increased dramatically. He is a little tired from the high-intensity business every day. It's nice to take a vacation and have some rest. That's the good thing about being a store manager. When you don't want to open the business, you can just close the store and take a vacation. The next morning, the wedding started at 10 o'clock and ended at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Miss Xia Jiang was very beautiful in her white wedding dress, and she was very eye-catching when standing next to Takashi Tsunomoto in a suit. Lin Ye found Ichiro Yamamoto in the crowd. The young man looked like he hadn't slept well for several days and looked much more haggard. It seems that Miss Xia Jiang has already talked to him. Lin Ye also saw Musashi Yasumoto. The 72-year-old man still stood tall and full of majesty. But when he looked at his granddaughter Xia Jiang, his eyes became soft, and even a little moist when he gave a speech. It seems that because of Xia Jiang's parents' affairs, he is particularly fond of the only daughter left by them. After the wedding, Xiaowu found Lin Ye again and invited him to take the cruise ship chartered by the Yamamoto family back to Tokyo. The cruise ship departed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Lin Ye arrived at the port at 3 o'clock. A 3-decker white cruise ship was quietly moored at the shore. When seeing this cruise ship, Lin Ye recalled the days when he worked as a bartender in a bar on the sea. It was a round-the-world cruise ship, even larger than this one. In addition to a restaurant, there was also a bar and all kinds of entertainment facilities on board. At that time, he was not famous yet. In order to see the world, he applied for the job as a bartender on that ship. He sailed with the ship for 3 months and met many different guests. Lin Ye went up to the deck. The deck was spacious and equipped with tables and chairs for resting, as well as parasols. "Are you Mr. Lin?" There was a bald old man in a suit on the deck. When he saw him, he immediately came up to him. Lin Ye nodded. "My name is Kenji Suzuki, and I am the butler of the Yasumoto family. Your room is over here, please follow me." "Thank you." Under the guidance of butler Suzuki, Lin Ye found his room. After the ship sailed out of the harbor, he returned to the deck. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, he saw a familiar figure standing at the bow. Ichiro Yamamoto. He was burning a stack of drawings. He held a thick stack of drawings in his left hand and waved the burning drawings with his right hand. The drawings turned into ashes in his hand and were then blown away by the sea breeze. "Burn one, then burn the next one." "What are you burning?" Lin Ye walked up and asked. Ichiro Yamamoto did not answer, but instead set fire to the remaining drawings and threw them into the sea. Lin Ye looked at the flying drawings, and on each of them was Xia Jiang. "The opportunity for me to learn painting was because of Sister Xia Jiang." Ichiro Yamamoto spoke as if he was talking to himself. "I wanted to leave her most beautiful appearance on the drawing paper and wanted to be the person closest to her, but in the end it was just my wishful thinking and my delusion." Lin Ye listened quietly. "Grandpa is right, this is an impossible dream, I should have given up long ago. I will never paint again." Ichiro Yamamoto turned around and left dejectedly. Lin Ye looked at his back and shook his head slightly. It must be a terrible feeling to have dreams and love shattered at the same time. But love is something that cannot be forced. Now, he wouldn't kill his own grandfather, right? Lin Ye turned his head and looked at the sea. After a long silence, he said with emotion. "Alas, love is really complicated, I don't understand it." Pfft, ha. A familiar laugh came from behind. Lin Ye turned around and saw Xiaolan and Conan appear in front of him, and his eyes widened. "Xiaolan, why are you on the boat?" Xiaolan said, "Dad received a commission from the island, but he misremembered the time of the return ferry ticket on the way back. Fortunately, we were able to board this luxury cruise ship and meet Mr. Lin." Xiaolan glanced at Lin Ye, unable to hide her smile, "And I also heard your feelings about love." Xiaolan originally planned to take Conan to the deck to enjoy the breeze and see the sea view, but she saw a back that looked very similar to Lin Ye, so she wanted to come up to confirm. "When I walked behind Lin Ye, I just heard him expressing his feelings about love." Lin Ye smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. so Mr. Mao Li is also on the ship. Well, he'll probably be here in a little while. Xiaolan walked to the bow of the boat, opened her arms, and let the moist sea breeze blow on her body. She was wearing a short-sleeved top and denim shorts, and the setting sun cast a warm glow on her arms and long legs. The sunset is so beautiful. It would be nice if I could enjoy this beautiful view with Shinichi. Lin Ye glanced at Conan beside him. Conan was staring at Xiaolan's profile, as if fascinated. When he noticed Lin Ye's gaze, he shyly withdrew his gaze. By the way, why is Mr. Lin on this ship? Xiaolan turned her head, her long hair fluttering in the sea breeze. I'm here to attend a wedding, and to prevent a murder. Wedding? Xiaolan was stunned. Yes, my wedding with Xiao Wu. Yuzumoto Natsu took Yuzumoto Takashi's arm and the two walked up from the back of the deck. When Xiaolan saw the intimacy between the two, her eyes lit up. Are you married? Yes, Yumoto Natsu leaned his head on Xiao Wu's shoulder and smiled sweetly. Hello, everyone, Takashi Yumoto greeted them shyly. Congratulations, you two are such a perfect match, Xiaolan's eyes sparkled. Conan's little face also turned red. Lin Ye couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene in his mind of him and Xiaolan wearing dresses. Thank you, you three look like a family. Ah. What, a family? You misunderstood, Mr. Lin and I are just friends, and this is not my son. Yumoto Natsu covered his mouth and laughed, I'm just kidding, little sister, you're so cute, you look so young, you should still be a high school student, of course you can't have a son this old. Conan, who was in fantasy time, heard what Natsu Uzumaki said and glanced at her speechlessly. Really? This joke isn't funny at all. But what if Xiaolan really falls in love with this man? Conan glanced at Lin Ye's face and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. No, absolutely not, I will never allow this to happen. Chapter 165. After returning from the island, Lin Ye resumed his peaceful life as usual. Go out for exercise during the day and work in the bar at night, it is a regular and fulfilling life. Standing at the bar, I hear the guests talk about their various worries, life, work, and emotional experiences. Everyone has their own worries, so they choose to walk into the bar to seek a moment of comfort. What made Lin Ye happy was that there were rarely any extreme guests during this period. Even if you occasionally hear things like, I really want to kill that guy. I might as well just blow up the company. Burn it down. I really hope tomorrow is the end of the world so I don't have to go to work. But they were just complaints in their hearts and they didn't really intend to do it. Because he didn't see the terrible future scene. Until this day. A man wearing round glasses walked into the store with a gloomy face. He ordered a lady killer. This is a cocktail made with gin, passion fruit liqueur, Cointreau orange liqueur and pineapple juice, and it has a strong fruity flavor. At the beginning, Lin Ye did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Until. Atsuko, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you at this party. The man with glasses took a sip of wine and thought viciously in his heart. At the same time, a terrifying picture appeared in front of Lin Ye. A strange man wearing a black cloak, with his face wrapped in bandages and fierce eyes, wielded an axe and fiercely chopped at a woman's neck. The woman's slender neck was completely vulnerable to the heavy axe. The axe flew and the head flew off. The figure of the bandaged man slowly overlapped with the man sitting at the bar, and cold sweat broke out on Lin Ye's forehead. My goodness, this is a murderer. Hey, aren't you my sister's classmate? Lin Ye came back to his senses when he heard the sound from the garden. His attention was completely focused on the scene just now, and he didn't notice her entering the store. Next to Yuenzi was Xiaolan. The two seemed to be going shopping, carrying several bags of clothes in their hands. Hey, Sonoko. Why are you here? The man with glasses was surprised when he saw Yuenzi. At this time, the fierce look on his face had disappeared. He looked kind, like an older brother next door, without any aggressiveness. Yuenzi, I remember you are not yet an adult, right? This is a bar. Don't worry, I'm not here to drink, Sonoko glanced at Conan who was sitting at the bar. This guy is still a primary school student, and he ran into the bar. Why can't I? This guy is so nagging. It's okay even if you drink, I won't tell your sister, the man with glasses looked very easy to talk to. Thank you so much, Gao, what's your name? Yuenzi vaguely remembered that the man in front of her name started with Gao, but she forgot his exact name, so she asked embarrassedly. The man with glasses didn't mind and smiled, it's normal for you to forget, after all, the last time we met was 2 years ago, my name is Takahashi Ryoichi. Okay, I've got it, I promise I won't forget it next time, Sonoko promised. Then I hope that when we meet the day after tomorrow, Miss Sonoko will still remember my name, Takahashi Ryo said half-jokingly. Sonoko laughed twice. I don't have amnesia, Mr. Takahashi really loves to joke. Takahashi Ryoichi quickly paid the bill and left, leaving Lin Ye with no way to learn more about his revenge. However, he just mentioned that he wanted to take revenge at the party. And he said that he and Sonoko would meet again the day after tomorrow. Could it be that he would make his move the day after tomorrow? Sonoko, will you and Mr. Takahashi meet the day after tomorrow? Yes, my sister will have a class reunion at her villa in the mountains the day after tomorrow. Mr. Takahashi is my sister's college classmate, and they agreed to get together every 2 years. I met Mr. Takahashi at the last reunion, Sonoko replied. There is no doubt about it. The person that man wants to kill must be among those participating in the party. Lin Ye wanted to stop it, but that was Sister Yuenzi's class reunion, so with what identity should he go? Just as he was hesitating, Sonoko glanced at him, suddenly nudged Xiaolan beside her with her elbow, and hinted with her eyes. Xiaolan, please act as we agreed. Xiaolan was stunned for a moment, and then she realized what was going on when she saw the hint in Sonoko's eyes. She said in an unnatural tone. Oh, by the way, Sonoko, I heard that your sister has a collection of fine wines in the villa where she will hold the class reunion, right? Yuenzi nodded with satisfaction. Yes, those are the finest wines my father bought from abroad and stored in that villa. Although he was talking to Xiaolan, his eyes were on Lin Ye at the bar. Seeing the exaggerated acting of the two, Conan couldn't help but complain in his heart. What a bad acting. Seeing that Lin Ye seemed to be paying attention to him, Yuenzi was delighted and continued. If there is a wine-loving guest who can look at them and taste their beauty, I think those lonely wines will be very happy. Conan then complained. I think you are the lonely woman. Yuenzi secretly observed Lin Ye's expression, and seeing that he seemed to be interested, he shouted in his heart, what a good opportunity. Then he took the initiative and said, Mr. Lin, do you have time the day after tomorrow? As for time, I can spare it, Lin Ye said in a lingering manner. But that's your sister's class reunion, if I go there as an outsider, will it disturb them? Of course not. Sonoko said loudly. Mr. Lin is not an outsider, but my Suzuki Sonoko's, friend. Conan glanced at Sonoko again. What this woman wanted to say just now was definitely not a friend, right? Yuenzi was secretly glad. Phew, that was close. I almost said what I really thought. Even if it's not now, it will be sooner or later. Mr. Lin, you can't escape from my grasp, Sonoko laughed strangely in her heart and pointed at Conan and Xiaolan. And Xiaolan and this kid with glasses will go together, right, Xiaolan? Yes. Xiaolan nodded cooperatively. Conan glanced at the garden unhappily. Who is the kid with glasses? If it weren't for my company, I wouldn't want to attend such a boring party. In that case, well, I'll excuse me for disturbing you, Lin Ye agreed after seemingly considering it for a while. Even if it is for the physical and mental health of the two girls, such a terrible thing must be stopped. Yeah, that's great. Sonoko hugged Xiaolan happily. Xiaolan blushed and reminded her softly, Yuenzi, pay attention to your image. Yuenzi reacted immediately, restrained her ecstatic expression, and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. It's great that Mr. Lin can come, then the day after tomorrow, I will respectfully welcome Mr. Lin. Chapter 166. Then, Xiaolan, I'll leave it to you. Kagoro Maori said seriously. Well, I will take good care of Xiaolan, please rest assured, Lin Ye promised. Dad, stop nagging me, Xiaolan, who was sitting in the back seat, blushed and glared at her father with some dissatisfaction. Dad's tone is as if he is marrying me off. Really? Conan sat next to her and looked at Muri Kagoro outside the car window with a speechless expression. I'm not going far away. I'll be back tomorrow. Uncle is too nervous. Lin Ye was sitting in the driver's seat, seeing the expressions of the two men through the rearview mirror, and laughing in his heart. Today he was invited by Yuenzi to visit her villa. He wanted to stop the impending murder and take the opportunity to see the fine wines collected by the Sonoko family. Given the strength of the Suzuki group, the wine stored there must be very precious. The car was rented. After he rented the car, he came to pick up Xiaolan and Conan, and then the scene just now happened, as if an old father entrusting his daughter to something. Hearing Xiaolan's complaint, Mari Kagoro responded. If Xiaolan hadn't been with you, I wouldn't have allowed you to spend the night out alone. I'm already a high school student, not an elementary school student, I can take care of myself, Xiaolan said in a low voice. Conan shouted in his heart, hey, what about me? Am I not considered a person? Anyway, when you get there, you must stay close to Xiaolan and don't get too close to the men outside, do you understand? I know. Stop nagging me. Maori Kagoro curled his lips. Really, my daughter is getting harder to discipline as she gets older. It's obvious that the uncle is the one being disciplined, Lin Ye laughed secretly in his heart. Then we're off. Lin Ye stepped on the accelerator. You must protect Xiaolan and don't let her be deceived by other men. Kagoro Mori shouted from behind the car. Really? Who would be deceived by a man? That's right, Sister Xiaolan will not be deceived by another man, Conan agreed. Yeah, Conan still understands me, Xiaolan touched Conan's head. At this time, Conan chuckled, I know that Xiaolan will only be deceived by the brother named Shinichi, right? What? A trace of panic flashed across Xiaolan's face, and then she blushed and grabbed Conan's ear. Conan, how dare you make fun of your sister? I'm sorry, Sister Xiaolan, please let go. Conan felt pain and begged for mercy. But I muttered in my heart. What a tigress, she attacks at every turn. Xiaolan let go of Conan's cheek, which was touching her so well, clapped her hands, and said to herself, I don't know who Shinichi is. When will Shinichi come back? He didn't even call me. What? Conan was stunned when he heard Xiaolan's words. No way, Xiaolan forgot about me so quickly. No, she must be angry. I'll call her with a voice changer when I get back. At this time, Lin Ye, who was sitting in the driver's seat, laughed. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Kudo-san for a while, what has he been doing recently? Conan responded in his mind, I am right here. Xiaolan said, who knows where that guy ran off to? Aren't they classmates, Xiaolan? He doesn't go to school. Lin Ye glanced at Conan in the rearview mirror. This guy really loves to complain. I haven't seen him since we went to the amusement park that day, if he hadn't called me, I would have thought he was attacked by criminals. He did attack, and he almost died. Conan recalled the fear of being dominated by Jin's iron rod, and felt a chill on the back of his head. Lin Ye drove the car while chatting with Xiaolan and listening to Conan's constant complaints on the way to his destination. Yuanzi's villa is in the mountains and cannot be reached directly by car. After Lin Ye drove the car to the nearest parking lot, he took the map and led Xiaolan and Conan there on foot. When passing through a dense forest, Xiaolan looked a little nervous. This surprised Lin Ye. He thought that a brave karate girl like Xiaolan should be very courageous. So I couldn't help but ask, Xiaolan, are you scared? Well, did you see that? The way you look now, even Conan can tell you're scared. Xiaolan said a little embarrassedly, this forest is too gloomy, it feels like something scary might jump out at any time. Lin Ye looked up at the sky and said, maybe it's because it's getting dark, and the weather forecast says it's going to rain tonight. Then he turned around and looked at Xiaolan, Xiaolan, you are so good at karate, but you are afraid of these illusory things. Even if it's a knife-wielding thug, I'm not afraid of anyone as long as they're human, but for ghosts and the like, I'm. There are no ghosts in the world, Sister Xiaolan, you are just scaring yourself. I'm just afraid. Lin Ye laughed and said, that's good, in fact, most men prefer timid girls, they think they are cute when they are scared, this can stimulate their desire to protect them. Yes, is that so? Xiaolan blinked. Mr. Lin, are you saying I'm cute? Conan cast a vigilant look, is this guy trying to flatter Xiaolan? No, we must keep a close eye on this sweet-talking man. Lin Ye didn't expect that a casual remark from him would cause such a big reaction from the two of them. Forget it, I'd better not act too intimate with Xiaolan in front of Conan, otherwise this kid will always have an unhappy expression. Ahem, let's keep going, we should be there soon. Walking out of the woods, a deep ravine appeared in front of the three people. A suspension bridge made of planks and ropes spans the deep ravine. On the open space opposite the suspension bridge, there stood a villa quietly. That was the destination of the three people. However, Lin Ye's attention was attracted by the dark figure on the suspension bridge. The man was wrapped in a long black cloak and was about to reach the end of the suspension bridge. Hey, there's someone there, is he also attending the party? Xiaolan also noticed the strange figure. Probably, but he's dressed so strangely, Conan said. As if hearing the two people's voices, the man turned his head suddenly. His face was wrapped in bandages, with only one ferocious eye revealed, glaring at the three men viciously. With Conan's knowledge, he was also frightened by this strange guy. The man glared at the three of them, then quickly ran to the back of the villa and disappeared. Lin Ye calmly withdrew his gaze and said to Xiaolan who was holding his arm. Ahem, he's gone. Compared to the bandaged man, Conan's gaze at this moment made him feel more concerned. If Xiaolan continued to hold him like this boy's gaze would become like needles piercing him. Chapter 167. After Lin Ye pressed the doorbell, he soon heard the sound of footsteps coming from inside the door. And a passionate voice. It must be Mr. Lin coming here, coming here, coming here. The door suddenly opened, and Yuanzi, wearing a sweater and a short skirt, appeared behind the door. When she saw Lin Ye, a warm smile immediately appeared on her face. You are finally here, Mr. Lin, I have been waiting for you for a long time. I took a little time to find the way on the road, sorry, Lin Ye said with a smile. It's okay, please come in. Lin Ye walked into the entrance hall and changed his shoes. At this time, Sonoko saw Xiaolan and Conan behind him and asked curiously, Xiaolan, why is your face so red? Is there? Probably because it was too hot walking all the way here, Xiaolan said a little embarrassedly. It was so embarrassing just now. I was so scared that I grabbed Mr. Lin's arm. Little ghost, why is your face so dark? Sonoko bent down again and got closer to Conan's unhappy little black face. It must have been exposed to the sun on the way. Conan looked at Lin Ye's back and said unhappily. Strange, it was cloudy in the afternoon. Although Yuanzi felt a little strange, he didn't take it seriously. Forget it, I don't care what this kid does. I have to find a way for Mr. Lin and I to create beautiful memories in this beautiful natural scenery. After changing his shoes, Lin Ye heard Yuanzi's voice and thought to himself that it was a good thing that he came. Otherwise, there will be no good memories, but there will be some scary memories. Several people walked into the empty but very clean living room. Sonoko, among your sister's friends, is there anyone wrapped in bandages? Thinking of the strange man she saw on the suspension bridge, Xiaolan still feels a little scared. Bandage? No. Strange, I clearly saw him running behind the villa, right, Conan? Yuanzi asked, did Mr. Lin see it too? Lin Ye smiled and said, I think maybe someone wants to give everyone a surprise by dressing up. It should be a shock, Xiaolan and Conan thought at the same time. By the way, the people here are all members of my sister's club in college, the film research club. Maybe there are some people in it who like horror movies, so they want to scare everyone by disguising themselves like this, Sonoko speculated. What a boring guy, Conan. Okay, forget about that, I'll take you to the room. Yuanzi led the three people to the second floor. Xiaolan and Conan share a room, and Lin Ye has a separate room, which is next to Sonoko and her sister's room, and directly opposite Xiaolan and Conan's room. After sending Lin Ye into the room, Yuanzi closed the door. Wow, being in the same room with Mr. Lin feels so exciting. My heartbeat has quickened. Lin Ye silently put his backpack on the bed and felt two burning gazes piercing his back. Miss Sonoko is so enthusiastic. Well, what do you think of this place, Mr. Lin? Yeah, very good. Lin Ye walked to the window, opened it, and fresh air rushed into the room. It's just too remote. If the suspension bridge is cut off, it will become an isolated place, which feels a bit dangerous. By the way, which room is Mr. Takahashi? Lin Ye asked. It's right next to this one. Yuanzi was a little surprised and didn't know why Lin Ye suddenly asked about Takahashi. Is there a classmate of your sister named Atsuko? Yuanzi became even more confused. How did Mr. Lin know the name of my sister's classmate? But she still replied, well, yes, I remember she was a very cheerful sister, but she hanged herself 2 years ago. Hanged himself? Tap tap. Sonoko, are you in there? Along with the knock on the door, a gentle woman's voice came from outside. Yuanzi pouted. Sister, why are you bothering me at this time? Oh. Sonoko's sister. Lin Ye looked towards the door. After Yuanzi opened the door, a beautiful woman with a dignified face and squinting eyes appeared in front of him. What are you doing, sister? Sonoko's tone sounded somewhat complaining. Suzuki Ayako glanced at Lin Ye standing by the window and felt relieved. This gentleman seems to be a serious person, how nice. I came to ask you to help me in the kitchen. Okay, got it, I'll be right down. After seeing her sister off, Yuanzi turned around and said with an apologetic smile, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I have to leave for a while. Well, go ahead, I'll be down after a short rest. Let me introduce it to you all. In the restaurant, Yuanzi stood up from her seat with great energy, introduced the guests and livened up the atmosphere. These are my sister's college classmates and members of the film research club. They are Mr. Oda, Mr. Kadoya, Mr. Takahashi, and Ms. Ikeda. The people introduced by Yuanzi nodded and smiled at Lin Ye, who was sitting on the other side. As for these two here, Yuanzi stood between the seats of Lin Ye and Xiaolan, and first looked at Xiaolan on the left. She is my good friend who grew up with me, Miss Mao Lilan. Then he turned his head and looked at Lin Ye, his face slightly reddened. This is the bartender of Polo Bar, Mr. Lin Ye. Hello, Lin Ye looked at everyone with a smile. Sitting opposite him was Miss Ikeda, a pretty lady with short hair and an intellectual look. He recognized Miss Ikeda the first time he saw her. This is the one whose neck was chopped off by Mr. Takahashi's axe. What is the hatred between the two? The name Atsuko appeared in Lin Ye's mind. Could it be that Atsuko's death was related to this woman, so Takahashi Ryoichi wanted to avenge Atsuko? Lin Ye glanced at Takahashi Ryoichi, who was sitting next to Miss Ikeda. At this moment, this guy had a kind smile on his face, but his heart was filled with brutal murderous intent. Ikeda, you stinky bitch, tonight is the day you die. I will tear you into pieces to pay tribute to Atsuko's spirit in heaven. As if noticing that Lin Ye was observing him, Takahashi Ryoichi smiled kindly. Mr. Lin's bartending skills are really amazing. Oh, Takahashi, have you ever tried this guy's cocktail? The speaker was a man named Oda. This is a handsome man with long hair like a woman. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain, and there is no room for two handsome guys in one house. There was a hint of hostility in Oda's eyes when he looked at Lin Ye. Humph, where did this guy come from? He looks so arrogant, it's really annoying. Lin Ye pretended not to hear. Takahashi Ryoichi smiled and said, actually, the night before yesterday, I went to the store where Mr. Lin worked. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something, looked down at his stomach, and his face became extremely ugly. Lin Ye glanced at his belly thoughtfully. It was bulging, as if something was hidden inside. He was definitely not in this shape when he came to the store the night before. At the same time, Takahashi Ryoichi's inner voice sounded eerily. Oh no, I didn't expect this guy to come here. When I went to that store the day before yesterday, I didn't hide anything in my stomach. I appeared in front of him in my true body shape. This guy must have noticed, he's looking at my belly. No, if I miss this opportunity, my revenge plan that I have worked so hard to prepare will be ruined. Takahashi lowered his head, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. Kill. Chapter 168. This bottle of wine was bought from France by my father. The winery is called Romanetique. I heard it's a very famous winery. Unz held a bottle of wine and introduced it to everyone as if he was presenting a treasure. Of course, her attention was mainly on Lin Ye beside her. Lin Ye's eyes fell on the wine bottle on Unz's chest and he showed an interested look. Unz noticed that Lin Ye was looking at him, and he puffed out his chest excitedly, and then said, and it is said that the wine produced from this winery has another nickname, called Prince's Wine. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Ye. My dad has kept this bottle of wine here for several years. Today is a rare gathering for us all, so we can taste it together. Suzuki Ayako looked at her sister and shook her head slightly. Alas, this girl is always full of enthusiasm for handsome guys. This bottle of wine was actually stored in the wine cellar by my father, and this girl begged me to bring it over. So it was the wine he brought from home. The garden is really thoughtful. Mr. Lin, you are the bartender, so please open this bottle of wine. Lin Ye took the bottle of wine from Unz and pulled out the cork with a wine opener. With a soft, pop sound, a pleasant scent of violets mixed with the aroma of cherries wafted out from the bottle. Good wine. He couldn't help but praise it. I'll pour the bar. Unz took the bottle of wine from Lin Ye and poured wine for Lin Ye, his sister, himself, and Xiaolan. The wine is a deep ruby red color and is very charming under the light. Then she put the bottle on the table. Takahashi Ryoichi, who was sitting on the other side, picked up the bottle with a smile and poured wine for the people on the other side. Cheers to our gathering tonight. Unz raised his glass and continued to liven up the atmosphere. Cheers. Everyone picked up their wine glasses and clinked them together, creating a lively atmosphere. Unz's wine glass hit Lin Ye's wine glass, making her little face red with excitement. I encountered it. It's just a clink of glasses. Are you too excited, Miss Sonoko? Completely different from Sonoko's mood, Takahashi on the opposite side glanced at Miss Ikeda beside him and sneered in his heart. Enjoy the last glass of wine in your life. Tonight, I will chop off your head. Cheers to your head. In such a friendly and warm atmosphere, it really spoils the mood to hear such voices. Lin Ye sat down, shook the wine glass to release the aroma hidden in the wine, and then put his nose close to the rim of the glass to smell it. The closed-mouth design of the wine glass locks the aroma in the glass, and just smelling this charming aroma makes his sensitive nose reach orgasm cough. It is indeed a top-quality wine. It is indeed a wine from the Suzuki family's collection. He took a sip and found the gorgeous and soft taste, the elegant and silky aftertaste, like an elegant lady draped in velvet satin. His tongue is about to have a cough orgasm. What do you think? Sonoko looked at him expectantly. Lin Ye smiled, very good wine, thank you for the treat. As long as you like it, Unz smiled with satisfaction. Xiaolan, what do you think? Sonoko asked Xiaolan on the other side. Xiaolan took a sip and her face turned slightly red. Very delicious. The long-haired man Oda sitting opposite Xiaolan laughed. I am so lucky this time, I can drink such good wine and meet such a beautiful angel. His eyes were fixed on Xiaolan opposite him, and he winked at her as if giving her an electric shock. Xiaolan's expression froze and she was speechless. What is Mr. Oda doing? Conan, who was sitting next to Xiaolan, was even more unhappy, staring at the show-off man opposite him with sharp eyes. Isn't this guy too self-righteous? Sonoko nudged Xiaolan with her elbow and smiled softly. Mr. Oda seems to have feelings for you, Xiaolan. I think you should forget about Shinichi and find a new relationship. Xiaolan's face turned even redder. Unz, what nonsense are you talking about? Conan also glared at Sonoko unhappily. Hey, woman, do you want to push Xiaolan into the fire pit? That kind of smooth-talking guy is obviously not a good person. Anyway, come on. Sonoko turned around and compared Lin Ye and Oda Katsu. Yeah, Mr. Lin is more elegant. If I hadn't already targeted Mr. Lin, I would have definitely targeted Mr. Oda, but I'll just give it to Xiaolan now. Lin Ye tasted the wine silently. Seeing that the man opposite was about to strike up a conversation with Xiaolan again, Conan pulled Xiaolan's sleeve. Sister Xiaolan, I want to drink too. Xiaolan wanted to refuse, but seeing Conan's pleading look, she softened her heart and said, okay, but you can only drink one sip. Okay. So Xiaolan brought her wine glass to Conan's mouth, and Conan took a small sip. Wow, it's delicious, Sister Xiaolan, I want more. No, Conan, you're still a child, you can't drink too much. Xiaolan took back her wine glass and refused. No, I want to drink more. Conan started to act like a real child. When Oda Masaru, who was about to strike up a conversation with Xiaolan, saw this scene, he had to give up temporarily. TSK, this kid is really ignorant. Sonoko also glanced at Conan, so that's why the little devil is trouble. Xiaolan, next time don't take this kid out. Conan glanced at Sonoko. This woman is really nosy. Lin Ye laughed secretly in his heart. The dinner went on in a pleasant atmosphere, at least on the surface. Seeing this lively scene, Suzuki Ayako, who was sitting next to Miss Ikeda, couldn't help but sigh softly. If Atsuko hadn't had that happen to her, it would have been nice to be able to laugh with everyone else. Her voice was soft. But it instantly froze the atmosphere at the table. Her 4 college classmates had different expressions: sadness, surprise, astonishment, and grief. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the 4 people and finally fell on Miss Ikeda's face. Her expression wasn't one of sadness, but one of guilt, and then panicked anger. Snapped. Ms. Ikeda slammed the table and stood up, her expression becoming extremely ugly. Stop talking. Everyone looked at her in astonishment as she exploded. As if she realized that she was too excited, after a moment of hesitation, Ms. Ikeda sat back in her seat and said in a dissatisfied tone. Everyone has taken time out of their busy schedules to attend the appointment, please don't mention that person who died a long time ago, it's really a downer. Yes, I'm sorry, Chikako, Suzuki Ayako apologized quickly. Sonoko looked at Ikeda Chikako with dissatisfaction. What is this short-haired girl so arrogant about? She is the one who ruined the fun. Sister, why did you apologize to such a person? Takahashi Ryoichi adjusted his round-frame glasses, and the fierce look in his eyes became even more intense. You stinking bitch, you shameless thief, you actually have the nerve to say such things. I will definitely make you die horribly. Go to hell and repent. Chapter 169. Ms. Ikeda, would you like to go out for a walk together? After dinner, Lin Ye extended an invitation with a smile. Ikeda was a little surprised. She could see that Ayako's sister had a crush on this man, otherwise she wouldn't have invited him to this private villa. But now, this man invited her in front of her. This made her feel secretly happy. So what about the second daughter of the Suzuki family? She is just a willful yellow-haired girl with a few stinky money. She is far from being as charming as a woman. Okay, Ikeda smiled. This man is pretty good, it's okay to play with him. But, Mr. Lin, it looks like it's going to rain outside. Xiaolan looked at Unz, who had a depressed expression beside her, and reminded him. It doesn't matter, walking in the rain has a special charm. Lin Ye walked to the door, picked up an umbrella, turned back and smiled. Chikako Ikeda walked up to him and said with a smile, it turns out that Mr. Lin is quite artistic. Isn't Ms. Ikeda a screenwriter? I think we might have a lot of common topics. Ikeda's eyes were as charming as a fox. I'm looking forward to it. The two walked out the door side by side. Unz looked at the backs of the two unwillingly. Damn it, that stinky old woman actually dared to seduce the man I liked. Xiaolan looked at Lin Ye's back and felt a little strange. She always felt that Mr. Lin was a little different from usual. Mr. Lin usually would not say those words just now. Then he turned around and looked towards the garden. Sonoko, are you okay? Humph, I'm fine, I won't lose to that old woman. Sonoko quickly recovered from her depressed state and said with full fighting spirit. Conan glanced at Sonoko. This guy is really strong. Then he looked at the two people outside the door, with a hint of doubt between his brows. Since the meal just now, this man has been chatting up Ms. Ikeda, intentionally or unintentionally, but he doesn't seem like the kind of man who would be seduced by beauty. What does he want to do? Conan was thinking about Lin Ye's real purpose when a frivolous voice suddenly sounded beside him. Miss Xiaolan, let's go out for a walk together. Huh? Xiaolan was stunned and looked at Oda Masaru, who gave her what he thought was a charming smile. Before she could refuse, Oda Katsu pulled her arm and walked out the door. It's good for Xiaolan, as she has a handsome man like Mr. Oda to accompany her. Alas, my prince has been seduced away by a vixen, Sonoko sighed. What a guy. It's really bad luck to be entangled with such a guy. Conan thought viciously and ran out the door. Hey, Conan, where are you going? Sonoko shouted. Conan didn't answer and ran out the door. Unz's eyes rolled. That kid must have followed Xiaolan. I didn't realize this guy is such a man of action. I have to take action in my garden too. Mr. Lin, here I come. Unz followed and ran out of the door angrily. Suzuki Ayako looked at her sister who ran away and shook her head helplessly. I really don't know whether Sonoko's character is good or bad, it's so dark and it's raining, what if something happens outside? Ayako, don't worry, I'll go out and look for them. Takahashi Ryoichi said with a smile. Then I'll leave it to you, Ryoichi. Well, leave it to me. Takahashi Ryoichi looked out the door with a sneer on his face. Hey, that's perfect, all the people we want to kill are out, let's kill them all at once. Lin Ye held an umbrella and walked side by side with Ikeda Chikako in the drizzle. I have to say that the environment around this villa is really nice. As long as you are brave, it is a great place for a walk in the woods. This man brought me to this quiet place. Does he want to have something happen to me? When Miss Ikeda's thoughts drifted, her shoulders brushed against Lin Ye's shoulders, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, as if sending some kind of signal. But Lin Ye still held the umbrella and walked silently, unmoved. Miss Ikeda glanced at him. This guy was so enthusiastic in front of others just now, but now that he is alone, why is he acting so serious? Are you trying to play hard to get with me? Oh, I'll just buy into this. Ouch. Miss Ikeda suddenly cried out and fell towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye reached out to support her, frowning slightly. Did I overact? I seem to have underestimated my own charm. Miss Ikeda, are you okay? Sorry, my foot slipped just now, Ikeda said shyly. The ground is slippery when it rains, please be careful. Ah. Ikeda leaned in Lin Ye's arms, hummed softly, raised her head shyly, but found that the man was looking somewhere else. Mr. Lin, what are you looking at? Nothing, let's go over there again. Lin Ye smiled. After the two left, Unz poked his head out from behind the tree trunk and clenched his fists. Damn it, that vixen actually used such despicable means. I will never let you succeed. After Sonoko left the tree, he continued to follow. What she didn't notice was that behind her, a dark figure walked out from behind the tree. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the shadows in an instant. It was a strange man covered in a black robe, with a bandage on his face and holding a sharp axe in his hand. The strange man looked at Unz's sneaky figure, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But this hesitation soon disappeared, and a fierce light flashed in his ferocious eyes. Lin Ye held an umbrella, feeling helpless. Miss Ikeda beside him kept leaning closer, throwing him a flirtatious glance from time to time, looking as if she was determined to conquer him. Interesting man, I want to see how long you can be serious. Lin Ye was speechless. It seems that I can't sacrifice my looks and selflessness so easily in the future, otherwise it will easily bring disaster upon myself. He asked Miss Ikeda out to lure out that bandaged monster. Although he already knew the true identity of the bandaged man, he had no evidence to prove that he wanted to kill people. If you expose the other person directly, he or she may just say that he or she is playing a joke on everyone. Therefore, it is necessary to lure the snake out of its hole and make him commit the crime of attempted crime. Whether to send him to prison or choose to forgive him will be decided by Ms. Ikeda, the victim. But unexpectedly, the first half of her tactics seemed to be too successful, and Ms. Ikeda was already in a state of full firepower. Although it was raining, it could not dampen Ms. Ikeda's enthusiasm. And what's worse, something unexpected happened in the second half of the strategy. The one following him now was not the bandaged monster, but Sonoko. He now feels a bit like he's in a difficult situation. Hey, Mr. Lin, I'm the only one living in my room. Seeing that Lin Ye remained unmoved, Miss Ikeda finally used her killer move. Lin Ye had a strange expression. What does she mean? This villa is built deep in the mountains and forests. It feels like it will be very scary at night. Mr. Lin, can you come and chat with me at night? Of course, just chat. Miss Ikeda raised her head and looked up at Lin Ye with a somewhat frightened expression. If he agrees, I will say he was joking when he knocks on the door at night. Hee, then wait until he shows a disappointed expression before letting him into the room. With this kind of contraction and release, advance and retreat, you still won't obey obediently. Chapter 170. Miss Ikeda stared at Lin Ye's face, waiting for his answer. Lin Ye opened his mouth and was about to speak, but his face suddenly changed. He threw away his umbrella and ran to the back. Miss Ikeda was stunned. Before she could react, she saw Lin Ye's figure pounce like a cheetah. Ah! There was a scream from behind the tree, followed by a thud, as if something had hit a tree. Click! A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the woods with a pale light. What is that? Ikeda's face turned pale as he saw the bandaged man standing behind the tree and the axe deeply embedded in the tree trunk. At this moment, behind the tree, Yuenzi, who was knocked to the ground by Lin Ye who suddenly rushed over, was surprised and happy. But when she saw clearly the bandaged monster who attacked her, she was left with only fear. The place where the axe chopped was exactly where he had just stood. If Lin Ye hadn't suddenly pounced on him, his head would have probably been blown off. The bandaged man missed the first attack, so he pulled out the axe with both hands and chopped at Lin Ye's back again. Careful! Sonoko screamed in horror. Lin Ye held her and rolled on the ground, avoiding the second axe. He grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and threw it on the bandaged monster's face. While the bandaged man subconsciously closed his eyes to avoid the mud spots, Lin Ye suddenly jumped up from the ground, and instead of retreating, he moved forward and slammed his iron shoulder into the other's arms. With a muffled groan, the bandaged man was knocked to the ground, then quickly got up and went deep into the forest without looking back. Lin Ye took a deep look at the other person's back and did not chase after him. There is no need for that anymore. He returned to the garden and held out his hand to her. Yuenzi, are you okay? Yuenzi, who had just recovered from the shock, saw Lin Ye's outstretched hand and instantly felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. He surprisingly grabbed Lin Ye's hand and stood up from the ground. No, nothing happened, thank you for saving me. Sonoko was so excited that she was screaming on the inside. Ah! A hero saves a beautiful girl. This kind of thing finally happened to me, the heroine. Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. Yuenzi was really rough, he almost lost his life just now, but in the blink of an eye he started thinking about these things. But how did you know someone was going to attack me? Let's go back first, it's too dangerous here, that guy might still be wandering in the woods. Okay. This must be the telepathy between Mr. Lin and me. Oh, so romantic. It seems that Mr. Lin and I are destined to be a couple. Yuenzi's brain was still working rapidly. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Yuenzi has such a rich imagination. Ms. Ikeda, let's go back. Turning around, Lin Ye said in a cold tone. Ah, oh. Ms. Ikeda nodded dumbly, the image of the bandaged man still lingering in her mind. What, you were attacked? After returning to the villa, Lin Ye and Yuenzi washed the mud off their bodies, went back to the living room, and told everyone about what had happened. Everyone showed incredible expressions. Come to think of it, when I arrived here, I also saw a guy wearing a black cloak, said Kakutani. Me too. Me too. Lin Ye looked at Takahashi Ryoichi who echoed him, with a mocking smile on his lips. Mr. Takahashi, where did you go after we left this villa? Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Are you doubting me? Lin Ye looked at him mockingly. Mr. Takahashi, just answer my questions. This guy still wants to continue. In order to avoid any accidents, he must be exposed immediately and we can't wait any longer. He has already attacked Yuenzi, so he can be convicted. So Lin Ye was quite aggressive at this time. I went out to look for you, but I couldn't find you, I also fell down, so I came back and changed into clean clothes. Is that so? Lin Ye looked at Takahashi's belly. Mr. Takahashi, could you please lift up your clothes? What? Are you interested in my belly? Yes, Lin Ye smiled. I remember that when Mr. Takahashi came to our store the day before yesterday, your belly was not this big. Why did your body shape change so much in just 2 days? I am quite curious about this. Oh, that's right. Yuanzi, whose eyes had been filled with pink hearts, suddenly came to her senses and shifted her gaze from Lin Ye's face to Gao Qiao's belly. I also remember that Mr. Gao Qiao's belly wasn't this big the day before yesterday. Takahashi was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Well, if you want to see it. He reached out and pulled up the hem of his clothes, and a pile of stuffing fell out, followed by a black cloak and bandages. Because of Lin Ye's arrival, there was one less room, so he and Kakutani lived in the same room. So these things couldn't be kept in the room. Because he wanted to continue committing crimes, he didn't throw them away, so they were still hidden on him. Seeing the dirty bandage, Yuanzi was so scared that she immediately hid behind Lin Ye. Suzuki Ayako looked at him in disbelief. Takahashi, why did you attack Sonoko? Takahashi raised his head and looked at Ikeda with hatred. No, my target is actually her, Ikeda Chikako, this ugly woman. Sonoko is just a stumbling block that prevents me from avenging Atsuko. If she hadn't gone to that store the day before yesterday and hadn't followed these 2 people, I wouldn't want to kill her. Revenge for Atsuko? Suzuki Ayako was puzzled. Didn't Atsuko commit suicide? Suicide? No, Atsuko was killed by this woman. I want to avenge Atsuko. Takahashi, you're crazy. Let go. It took Kadoya and Oda all their strength to pull him away and pin him to the ground. Takahashi's fat face was distorted by the pressure of the ground, but he still stared at Ikeda Chikako who was retreating in fear. It's you killed Atsuko, I will never let you go. Lin Ye picked up the bandages on the ground, asked 2 people to press him on the chair, and then tied Gao Qiao up with circles. Mr. Takahashi, you are suspected of attempted murder, please sit down for a while until the police arrive. Takahashi seemed to have no strength to struggle anymore and lowered his head dejectedly. If I had known I would not have gone to that bar. Even if you didn't come, Sonoko would have invited me to the party, and your trick wouldn't work. Lin Ye thought. If he had noticed Takahashi's murderous intentions, he would never have let him do it. Takahashi, can you tell us why? Ayako asked in a heavy tone. Okay, I'll tell you everything. Takahashi raised his head and glared at Ikeda Chikako fiercely. Even if I can't kill this woman, I will ruin her reputation. Ikeda had already recovered from the shock he had just experienced, but when he heard Takahashi's words, his expression changed instantly. No, does he know about that? Don't want. Chapter 171. 5:30 in the afternoon. Lin Ye was sitting at the bar, flipping through a fresh newspaper. A famous female screenwriter is caught in a plagiarism scandal. The script of the popular movie, Blue Kingdom, was exposed to be plagiarized, and the reason behind it is shocking. Ms. Chikako Ikeda, who was regarded as a rising star in the screenwriting world, actually plagiarized her friend's script, causing her friend to commit suicide in despair. According to reliable information, Ms. Ikeda encountered a stabbing and nearly died while attending a class reunion. The suspect has been taken into custody by the police and is said to be Ms. Ikeda's college classmate. What is behind all this? Is it the loss of conscience, the decline of morality, or the distortion of human nature? This incident is thought-provoking. Our reporter hereby appeals to all creators, cherish life and stay away from plagiarism. We also call on the citizens of Mihua, impulse is the devil, think twice before you act. Obey the law and establish a good city style, starting with me. Lin Ye chuckled. This report is really interesting. Then he sighed again. After this incident, I'm afraid Ms. Ikeda's career as a screenwriter will come to an end. Even if she is thick-skinned enough, I'm afraid Miss Ayako will not let her stay in the industry. Miss Ayako obviously had a close relationship with the late Miss Atsuko, otherwise she would not have brought up the past in such an inappropriate occasion. After knowing what Ikeda did, she would definitely take action. The overwhelming news reports in recent days are proof of this. There is obviously a force behind such large-scale reporting. Moreover, after Ikeda was attacked by Takahashi that night and his scandal was exposed in public, his mental state was already at the critical limit. Even if Miss Ayako lets her go because of their old friendship, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to get out of the shadow of this incident. Lin Ye sighed again. Because of a single thought, former classmates and good friends ended up in such a situation. Human hearts and worldly affairs are truly unpredictable. The person who is probably the saddest in this incident is Miss Ayako. 2 former good friends, one turned into a murderer and the other became ugly. It was a great class reunion, but ended in a miserable way. Fortunately, the horrific scene that Lin Ye originally saw did not happen. Lin Ye thought that if Sonoko had not invited him to the party, with Conan present, no matter what tricks Takahashi had, they would not escape the righteous eyes of this famous detective. But that was after the incident. Once the incident really happens, the psychological trauma it causes to the parties involved is immeasurable. If she saw her friend being dismembered with her own eyes, Miss Ayako might be so frightened that she would fall seriously ill. Once the news gets out, it will cause panic among the citizens and have an immeasurable impact on the mental state of the citizens. The Bandage Monster Dismemberment Case, the title alone is scary enough. If children see this, they will be afraid to turn off the lights before going to bed at night, resulting in a waste of electricity resources, which is not environmentally friendly. When I think about it this way, I feel that this trip of mine has really done immeasurable good deeds. Lin Ye smiled. It is the bartender's duty to care for the human mental state and promote harmony and stability of the mind. Very good. Keep up the good work in the future. When Lin Ye was further establishing his work guidelines, the bell at the door of the bar rang gently. Uncle, is the Suzuki family's villa big? As soon as Kusaka Omi entered the door, she teased, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents and she looked at Lin Ye with a smile. She had taken several days off, and Lin Ye hadn't seen her for several days. This guy really hasn't changed at all. He spoke sharply as soon as he came in, trying to alienate the relationship between him and his employees. Aragaki Sheffon, who came in with Kusaka, said nothing, but from the moment she entered the door, her eyes were fixed on Lin Ye with concern. What on earth is this guy thinking? The Suzuki family is rich enough to rival a country, and the two daughters are beautiful. If he marries one of them, he will be able to rise to fame overnight. There are probably few men in the world who would not be tempted. Lin Ye glanced at Aragaki and answered Rixia's question with a smile. Although the Suzuki family's villa is big, it's too quiet, I still prefer this lively little bar. Hearing Lin Ye's answer, Aragaki Sheffon was delighted and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. He is indeed not an ordinary man. Kusaka Omi carefully observed Lin Ye's face, and saw no signs of lying, so she couldn't help but frown. What a weird person. Then he sighed, hey, if I were a man, I would definitely take the daughter of the Suzuki family without hesitation. Aragaki Sheffon complained, fortunately you are not a man, otherwise there would be another scumbag in the world. Kusaka Omi glanced at her and said with a wicked smile, if I were a scumbag, I would definitely take you down first. Go, I won't be fooled by you. Really? Kusaka Omi suddenly stretched out her hand and attacked Xia Fan as fast as lightning. Xia Fan let out an alluring sound, quickly covered her plump breasts with her hands, and glared at Kusaka Omi with a flushed face. Kusaka laughed and ran into the lounge to change clothes. Xia Fan bit her lip and glanced at Lin Ye quickly. The latter was holding a wine glass and wiping it intently, as if he saw nothing. Xia Fan stomped his feet and rushed into the lounge to settle the score with Kusaka. Soon, the sound of two people fighting was heard from inside. Lin Ye glanced at the half-open door of the lounge and a smile appeared on his lips. Not long after, Toru Amuro came to the store, walked into the bar as usual, and began to count the wine on the wine cabinet, looking like a serious apprentice. If Lin Ye hadn't been able to hear his inner voice, he might have been fooled by his disguise. Soon after opening, an unexpected guest came to the store. Sonoko's sister, Suzuki Ayako. Ayako still looked gentle and dignified, but there was a hint of sadness between her beautiful brows. It's no wonder. After just going through that kind of thing, he must be emotionally affected. Ayako walked into the store and quickly took in the interior. Although the bar is small, it is exquisite, clean and has a reassuring atmosphere. Polo Bar left a very good first impression on her. Welcome, Ms. Ayako. Lin Ye, who was waiting at the bar with a smile, made her open her eyes slightly. Her eyes are not small, but a pair of very beautiful eyes. Squinting is just a habit. Such a strong affinity, no wonder Sonoko fell in love with him. Ayako sat in the middle of the bar, basking in Lin Ye's gentle gaze. I've read the reports about Mr. Lin, and UNZ praised you highly, so I wanted to try it myself. Ayako smiled. What would you like to drink, Ms. Ayako? Please ask Mr. Lin to recommend one for me. Lin Ye did not decide immediately which cup to mix, but planned to have a chat with Miss Ayako first to get a feel for her. This is just like when a doctor treats a patient, he has to diagnose first and then prescribe medicine. Although he attended the party 3 days ago, he did not get to know Miss Ayako in depth, and his impression of her was only that of a gentle young lady who likes to squint her eyes. Chapter 172. Well, after all, that happened, Ayako replied in a low voice, her expression unable to hide the sadness. She had nothing to hide in front of Lin Ye. After all, Lin Ye was one of the parties involved. Takahashi used to be a very enthusiastic person, and he had a good reputation among his classmates. I didn't expect that he would become like this, and even wanted to attack Sonoko. This is the most difficult thing for Ayako to accept. If Takahashi wanted to kill Ikeda, it could be said that it was understandable, but he actually attacked Sonoko, and Ayako could never forgive him for that. It was hatred that consumed him. Lin Ye also sighed. He and Miss Atsuko must have a very good relationship, right? When she heard Atsuko's name, Ayako's eyes became even sadder. Well, when we were in college, Takahashi had always liked Atsuko, and Atsuko also had a crush on him. Everyone thought that the two of them would get married and build a happy family, but something like that happened. The happy future disappeared. One person said goodbye to life in despair, and the other was devoured by hatred and turned into a murderous demon. And all this stems from the betrayal of a good friend. Life is so unpredictable. Lin Ye sighed. And Ikeda and Atsuko were very good friends in college. They were like a pair of sisters, but Ikeda, alas, Ayako sighed. Fame, status, wealth, just like hatred, desire can also blind people's eyes, Lin Ye said. Ayako raised her head and looked at Lin Ye carefully. A look of surprise appeared in her slightly opened beautiful eyes. When Sonoko meets someone she likes, she will take the initiative without hesitation. Mr. Lin should have known Yuenzi's identity, but he remained unmoved in the face of Yuenzi's pursuit. He took the initiative to invite Chikako out that day, probably to make Sonoko back down. Such a good man is really rare. Could it be that he is not at all tempted by the wealth of my Suzuki family? Mr. Lin, what do you think of our garden? Ayako asked. Yuenzi, Lin Ye smiled. Is a good girl who treats people sincerely and is very enthusiastic. It's not that Lin Ye was deliberately saying nice things to compliment him, he really thought so. Although Sonoko was born into a wealthy family, she did not have the arrogance of a rich girl at all. This was truly rare and it was easy for her to win people's favor. In my eyes, she's like a little sister who loves to make trouble. Little sister. A smile appeared on Ayako's lips. You're right, Sonoko is indeed noisy. At this time, Lin Ye already had an idea in his mind, and said, Ms. Lingzi, please wait a moment, I will mix a glass of wine for you. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Under Ayako's gentle gaze, Lin Ye became busy. Lin Ye's elegant and smooth movements, confident and sincere attitude, every move at the bar attracted her attention. Fill a shaker with ice and add gin, stretchy red bitter liqueur, Saint Germain elderflower liqueur, and freshly squeezed pink grapefruit juice. The gin used is Hayman's London Dry Gin. Stretchy red bitter is a bitter liqueur from Italy. The liquor is deep red, bitter and sweet, with quinine herbal bitterness as the main tone, accompanied by rich citrus and acacia honey flavors, and a long aftertaste. Saint Germain elderflower liqueur is made from elderflower petals at the foot of the Alps, and each bottle is marked with the number of the year the petals were collected. The liquor is light golden in color, sweet in taste. With a pure, delicate elderflower aroma, and a rich fruity aroma. It is called Bartender's Ketchup. Because of its excellent mixing effect in the field of cocktails. After pouring these ingredients into the shaker, close the lid and start shaking. When he felt the touch of perfect unity on his fingertips, Lin Ye stopped shaking and filtered the wine into the glass. The beautiful pink wine was drawn into a crystal-clear thin line and gently poured into the cup without a single drop of excess wine leaking out. Lin Ye gently pushed the finished wine in front of Ayako. This cup is called Old Friends, Miss Ayako, please. Former, good friend. Ayako murmured the name of the wine softly, picked up the glass, and a charming and complex fragrance wafted into her nose. Sour, spicy, slightly bitter, with underlying sweetness. There is sweetness in bitterness, and joy in joy. Ms. Ayako, don't worry too much about what happened between Takahashi and Ikeda, people will change, maybe for better or worse, and we cannot predict how the future will change, Lin Ye's voice of consolation sounded. Most encounters between people are short-lived, we will keep meeting new people, and then some will leave and some will stay, we just need to focus on those who stay, as for those who leave, let them leave. Ayako's eyes opened a little more, and her pupils sparkled, as charming as gemstones. She looked at Lin Ye's face. At this moment, Lin Ye's face seemed to glow with a soft glow, giving people a warm feeling. What about Mr. Lin? Will he leave too? Lin Ye was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, No, I will always be a bartender, as long as customers come, I will be here. As long as guests come, I'll be here. A strange light appeared in Ayako's eyes, as if she understood something. At this moment, she finally understood why the man in front of her was unmoved by the wealth of the Suzuki family. Money is not what other people seek in life. He has dedicated his life to the career he loves. Even if all the wealth of the Suzuki family was given to him, I'm afraid he would not give up his identity as a bartender. A smile appeared on her face. I see, Mr. Lin, we are friends, right? Of course, Lin Ye nodded with a smile. Ayako smiled and said, then I will come often to take care of your business, no matter where you work in the future, I will visit you, I will not let you become a former friend. You're welcome anytime. All the worries between Ayako's brows disappeared, she relaxed her body and mind, and enjoyed the wine. The bitterness in the wine seemed to diminish, and sweetness took over. Taste experience brings about changes in mental perception. At this moment, her body and mind were in a state of joy. She felt unprecedented ease and peace, as if she had found an unchanging anchor in the turbulence of life. A strong, stable anchor that will never disappear. She thought that she would never forget the glass of wine today and the person who made it. When she came back to her senses from this wonderful state, there were several more people around her. The first thing that caught her eye was the curious gaze of her younger sister, Sonoko. Sister, why are you here? There seemed to be a hint of caution in Sonoko's tone, and her eyes seemed to say, Sister, you don't want to steal my man from your younger sister, do you? In fact, Unz did have such concerns. There is no way. My sister is already 24 years old and has not yet married. If I don't hurry up, she will become an old woman. Chapter 173. Inside the car, Sonoko kept stealing glances at her sister's face, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Although Ayako was looking out the window with her side profile, Sonoko's actions were completely seen by her reflection on the car window. Unz, do you want to say something to me? She asked, turning her head. Unz blushed and stammered, no, nothing. She wanted to ask her sister if she was interested in Lin Ye, but facing her own sister, even with her straightforward personality, it was difficult for her to say such words. Ayako looked as if she had seen through him, and said with a smile, Are you afraid that I will snatch away the man you like? Unz's face turned red instantly. It was rare to see her sister being shy, so Ayako smiled even more, Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. Unz breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a low voice, What do you think of him, sister? He is a very good man, even I am a little moved by him. Ah. Unz raised her head suddenly and looked at her sister's lustful face. Sister, didn't you just say you wouldn't compete with me? Ayako smiled and said, Silly child, there are so many outstanding men in the world, why should I compete with my own sister for one? Really? Then don't use such a statement that will cause misunderstanding. Unz, I have no objection to you liking him, but I want to remind you of one thing. What? Sonoko was stunned for a moment, looking at her sister's face which became serious. We are the only two daughters in the Suzuki family, if our husbands are not from a family comparable to ours, they must marry into our Suzuki family and shoulder the responsibility for the future of the Suzuki family. Sonoko nodded, agreeing with her sister. But from what I've learned tonight, Mr. Lin's passion for bartending cannot be changed by anything, not even the entire fortune of my Suzuki family. Cool. Unz praised with shining eyes. This is the man I like, he will never be moved by money. Ayako shook her head, Sonoko still didn't see the problem. Sonoko, do you have the confidence to change him, to make him give up bartending, and to be the son-in-law of my Suzuki family? Unz was suddenly stunned. In the eyes of the so-called upper class, the profession of bartender is no different from that of waiter and is a lowly profession. Although Dad is very open-minded, he will definitely not allow his future heir to continue to be a bartender. In other words, there has long been a tragically thick barrier between him and Mr. Lin. This is the so-called class gap, and although it seems like bullshit to her, it does exist and is difficult to shake. She didn't think she could make Mr. Lin give up bartending for her, and she wouldn't choose to do that. Her expression froze for a moment before she forced out a smile and said, Ha, let's talk about that later, anyway, I'm still young and there's no rush to get married, but you, sister, if you don't find a husband quickly, you'll become an old woman. That's right. Wouldn't it be fine if you just find a capable man to take care of the family business? Unz clapped his hands and said as if he had suddenly thought of a good idea. Ayako suddenly reached out and grabbed Sonoko's face, her eyes narrowed like two knives, Who are you calling an old woman? Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not old at all, I look like a college student, no, I look like a high school student, ahaha, Sonoko begged for mercy quickly. Ayako then let go of her hand with a smile. Unz covered her face and shut her mouth, fearing that she would accidentally step on her sister's sore spot again. Although her elder sister always appeared gentle and ladylike in front of others, she knew that this woman actually had a terrifying side. As she approaches 30, her hidden side is revealed more and more frequently. Unz looked out the window with a sad look in his eyes. Ah, my Romeo. Ayako also looked away and looked at the traffic outside the window again. Sonoko, you are too naive. As the eldest daughter of the Suzuki family, her choices are not as free as Sonoko's. Dad is very close to the Tozawa family, and they have been visiting frequently recently. The Tozawa family has 3 brothers, and they are said to be rare triplets. If she married into the Tomasawa family, Sonoko's husband would have to be a son-in-law. Moreover, she felt a little unwilling about her marriage, which was aroused after she met Lin Ye. Alas, is this my fate? Uncle Lin, can you let me watch TV? In front of the bar counter of Polo Bar, Conan pointed at the TV on the wall and asked cutely. Sure, what do you want to watch, Conan? Lin Ye said with a smile, found the remote control and turned on the TV. I want to watch a football game, Tokyo Seoul is playing tonight. Lin Ye handed the remote control to Conan and asked, Conan, do you like playing football? Yes, I like it. Conan responded as he turned the TV program to a football game. Just like Sherlock Holmes likes boxing and fencing, I play football to keep a strong body and a flexible mind. If the body is weak, the mind will not be strong, and the brain will become dull, so I chose football. While hearing Conan's thoughts, Lin Ye saw this picture appear. Something seemed to explode on the seabed, causing huge waves more than 10 meters high to hit the pier. A small figure stood firmly at the dock, staring at the approaching waves. Then he suddenly moved, running towards the railing at the back, stepping on it, and rising into the air. He turned 180 degrees in mid-air, his sneakers flashing with arcs of electricity, and with a hook kick, he accurately kicked a ball that was thrown into the air. The ball-shaped object that was kicked turned into a golden stream of light, whistling through the huge waves. The violent airflow broke the huge wave, creating a big hole in the middle, completely destroying the huge force contained in it. Lin Ye couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and looked at Conan who was sitting at the bar with a strange expression. Is this the power that a child can unleash? Could this kid really have awakened his superpowers? Well, what's the matter, uncle? Conan asked when he noticed that Lin Ye was looking at him with a strange expression. It's nothing. Lin Ye looked at the TV. The screen was focused on a young man wearing a green striped team uniform with the word, spirits, on his chest. Conan, do you know what the word spirit means besides soul? Lin Ye changed the subject. Yeah, I know, it also means strong liquor. Conan is really smart. No, Conan scratched his head embarrassedly. I just saw this on TV. The ball goes in. At this time, the commentator's excited shouting was heard on TV. Oh, great. As expected of the Akagi hero. Conan cheered along. Chapter 174. Akagi hero. He's nothing but a despicable villain. An angry voice suddenly sounded. Lin Ye looked outside the bar. At a table near the bar, sat a young man with a flat head and an injured right foot. There was a crutch next to the table. Lin Ye noticed the young man when he entered the store. Even though his right foot was injured, he still came to drink by himself with the help of crutches. His spirit is really touching. At this time, the young man had already drunk a lot of beer and his face was flushed. When he heard Conan praising Akagi hero, he couldn't help but feel angry and opened his mouth to refute. Conan turned around curiously and saw the young man with an injured foot. He showed a look of surprise, jumped off the chair and came to the young man. Big brother, do you have a grudge against Akagi hero? That's right, I have this leg thanks to him, said the young man angrily. Just wait and see, Akagi, I will definitely avenge this. Lin Ye glanced at the young man, then looked away indifferently. Although the young man is angry, he has no murderous intent in his heart, so it is unlikely that anyone will be killed. It is just a small problem. Thanks to him. Conan looked at the young man's leg wrapped like a mummy under the table. Brother, can you tell me what's going on? The young man glanced at Conan and sneered. You little brat, are you his fan? Even if I tell you, you won't believe it. Big brother, please tell me first. Well, since you want to know, I'll tell you so you can know the true face of that guy. The young man took a big gulp of wine and was about to tell his story when the commentator on TV came on with his evaluation of hero Akagi, who had an outstanding performance in the game. Genius. There is no doubt that Akagi hero is a genius at playing football. Tokyo Spirit is lucky to have found a player like this. The young man sneered. Oh, genius, that's right, Akagi Hiro is a genius, and I'm just a fool who works silently. But in high school, our scoring rates were pretty much the same, but his signing bonus and popularity were higher than mine. I think it's probably because that guy has a pretty face, when the strength is almost the same, being handsome is indeed more popular, so, I decided to surpass him in strength. After joining the Tokyo Soul team, I practiced hard every day and vowed to surpass him, I must be better than him. But just when I was making progress and was about to, no, had already surpassed that guy, that bastard kicked me hard and broke my calf during a practice match. The flat-headed young man gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. That guy must be afraid that I will surpass him, so he resorted to such despicable means, bah. He spat fiercely on the ground. Xia Fan, who was nearby, glared at him, but he was so angry that he didn't notice. He looked down at his injured leg, anger and helplessness in his eyes. It will take at least 3 months for my leg to heal, but after 3 months, even if I return to the court, my strength will have been pulled apart, my career is over. After listening to the young man's story, Conan looked at his face carefully, as if confirming something. Oh, I remember now, the big brother's name is Uemura Naoki, right? You know my name. Naoki Kamimura was a little surprised. Conan smiled and said, because I have watched your game, Big Brother's skills are very solid and left a deep impression on me. Really? Naoki Kamimura was a little surprised. This little kid in front of him seemed to be surprisingly knowledgeable. But Big Brother, you are still recovering from your injury, so is it really okay to go to the bar and drink? Will it affect the recovery of your leg? Naoki Kamimura was stunned. Yes, of course he knew that drinking was bad for his health, and before this injury, he didn't drink at all. However, when he was lying at home and watching Hideo Akagi running around the court on live TV, he got furious. So, he, who had never drunk before, wanted to get drunk. But if he went to a bar near his home, he might be recognized. He happened to see a report about Poirot's bar in the newspaper, so he took a taxi here. Moreover, Conan looked at Uemura's injured leg. You have no evidence to prove that Akagi Hiro kicked your leg on purpose, these are just your guesses. Big Brother, I think you should go back and recuperate, and then compete with Akagi Hiro in the future, Conan said with a smile on his face. That's enough, you little brat, Naoki Kamimura said angrily. I haven't yet fallen to the point where I need to be taught a lesson by a little devil. He drank the rest of the wine in the glass in one gulp, then picked up the crutch on the table and limped towards the door of the bar. Conan looked at his back speechlessly. What kind of attitude is that? I was encouraging you out of kindness, but kindness is not rewarded. Conan, are you okay? Lin Ye's voice came from the bar. Conan turned around and gave a forced smile. Huh, it's okay, but that Big Brother is too fierce. Lin Ye looked at Conan who had climbed back onto the high stool in front of the bar. Because he was blinded by prejudice, maybe the pressure from Akagi Hiro was too great. Conan frowned and thought for a while, then asked, Uncle Lin, why do people still drink alcohol even though they know it's harmful to the body? This question, Lin Ye stopped talking halfway, looked towards the door and smiled. Good evening, Ms. Huime. Conan turned around in horror and saw the woman. Is her. Mayano Shiho walked into the store, followed by a bodyguard in black, and she was still wearing the white coat. When she saw Conan in front of the bar, her eyes lit up, as if she saw something interesting. Ah, I suddenly remembered that I still have homework to do, I'll go back first. Goodbye, Uncle Lin. Conan jumped off the chair and walked towards the door. A pair of long legs blocked his way. Isn't this Conan? Do you remember your sister? Conan raised his head stiffly and saw the smile on Mayano Shiho's face. This woman looked very pretty when she smiled, but it sent chills down his spine. This woman must have done something to herself in the car that day. Hee, good evening, Sister Huime. You're so good, Mayano Shiho bent down and touched Conan's head. Sister will treat you to some juice. No thanks, I have homework to do. Pfft, homework. Mayano Shiho laughed in her heart and looked at Conan with a playful look. This guy is really a qualified elementary school student. At the bar, Lin Ye looked at the two of them strangely. Why does Conan look a little afraid of Miss Shirley? Did something happen between the two of them? Conan politely rejected Mayano Shiho's good intentions and left the bar under the latter's gaze. Mayano Shiho turned around, sat at the bar, ordered a glass of orange juice, and had a smile on her face, looking like she was in a very good mood. Lin Ye asked, did Miss Huime encounter any good things? Mayano Shiho put the straw in her mouth and nodded. Well, I've made some progress at work. Thanks to that kid's blood, the research can proceed so smoothly. It would be nice if I could get more, but that guy is very wary of me now, what a pity, if I had known I would have taken one more tube last time. Chapter 175. Blood. Lin Ye looked at Shirley with some surprise. She did attack Conan, but when? Judging from Conan's expression, he seemed to be quite frightened. Has your sister been here recently? Mayano asked. Lin Ye nodded. What did she drink? Shirley pie. Sherry pie. Mayano was stunned. It's based on Shirley, with sugar, fruit, and ice added in. Would you like to try it, Miss Huime? But I can't drink. Mayano looked a little shaken. Wow, I really want to try drinking, but my body is very sensitive to alcohol. It's interesting that I joined a strange organization whose code name is wine, but I can't drink. There are also ways to do it without adding wine. Really? Then I want to drink it. At this moment, she looked like an ordinary girl, full of interest in new things. Orange soda, syrup, pineapple juice, ice cubes. A simple cobbler-style non-alcoholic beverage is ready. Although no sherry is added, it is drunk by the girl codenamed Shirley. The final step of preparation is completed in the girl's mouth, forming a sherry pie in another sense. Unfortunately, only she can drink it. Lin Ye glanced at the girl's moist thin lips and thought with some regret. What do you think, Ms. Huime? Delicious, Mayano praised generously. No wonder my sister likes to run here, this guy is really capable. Shiho Mayano didn't sit in the store for too long. She left after drinking a glass. She stayed in the store for about 20 minutes. Lin Ye smacked his lips, as if savoring something. After get off work today, let's have a glass of sherry special. This afternoon. Lin Ye went out to work as usual. When I arrived at the door of Polo Bar, I saw Xiaolan and a young and beautiful girl standing on the side of the road, apparently waiting for a car. Of course Conan followed along, with a rather subtle expression on his face. What the hell, you actually said you were my girlfriend without my permission. I have such a beautiful girlfriend, how come I don't know it? But she is really pretty. It seems not bad to have a girlfriend like her. Conan's eyes looked at the girl's slender legs under her skirt. What? Girlfriend? Lin Ye looked at the girl with some surprise. The girl is wearing a cute sailor uniform, she has a slim figure, full of youthfulness, and is very pleasing to the eye. But at this time her expression was a little nervous, and she glanced fearfully at Xiaolan beside her. Xiaolan is exuding an amazing aura, like a burning flame. When did Shinichi get such a cute girlfriend? It has even come to the point of kissing. Damn it, I didn't even notice that big liar. I must find him out and teach him a lesson. Oh, it's sure a field. Lin Ye looked at the three people, seemed to understand something, smiled, walked over and greeted them. Xiaolan, good afternoon, are you going out with your friends? Hearing Lin Ye's voice, Xiaolan turned around, was stunned, and glanced at the beautiful girl next to her. Friends? Are you kidding me? This vixen and I are not friends. However, in front of Lin Ye, she finally restrained her alluring aura, forced out a smile and said. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin, actually, I'm going to go to Miss Akagi Quantum's house to investigate something. Oh, you're a guest of the firm? Is Xiaolan going to become a detective like Mr. Maori? Yes, Xiaolan forced a smile. Conan complained, with her personality, she can't be a detective, she's more suitable to be a detective's assistant or bodyguard. Xiaolan waved to stop a taxi and said to Lin Ye, sorry, Mr. Lin, I have to leave first. Come on, Xiaolan. Well, thank you. Xiaolan opened the car door, turned around and made a gesture of invitation to the girl named Akagi Quantum. Ms. Akagi, please. Akagi Quantum felt like he was being kidnapped and got into the car nervously. She seems very angry. Should I have said that? After Conan got into the car, Xiaolan was the last one to get in and slammed the door shut. Sitting in her seat, she clenched her fists. Of course I will do my best this time. I will definitely catch that guy Shinichi and teach him a lesson. Conan, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but shudder when he saw the expression on her face. Lin Ye stood on the side of the road, watching the taxi go away, a smile on his face. It looks like the great detective is in trouble. After the bar opened, Lin Ye turned on the TV and tuned to the channel that was broadcasting a football match because a customer requested it. It is said that today is the final of the Giant Bomb Cup, and the two teams are Tokyo Seoul and Osaka Superstars. Both teams are very strong, so many people are paying attention to this game, and many of the customers who come to the store are fans of the two teams. In front of the already full bar, Kagoro Mori occupied the prime spot in the middle and drank beer happily. He was not interested in the football game, he wanted to watch Miss Yoko's show more. However, the customers in the store were very enthusiastic about watching the game at that time, so he naturally would not be so willful as to ask Lin Ye to change the channel. "Mr. Mao Li, is there anything happy today?" Lin Ye asked with a smile. "Hee, Xiaolan and that detective boy seem to have had a quarrel, of course I am happy. Xiaolan probably won't be back until very late tonight, so I can drink to my heart's content." "Oh." Lin Ye smiled secretly in his heart and showed an interested expression. "That bastard actually found such a beautiful girlfriend, but then he suddenly disappeared, everyone came to me to look for him." Having said this, Kagoro Mori suddenly became angry. What a jerk. He already has a girlfriend, but he still stays with Xiaolan all day. Could he be trying to have two girlfriends at the same time? Kagoro Mori took a big sip of wine angrily. "That damn playboy, if he dares to cheat on my Xiaolan, I will break his legs." "You're talking about Kudo-san, right? I don't think he's that kind of person." "No." Mari Kagoro chuckled. "I watched that kid grow up, and he has been dishonest since he was young. He is clearly just like his father, a playboy." At this moment, Conan's face suddenly appeared in Kagoro Mori's mind. Weird, why did I suddenly think of this guy? Forget it, drink some wine." After taking a sip of the cool and refreshing beer, Mao Li's doubts and unhappiness instantly disappeared. Lin Ye glanced at the drunk Mori Kagoro and felt worried for Conan. Fortunately, Mr. Mori was drinking, otherwise if he thought about it further, Conan's identity would be exposed. However, Conan was only wearing a pair of glasses, but he was able to deceive his childhood sweetheart, Ran, and Detective Mr. Mori. The disguise effect was too good. This reminded him of the man whose name started with S and who was wearing his zodiac year underwear. He imagined Conan in his cape and red underwear and couldn't help but smile. However, the shrinking of the body is too magical for ordinary people, so it is normal that they can't think of it. If he couldn't hear Conan's inner voice, he wouldn't believe such a thing. However, the truth will eventually come out. How long can he keep his identity secret? Chapter 176. Dear guest, please don't make too much noise, it will disturb other guests. A young man in front of the bar was watching the game and shouting excitedly, and Lin Ye reminded him. What? Isn't a bar a place for shouting and releasing yourself? There are many types of bars, and this isn't one of those places. Okay, I'll control myself. Although the young man looked unruly, he was surprisingly obedient, which made Lin Ye feel relieved and smiled. Thank you for your cooperation. Akagi Hiro is just a brat, he is far inferior to the veteran Rams of the superstar team, the Seoul team is bound to lose this game. At this time, a man's laughter came from the other side of the bar. What did you say? The onion-haired boy looked at the man who spoke. He was a man in his 30s in a suit with a short beard around his chin, giving him a mature look. At this moment, a confident smile was on his lips. Rams is very experienced in the competition, under his leadership, the Osaka superstars have an orderly offense and defense, they are not something a young player can mess with. Uncle, don't you know that under the leadership of Hiro, the Seoul team has won 17 consecutive games? This game will be their victory. Wrong, their winning streak will end here, the bearded man looked at the game on TV. Didn't you notice that the boy called Hiro was totally out of form in the first half? I think he lacks experience in big competitions, once he got to the finals, he became a weakling. That must be a tactic, the hero will definitely show his true strength in the second half, the onion-haired boy said firmly. Although he also found that the hero player's condition seemed to be a little wrong, based on his recognition of the hero's strength, he still believed in his favorite player. I've never seen a tactic of deliberately not scoring a goal, he had several chances to score just now, but he didn't seize them, the bearded man shook his head. You guy, do you want to bet with me? Let's bet on the outcome of this game, I bet on the Seoul team. What's there to be afraid of? I'm betting on the superstar team, but how much money can you bet with me? The bearded man glanced at the onion-haired boy, took out a bulging wallet from his arms, slapped it on the bar, and looked at him with contempt. The onion-haired boy choked. He had no wallet and kept all his change in his trouser pockets. This time it was embarrassing. You too, this is a proper bar, if rumors of gambling spread, I would be very troubled. At this time Lin Ye spoke. The two of them looked at his face at the same time. I think it's better to do this, the loser pays for the other party's drink, it's like treating the other party to a drink, how do you think about it? The bearded man thought about it, put away his wallet and adjusted his tie. I have no objection. He was very satisfied with Lin Ye's wine and decided to give the bartender some face. I'm okay with that, too. The onion-haired boy breathed a sigh of relief and gave Lin Ye a grateful look. Lin Ye responded with a polite smile. Then both of them watched the game intently. Although Lin Ye had his back to the TV, he could still hear the commentator's voice and judge the situation of the game from the expressions of the two players. This way of watching the game was quite interesting. The onion-haired boy who supported Hiro Akaji looked very nervous the whole time, showing an annoyed expression from time to time, accompanied by intense voices in his heart. Alas, how could this ball not go in? Hiro. What are you doing, my hero? Please don't embarrass me in front of this stinky uncle. Whenever this happened, Lin Ye knew that the Hiro Akaji, whom he supported, had made a mistake again. By the way, Naoki Uemura, who came to the store a few days ago, seems to be a teammate of Akaji Hiro, but his leg was broken during a practice match and he is currently recovering from the injury. If he saw this game, he must be very happy. As for the bearded man next to him, he remained calm and composed, taking a sip of wine elegantly from time to time, full of the charm of a mature man. But his heart was screaming wildly. Oh yeah. That's it, that was a fucking great pass. God fuck. Good job, Rams. Come hard, let these sissy gigolos know how powerful you are. Lin Ye, who was wiping the cup, couldn't help but look up and glance at the bearded man, just in time to meet his sexy eyes. Why oh, take a closer look, this bartender is really handsome and his bartending skills are also very strong. I really want to. Lin Ye felt a chill and looked away stiffly. Sometimes, hearing the truth is not a good thing. For example, when you hear a man's sexual fantasy, and the object is yourself. Dear guest, please take a look at Mr. 2 next to me. He has dark skin and is quite sexy. Toru Amuro, who was practicing chatting with guests, suddenly stopped and felt a strange feeling in his heart. Why do I suddenly feel uncomfortable? He glanced at the customers in the store, found nothing unusual, shrugged in confusion, and continued chatting with the customers. At the same time, in another part of the city. In the Akaji family's apartment. After some investigation, Conan finally found out the truth of the incident. It turns out that Akaji Quantum, who claimed to be his girlfriend, went to the Mori detective agency where he often frequented to find him in order to entrust him to find the kidnapped Akaji Mamoru. Now he knows who the criminal is, it's Naoki Uemura who went to Polo Bar a few days ago. He kidnapped Akaji Hiro's brother and threatened Akaji Hiro to fix the match so that he would have to lose the final to avenge his broken leg. The criminal has been found, but now there is a problem. He was blocked in the toilet by Xiaolan. When he was calling Akaji Quantum in the bathroom, Xiaolan picked up the phone. Her voice was so loud that it could be heard in the bathroom, causing Xiaolan to hear her own voice on the phone. Then, he was blocked in the toilet by Xiaolan, who was looking for him everywhere. Shinichi. I know you're in there, open the door. Xiaolan's angry shout came from outside the door. It would be terrible if I opened the door at this time, so I absolutely cannot open it. Well, I'm taking a shit. Conan was sweating profusely while holding the bow tie voice changer. If I had known I wouldn't have followed. Now I'm in trouble, my identity is going to be exposed. Is that so? You won't open the door. Then don't blame me for being rude. Xiaolan's cold voice came from outside the door, followed by the sound of bones cracking. Conan shuddered all over. Is this woman trying to break in? I already told you I'm taking a shit. Chapter 177. Seeing Akaji Hiro score another goal on TV, the onion-haired boy couldn't help but shout excitedly. This guest. Sorry. As soon as Lin Ye opened his mouth, he immediately covered his mouth, but his eyes could still not hide the excitement. On the other side, the bearded man who had been acting calm and composed finally showed an angry expression, clenched his fists, and stared at the TV. Ramus, you disappoint me so much. After the game entered the second half, Hiro Akaji, who had a sluggish performance in the first half, seemed to have suddenly regained his form and performed extremely well. In the end, Akaji Hiro's Tokyo Soul team defeated Osaka Superstar Team 3:1. Uncle, thank you for treating me to a drink. The onion-haired boy held the wine glass, looked proud, and smiled at the bearded man sitting on the other side. The bearded man snorted and thought silently in his heart. It seems that Ramsey is getting old. How about I support this hero from now on? Post-match interviews were taking place on TV. The person being interviewed was the player who scored 2 goals, Akaji Hideo. Contestant Akaji, who would you most like to share this victory with? Of course my teammates and coaches, but the person I want to share this joy with the most is Naoki. Naoki Uemura, he is my biggest competitor and also my good partner. If he is here, we will definitely get more points. Hiro Akaji looked at the camera, his face full of sweat and joy. Naoki, please recover from your injury and come back, I'll be waiting for you at the stadium. The sincere smile and sweaty face are very contagious. The bearded man in front of the TV was stunned. Looking at that face, he seemed to recall his youth. Ah, I remember running on the green field at sunset that day. That was my lost youth. Hey, Akagihiro. I recognize you, you are an excellent player. Akagihiro fans won. The man withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly, all the displeasure on his face disappeared. He took out his wallet, silently paid the bill, for both of them, of course, then stood up and left. He was not the only one who was shocked by Akagihiro's sincere words and smile. On the other side of the city, in an apartment building. With his right leg bandaged, Naoki Uemura knelt in front of the TV and shed tears of regret. Conan, carrying a school bag, stood silently by the side, his hands in his pockets, hiding his achievements and fame. I'm sorry to bother you when you're crying so hard. A slender hand tapped his shoulder. Before Naoki Kamimura could come to his senses, he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up by the terrifying high school girl who kicked open his door. Tell me. Where did you hide Shinichi? What Shinichi? Naoki Kamimura looked confused. Previously in the bathroom of Akagi's house, Conan had an idea and used a little trick to successfully escape from the bathroom. However, Xiaolan was chasing closely behind, and in order to rescue the kidnapped Akagi Hideo's brother as soon as possible, she had to lie that brother Shinichi had gone to the Kamimura family to rescue him. That's why Xiaolan thought that Kudo Shinichi was hiding in this room. Oh yeah, I didn't see Shinichi, I'll give him a call and ask. Akagi Quantum looked around and did not see the legendary Kudo Shinichi, so he took out the piece of paper with Kudo Shinichi's fax number that he had written down before and gave it to Xiaolan. Only then did Xiaolan let go of Naoki Kamimura, walk to the landline phone, and prepared to dial the number on it. Conan, who was carrying a school bag, immediately became alert and quietly slipped towards the door. The bento-shaped fax machine he used to call Akagi Quantum is still in his school bag. It would be terrible if it rang at this moment. As soon as he walked out the door, a bell jingled from his school bag. Why did you set the ringtone so loud, Doc? While complaining in his heart, Conan ran away. After hearing the sound, Xiaolan rushed out of the door in a few seconds, like a tiger out of the cage, chasing after Conan. 11 p.m. Only Lin Ye and Amuro Toru were left in the store. Lin Ye was inside the bar and Amuro Toru was outside. After Aragaki and Kusaka left, he would walk out of the bar and take charge of the work outside. However, usually at this time, there are very few customers entering the store. Even if there were one or two customers, they would go straight to the empty bar and sit down, so there was no need for him to take orders or serve drinks. But there is always someone outside the bar. The bell in the corner of the door rang softly. Lin Ye was a little surprised to see Xiaolan walking into the store. It was already this late, how could she, a high school student, not sleep yet? And she even came to the bar. But when he saw Xiaolan's frown, he understood. I'm worried and can't sleep. Maybe it was because of the girl who claimed to be Kudo Shinichi's girlfriend in the afternoon. Something must have happened at that girl's house. Xiaolan, why are you still awake so late? Aren't you afraid of oversleeping and being late tomorrow morning? Xiaolan sat down on the high stool in front of the bar with a heavy heart and sighed. Mr. Lin, what kind of wine do sad people usually order? Well, Lin Yi glanced at her. Some people need stimulation when they are depressed, so they will order stronger liquor, others need healing, so they will order milder liquor. Why are you suddenly interested in this, Xiaolan? Lin Yi asked tentatively. Can I have something milder? Lin Yi looked at Xiaolan in surprise and said, I'm afraid this won't work. I knew you wouldn't agree, Xiaolan smiled, as if she had known that Lin Yi would answer like this. Then let's go with Cinderella. It is good. Cinderella, a combination of several fruit juices and sparkling drinks, has a refreshing taste and is suitable for girls. While Lin Yi was preparing the juice, Amuro Toru came to the bar and said. Manager, I suddenly remembered something, so I'll leave first. This girl seems to have a lot to say. If I stay, she might feel restrained and embarrassed to confide in me. I'd better leave first. Well, go ahead, Lin Yi nodded. Aotu is such a gentle and considerate man. After Toru Amuro left, only Lin Yi and Xiaolan were left in the store, and it was very quiet for a while. After Lin Yi made Cinderella, he placed it in front of Xiaolan. Xiaolan picked up the cup and took a sip, then held the cup with both hands, put it back on the bar, lowered her head, and looked into the cup. Shinichi, why is he trying so hard to escape? Escape? It seems that something really happened. Lin Ye's heart moved, looking at Xiaolan who seemed to be about to cry, he asked Xiaolan, are you having any troubles? Xiaolan rubbed her slightly moist eyes and raised her head. Mr. Lin, I don't remember the story of Cinderella very clearly, can you tell it to me again? Chapter 178. Fairy, Crystal Shoes. Pumpkin carriage, dance party. At the end of the story, the prince found his lover through the crystal shoes left by Cinderella, and the two lived a shameless and happy life. Xiaolan listened quietly while Lin Ye told this old fairy tale. Finally, the prince found Cinderella, and they lived happily ever after. When Lin Ye stopped talking, Xiaolan whispered. I see, what a happy ending. It's a pity that this is just a fairy tale, there are no fairies or magic in reality, Cinderella can only be Cinderella, just like me. Xiaolan spoke as if she were talking to herself, and Lin Ye listened quietly. Shinichi's father is a famous novelist, and his mother was once a popular actress. Shinichi, who grew up in such a family, is like a prince. And I'm just a normal girl. No, you are not ordinary at all. What ordinary girl can break a telephone pole with one punch? Lin Ye said silently in his heart. Xiaolan continued, maybe Shinichi has already been fed up with me. That's why he suddenly disappeared, hiding in a beautiful girl's house and having a good time, and even lied to me that he was handling a case. What a liar. Too much, too obscene. Xiaolan cursed with red eyes. At the same time, Lin Ye saw a mosaic picture pop up in Xiaolan's mind. It was a picture of a naked man and a woman kissing each other. The man was Kudo Shinichi and the woman was the girl in the sailor suit that Lin Ye saw in the afternoon. But only the faces were clear, the area below the neck was blurry, like a mosaic. Maybe Xiaolan couldn't imagine the specific picture, so only the face was clear. So that's how it is. It seems Xiaolan has misunderstood something. Xiaolan, do you really think so? Lin Ye asked. Xiaolan raised her head and looked at Lin Ye in surprise. I don't think Kudo-san is that kind of person, you grew up with him, so you should know him best, right? Would he really do something like this? Xiaolan was stunned. Mr. Lin's words make sense, but... Then why is he hiding from me? He won't even see me. Hiding from you? Lin Ye frowned. What happened? Can you tell me? I can help you analyze it. Xiaolan wiped her tears, seemed to calm down a little, and said. You saw that girl this afternoon, didn't you? She claimed to be Shinichi's girlfriend and ran to the office to look for him. I was really shocked and furious at the time. I wanted to immediately pull that guy Shinichi out and explain everything to him. Then Shinichi called the office, so I went to her house. Shinichi was hiding in her house, and I heard his voice. Ah, it must be that Conan was discovered by Xiaolan when he was using his voice changer. But looking at Xiaolan's sad look, she didn't discover Conan's true identity. If she found out that Conan was Kudo Shinichi, she would not have time to feel sad now. It must be that Conan was misunderstood by Xiaolan when he was avoiding her. That guy hid in the bathroom. When I was about to break in, he lied to me and said he had something important to tell me and that he could only tell me on the phone, but when I went to answer the phone, he slipped away again. Having said that, Xiaolan's fists hardened again. That guy is just treating me like a fool. Sorry, Xiaolan, but I can't let you see me in my current state. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Lin Ye glanced at the door. The boy was eavesdropping outside the door again. Xiaolan continued, later, I chased him to the prisoner's home. Criminal. Lin Ye was stunned. Xiaolan revealed that Naoki Kamimura kidnapped Hideo Akaji's brother. Lin Ye understood. So that's why. No wonder Hiro Akaji acted like a sleepwalker in the first half. It turned out that he was threatened by someone. This is Uemura Naoki's way of revenge. And then? After that, I didn't find Shinichi at Kamimura's house, so I called him using the fax number he left for Akaji Quantum, and I heard a ringing sound from outside the door. That guy must have been eavesdropping outside the door. Speaking of this, Xiaolan's tone became a little angry again. He is also eavesdropping outside the door. Glancing at the door, Lin Ye thought to himself. Then I followed the ringing sound until I ran into a dark alley. Did you catch up with him? Lin Ye asked. With Conan's short legs, he should be unable to run faster than Xiaolan's long legs. Ah. Lin Ye asked again, did you see him? No, I only saw his shadow. Shadow? Xiaolan said, well, because it was a corner, he was standing on the other side, and the car lights cast his shadow on the wall. Did he explain it to you? Well, he said that girl had nothing to do with him. Lin Ye asked, you don't believe it? Because that guy ran away right after he finished speaking. If he wanted to explain, why didn't he tell me in person? He must have something to hide and was afraid that I would drag him to confront Akaji Quantum. Of course Lin Ye knew the reason why Kudo Shinichi could not see Xiaolan, because Kudo Shinichi had disappeared from this world, and now there is only a first-grade boy named Conan. It seems necessary to call Akaji Quantum and ask her to explain to Xiaolan. At this time, the little boy was thinking outside the door. After hearing Conan's thoughts, Lin Ye felt relieved. Maybe he has something urgent to do. What's so urgent that you can't even see me? Xiaolan still couldn't get over it. Like going to the bathroom? Xiaolan was stunned when she heard the reason given by Lin Ye. When we were at Akaji Quantum's house, that guy was also hiding in the toilet, and he said he was, did Shinichi eat something wrong and have diarrhea? Outside the door, Conan's silent voice was heard, hey, what a lame excuse. If that's the case, why doesn't he just say it? Hey, Xiaolan, do you really believe it? Lin Yi glanced at the door and said with a smile, he might be afraid that you will laugh at him, after all, he is a very popular detective. Xiaolan was still skeptical, but after talking with Lin Yi, at least her feeling of loss was gone. When leaving, Xiaolan bowed to Lin Yi and said, thank you, Mr. Lin, for listening to me talk so much. It's okay, that's the bartender's job, Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly. Xiaolan glanced at Lin Yi and suddenly smiled. Mr. Lin is like a fairy. What? Lin Yi was stunned. You see, Cinderella in the story got help from the fairy and her fate changed. If I were Cinderella, then wouldn't Mr. Lin, who helped me, be just like the fairy in the story? After listening to Xiaolan's explanation, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. I hope my magic can help you. TSK, what fairies and magic, are these two guys fools? Conan complained as he put his ear against the door. Hearing the approaching footsteps, he quickly slipped into the corridor, returned to the third floor, and went into the bathroom. Xiaolan returned to the third floor, and the phone in the living room rang. Who would call at this late hour? She walked over and picked up the phone puzzled. I'm sorry, Xiaolan, at that time, I suddenly had a stomachache, so I had to. At that time, Diaragasa said that he saw Shinichi running over with a red face. It turns out that he blushed not because he was shy, but because he was in a hurry to find a toilet. This idiot. Chapter 179. The Polo Bar was as quiet as usual. Xiaolan and Sonoko, who were walking home from school together, sat in the empty store, each with a glass of juice in front of them. Lin Yi stood at the bar, quietly wiping the wine glass, listening to the two youthful high school girls chatting, occasionally interjecting a few words, and the atmosphere was quite good. Xiaolan, Christmas is coming soon, has your Shinichi come back? Sonoko asked suddenly. What do you mean mine? Xiaolan blushed and replied in a low voice. Not yet, but he calls me occasionally. Ah, what a ruthless reasoning boy, his mind is full of reasoning and cases, he won't leave such a lovely girlfriend alone, will he? Sonoko sighed. Xiaolan's face turned even redder. Yuenzi, stop talking nonsense, what girlfriend? Conan, who was sitting next to him, blushed but glanced at Sonoko speechlessly. This woman is really enough, her tongue is so long that it is about to fall out of her mouth. Forget it, let that detective boy spend Christmas with the case and the criminal, Sonoko spread her hands and said, as if to say. No matter what happens to that boy, just don't bother with him. Xiaolan looked thoughtful. The day after tomorrow is Christmas, will Shinichi really not come back? Lin Yi glanced at Conan who was sitting next to her. He has always been by your side, you just didn't notice it. Xiaolan, don't think about that guy, let's spend Christmas together this year. Hey, Sonoko, what are your plans? Yuenzi glanced at Lin Yi at the bar and said confidently, of course I have plans, I'm the party queen Yuenzi, I won't miss a big holiday like Christmas. This Sunday, which is Christmas Eve, there will be a concert by Rex Band, Xiaolan, come with me to watch it, and after the concert, you can also attend Rex Band's private party. Wow, doesn't that mean we can see the members of the Rex Band up close? Xiaolan said in surprise. Aha, Xiaolan, are you coming? Of course I'll go, thank you, Sonoko, Xiaolan looked excited. It's nothing, it's all thanks to the relationship with the old man in my family, Yuenzi said with a smile. Conan sat nearby, seeing the excited Xiaolan and the proud Sonoko, and thought unhappily, he's just a kid who can sing, what's so great about that? By the way, speaking of Kimura Tatsuya, he came to the store not long ago. At this time Lin Yi spoke. Ah, Tatsuya Kimura has been here. When? Sonoko asked in surprise. I remember now, it was the night before we went to Kyoto, Xiaolan also remembered. He seemed to be troubled at that time, right, Conan? Ah, yeah, Conan responded in an unhappy tone. In that case, Mr. Lin, would you like to go with us? I happen to have 3 tickets here. Are these two things related? This woman must have had this idea from the beginning. Conan glanced at the enthusiastic Sonoko and complained in his heart. Then he looked at Lin Yi with some sympathy. Sonoko actually targeted this uncle. It will be hard for him in the future. Conan seems to have some prejudice against Sonoko, just as Sonoko thinks he is an unromantic mystery geek. These two people grew up together, and this kind of relationship of disliking each other is quite interesting. But should I accept Sonoko's invitation? Lin Ye was thinking about it. Sonoko looked at him expectantly. Xiaolan also showed a curious expression. Okay, he finally agreed. He originally wanted to refuse, but he suddenly remembered the scene of Tatsuya Kimura's death. Since that day, Tatsuya Kimura has never come to the store. I wonder what his relationship with Mari Terahara is like now. Although his agent, Ms. Mari Terahara, should have cleared up the misunderstanding about him, I still need to go and confirm it. Yes. The invitation plan was a great success. Hearing Lin Ye's agreement, Yuanzi shouted excitedly in her heart, but a ladylike and reserved smile appeared on her face. She took out the concert tickets she had prepared long ago and placed them on the bar with both hands. Here are the tickets for the concert. Lin Ye thanked him and put the ticket away. Conan looked at him and thought regretfully. Hey, I thought this guy would have some backbone, but I didn't expect that he would finally bow down at the feet of the Queen of Money. Lin Ye glanced at Conan and said with a smile. Will Conan go too? Conan scratched his head and said, I won't go. Forget it, I have no interest in that kind of screaming music, it's too noisy. Sonoko seemed very satisfied with Conan's tact, and nodded, you are quite self-aware, it would be very inconvenient if there was a little kid at an adult gathering, I was worried that Xiaolan would bring you along. Conan glanced at Sonoko speechlessly. What's so inconvenient about this love-crazy guy? By the way, Xiaolan, since you and that Kimura Tatsuya once had a romantic encounter here, you can take this opportunity to further improve your relationship with him, maybe you can take him down in one fell swoop, Sonoko encouraged Xiaolan again. Sonoko, you're talking nonsense again, what romantic encounter? I just saw him from a distance, he might not have noticed me at all. Xiaolan, don't underestimate your own charm, at this party, do your best and try to win over that handsome lead singer, if I didn't already have one, anyway, this opportunity is rare, you must seize it. Yuanzi originally wanted to say, I already have Mr. Lin as my #1 target, so I won't give this opportunity to you, but suddenly realized that the real target was right next to her, so she stopped in time. Have a good grasp of it. Conan glared at Sonoko. No, it seems I have to go with her. Although Xiaolan would never do such a thing, it is really worrying to have a big nympho like Sonoko around. Hey, kid, why are you staring at me like that? Sonoko found that Conan was staring at her with resentment. After a moment of silence, she grinned evilly and looked at Conan with a subtle look. Ahaha, I get it, you little brat, are you in love with Xiaolan? That's why you glared at me when you heard that I wanted to introduce a boyfriend to Xiaolan. Ah, no, Conan's face turned red instantly. Xiaolan also laughed and scolded, Sonoko, stop talking nonsense, Conan is only in the 1st grade of elementary school, he doesn't understand these at all. Xiaolan, you don't understand this, kids nowadays mature very precociously, and sister-brother relationships are also very popular now, Sonoko said earnestly. What, an sister-brother relationship? Xiaolan was stunned and her face immediately turned red. Sonoko looked at the two's reactions with satisfaction, and then whispered in Conan's ear. But boy, you have no chance, by the time you grow up, Xiaolan will have been married and had children, in my opinion, the person she will marry is most likely that new. Xiaolan blushed and quickly pulled her away before Sonoko said the name. Yuanzi, that's enough, stop talking nonsense about getting married, having children, and so on, Xiaolan's face became redder and her speech became incoherent. Yuanzi stuck out his tongue, chuckled, and that was the end of it. If you continue talking like this, Xiaolan will go crazy. Conan next to him had a speechless expression on his face. This woman, that's enough. Chapter 180. Ugh. Xiaolan is going to see a certain band's concert the day after tomorrow, and will also attend that band's private party. As a father, I am really worried. Those men in bands are totally unreliable, not only are they philandering, but they also love to deceive ignorant girls, what if Xiaolan gets deceived? At the bar, Kagoro Mori complained while drinking beer. When he heard Xiaolan mention this matter during dinner, he immediately expressed his objection. But the objection was ineffective. Xiaolan seemed to be informing him and had no intention of asking for his opinion. So he had no choice but to come to Lin Ye to complain. Don't worry, I think Xiaolan can protect herself, Lin Ye comforted. Kagoro Mori thought about it, and the cabinets that were broken by Xiaolan's iron fist came to his mind. Of course I know Xiaolan can protect herself, but she's still a high school student and doesn't have enough social experience, if she gets deceived. I'll go with you, said Lin Ye. Mari Kagoro was stunned for a moment, and his worried expression immediately disappeared, and he grinned. Haha, then I'm relieved, Xiaolan, why didn't you tell me earlier? Since you're coming along, Xiaolan, there's nothing to worry about. After that, he stopped complaining and started drinking happily. Conan sat at the corner of the bar as usual, waiting for Jin to arrive. After hearing what Mari Kagoro said, I thought. The uncle really trusts this man named Lin. He began to observe Lin Ye. However, this man does give people a sense of reliability. Last time when Xiaolan misunderstood me, he spoke up for me. He is a very decent man. From this point of view, there is no need to worry that he will attack Xiaolan. Lin Ye was very relieved to hear Conan's voice. You little bastard, finally you know that I'm a good uncle. Another sigh came from the bar. Lin Ye looked at the guest who sighed. He was a man with a broad chin, shaggy eyebrows, and an honest face. He looked to be in his 30s and was wearing an ordinary suit that an ordinary office worker would wear. At this time, the guest had a sad face and exuded fatigue. Help, I really can't hold on any longer, someone please save me. If this continues, I will go crazy. Lin Ye's attention was immediately attracted by this guest. He took 2 steps to the side and walked to the guest's seat. You look very tired, is there anything bothering you? He asked casually. The man raised his head and glanced at him. Those were a pair of eyes full of fatigue, bloodshot, and hiding a hint of madness. The man nodded but said nothing. When you are feeling heavy-hearted, speaking out your worries will help lighten their weight in your heart. You can try this method, Lin Ye suggested. How could I possibly tell you, an outsider, that I was threatened by my own brother? The man roared in his heart. But he sighed and said, actually, I'm worried about my brother's future. What happened to your brother? The man smiled bitterly and said, my brother is a novelist, he once won the Newcomer Award in the novel world. Oh, that's good, why are you worried about him? The man shook his head and said, but my brother seems to have hit a writing bottleneck in the past 2 years. He can't write a popular novel no matter what. After being rejected by publishing houses, he became discouraged and has been depressed at home for several months. He does nothing every day, neither writing nor looking for a job. It really makes me very worried. That guy couldn't even pay the rent, so he came to my house. It would have been fine if he had just given me free food, free drinks, and free lodging, but he even had the guts to rummage through my files, and after finding evidence of my illegal stock trading, he blackmailed me and asked me to take care of him for the rest of his life. This bastard. I'm getting married soon. If this continues, I will definitely kill him. The man roared inwardly. Lin Ye's heart trembled. Oh boy, it appears again. Is this a case of brothers killing each other this time? But now that I have encountered this, I will not let that happen. Anyway, let's comfort this brother whose sanity is at the limit. There will always be low points in literary creation. I believe your brother will be able to pick himself up again. You don't have to worry too much. I'll take your good words. That scumbag clearly wants to eat me for the rest of my life. Shameful parasite, if you don't think of a solution, my life will be ruined too. The man obviously didn't believe Lin Ye's words, and he still couldn't calm down. At this time, Lin Ye saw this scene. The man in front of him swung his golf club and hit another man of similar build on the head. With one hit of the stick, blood splattered everywhere. Lin Ye was secretly shocked. Is this the action he took when his patience reached its limit? Sir, you are going a bit extreme. There is nothing that cannot be discussed between brothers. Have the guests tried to persuade your brother? Advise him to go out and find a job temporarily, just to accumulate writing materials. The man shook his head. I've tried everything, but he just won't leave. I think he's been completely crushed by failure and can never get back on his feet. Sigh. That guy wants to live by sucking my blood. How can he go out to work? Hey, brother, how could you become like this? Okay. Hearing the man's last words, Lin Ye's heart moved. It seems that this guest has more than just hatred for his brother. He felt a mixture of emotions, including anger, disappointment and grief. So Lin Ye asked tentatively, are you disappointed with your brother? The man nodded heavily. In fact, my brother was the person I respected the most. No, I worshipped him. I always dreamed of becoming someone like him. But now, my brother has fallen to this point, I really can't accept it. That guy, a parasite, a vampire, is definitely not the brother I admire. I don't recognize him. The existence of that guy in his current state is a blasphemy and a defilement to his brother in the past. We must destroy him. We cannot allow such a guy to continue to defile our brother. Yes, that's right, we can't let that kind of guy continue to stay in this world. Kill. Lin Ye caught a glimpse of fierceness in the man's eyes and was startled. It looks like he's about to take action. Alas, the person you once admired has turned into a shameful bastard. This strong sense of disillusionment is enough to push a person off the cliff of sanity and into madness. However, killing cannot bring relief, it only brings greater madness. He must be stopped. Lin Ye thought about it and an idea quickly came to his mind. Sir, if you believe me, you can bring your brother to me, maybe I can help him cheer up again. Well, I also have a younger brother, the most frightening episode. Chapter 181. A man wearing glasses was sitting at the bar. His eyes drooped behind the thick lenses, looking lazy and listless. Except for the glasses and a thick beard under his nose, this man and Tomofumi Tanaka who came to the store yesterday were almost cut from the same mold. Both their face shape and body shape are very similar. When he entered the store, Lin Ye knew at the first sight that he was Tanaka Tomofumi's brother, Tanaka Kazuyu. Currently, he is relying on blackmailing his younger brother, eating, drinking and living in his brother's house, unaware that his own brother has already developed murderous intentions. He came alone. My silly little brother actually thought of buying me a drink, as the eldest brother, I feel really relieved. Tanaka Kazuyuki yawned, a nonchalant smile on his face. That stupid boy, even though he was threatened by me, he actually took out money and asked me to come here to drink. Did he collude with the bartender to poison my drink and try to kill me? Huh, how is that possible? So, Mr. Bartender, what drink do you plan to let me drink? Tanaka Kazuyoshi glanced at Lin Ye lazily. This lazy temperament is only possessed by people who have not worked for a long time. Lin Ye smiled and said, I heard that Mr. Tanaka is a writer. Hee, that brat, it seems I told you a lot about me, but now I don't dare to call myself a writer, Tanaka laughed at himself. Now, I am just a useless person who relies on my brother to survive. Huh. Lin Ye looked at the other person in surprise. Mr. Tanaka has a clear understanding of himself. Before this, Lin Ye thought he was a lazy bastard who was unaware of his own shortcomings. Lin Ye asked again, when it comes to writers and wine, who do you think of first, Mr. Tanaka? Of course it's Ernest Hemingway, Tanaka Kazuyoshi answered without any hesitation. When he mentioned Hemingway's name, a gleam of longing flashed in his eyes. Although it was only a brief moment, Lin Ye still caught it. And heard the voice in his heart. Hemingway, my favorite writer. Hemingway's writing career is inseparable from the company of wine. Without wine, Hemingway's writing style would definitely change a lot, said Kazuyoshi Tanaka. Then you must know something about Hemingway's wine. Of course. The most famous ones are Death in the Afternoon and Hemingway Daiquiri. One is named after Hemingway's work, and the other directly uses Hemingway's name. Oh, I understand. You want to make Hemingway's wine for me? That's not bad. Tanaka Kazuyu smiled. That's right, Lin Ye nodded and smiled. So which one would you like? Hemingway once described daiquiri in his book, An Island in a Flood. I like An Island better than Death in the Afternoon, which is about a Spanish bullfighter, so I chose daiquiri. Okay, please wait a moment. Hemingway daiquiri, also known as frozen daiquiri and papa daiquiri. Ice cubes. Rum, maraschino, lime juice, grapefruit juice. Soon, Lin Ye placed the finished wine in front of Tanaka. Tanaka picked it up and stared at the glass in front of him. Murmured another unsweetened frozen daiquiri was placed in front of him, he raised the glass, which was full and frosted. There was a layer of foam floating on the surface of the wine, he looked at the clear wine under the foam and thought of the sea. The foam on the surface is like the white waves trailing behind a boat, and the clear wine below is like the water of a shallow sea. I wish the bar could serve a kind of wine that looks like the color of deep sea water, and the water should be as smooth as a mirror, and when the sun shines directly into the water, you can see the plankton in the water. This is the description of the frozen daiquiri in the book, An Island in a Flood. Have you read that book? Lin Ye nodded. This is a work that Hemingway started writing in 1950, but it was compiled and published by his wife and editor only after his death. The first publication was in 1970, it tells the story of the painter Hudson. Good. Tanaka Kazuyoshi nodded, took a sip of Hemingway daiquiri, and his eyes, which seemed to be still sleepy, suddenly widened. This is... As a fan of Hemingway, he had certainly had the frozen daiquiri, and he didn't know how many times he had had it. But no glass of wine has ever brought him the shock he has at this moment. At this moment, he felt as if he had turned into a boat breaking through the waves in the sea. In the book. The Solitary Island. Hudson lost his 3 sons. In order to take revenge on the Germans, he converted his ship into an auxiliary patrol boat. Except for the time when he was drinking in the bar, he took the boat to conduct reconnaissance on the sea when he was sober. Tanaka Kazuyuki felt like he was that boat now, with an inexplicable emotion surging in his chest. Lin Ye glanced at him, and felt that the atmosphere was set, so he began to talk. From 1940 to 1950, Hemingway did not publish any works for a full decade. In 1950, Across the River and Into the Trees was published, which attracted a lot of negative reviews. Many people said that he had run out of ideas. Tanaka Kazuyuki opened his eyes and murmured. After a decade of creative slump, my first published work received rave reviews. This pain is unimaginable. If it happened to me, I would definitely not be able to bear it. Compared to that, I was only rejected a few times by publishers, which was a minor setback. Hearing Tanaka's thoughts, Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. That's the right thing to think of, Mr. Tanaka. Then he continued. In the face of many criticisms, Hemingway did not remain silent. Just 2 years later, in 1952, The Old Man and the Sea was published. Hemingway won the 1953 Pulitzer Prize and the 1954 Nobel Prize in Literature for it, which restored his reputation in the world literary world. I personally think that the frozen daiquiri also contributed to Mr. Hemingway's creation of such an excellent work as The Old Man and the Sea. Lin Ye smiled and looked at the wine glass in Tanaka Kazuyu's hand. As a bartender, he wasn't shy about putting gilded luster on the frozen daiquiri. During his stay in Cuba, Hemingway often visited a bar called Little Florida, and this Hemingway daiquiri was created there. This glass of wine accompanied Hemingway through the most difficult 10 years of his creative career, helping him to successfully get out of the haze and eventually create his masterpiece. Tanaka Kazuyoshi looked at the wine glass in his hand and laughed as well. So, what you want to convey to me through this glass of wine is that you hope I can cheer up like Hemingway, right? Seeing Lin Ye nod, Tanaka Kazuyu raised his head and said slowly, but, Hemingway still shot himself in the end, didn't he? Lin Ye was stunned for a while. Hey, Mr. Tanaka, the atmosphere has become so tense, shouldn't you shed tears of emotion, then have an epiphany and resolve to change your ways? It's very difficult for me to handle this. Chapter 182. Tanaka Kazuyoshi smiled. That guy, I thought he would hate me, it turns out that he still cares about me as a brother. I feel a little touched. Ah. Lin Ye looked strange. But seeing Tanaka Kazuyuki's relieved expression, he couldn't say, your brother actually planned to kill you. Tanaka took a sip of wine and said, Hemingway had health problems in his later years due to years of alcoholism. His blood pressure and cholesterol were very high, and he suffered from aortitis and liver problems. Not only that, his physical body also gradually weakened. And he fell into depression and paranoia, and finally shot himself in despair. Do you know what gun he used to shoot himself? Tanaka asked. Hunting rifle, Lin Ye replied. Yes, a shotgun, a double-barreled shotgun. Tanaka raised his right hand, put his index and middle fingers together, and pointed them at his face. Just like that, boom. When his wife found him, he was unrecognizable except for his mouth and jaw. Tanaka put his hand down and smiled. I guess his last wife must have been terrified and may have nightmares from now on. Writers are indeed a difficult bunch. Seeing the smile on Tanaka's face, Lin Ye thought. In his mind, among all the clients from different professions, writers are as difficult to deal with as psychologists. Most of them are sensitive and suspicious, thoughtful, not easily influenced by words, and sometimes ask strange questions. Although alcohol took away Hemingway's health to a certain extent, if it weren't for alcohol, he might have collapsed halfway through. Tanaka changed the subject and said this, taking a sip of wine. Hemingway was born in 1899 and experienced 2 world wars. His generation was called the Lost Generation, because they were born in such a chaotic era. They were confused about the world and the future, so they kept wine as their companion. Tanaka sighed. Lin Ye listened quietly. After the peak, it's all downhill. After Hemingway wrote The Old Man and the Sea, he could never surpass his past self. Some people think that he committed suicide because he set too high standards for his subsequent works and fell into despair after realizing that he could no longer reach the level of The Old Man and the Sea. I can completely understand this feeling, Tanaka said with emotion. But he immediately smiled and said, don't get me wrong, I have no intention of committing suicide. I want to enjoy the rest of my life. Well, Mr. Tanaka, I'm afraid this is why you can't write anything. It would be strange if you could write good works if you pursue comfort. Lin Ye thought to himself. However, if Mr. Tanaka still has the idea of sucking his brother's blood, it will be a question whether he can live until next week, let alone the rest of his life. Mr. Tanaka is obviously a fan of Hemingway and is very familiar with his life and works. He should know that Hemingway himself and the characters in his works are typical tough guys. But Mr. Tanaka chose to be a weak parasite. Is he really a fan of Hemingway? Lin Ye couldn't help but feel doubtful. So he decided to take a look inside this guy's mind. Because his abilities had undergone new changes some time ago and out of concern for his own mental state, when Lin Ye went to the Mihua library recently. In addition to looking up knowledge about wine, he also read some books on mental health and psychology. Now he has a much better grasp of his own abilities. With a thought, the tendrils of his consciousness extend freely, and after touching Mr. Tanaka, the scene before his eyes changes. What appeared before his eyes was no longer the Polo Bar, but a private house. He was standing in a corridor with a half-open door in front of him. Suddenly, Tanaka Kazuyuki's voice came from the crack of the door. Sure, that kid usually looks honest, but I didn't expect that he would do crooked things and engage in illegal stock trading. Lin Ye's head passed through the door and saw Tanaka Kazuyuki, who was wearing a bathrobe. He was holding a stack of documents with a greedy expression on his face. Brother, this won't do. How can you not share good things with your brother? It's actually such a high profit. With this money, I can continue to shine in the field of literature, hee. Glow and heat. No, you will become cold and hard, a corpse. Looking at the greedy Tanaka Kazuyuki, an idea came to Lin Ye's mind. That was a theory he had read in a psychology book. The book says that through certain specific methods, one can enter someone else's subconscious mind, and then implant an idea deep into the other person's consciousness by changing things in the subconscious mind. The implanted ideas will take root and sprout in the other person's consciousness like seeds, continue to grow, and affect the surface consciousness, thereby changing the other person's thoughts and affecting their behavior without anyone noticing. However, this behavior is very dangerous. If the wrong ideas are implanted, it may cause a mental breakdown in the recipient. For example, if you implant the idea that the world you live in is fake, the person being implanted will be gradually swallowed up by the sense of nothingness, and will eventually come to believe that the entire world is unreal and behave irrationally. If Lin Ye had read such a book in his previous life, he would have simply thought it was a setting in some fictional work. But after coming to this world and seeing all kinds of unscientific phenomena happening to him, Lin Ye felt that this was not impossible. However, due to the danger of this behavior, he only watched it and did not practice it. It is already very rude to enter someone else's inner world without permission, and it would be even more impolite to mess around in someone else's inner world. So ever since he was able to actively master the ability to enter other people's inner world, Lin Ye has never used it again. But right now, in order to save Tanaka Kazuyuki's life, he could not care less about politeness. We must change his mind and make him give up staying at his brother's house. So Lin Ye decided to put this idea into practice for the first time, on this Tanaka. Lin Ye thought about it and came up with an idea. Just use fear. As long as he is made to feel scared and think that something unfortunate will happen if he continues to stay at his brother's house, he will naturally leave on his own initiative. If you continue to stay here, you will be killed. Just let him have the idea. Lin Ye happened to see the scene of Tanaka Tomofumi killing his brother. Well, just use a golf club. Lin Ye's body was no longer transparent, but turned into the appearance of Tomofumi Tanaka, with a very handy golf club in his hand. Then he pushed the door open and walked into the room. Sure, you came at the right time. Look what I found. Tanaka Kazuyoshi proudly raised the documents in his hand. Tanaka Tomofumi grinned and said in a grim tone, Brother, look what's in my hand. He raised his golf club. Chapter 183. Tanaka's House. Tomofumi Tanaka sat tiredly on the sofa. Although the TV was on, his attention was not on it at all. He was thinking about his brother who had gone to Poirot's bar. Oh, I hope that young man can succeed, otherwise I will. Click. The sound of the door opening interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw his brother, Tanaka Kazuyoshi, who had returned home. Unlike usual, his brother at this moment gave him the feeling that something had changed, but if he looked closely, he could not find any changes. Brother, you are back. Tanaka Kazuyoshi nodded and smiled, giving people a peaceful feeling. Sure felt more and more strange. What do you think of that bar, bro? Tanaka Kazuyoshi walked over to another sofa and sat down. Great, the environment is elegant, the bartender is first-rate, the drinks are delicious, he's funny, and he's knowledgeable and has unique insights, he's a great man. Sure was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard his elder brother praise a man like this. By the way, Tomoshi, Tanaka Kazuyoshi spoke again, looking at his brother kindly. What? I'm going to move out in 2 days, I'm really sorry to have caused you trouble during this period of time, Tanaka Kazuyoshi said sincerely. Tomofumi Tanaka opened his eyes wide. Also, please rest assured that I won't tell anyone about that matter. That incident refers to Tomofumi Tanaka's illegal stock trading. What I said to you 2 days ago was just a joke, Tanaka Kazuyoshi continued with a laugh. Those words refer to the words used to blackmail his brother. Tanaka Kazuyoshi raised his head and the light shone on his face. I've been depressed for long enough, it's time to cheer up. Tomofumi Tanaka looked at him in amazement. Gee, sure, you are getting married, right? I will definitely come to your wedding day. The next night, Christmas Eve. Tomofumi Tanaka was driving his fiancée out shopping, and when they passed by the entrance of Polo Bar, they found that it was not open. It seems that he is on holiday. Let's come back another day. At this time, Lin Ye was at the Rex Band's concert. This is his first time participating in such an event. He, Conan, Ran, and Sonoko stood together among the fanatical fans. The atmosphere was very lively and, to be honest, he found it quite noisy. Conan, who was standing next to him, had the same idea as him. Conan stood between the thighs, covering his ears with his hands, with a painful expression on his face. Ugh, it's so noisy. As for Xiaolan and Sonoko, they were very enthusiastic and completely integrated into the atmosphere of the scene. Lin Ye looked at the three people who were performing on the stage. The lead singer, Tatsuya Kimura, still has a cool hairstyle and style, and his singing voice is strong and powerful. The guitarist is a young girl with short hair, and the drummer is a man wearing a headscarf and sunglasses, who looks very cool. Finally, the performance ended. When Lin Ye left the scene, he felt his head was huge. Conan's face turned pale, and he looked like he might vomit at any moment. He swore in his heart that he would never come to such a hellhole again. Sonoko and Xiaolan looked very excited, their faces flushed. Next, they went to karaoke. This was another place that Lin Ye had rarely been to. The private room was very large, and upon entering, Lin Ye felt that the layout here was very familiar. Because they were delayed for a while buying things on the way, when they arrived, the four members of Rex Band were already in the private room. When he saw Tatsuya Kimura sitting on the sofa, he immediately recalled. Isn't this where he died? He couldn't help but look at Rex Band's manager, Mari Terahara. Compared to the day she went to the Polo Bar, she only wore light makeup this time, which made her look less gaudy and more pure. No, she shouldn't do it, right? After all, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Seeing Lin Ye and others walking into the box, Mari Terahara and Tatsuya Kimura's eyes fell on Lin Ye's face at the same time. So Miss Sonoko's customer is Mr. Hayashi. Mari Terahara recognized him immediately and said with a smile. Lin Ye smiled and responded, hello, Miss Mari. Then he looked at Tatsuya Kimura, who had taken off his coat. Long time no see, Mr. Tatsuya. It's you, Tatsuya Kimura smiled. After a brief greeting, Lin Ye and others sat on the empty sofa. Lin Ye sat in the middle, Sonoko and Xiaolan sat on both sides, and then Conan sat down between Lin Ye and Xiaolan, separating the two. Lin Ye glanced at Conan and saw the boy's concerned expression, which made him want to laugh. Then there was a brief self-introduction session. The short-haired guitarist is called Mieko Shibasaki, and the drummer wearing a headscarf is called Katsumi Yamada. Lin Ye and others also introduced themselves, and the two sides were considered to know each other. When it comes to karaoke, singing is a natural part. The first person to lead the singing was the man in the turban. Although my singing voice is not as good as Tatsuya's, it's still pretty good. The man in the headscarf went on stage to sing. Although his voice was not excellent, his singing was full of passion and accompanied by bold and confident body movements, which made it particularly infectious. When the prelude of the second song sounded, Kimura Tatsuya looked at Terahara Mari and said, my beautiful agent, I ordered this song especially for you, go and sing it. Hey, what a familiar prelude, Xiaolan pondered the title of the song. Isn't this, She Thinks She Is Beautiful? Sonoko immediately remembered and looked at Kimura Tatsuya strangely. Why did he order this song for Miss Mari? Is there something wrong between them? Mari Terahara stood up from the sofa and smiled faintly, as if she didn't care. Okay, since Tatsuya wants to hear this song, I'll sing it. After all, Tatsuya is leaving the band soon, so just think of it as a farewell. Mari Terahara picked up the microphone and started singing along with the accompaniment. She thought she was beautiful, but in fact, only her back was pretty. Mari Terahara sang with great devotion, her eyes even moistened. The singing is melodious, full of emotion and very infectious. Ms. Mari's singing voice is so great. And it's so sad. Both Sonoko and Xiaolan praised. Lin Ye looked at Tatsuya Kimura. Am I going too far? Listening to Mari's sad singing, Tatsuya Kimura began to feel shaken. After finishing the song, Mari Terahara wiped her eyes and sat back down on the sofa. Tatsuya, how was my singing? She asked with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness. Being stared at like this, Kimura Tatsuya felt even more guilty. He looked away guiltily and whispered, yeah, that's great. What's going on? This guy seems to have become a different person recently. When I used to mock her, she would show an angry or pretend to be indifferent expression. But recently she has been looking at me with gentle eyes and no longer wears bright makeup. Could it be that she has noticed my intention? Chapter 184. Mieko, this is the song I ordered for you, go sing it. Tatsuya Kimura looked at the short-haired guitarist girl. Mieko Shibazaki stood up, walked to the stage, picked up the microphone and started singing. Ah, my dear. The singing was sad, the expression was sorrowful, and even tears were shed. As expected of a band member, he really puts his heart into singing. I think she might be really sad. Seeing Mieko singing with tears in her eyes, Sonoko praised her, while Xiaolan looked at Tatsuya Kimura who was drinking beer. The attentive girl had noticed long ago that Miss Mieko's eyes were always looking at Tatsuya Kimura. She must like Mr. Kimura, right? Now that Tatsuya Kimura is about to leave the band, she will naturally feel sad. Lin Ye also discovered this. As a bartender, how could he remain indifferent when seeing a sad soul? So when Mieko finished singing and returned to her seat, he handed over his business card and said, Ms. Mieko, if you want a drink, you're welcome to come find me here. Mieko took the business card blankly. Polo Bar, bartender. Mr. Lin's bartending skills are great, and he's also very good at comforting people, Tera Haramari said with a smile. Mieko, if you have any troubles, go have a drink with Mr. Lin, and you'll definitely feel better. Well, I've also been to that store, it's a great bar, and Mr. Lin is the most satisfying bartender I've ever met, Tatsuya Kimura also said. Tatsuya actually praised someone like this. Shibasaki Mieko looked at Lin Ye with a surprised expression. Thank you, I will definitely go. Lin Ye smiled and nodded. Even Lienda said so, it seems that Mr. Lin is really very powerful, I have to go there too, the turban man grinned and said. Mr. Lin, can you give me a business card? Of course, Lin Ye handed over his business card. Ah, I really want to grow up to 20 years old soon so that I can drink the wine mixed by Mr. Lin myself, Yuenzi looked longing. Xiaolan was thinking. 20 years old, that is, 3 years from now, what will happen to me and Shinichi at that time? Lin Ye glanced at Conan beside her. 3 years later, will this kid change back to his original state? If he hadn't changed back, when he was in the 4th grade of elementary school, he would have looked more and more like Kudo Shinichi, right? Will Xiaolan recognize him? What about another 10 years? If we really wait 10 years, Conan won't need to look for an antidote because he has already returned to his original appearance. At that time, if he had not revealed his identity to Xiaolan, what would Xiaolan feel when she saw his face? A lively music started playing. Xiaolan, it's our turn. This is the song that Yuenzi ordered. She pulled Xiaolan to the stage, and the two young girls approached the microphone and sang with voices full of girlish vitality. Feel your heart. In the cycle of seasons, my longing for you just my love. Will always be by my side. This song is the debut work of the duo Velvet Garden which just debuted recently 1996. It has a fast rhythm, is catchy and is very popular. The song was full of youthful energy when sung by two high school girls, and the mood of everyone present became cheerful and bright. The man in the headscarf followed the beat, and Mieko was attracted by their singing, and her melancholy mood was cured. Ah, they are really angels. In such an atmosphere, Lin Ye's mood also became cheerful. It seems that it is quite good to participate in this kind of entertainment activities occasionally. Xiaolan's singing voice is so great. He turned his head to look at Conan, and the boy's eyes fell on Xiaolan as if attracted by a magnet. Mr. Lin, how did we sing? After singing, Yuenzi returned to Lin Ye and asked impatiently, his eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Lin Ye smiled and praised, it sounds very nice, my mood becomes more relaxed. Sonoko suddenly showed an expression filled with happiness and fell on the sofa. Ah, so this is how it feels to be praised by the person you like. I feel like fainting. Seeing Sonoko's exaggerated expression, Conan, as usual, complained in his heart about this alternative childhood sweetheart. Huh, this guy is exaggerating. Xiaolan, you sing very well too, maybe you can debut as an idol in the future, Lin Yi said to Xiaolan who sat back on the sofa. Xiaolan blushed slightly, you're too kind, how can I be an idol? Huh, Xiaolan is an idol? A karate idol? If she goes on stage to perform brick breaking with bare hands, Xiaolan will definitely be able to break 10 bricks. Conan recalled the fear of being dominated by Xiaolan's iron fist and complained mercilessly. Conan, do you want to go up and sing a song? Lin Yi smiled and touched the head of Conan who was sitting between him and Xiaolan. No, Yes, Conan, why don't you go up and sing too? I haven't heard you sing before. Before Conan could say no, Xiaolan showed an expectant expression. Yes, kid, you should try it too, Maisie also said. Little boy, don't be shy, sing bravely, the man in the headscarf also encouraged. I. Hey, kid, are you scared? You can't be a coward. Conan gritted his teeth. Huh, you asked me to sing this. Oh, alright, I'll sing it. When they saw Conan walk onto the stage, everyone applauded. A round of powerful music started. Conan ordered the song Break, by another duo music group to mix. As the prelude played, Conan nodded in an orderly manner, seemingly building up his emotions. Then. Expose all my lies, I am waiting for your Hughie, can't tell you frankly, it makes you sad, hold me tight, right now. As soon as Conan opened his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. It can't be said to be out of tune, it can only be said to be completely out of tune. Most people can't sing to this extent even if they want to. It turns out that Conan is not good at singing. His singing is off tune, similar to Shinichi's. Xiaolan thought of the missing Shinichi again. In the end, he still didn't come back for Christmas. Sonoko, who was immersed in the great happiness of being praised by Lin Ye, was also awakened by Conan's singing, and was staring at Conan with a resentful look on her face. This kid is so noisy. Tatsuya Kimura burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, your singing is so interesting, I've never heard such a unique singing style. The rest of the band also tried to hold back their laughter. However, Conan was unaware of the crowd's reactions and continued to sing with ecstasy, making constant noise. The lyrics of the song touched him, so he sang with great devotion. Lin Ye looked at Conan, who was immersed in his own singing, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It turns out that this great detective is tone deaf. Chapter 185. After singing the last sentence with emotion, Conan opened his eyes, called Ran in his heart, and looked at Xiaolan with emotion. Xiaolan had a stiff smile on her face and looked away awkwardly. Conan wants me to praise him. But. Hey, why are you making that expression? Weren't you also the one who encouraged me to sing just now? The touch in Conan's heart disappeared in an instant, and he walked off the stage with a pair of salty fish eyes. Sister Xiaolan, how was my singing? Well, this is great, Xiaolan praised with a stiff expression. Huh, this is too fake, are you treating me like a child? Conan's mouth twitched. Okay, it's my turn next. As if to break the somewhat cold atmosphere, Tatsuya Kimura walked onto the stage and sang Bloodstained Goddess by the Rex Band. Although they had already witnessed Kimura Tatsuya's singing ability at the performance, after hearing Conan's singing, everyone couldn't help but feel that Kimura Tatsuya's singing had reached a new level. Hey, Uncle Lin, go up and sing too. Lin Ye looked at Conan in confusion. Conan gave him an innocent smile. You were the one who asked me to sing just now. You embarrassed me. Now it's your turn. Singing right behind a professional singer, enjoy the pressure, uncle. Good boy, play with me. But you are too naive. I won't be fooled by you. Lin Yi smiled slightly, I just. Hey, Sister Yuanzi, Sister Xiaolan, you guys want to hear Uncle Lin sing too? Before Lin Yi could refuse, Conan began to encourage Xiaolan and Sonoko. Mr. Lin, do you want to sing? I'm really looking forward to it. Yuanzi's eyes lit up. She had long wanted to invite Lin Yi to sing, and now that Conan had taken the initiative to ask her, she naturally would not miss this good opportunity. Seeing that Xiaolan and Yuanzi were staring at him with expectant expressions, Lin Yi swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It would be a shame to refuse at this time. Then sing it. It's just singing a song, it won't hurt you. Lin Yi ordered a song called Heartbeat at the end of the century, and then calmly walked onto the stage. Even though the person singing before him was the lead singer of a popular band, he didn't take it seriously at all. Anyway, he doesn't rely on singing to make a living, so just take it as a way to relax. Seeing Lin Ye's calm face, Conan was a little disappointed. He had expected to see a nervous expression on his face. This guy is really patient. Lin Yi turned his head, smiled at Conan, and began to sing, Once in a Century, the end of the century. Conan was stunned when he heard Lin Ye's voice. You sang pretty well. I am not noble. Not perfect either, the only thing I understand is the beating of my heart, Lin Yi continued to sing. His pronunciation seemed awkward, but his voice was good and full of emotion, so it sounded very contagious. Everyone present was attracted and listened attentively. Yuanzi clasped his hands in front of his chest and stared at Lin Yi with a fanatical expression. Mr. Lin looks so handsome when he sings. His voice is so sexy. How can it not be perfect? Perfect. So perfect. Conan glanced sideways at Sonoko. Huh, this woman must be a female leopard on the hunt. She looks like she might pounce at any time. So scary. He turned and looked at Xiaolan again. Xiaolan behaved much more normally, although she was listening very seriously, which made him feel a little unhappy. On the way back, Lin Ye had a smile on his face. What a great night tonight. Both Terahara Mari and Kimura Tatsuya were in a stable mood, so it was unlikely that such regrettable incidents would happen again. However, he felt a little strange that Terahara Mari did not seem to explain to Kimura Tatsuya why she had plastic surgery, otherwise Kimura would not have selected that ironic song for her. He had thought that even if Ms. Mari didn't undergo surgery to return to her original appearance, she would at least give an explanation. But it looks like not. She didn't care about Kimura's sarcasm and seemed to think that it was proof that Kimura loved her. Well, that works fine. As long as no one is killed, time will tell whether the two can be together. Shinichi didn't come back after all. Xiaolan's lost voice was heard. Lin Ye looked at Xiaolan, who was sitting on the other side. She was looking out the window, and her depressed face was reflected on the car window. Conan was sitting in the middle and naturally noticed that Xiaolan was in a low mood. He could probably guess what she was thinking. Go to the bathroom and call her at night. Even though we were right next to each other, it felt like we were in a long-distance relationship. He is truly a detective. The next day during the day. As usual, Lin Ye went out for exercise. After persisting for this period of time, he can now run as fast as the wind, his body is light, and his hands and feet are coordinated. Just as he was immersed in a wonderful state of running, a loud noise suddenly came from nearby, as if something exploded. He woke up from his wonderful state and looked towards the source of the sound. A big hole was blown out of the wall near the roadside, with black smoke billowing out of the hole. A fat figure jumped out of the smoke, looking dusty and in a very miserable state. He was a fat old man wearing a white laboratory coat and had a bald head. After the old man rushed out of the smoke, he groaned weakly. Ah, I'm saved. Then he fell to the ground with a thud and didn't move. Lin Ye ran over quickly. A pungent smell of chemicals emanated from the large hole in the wall, so he dragged the old man to upwind and called emergency services from a nearby phone booth. About 10 minutes later, an ambulance arrived at the scene and medical staff skillfully lifted the old man onto a stretcher. At this time, Lin Ye heard the same voice in the hearts of several emergency workers. It's him again. It's him indeed. What, does this happen often? Under Lin Ye's puzzled gaze, the emergency personnel skillfully carried the stretcher into the car. It was not until the ambulance disappeared around the corner that Lin Ye retracted his gaze and looked towards the old man's home. The door plate reads, Agasa. Hey, is he the legendary Professor Agasa? Kudo Shinichi's neighbor. Lin Ye looked next door. There was a very luxurious house in the yard with Kudo written on the doorplate. It was indeed him. The little props on Conan were obtained from him. He blew up his house while doing experiments and sent himself to the hospital. What a weird old man. Hope everyone is okay. Lin Ye shook his head, gave a blessing in his heart and continued running. Then it was afternoon. As usual, Lin Ye arrived at Polo Bar early, read the newspaper, and chatted with Amuro Toru, who had also arrived. Toru, how was your Christmas last night? Did any girl ask you out? Toru Amuro shook his head, with a hint of helplessness in his smile. As an undercover agent, how could he fool around with women? Hey, I thought a lot of girls would ask you out, you're so handsome, Toru. Manager, how did you spend last night? Toru Amuro asked back because he didn't want to become the topic of conversation. Chapter 186. Shortly after opening, the bell at the corner of the door of Poirot's bar rang softly. Accompanied by the ringing of the bell, Xiaolan, Sonoko, and a mature woman entered the store. With long black hair and glasses, she looks very elegant. Mr. Lin, this is Xiaolan's and Lan's junior high school music teacher, Ms. Matsumoto Sayuri. After the three of them sat down at the bar, Sonoko introduced enthusiastically. On the way home from school, she and Xiaolan met teacher Matsumoto sitting on a bench on the side of the road. Teacher Matsumoto looked worried, so Sonoko invited her to the Polo Bar. Mr. Lin's wine will definitely solve the teacher's troubles. Unz firmly believed so. Hello, Teacher Matsumoto, Lin Ye greeted the woman with a smile. Sayuri Matsumoto glanced at him and smiled. On the way here, Sonoko kept telling me about Mr. Lin, which made me curious. Now that I see him, he is indeed a handsome guy. Ah, Mr. Matsumoto, Sonoko blushed rarely. Sayuri Matsumoto saw Sonoko blushing and said in surprise, oh, this is the first time I see Sonoko being shy. Mr. Lin is really not simple. Unz's face turned even redder and she glanced at Lin Ye secretly. Lin Ye appeared to be very calm. This Mr. Matsumoto is really interesting. But Unz, if you bring the teacher here, aren't you afraid that the teacher will snatch this outstanding Mr. Lin away? I'm not worried, said Sonoko. Hey, what's going on? Unz looked at her former teacher, who was now more like an older sister, and said, Teacher, I know you are getting married soon. Ah, really? Teacher Matsumoto, are you really getting married? Who are you going to get married to? Sayuri Matsumoto gave a helpless smile and shook her head. I can't hide it from the second lady of the Suzuki family. Yes, I'm getting married. As for the person I'm going to marry, he's also a young master from a wealthy family. Matsumoto raised her beautiful chin slightly, seeming a little proud. From now on, I will no longer be a music teacher in a middle school, I will become the lady of a wealthy family. By then, maybe I can meet our Miss Sonoko at some banquet. Matsumoto smiled and winked at Sonoko. Lin Ye's heart moved and he looked at Matsumoto Sayuri, who was smiling. Although she was smiling and her tone was relaxed, but, at that moment just now, Lin Ye heard a sigh from her heart. Was she forced to marry into a wealthy family? Well, it doesn't look like it. Lin Ye's interest was piqued and he continued to listen to the conversation between the teacher and the student. The eldest son of a wealthy family. Sonoko's mind flashed through some of the wealthy young men she had met, but none of them was worthy of teacher Matsumoto. Who is it? Hehe, you'll know on my wedding day, Matsumoto Sayuri smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I will definitely invite you too. Oh, and that Kudo guy too. You still remember him, said Sonoko. That arrogant tone-deaf boy was a rare flower in my teaching career, of course I remember him. Sayuri Matsumoto gave a nostalgic smile. Also, he and Junyan looked alike when they were children. Whenever I see his face, I can't help but want to bully him, hehe. Huh. Junyan, is he the person she wants to marry? Moreover, this teacher seems to have some special feelings for Kudo Shinichi. Xiaolan, can you please invite Kudo-san to my wedding? I want to wear a beautiful wedding dress and surprise him. Sayuri Matsumoto laughed and said, that little guy seems to have always regarded me as a stern old witch, this time I must open his eyes. Xiaolan recalled the time when Shinichi sang out of tune and made Mr. Matsumoto mad, and she couldn't help but smile. Okay, I will definitely invite him. If Shinichi knew this news, he would probably come back, right? Well, attending a wedding with Shinichi. Xiaolan's face turned slightly red. Sayuri Matsumoto keenly noticed her change, so she smiled wickedly and said, Hey, our Xiaolan is not thinking about when can I enter the marriage hall with my beloved Shinichi classmate. Xiaolan's slightly red face suddenly turned very red. Oh, it seems I was right, Sayuri Matsumoto laughed again. No, no. Who would like that kind of reasoning geek? Huh, Xiaolan is still so shy, so cute. Ms. Matsumoto is still so fond of playing tricks on me, woo. Xiaolan lowered her head, wishing she could get into the bar. Lin Ye at the bar smiled slightly. Mr. Matsumoto was really an interesting teacher and had a very good relationship with his students. At this moment, he heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door. Really? That Xiaolan girl is saying that I'm a mystery geek again. Well, I never expected that old witch would get married. Unfortunately, I can't attend her wedding as Kudo Shinichi. TSK. This kid is eavesdropping outside the door again. Well, he is a detective, and the act of eavesdropping is quite consistent with his identity as a detective. But what if Kudo doesn't come? Xiaolan, didn't you say that he was handling a difficult case? Well, I think if Mr. Matsumoto is getting married, Shinichi should, as Xiaolan spoke, she became unsure herself. Anyway, I'll ask, Xiaolan said. Xiaolan, tell that kid that if he doesn't come, I will tell every class I teach in the future about his embarrassing moments in junior high school, Matsumoto Sayuri said domineeringly. Okay. This old witch is too vicious. Conan's complaints were heard from outside the door. I would like to join, but I am now an elementary school student. It's all because of those two black guys. Teacher, let me tell you, yesterday was Christmas, Kudo actually left Xiaolan alone, that was too much. This guy, Sonoko, is saying bad things about me again. That boy, he really doesn't understand girls' hearts. Christmas is a very important holiday for couples, Teacher Matsumoto sighed. Actually, Shinichi called me last night, no, he and I are not a couple. Xiaolan said halfway when she suddenly realized what was going on and defended herself with a blushing face. Conan outside the door also blushed and silently thought of the proverb. No wonder they say 3 women make a drama. When 3 women get together, it really gets noisy. Forget it, let's go in and meet that old witch. Conan opened the door and walked into Poirot's bar. Chapter 187. Seeing Conan walking in with his school bag on his back, Xiaolan asked, her tone like an older sister asking her younger brother who came home late. I went to the park to play hide-and-seek with Mitsuhiko and the others, Conan answered. They had to drag me there, I don't want to play this kind of childish game. Sister Xiaolan, who is this auntie? Conan pointed at Matsumoto Sayuri with a curious look on his face. Auntie. This little devil. Sayuri Matsumoto raised her eyebrows. Although considering her age, there is nothing wrong with Conan calling her aunt, but this title is really unpleasant. And she had an inexplicable intuition that this kid seemed to have done it on purpose. Hey, I think I've seen this face somewhere before. This is Sanoko's junior high school music teacher, Mr. Matsumoto, Xiaolan introduced to Conan. Oh, it's Aunt Matsumoto, Conan called out with a smile. Lin Ye glanced at Conan. Yes, he did it on purpose. He was admiring teacher Matsumoto's expression after being called auntie. Being angry but unable to vent, this frustrated expression is really great. Conan was secretly pleased. This old woman bullied me for 3 years in junior high school, now it's my turn. It feels good to call her obeisant openly and honestly. It seems that becoming a child has no benefits at all. Sayuri Matsumoto raised her eyebrows again, narrowed her eyes, and observed the brat in front of her through the lenses. So much like. Whether it's the face or the infuriating attitude. Hey, kid, Ms. Matsumoto is young and beautiful, how can you call her aunt? Call her sister quickly. Sonoko immediately noticed the change in Mr. Matsumoto's expression, and immediately scolded him, raising her fist as if ready to hit Conan on the head. This guy, Sonoko, is really nosy. Conan muttered to himself, and changed his tone and called out, Matsumoto sister. How nice. Your name is Conan, right? Yeah, my name is Idagawa Conan, and I'm first grader this year, Conan introduced himself. So cute, let me hug you. Wait a minute. Without saying anything, Sayuri Matsumoto picked up Conan and placed him on her lap. Conan's face instantly turned red. Sonoko glanced at Conan from the side. What on earth is this little pervert blushing about? Xiaolan smiled slightly. Ms. Matsumoto seems to like children very much, is it because he is getting married soon? Lin Ye looked at Conan who was sitting in the teacher's arms with a smile. He knew what Conan was blushing about. It would be strange for a male high school student not to blush while sitting in the arms of his beautiful teacher. Although Kudo's body has shrunk, his consciousness is still that of a high school boy. The situation at this moment was too exciting for him. While Conan was shy, Sayuri Matsumoto suddenly reached out and took off the glasses on his face. By the time Conan reacted and stretched out his short hands to get his glasses back, it was too late. After his glasses were taken off, he felt as if he was stripped naked. So he looks like Toshihiko and that Kudo boy. Sayuri Matsumoto stared straight at Conan's face. Being stared at like this, Conan felt even more uncomfortable. Did this woman recognize me? Conan, you look like one of my students, Sayuri Matsumoto said, looking at his face. Conan's heart was shocked. This old woman still remembers it. Teacher, you are talking about that kid Kudo Shinichi, said Sonoko. I discovered this before, and I thought this kid was Uncle Kudo's illegitimate child, but I have confirmed with Aunt Yukiko that this kid is just a distant relative of the Kudo family. Matsumoto looked at Conan's face. Can distant relatives be so similar? This little guy looks exactly like Kudo Shinichi when he was a child. I would believe they are twins. However, since Sonoko has already called the Kudo couple to confirm, it should be correct. So that's how it is, I thought this was Kudo-san and Xiaolan's child. Teacher Matsumoto. Xiaolan called out with a red face. Okay, I won't joke anymore, don't be angry with the teacher, Sayuri Matsumoto said quickly with a smile. The old witch hasn't changed at all. Conan thought with a smile while being held in Sayuri Matsumoto's arms. Lin Ye spoke at this time to ease the atmosphere. What would you like to drink? Xiaolan and Sonoko ordered grape juice, and Conan ordered orange juice. I remember that Mr. Matsumoto liked lemon tea the most, he would drink it during class. Sonoko looked at Sayuri Matsumoto who was still considering it. Ms. Matsumoto, do you still like to drink that now? Matsumoto nodded and smiled, of course. I like lemon tea and I am getting married soon. Lin Ye had an idea and said with a smile, Miss Matsumoto, let me recommend a cup for you. Okay, UNZ trusts Mr. Lin so much, I believe Mr. Lin's recommendation will not disappoint me. Lin Ye nodded and began to prepare the necessary materials. In terms of wine, what is needed is gin and Cointreau. After Lin Ye told him the brand that was needed, Toru Amuro took 2 bottles of wine from the wine cabinet without any hesitation. One bottle is Hayman's London Dry Gin and the other is Cointreau orange liqueur produced in France. Then comes the juice, which requires freshly squeezed orange juice and lime juice. Toru Amuro squeezed orange juice while Lin Ye squeezed lime juice himself, and they both finished at almost the same time. Finally, pomegranate syrup is used to sweeten and neutralize the sour taste. Gin, Cointreau, orange juice, lime juice, grenadine. Pour the prepared ingredients into a cocktail shaker with ice according to proportion, then shake until the liquor is cooled and the flavors are blended. Under the curious gazes of Sayuri Matsumoto and several of her students, Lin Ye filtered the clear wine into the iced glass with an elegant posture. The wine line is crystal clear and exudes a sweet and refreshing fragrance. Ms. Matsumoto, orange blossom, please. Orange blossom. Sayuri Matsumoto blinked, picked up the wine glass, and a fresh and natural fragrance wafted into her nose. Lin Ye smiled and said, "The fragrance of orange blossom is rich and elegant, natural and fresh, and it has the effect of calming the mind, whitening and smoothing the skin. It is likened to the happy fragrance of the bride. Because of its pure and flawless color, it is often used in the bride's bouquet or headdress, implying good luck and happiness. I will use this glass of wine named after a flower to wish Miss Matsumoto a happy wedding." Sayuri Matsumoto was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you. Put your lips close to the glass and drink the wine. Light, fresh and clean, with crisp orange notes and a hint of cardamom, and a hint of mint." After taking a sip, Sayuri Matsumoto seemed to feel lighter both physically and mentally, and her worries were temporarily forgotten. At this moment, looking at Sayuri Matsumoto, Lin Ye's smile froze on his face. He saw it again. He saw Miss Matsumoto, who was wearing a wedding dress, lying on the ground, with blood staining the pure white wedding dress red. Chapter 188. Wow, I want to drink it too. Sonoko stared at the wine glass in Sayuri Matsumoto's hand and said with a longing look on her face. "No, Sonoko, you're still a high school student, how can you drink?" Sayuri Matsumoto immediately put down her wine glass and warned. "I know, teacher," Unz sighed and couldn't help complaining in her heart. "Alas, I have to wait 3 years before I can drink the wine mixed by Mr. Lin. People under 20 are not allowed to drink. Why does Japan have such an unpleasant rule?" This is because alcohol can have long-term effects on the adolescent brain, leading to decreased memory, negative effects on thinking ability, and can cause hormonal imbalances during puberty. When she heard Conan's voice, Sonoko realized that she had just said what was in her heart, and then she stared at Conan unhappily. "Is this kid educating me? This cocky look is as annoying as that Kudo Shinichi guy. They are indeed relatives. Hey, kid, have you said enough?" Conan smiled shyly and closed his mouth, laughing to himself. In fact, the legal drinking age in most countries around the world is set at around 18, and most laws only regulate drinking in public places and selling alcoholic beverages to minors, and there are no strict requirements for individuals at home. Lin Ye's voice came from the bar. In Germany, 14-year-olds can drink beer, wine and cider in restaurants and other places if they are accompanied by an adult. In the UK, you can drink these alcoholic beverages with a meal if you are over 16 and accompanied by an adult. After hearing Lin Ye's popular science, Unz showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Then why does Japan set the age so high? Maybe it was influenced by America. Lin Ye smiled and looked at Conan. "Conan, do you know what the legal drinking age is in America?" Conan answered without hesitation. According to the American National Minimum Drinking Age Act of 1984, all states and territories in the United States have set 21 as the minimum age for purchasing alcoholic beverages in order to obtain federal highway funds, but the minimum drinking age is determined by each state. Only Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands have a minimum drinking age of 18. Some states don't even allow underage teens to be in bars or other places. After hearing Conan's detailed answer, everyone except Lin Yilan, Tu, Yuan, and Song looked at him in surprise. "Oops, I'm too proud of myself." Feeling the subtle gazes of several people, Conan suddenly realized that he was no longer a high school detective, but a first-grade child. "Little boy, you know quite a lot," Sayuri Matsumoto looked at Conan curiously. "Ahaha, I saw it on TV," Conan scratched his head and once again blamed the TV. "But, the adult world is very complicated," Sayuri Matsumoto touched Conan's head, her eyes lowered, and said with emotion. "Wine can make people forget unhappy things temporarily, so even though they know it is bad for the body, many people still like it and even cannot live without it." Ms. Matsumoto's eyes looked so sad. Did something happen to her? Conan raised his head and saw a sad expression he had never seen before on the face of this old witch, who had been disciplining him for 3 years. "Ah, sister, have you encountered sad things?" Conan couldn't help but ask. He subconsciously wanted to call her auntie, but when he saw the expression on teacher Matsumoto's face, he instantly changed his mind to sister. No, nothing, Sayuri Matsumoto smiled again, patted Conan's head again, and said with a smile. Call me sister a few more times for me to hear. When Conan called her sister, she was really happy. Because Conan and that brat Kudo Shinichi looked exactly the same when they were children, it feels like Kudo Shinichi was calling him sister obediently. The reason for this is that Kudo Shinichi looks very similar to her first love. But there's no way those two guys would call me that. Kudo has called, Miss Matsumoto. Lin Ye glanced at Conan silently. Conan had a speechless expression on his face as he looked at Mr. Matsumoto, who was smiling and making strange requests to him. This woman, her expression changes so quickly. Mr. Lin, thank you for your wine and blessings, this wine is delicious and makes me feel great, Sayuri Matsumoto put down the wine glass and thanked Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded and smiled, but he was thinking about the scene he had just seen. Who wants to harm Miss Matsumoto? And they specifically choose her wedding day. What a huge grudge this is. By the way, Mr. Lin, can you come to my wedding too? Together with Sonoko and the others. Lin Ye agreed without thinking. He wants to go to the scene to catch the criminal who wants to kill Miss Matsumoto. There is an old Chinese saying, it is better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. He actually chose to attack someone when they were getting married. What a jerk. This cunning villain must be caught and brought to justice. Thank you, Mr. Matsumoto. When Sonoko heard that Sayuri Matsumoto invited Lin Ye to attend the wedding, she immediately looked at her teacher with gratitude and a beautiful future picture appeared in her mind. Walking with Mr. Lin at a romantic wedding and seeing the happy scene, he might be moved by the scene and want to find someone to marry. Then he saw the beautiful me beside him, our eyes intertwined in the air, and the so romantic. Seeing the picture that Unz imagined in his mind, Lin Ye felt a little headache. Miss Sonoko is so enthusiastic. But I think that kind of scene is impossible to happen, sorry. This woman is being crazy again, Conan saw Sonoko's happy expression, which immediately led to a ruthless complaint from him. Even Xiaolan could see what Sonoko was thinking. After all, Sonoko has a cheerful and outgoing personality. Whether it's love or hate, dislike or like, it's always written on her face and she never bothers to hide it. Conan, are you hungry? Xiaolan asked Conan beside her. Conan hummed, he was indeed hungry. A smart brain naturally needs to consume more energy, which is commonly known as getting hungry quickly. Then I'll go back and cook. Xiaolan stood up and invited Sayuri Matsumoto next to her. By the way, Mr. Matsumoto, why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? Sonoko can come too. Matsumoto agreed with a smile. Okay, then I'd like to taste Xiaolan's cooking skills. Please rest assured, teacher, I will do my best. Xiaolan left confidently and went back to cook. About half an hour later, Xiaolan returned to the store and called Conan and others to eat. Happy times are always so short, it's time to say goodbye to Mr. Lin again. Goodbye, my Romeo. With her inner drama full of thoughts, Sonoko reluctantly left the bar and went to Xiaolan's house for dinner with Conan and teacher Matsumoto. If it weren't for teacher Matsumoto, she would definitely choose to stay and continue to develop feelings with Lin Ye. But never mind, there is still a long way to go. Anyway, Mr. Lin is here and can't run away. We can slowly develop feelings for each other, hee. After seeing Unz walk out of the gate, Lin Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, with sweat slightly appearing on his forehead. It's really tiring to entertain the garden at full capacity for half an hour. This is also a test. Chapter 189. It's a nice sunny day. The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and there is a gentle breeze. It is a good time to travel and get married. The cross on the church roof pierces the sky, overlooking the bustling crowd below. Today is the day when Superintendent Matsumoto Kayanaga is marrying his daughter. Superintendent is the 6th level of police rank in Japan, above inspector and below superintendent. To make an analogy with China, it is equivalent to the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. When a superior marries his daughter, there are naturally many guests. The usually deserted church became lively. A taxi stopped by the roadside, and out of the car got a handsome young man, an innocent high school girl in a blue school uniform skirt, and a primary school student with glasses and a small suit. Unz, who was waiting at the church entrance, saw the 3 people and immediately waved and called them. Mr. Lin, Xiaolan, this way. Lin Ye saw Unz, and took Xiaolan and Conan across the church square and walked towards the church entrance. Hey, isn't this Xiaolan? Xiang, long time no see. On the way, Xiaolan's junior high school female classmate recognized her and the two exchanged brief greetings. When the two parties passed each other, Lin Ye felt a curious gaze. Who is this man? Isn't Xiaolan very close to that Kudo Shinichi? Did they break up? The gossipy mind of a little girl. It's so lively, Xiaolan exclaimed as she crossed the church square and met the garden. Sonoko said, since Mr. Matsumoto's father is a superintendent of the Metropolitan Police Department, his subordinates will naturally come to participate. In addition, there are many of Mr. Matsumoto's former students. I have already met several acquaintances. Then she looked at Conan beside Xiaolan. Why do you always bring this little brat with you? Because Conan has been clamoring to come with me, so, Xiaolan said embarrassedly. Hey, Xiaolan, you are just too soft-hearted, Sonoko shook her head. So that guy Kudo Shinichi won't come? I called Shinichi and he said, who wants to attend that old witch's wedding? Sonoko seemed to remember something funny and laughed. After all, that guy is tone-deaf. In junior high school music class, he was always out of tune and was punished by Mr. Matsumoto. It's really funny to think about it. Why does UNZ always complain about me? Conan stared at Sonoko with dissatisfaction. Why didn't that uncle come? Didn't he say at dinner the night before yesterday that he would come and participate in person? The day before yesterday, when she was having dinner at Xiaolan's house, Kagoro Mori vowed that he would also attend the wedding, but now he is nowhere to be seen. He said his stomach hurt. Forget it, don't worry about him, let's go and see how Matsumoto-sensei looks in her bridal gown. The old witch looks like she's wearing a bridal gown. Conan imagined it in his mind and twitched the corners of his mouth. It should still be very scary. Good, so beautiful. White wedding dress, beautiful bride like an angel. Conan couldn't help but stare at the beautiful woman standing by the window. Xiaolan and Sonoko also looked at Sayuri Matsumoto with envy and yearning. Ah, when can I wear such a beautiful wedding dress and walk into the palace of marriage with Mr. Lin? If Shinichi saw Mr. Matsumoto like this, he would be surprised, right? That brat Kudo Shinichi actually didn't come to my wedding. I was hoping to scare him to death with this dress. When Matsumoto Sayuri heard Xiaolan say that Kudo Shinichi would not come to the wedding, she complained with her hands on her hips. You have achieved your goal. I am really shocked by your current appearance. Conan thought to himself. Lin Ye stood behind a few people, looking at the beautiful bride, and his thoughts became more determined. We must stop that from happening. She observed Miss Matsumoto's complexion. She looked healthy and probably hadn't been poisoned. How would the murderer poison the victim? At this time, the door of the dressing room was pushed open. Lin Ye turned around and saw a fashionably dressed woman walking in with a plastic bag in her hand. Sayuri, I bought something nice for you. The woman smiled as she entered the room. Lin Ye watched the woman take out a can of drink from the bag and hand it to the bride, and immediately looked suspicious. Could it be this woman? But he did not hear any vicious voice in the woman's heart. Wow, it's lemon tea, thank you, Ime. Sayuri Matsumoto took the can of lemon tea and was about to open it to drink when Lin Ye stopped her and said. Please wait a moment, Ms. Matsumoto. Huh? Sayuri Matsumoto looked at Lin Ye in confusion. What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Lin Ye looked at her bright red lips, pointed at his own mouth, and said, Miss Matsumoto, aren't you afraid that your lipstick will fall off? That's right, Sayuri Matsumoto sighed helplessly. Thank you for your reminder, it seems I can only bear with it for a while. Don't worry, I'm ready, Takanaka Kazumi smiled and took out a straw from the bag. Just use the straw. Sayuri Matsumoto had long white gloves on her arms, so Kazumi Takanaka took the lemon tea from her, opened it for her, inserted the straw, and then handed it back to Matsumoto. Thank you, Ime, you are so thoughtful. Matsumoto took the lemon tea with a straw and said gratefully. We are good sisters, Takanaka Kazumi said with a smile. But don't drink too much, otherwise it will be troublesome if you want to go to the bathroom later. Matsumoto, who was wearing a wedding dress, blushed and held the straw in her mouth. Well, I understand. Lin Ye did not speak again to stop him. Because it was impossible for this woman named Ime to poison in front of so many people, and he had no reason to stop her. Just now he could use the lipstick issue to stop it, but now, is he going to say that he can predict the future? Ms. Matsumoto, I don't know who it is or why, but someone does want to poison you. Such stupid talk will not be convincing at all and will instead be regarded as insane. So he could only remain silent and continue to observe secretly. In college, Junyan was originally with Ime, but now he wants to marry me. Will Ime feel sad? Huh? Hearing Miss Matsumoto's thoughts, Lin Ye immediately became alert and began to observe Takanaka Kazumi carefully again. It seems very likely that the boyfriend was taken away by his best friend, and out of jealousy she committed revenge and killed him at the wedding. However, he still didn't hear any suspicious words from Takanaka Kazumi. I'm really sorry, Kazumi. Sayuri Matsumoto finally couldn't help but speak. Kazumi Takanaka was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that Sayuri was feeling guilty about Toshihiko. Snapped. She suddenly reached out and slapped Matsumoto Sayuri on the butt. Why are you still bringing this up at this time? Just be a happy bride. Besides, if we talk about who came first, you and Junyan have known each other since childhood, you little fool. Kazumi Takanaka smiled and thought with a hint of regret. Chapter 190. Why did Mr. Matsumoto apologize to Miss Kazumi? In addition to Lin Ye, Xiaolan, Sonoko and Conan also had the same question in their minds. Lin Ye was able to hear the thoughts of her two good sisters and naturally learned more information. Today's groom had a relationship with Miss Kazumi and is also Miss Matsumoto's childhood sweetheart. After hearing Miss Ime's inner blessings, Lin Ye no longer doubted her. They are undoubtedly good sisters. Attending the wedding of her ex-boyfriend and her best friend and giving her sincere blessings, what wonderful sisters they are. After leaving the drink, Kazumi Takanaka left the dressing room. Teacher, who was that person just now? Unz asked curiously. He's my best friend from college, we have a very good relationship. Hey, Ime bought so many drinks, you guys can have them. Sayuri Matsumoto handed the bag of drinks to Sonoko. Then we're welcome. Unz opened the bag and took a look. There were 3 cans of drinks inside. But in addition to teacher Matsumoto, there were 4 other people at the scene, namely herself, Xiaolan, Conan, and Lin Ye. She glanced at Conan and finally decided to ignore the brat. Mr. Lin, here we have lemon tea, coffee, and oolong tea, which one would you like? I don't need it, give it to Conan, Lin Ye said with a smile. Okay, Xiaolan, what would you like to drink? I want coffee. Sonoko gave the coffee in the bag to Xiaolan, then took the same lemon tea as teacher Matsumoto, and finally threw the remaining bottle of oolong tea to Conan. This is yours, kid. Conan took it silently, thinking unhappily, Sonoko, this guy, must have wanted to ignore me just now, right? If Lin didn't want to drink, there would be no share for me. This woman who values love over friendship. A few people opened their drinks and took a few sips when the door of the dressing room was pushed open again. Lin Ye turned around and saw an oppressive man appearing at the door. He was tall and wearing a black suit. His broad figure almost completely blocked the door, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Looking at his face again, it is the face of a bad guy that is enough to scare elementary school students to tears. He has a sharp crew cut, bald eyebrows, fierce eyes, and a sharp scar through his left eye. Judging from Lin Ye's experience, this man should be quite old, definitely over 50 years old, but he still has such courage and spirit. He is truly a man of great talent and still in good health. He pushed his way towards the door, and a fierce breath hit him in the face, instantly shattering the previous warm atmosphere in the room. Xiaolan and Sonoko glared at each other as if they were facing a formidable enemy. What do you want to do by barging in suddenly? Xiaolan, use your karate to get this gorilla out. Matsumoto Kayanaga looked at the 2 young girls, frowned, said nothing, and looked even more ferocious. Gorilla? Are you talking about me? Seeing Xiaolan in a fighting stance, Lin Ye hurriedly pressed her shoulders gently. Xiaolan, don't be impulsive, I think this should be Miss Matsumoto's father. Father? How is this possible? Both of them had an expression of surprise. Conan looked at Lin Ye's hand on Xiaolan's shoulder with great concern. Lin Ye noticed Conan's gaze, laughed in his heart, and withdrew his hand. Yes, he is indeed my father. At this time, Sayuri Matsumoto spoke up and confirmed the identity of this person. Xiaolan and Sonoko looked at Mr. Matsumoto in his wedding dress, and then looked at Matsumoto Kayanaga who looked like a gorilla, and both showed incredible expressions. How is it possible? Seeing the expressions of the 2 people, Matsumoto Kiyoshi's face became even darker. Girls nowadays are so rude. Hey, isn't this Xiaolan? A surprised voice came from the door. A man in a black suit and a black top hat leaned out from behind Matsumoto Kayanaga. He has a round, fat face, a round figure, and 2 thick mustaches on his mouth, and he looks very kind. Ah, Officer Magyar, why are you here too? Xiaolan recognized him. Magyar Juzan was once his father's partner. Magyar Juzan smiled and said, when the boss's daughter gets married, of course the subordinates have to come and show their support. Boss? Which means this guy is a policeman. Xiaolan and Sonoko showed incredible expressions again. Lin Ye shook his head slightly. Ladies, judging people by their appearance will only lead to big losses. Matsumoto Kayanaga coughed twice and finally said, okay, there is nothing for you to do here, please leave first. After Magyar Juzan and the others at the door left, Matsumoto Kayanaga closed the door, turned around, and glanced at Lin Ye and the others. Who are you? These two are my former students, and this Mr. Lin is their friend. Sayuri Matsumoto introduced them to her father. I'm sorry, we were so rude just now. Xiaolan and Sonoko bowed together to apologize. It doesn't matter, it's because my dad has a bad face, Sayuri Matsumoto said to the two of them with a smile. But Mr. Lin, you are really amazing, you actually figured out that he is my father. Yes, Mr. Lin, how did you know that? Unz also looked at Lin Ye with curiosity. Lin Ye smiled and said, because of the eyes. Xiaolan and Sonoko looked into Matsumoto Kayanaga's eyes and could not see anything except ferocity. Matsumoto Kayanaga looked at Lin Ye with great interest. This kid's temperament is somewhat special. Although Inspector Matsumoto has a stern look, his eyes involuntarily become gentle when he looks at Miss Sayuri. I have only seen that kind of gentle look in the eyes of a father looking at his daughter, Lin Ye explained with a smile. Matsumoto Kayanaga laughed. Young man, you have a very sharp sense of observation. Are you a detective? No, I'm a bartender. Oh. Bartender? No wonder. He was a guy who hung out in bars. Working in that kind of place, he naturally had to be able to read people's expressions. What a pity. This guy is a talented person, but unfortunately he has gone astray. It seems that Mr. Matsumoto has some prejudice against bars. This is not surprising, as bars have always been seen by the public as chaotic places of debauchery. As an experienced policeman, Mr. Matsumoto must have experienced and heard of a large number of bar-related cases, so it is normal for him to have prejudices. But Mr. Matsumoto, bars are not all places of chaos, they can also be hospitals for wounded souls. Lin Ye decided to let Mr. Matsumoto see what a new concept bar was, so he took out his business card. Mr. Matsumoto, this is the bar where I work, come and sit down if you have time. Sure, when I was young, I often dealt with bars. Matsumoto Kayanaga took the business card and gave a frightening smile. At that time, we often went to bars to crack down on prostitution, gangs and drugs, and occasionally caught criminals. We could also have a drink or two while investigating cases. It was such a nostalgic time. Chapter 191. Seeing Lin Ye handing over his business card, Conan complained in his heart. However, this guy's observation ability is indeed very strong, and he knows a lot of things. If he had chosen the path of detective instead of bartender, he would probably have become an excellent detective. Sayuri, have you really thought it through? Marry that boy. Matsumoto Kayanaga looked at his daughter, his eyes full of reluctance. Dad. It's not too late to regret now. What's so good about that young master from a rich family? There are many excellent and strong young people in our class. Dad. Sayuri Matsumoto interrupted her father. You're still saying this at this time. Sayuri. I have decided that I will marry him no matter what. Didn't you also say that you would have no objection as long as it was the person I chose? Seeing his daughter's firm attitude, Matsumoto Kayanaga sighed helplessly. Alright, I got it. He turned around and picked up the lemon tea drink his daughter had placed on the table. What a child you are, still drinking such a childish drink. I just like to drink, what do you care about me? Sayuri Matsumoto snatched the drink back from her father and said dissatisfiedly. This is my most precious memory, the memory of Junyan and I, but Junyan seems to have forgotten me. But it doesn't matter, he will definitely remember it after we get married. Lin Ye looked at the lemon tea in Sayuri Matsumoto's hand, thoughtfully. It turns out that today's groom is her childhood sweetheart, but unfortunately he didn't seem to recognize her. Matsumoto Kayanaga smiled awkwardly when being scolded by his daughter, which surprised everyone present. It's interesting that he looks so fierce but is so afraid of his daughter. Sayuri, you are very beautiful today, you are in no way inferior to your mother. After saying this compliment, Matsumoto Kayanaga left the dressing room as if he was a little shy. Teacher, you are really beautiful today, I want to take a picture of such a beautiful teacher. Xiaolan held up the camera and aimed the lens at Sayuri Matsumoto, who was wearing a wedding dress. Sayuri Matsumoto faced the camera and smiled gracefully. At this time, someone knocked on the dressing room door again. After Sayuri Matsumoto said, "Come in," a handsome young man wearing glasses walked in with a bouquet of roses in his hand. This bouquet of beautiful roses is for teacher Sayuri, who is more beautiful than flowers. Xiaolan got goosebumps when she heard such a corny statement. Sonoko, who is that guy? Have you forgotten? He is a senior 1 year older than us, Junji Yumimiya, who was once the president of the music club and the student union. He also liked Mr. Matsumoto when he was in middle school. I remember that at the graduation ceremony, he played and sang a song for his teacher. Conan also remembered it, and looking at Yumimiya Junji's face, he smiled in his heart. Huh, this guy is still so arrogant. Also, I have no idea what he likes about Mr. Matsumoto. In Conan's impression, the memories of Mr. Matsumoto in middle school are not very pleasant. Because he always sang out of tune and nothing he did could correct it, Mr. Matsumoto, his music teacher, was very angry. He also had a feeling that Mr. Matsumoto seemed to be targeting him for some reason and always liked to ask him to sing in class. But looking back now, these memories are still quite interesting. Especially after seeing Matsumoto-sensei in her wedding dress, the feeling of nostalgia became even stronger. Now that I am an elementary school student, I am actually missing my middle school self. Haha, how could things turn out like this? Thinking of his current situation, Conan felt confused. Lin Ye glanced at Conan and smiled slightly. Life is magical, isn't it? Sayuri Matsumoto accepted the rose from her student and said with a smile, "Thank you, Yumimiya-san." Yumimiya picked up the can of lemon tea that Matsumoto-sensei had drunk from and said with a smile, "Teacher still loves lemon tea." "Well, I've loved lemon tea since I was a kid, and I'll always love it." Yumimiya put down the lemon tea and sighed, "I feel very sorry about what happened today, I still believe that only I can bring happiness to the teacher." Yumimiya-san. But since this is the teacher's choice, I can only give you my most sincere blessings, teacher, I wish you a happy wedding. Yumimiya smiled slightly and said very gentlemanly. Sayuri Matsumoto smiled with relief, "Thank you." When Yumimiya turned to leave, he turned back and said, "Teacher, if that guy treats you badly, come to me, I will always be waiting for you." After saying that, without waiting for Sayuri Matsumoto to reply, he left the dressing room without looking back. Yumimiya-san is still so fond of joking. Sayuri Matsumoto wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile. "I think Yumimiya-senpai is not joking," Sonoko said with a smile. "But he has no chance, because the teacher has found the person to spend his life with, right?" "Yeah," Sayuri Matsumoto nodded slightly, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. "When Junyan abandoned Ime and approached me, he was probably looking for an opportunity to take revenge on his father, right? What is he going to do? Junyan, I will love you for the rest of my life. I hope you can forgive your father." "Okay." Lin Ye immediately became alert. Toshihiko, Miss Matsumoto's soon-to-be husband, wants revenge on her father? Although I don't know what the grudge is, Miss Matsumoto must have discovered something to think so. In this case, could it be that the groom today was the one who caused the scene of the bloody bride? When childhood sweethearts meet again, the girl still remembers the boy, but the boy doesn't remember the girl. The boy approaches the girl for revenge. The girl knows it is a trap but still falls into his gentle trap. If this is how it unfolds, it would be too sad. It must be stopped. Lin Yi became more determined. "Oh, the camera is running out of battery," Xiaolan, who was holding the camera, suddenly exclaimed. Then won't we be able to take pictures of the teacher and the groom kissing?" Sonoko looked at the camera in Xiaolan's hand. "I remember there's an electrical appliance store nearby, I'll go buy some batteries. I'll be right back." Xiaolan put the camera on the table and rushed out of the dressing room with full momentum. "You should have checked the battery before going out, Xiaolan, you are such a careless person," Sonoko shook her head and said earnestly. Yuanzi turned around, with a warm smile on his face again, and extended an invitation to Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin, let's go out for a walk. Xiaolan is not here. If only Mr. Lin and I were walking at the wedding, other guests would definitely think we were a couple, right? Hee. I've seen several annoying familiar faces on the road just now. Those guys actually dared to say something like, it's impossible for Sonoko to find a boyfriend, when they were in junior high school. Today I'm going to open their eyes, hee. Yuanzi thought proudly in his heart and looked at Lin Yi with expectation. Seeing Yuanzi staring at him with such eyes, Lin Yi couldn't bear to refuse. Moreover, as a man, it was not good for him to stay in the bride's dressing room all the time, so he nodded and agreed. Well, let's go. Chapter 192. Little ghost, you stay here with the teacher and wait for Xiaolan to come back. Conan was about to run away when Sonoko stared at him with an unfriendly look and said coldly. She wouldn't let Conan disturb her plans. Lin-san's conquest plan. That's right, little friend, just stay and keep me company. Sayuri Matsumoto also bent down and grabbed Conan's small shoulders with both hands. Conan, take good care of teacher Matsumoto, Lin Yi also reminded with a smile. With this famous detective around, it shouldn't be a problem if I leave for a while. Okay, Conan had to obey the arrangement reluctantly, after all he was a child now. Hee, you want me to be alone with Mr. Matsumoto? No way. After Lin Yi and Sonoko left, Conan and Matsumoto Sayuri were the only ones left in the dressing room. Conan just felt an awkward atmosphere in the air and felt uncomfortable all over. He never thought that he would be alone with Teacher Matsumoto in such an occasion, and Teacher Matsumoto was wearing a beautiful wedding dress. Conan, you look very nervous, are you shy seeing such a beautiful sister? Seeing the nervous Conan, Sayuri Matsumoto couldn't help laughing, then she turned around gracefully on the spot, her white veil and skirt fluttering slightly, looking very beautiful. Stop being so narcissistic, you old lady. Conan thought speechlessly, but his eyes were unconsciously attracted by the teacher's figure. But when Mr. Matsumoto takes off his glasses, it's really, no, don't be fooled by her, Kudo Shinichi. Have you forgotten how she treated you during your 3 years in junior high school? Conan quickly came to his senses and shook his head, clearing the distracting thoughts from his mind. At this moment, Sayuri Matsumoto suddenly bent down, and Conan's face turned red. He was unable to move as if he was under a spell. Sayuri Matsumoto took the opportunity to take off his glasses. Then he squatted down in front of him, looked at his red face, and said thoughtfully. Conan, are you really not Mr. Kudo's illegitimate son? You and that kid Kudo Shinichi look so much alike, are there really distant relatives in the world who look so alike? I don't understand either. Conan could only scratch his head and play dumb combined with his 6-year-old appearance, he was extremely confusing. Sayuri Matsumoto didn't delve into it further, but stared at Conan's red face with a smile. Conan, why is your face so red? Well, maybe it's too hot in the room. Oh, so that's how it is, I thought you saw something inappropriate for children. Sayuri Matsumoto covered the hem of her low-cut dress with one hand and laughed. Conan's face instantly heated up several degrees. Oh no, she found out. Sayuri Matsumoto put the glasses back on Conan's nose and flicked him lightly on the forehead. What a little gentleman. Although in general, gentleman seems to be a word of praise, Conan always feels that the word gentleman in Matsumoto's mouth has another meaning. In her mind, a gentleman probably refers to a greasy uncle who is fat, has a big belly that seems to contain great wealth, is well-dressed, but is actually greedy and lustful. This woman, it was obviously you who wasn't paying attention, I didn't mean to look at you. Conan blushed and complained in his heart. Every time I see this face, I can't help but want to bully him. Sayuri Matsumoto stretched out her hands again, grabbed Conan's chubby little face like kneading dough, and gently pulled it to both sides. Hey, is this woman a pervert? You know, Conan. Kudo Shinichi, that boy, looks a lot like my first love. What? Conan was stunned and temporarily ignored the fact that the other person was pinching his cheek. So in the past, when I was in class, I couldn't help but notice that kid and deliberately asked him to sing. So this is why this old lady targeted me. Even though that kid usually acts very arrogant, every time I ask him to come on stage to sing, he would look embarrassed, that expression was so funny, I still remember it clearly. Sayuri Matsumoto recalled the past and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Please forget it, Conan said with a twitch of his lips, speechless. Besides, that kid's singing is totally tone-deaf, every time he sings, the other students in the classroom can't help but laugh, the whole classroom is filled with joy. How funny. This old lady with a bad taste was targeting me in the first place. Sayuri Matsumoto looked at Conan's face, her eyes full of nostalgia. She loosened her hand that was pinching his cheek and gently stroked his little face. Conan, this is a secret between the two of us, because you are a child and look a lot like them, I can't help but tell you this. Well, I won't tell anyone, please rest assured, Mr. Matsumoto, Conan quickly assured. Who would tell others about such an embarrassing thing? Hey, why do you call me teacher? Sayuri Matsumoto stared at Conan strangely. Oops, I let it slip. Because Xiaoan and Sonoko always call you teacher, so I made a mistake, Conan quickly tried to explain. It's okay, you can also call me teacher, I would be very happy if I could have a student as cute as you, Sayuri Matsumoto smiled and pinched Conan's face. Yeah, Mr. Matsumoto, Conan immediately called out sweetly, making Sayuri Matsumoto giggle. Conan is so good. Conan turned his head away helplessly. I'm your student. If she knew my true identity, would she still say I'm cute? I think they will just continue to bully me, just like my mother who had the heart to kidnap her own son. However, his true identity was a secret that could never be told. Anyone involved may be in danger. So Conan thought that he would probably never have the chance to know the answer to this question. Mr. Lin, can you please do me a favor? In the banquet hall filled with guests, Unz gently pulled Lin Ye's sleeve. Well, what's wrong? Lin Ye, who was searching for the groom in the crowd, turned back with some surprise. Those two guys over there are my junior high school classmates. Lin Ye followed the direction of Unz's sight and saw two young men chatting happily not far away. They both looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, their faces full of youthful vigor and energy. The guy with glasses is called Sato, and the silly one is called Yamada. These two guys laughed at me in junior high school and said. What did they say? Lin Ye asked curiously. Unz clenched his fists and looked very angry. There is no way a man in the world would be interested in Sonoko. Sonoko will never find a boyfriend, that guy will definitely become a leftover woman. Just thinking about these words makes me angry. Lin Ye looked at the angry Unz in surprise. Is this the reason why she is so keen on finding a boyfriend? Well, a person's experiences during adolescence do have a significant impact on their personality. Especially unpleasant experiences. Have you heard? Sonoko seems to have feelings for Nohara-san. But Nohara-san just accepted Eri's confession yesterday. Huh, she looked so disappointed. Isn't this natural? Who would like a wild lady like her? But that guy's family seems to be very rich, maybe he can help her buy a husband? Oh, how miserable. I have to marry a man who is with me only for money. How unfortunate. This is the trouble of a rich family's eldest daughter, Lin Ye suddenly heard many sarcastic women's voices coming from Unz's heart. This is the voice she didn't say, hidden in her heart. So, I want you to play my boyfriend and give them a good scare. Unz smiled brightly at Lin Ye. Chapter 193. You don't have to say anything, just stand by me. Seeing Lin Ye hesitating, Unz added, staring at him with hopeful eyes. To be honest, Lin Ye has always been cautious about approaching Unz. Because it was impossible for him to become the son-in-law of the Suzuki family. This kind of top consortium was like a huge whirlpool. Although it seems like a beautiful scenery, once you are trapped in it, it is not easy to get out. He just wanted to be a bartender and didn't want to be bothered by unnecessary troubles. Logically, he should reject Sonoko's request to prevent her from getting deeper into trouble and himself from getting involved. As one of the heirs of the Suzuki group, Sonoko's father would definitely hear about who she came into contact with and what she did. If I get too close to her, I'll be targeted too. However, the sarcastic voice that had just come out of Sonoko's heart emerged in his mind, and his words of refusal were stuck in his throat. What's more, Sonoko was looking at him with expectant yet cautious eyes. It would seem cruel to refuse at this time. Or maybe he's been a bartender for too long and is used to satisfying others. In short, under the influence of various factors, Lin Ye nodded slightly. Even if I want to refuse, now is not a good time. Wait until the right opportunity comes and then tell her. Yes. The plan was successful. Seeing Lin Ye nodded in agreement, Unz cheered in his heart. Plan. It seemed she had planned it all along. Lin Ye smiled slightly and didn't care. A girl who is passionate and full of action is really hard to dislike. Suddenly someone hugged my arm. Lin Ye turned his head, Unz raised his head and gave him a bright smile with a slightly red face. This is more like it. Ah. Lin Ye nodded lightly and didn't say much. Unz was secretly delighted. The operation was a great success. Just wait and see, Lin sang, I will let you fall into my gentle trap step by step and melt your bones. Her enthusiasm was too high. But this also made Lin Ye feel a little relieved. A girl like this will not be easily defeated. As long as you make her understand your thoughts before things become irreversible, there shouldn't be any problem. Just rest for 2 days at most. When Unz walked through the crowd with her arm around Lin Ye, many people looked at them in surprise. Among the guests attending the wedding were many politicians and police officers, as well as many prominent businessmen. Naturally, many of them recognized the second daughter of the Suzuki family. Seeing her being so intimate with a strange man, everyone looked at Lin Ye with interest. There are also some who are Sonoko's classmates in junior high school. Even if they are not in the same class, they have heard of Sonoko's name. At this time, they all showed surprised expressions. Lin Ye looked indifferent, as if he didn't take these glances to heart at all. Those voices of surprise and speculation poured into his heart without causing any ripples. As a former famous bartender, he has also seen big scenes. In this kind of occasion, it's just a sprinkle of water. Seeing the calm expression on his face, Sonoko's eyes brightened. This is such a great demeanor. I will never let you escape. Lin Ye once again experienced the troubles of excellence. When Sonoko came up to the two young men holding his arms, they looked at him as if he were a freak. Who on earth is this man, and why is he picked up by Unz? Impossible, there is no way a man in the world would be interested in Sonoko herself, he must be after money. The reputation of the garden is really, Lin Ye couldn't help but glance at the garden around him. Unz was smiling smugly. Hey, isn't this Sato-san and Yamada-san? Long time no see. Isn't this the garden? It's been a long time since we last met, the garden is getting more and more beautiful. No matter whether the flattery from old classmates was sincere or false, Yuanzi's smile became even more intense, and the hand holding Lin Ye tightened a little. After a brief greeting, their eyes fell on Lin Ye. Is this your new boyfriend? Asked Sato, who was wearing glasses. Bah, what's the matter with new or not? It's still my first love, okay. Lin Ye just smiled. He has seen many gigolos and knows what they should do. Just be silent and keep smiling. The more handsome you are, the more effective this trick is. At this time, there was some commotion on the other side of the banquet hall. Coming in from the side door, surrounded by the crowd, was a young man with red lips and white teeth, wearing a white suit, handsome and elegant, also a handsome guy. When seeing this young man, Lin Ye instantly thought of Kudo Shinichi in his mind. The two men's faces were somewhat similar, but the one in front of him looked more mature and did not have the sharpness of a young genius detective. Judging from his attire and his face that resembles Kudo Shinichi, he should be today's groom. Ah, so the groom is that guy. Sonoko also saw the young man and looked surprised. Do you know him? Lin Ye asked. The two of them were quite close at this time, and as soon as he opened his mouth, his breath hit Yuanzi's cheek. Yuanzi took a deep sniff. Ah, the aroma of fine wine. Then he replied, that person is the heir of the Takasuji group, Takasuji Toshihiko. We often meet at banquets. I didn't expect that the teacher's bride would be him. What kind of person is he? Lin Ye asked again. Sonoko took another deep breath and replied, people outside say that he is indecisive and a pushover, not suitable for business. The Takasuji group will be ruined in his hands one day. Good old man. Lin Ye looked at Takasuji Toshihiko, who was surrounded by people. He seemed to be a really nice guy. Would he really poison his soon-to-be married wife? Also, there's a rumor that. Yuanzi suddenly lowered her voice, stood on tiptoe, and leaned close to Lin Ye's ear with a mysterious look on her face. At this moment, he seemed to be able to hear Yuanzi's heartbeat. It is said that he is the adopted son of the president of Takasuji Group, not his biological son, but the old president seems to admire him very much, and since he has no biological son, he is training him as his successor. Lin Ye turned his face to the side and his cheek slid across Yuanzi's nose. His eyes met Sonoko's excited gaze. Thank you, Sonoko. Yuanzi suddenly lowered his head in panic and whispered, it's nothing. That look just now was too foul. It hit the bull's-eye exactly. But Mr. Lin seems to be very interested in the boy from the Takasuji family. Yuanzi, who seems cheerful and generous, actually has a delicate and shy side. Seeing Yuanzi suddenly lower her head, Lin Ye thought. Maybe her cheerfulness is just a shell to protect herself. In order to ease her mood, Lin Ye smiled and said, don't you think that guy looks like someone? Sonoko raised her head, her face still a little red, and looked at Takasuji Toshihiko. Ah, indeed. A confident and slap-worthy face overlaps with it. After Lin Ye's reminder, she realized that perhaps the reasoning geek had caught her attention at the banquet before was also because of that crazy judge. Let's go and congratulate the groom. Lin Ye smiled, regained the initiative, and walked towards Takasuji Toshihiko. Yuanzi was led by him as she walked past him in a daze, like a little bird nestling beside him. Sato and Yamada, who were standing behind them, looked at the two men from behind with an incredulous look on their faces. Is that the garden? Seems to be. Are we dreaming? At this moment, Yuanzi suddenly turned her head, squinted her eyes and stuck out her tongue at the two of them, then shook her hair and leaned more intimately on Lin Ye's shoulder. The two of them woke up like they were dreaming. Yes, that's the garden. It seems that the man changed her. Chapter 194. Seeing Sonoko appear in front of him, Takasuji Toshihiko was a little surprised. Yuanzi still held Lin Ye's arm and said with a smile, because your new wife today was my music teacher in junior high school. I see, what a coincidence. You must treat your teacher well after you get married, okay? Many of the students here today are your fans. If you dare to bully your teacher, you're dead. That's right, if you dare to disappoint the teacher, I will be the first to disagree. A familiar voice sounded among the crowd. Lin Ye looked at the person who spoke. It was the male student who gave roses to Miss Matsumoto, Yumimiya Junji. He was looking at Takasuji Toshihiko, who was wearing a groom's tuxedo, with a slightly hostile look. Even though the other person was 10 years older than him, he was not afraid. Takasuji Toshihiko scratched his head in a troubled manner, then I have to work harder, At this moment, he gives people a feeling of being a happy fool. Lin Ye looked at him deeply. I'm sorry, but I approached your beloved teacher only for revenge. I must let that old man experience the pain of losing his loved ones. Alas, another poor lamb blinded by hatred. Lin Ye is not completely against revenge. Just like Miss Ase Narimi, her enemy brutally killed her entire family for the sake of trafficking. After learning this, he never thought about how to resolve the hatred in Miss Narimi's heart. How can this be resolved? The whole family was brutally murdered, and you still advise them to let go of their hatred. Isn't that pure stupidity? Lin Ye's only worry was that Miss Chingshi would hurt himself or even die in her revenge, just like the fire he saw. Although we don't know what exactly this Mr. Takasugi has experienced, it is obvious that his enemy is not Miss Matsumoto Sayuri, but her father Matsumoto Kayanaga. Matsumoto Kayanaga does look like a bad policeman, maybe he really did something bad in the past. In order to seek revenge, Takasugi Toshihiko dragged the innocent Miss Matsumoto into the matter and used her as a tool for revenge. This does not meet Lin Ye's standard of just revenge. What's even more tragic is that this kid doesn't know that the person he is using as a tool for revenge is his childhood sweetheart. Judging from the information revealed by Miss Matsumoto, she already knew Takasugi Toshihiko's purpose of approaching her, but she still jumped into the trap without hesitation. She probably wanted to influence him with love, but it seemed that this method did not succeed. Takasugi Toshihiko's determination for revenge remained strong. Miss Matsumoto is also stupid. Since she recognized the other person's identity, why didn't she tell him the truth? Judging from Lin Ye's experience in judging people, Takasugi Toshihiko is indeed not a bad guy, he is just blinded by hatred. If he remembered what Miss Matsumoto said, he might be shaken. Not to mention giving up on revenge, but at least he would consider finding another way to get revenge instead of using his childhood sweetheart as a tool. Wait a minute, is it because of this that Ms. Matsumoto did not reveal her identity? Could it be that she wanted to? Who is this? Takasugi Toshihiko's curious gaze and words interrupted Lin Ye's thoughts. Lin Ye is the bartender. Lin Ye stretched out his free right hand, shook hands with Takasugi Toshihiko, and looked at him meaningfully. Takasugi Toshihiko's heart skipped a beat. Hey, why is he looking at me in such a weird way? But he didn't show any sign on his face. He glanced at the intimate postures of the two and smiled, maybe I will be able to attend Miss Sanoko's wedding soon. In this era, the legal marriage age for girls in Japan is still 16 years old. It will not be raised to 2018 until the 18th Civil Code Amendment is reviewed and approved by the cabinet. So Sanoko's age is not a problem at all. However, Lin Ye didn't pay much attention to what Gao Shan said, but paid more attention to the voice in his heart. The premise is that my plan is not discovered. Just now when Ime went to buy drinks, I specifically told her not to forget to buy a can of lemon tea for Sayuri. I should have bought it back by now. I will go to the dressing room to meet Sayuri in a while and take the opportunity to put the poison and the capsule into her drink. This way, I can confuse the time of poisoning and create an alibi. Sayuri, don't blame me, blame your cruel and heartless father. Lin Ye's fist hardened. Takasugi's harmless smile suddenly looked annoying in his eyes, and he had the urge to punch him in the face right there and then. Bastard, what are you thinking about? Is this your way of revenge? Poor excuse, stupid idea. If you want revenge, then confront Matsumoto Kayanaga head-on. Are you afraid of him? If you do that, I promise I won't stop you. Brat. Because of the anger in his heart, Lin Ye's eyes became a little sharp. Takasugi Toshihiko was frightened by his righteous eyes and was puzzled. Why is he looking at me like that? Lin Ye silently withdrew his sharp gaze. And Unz covered her red face and said shyly, No, it's too early for me to think about that. But I will definitely invite you to my engagement day, you are surprisingly good at talking. I have a different opinion of you, you must treat Mr. Matsumoto well. Of course, Takasugi's smile was a little unnatural. After walking around the venue with Sonoko for a while, Lin Ye kept an eye on Takasugi Toshihiko's movements. After noticing that he had left the venue, he said to Sonoko, who was still hugging his left arm tightly. Let's go back too, Xiaolan should have bought the batteries. Ah. Unz answered in a low voice, with a tone of obedience. Lin Ye was shocked. Be careful, even if the law allows it, she is still a child, don't be fooled by this little girl. Given Lin Ye's mental age and his precocious personality, Unz is indeed still a child in his eyes. With mixed feelings, he and Sonoko left the venue and went to the dressing room. Of course, Sonoko was still holding his arm, with no intention of letting go. Lin Ye had no choice but to use the trick of urinating and go to the toilet to wash his face before she let go reluctantly. After coming back, Unz was naturally embarrassed to approach him on her own initiative again. No matter how enthusiastic and proactive a girl is, she still needs a reason to be proactive, no matter how ridiculous that reason is. After leaving the lively venue, the excuse of pretending to be a boyfriend became invalid. In the short 2 minutes that Lin Ye went to the toilet, Unz didn't come up with any new excuses. But she was already quite satisfied with today's results. The two walked in the quiet corridor. The ground was covered with a soft and bright red carpet, which made people feel happy when walking on it. Unz looked down at the red carpet on the ground and unconsciously slowed down her pace. "Mr. Lin, thank you for helping me today," she whispered. Chapter 195. The bride threw her arms around the groom's neck and kissed him passionately. He glamorously ignored the girls and children around him. Of course, actually she's a fake kid. Conan and Xiaolan, who was holding the camera, both blushed and stared in amazement. Unz beside him had a similar expression. But Lin Ye's expression was as if he had seen a tragedy. "This is my last kiss, please accept it, Junyan." Sayuri. There seemed to be a glimmer of light in the corners of Sayuri Matsumoto's eyes, and in the eyes of Conan and others, those were probably tears of happiness. Takasugi Toshihiko, who was kissed, opened his eyes wide, with confusion and shock in his eyes. Why did Sayuri suddenly become so bold? She actually did this in front of her own students. Did she find out that I added sodium hydroxide to the lemon tea just now? No, it's impossible. If she really found out, she should slap me. Why would she kiss me? Takasugi Toshihiko immediately rejected this ridiculous speculation. He made sure that his actions just now were very covert. But he didn't know that his every move affected his wife's heart. How could he hide his little actions from her eyes? What's more, she is a teacher. Her teaching career has given her keen observation skills, allowing her to tell at a glance which students are slacking off. For example, Conan, who is blushing next to her, no, it should be said that Kudo, is always caught by her when he is daydreaming in music class. How could she be hidden from the little action of her beloved turning around to cover it up? After the passionate kiss, Sayuri Matsumoto hugged her lover tightly again, and her sad eyes glanced over his shoulder at the table beside her. There were 2 cans of drinks on the table, one was lemon tea and the other was also lemon tea. But one of the bottles was poisonous. Her eyes were fixed on the bottle containing the poison. "Junyan, if my death can make you let go of your hatred for your father, then I am willing to." Silly girl. Lin Ye was shocked. What kind of magical brain circuit is this? Is it caused by drinking too much lemon tea? A woman's IQ does decrease when she is in love. You actually want to use your death to make the other party let go of their hatred. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, don't you think about how sad your father will be? Lin Ye had no doubt that if Matsumoto Kayanaga was given the choice between his death or his daughter's death, he would choose to die without hesitation, and might even want to fight back. Unfortunately, my daughter was infected with a virus called love. Also, this Takasugi Toshihiko is also a talent. Sodium hydroxide. He actually used this poison. Is he serious? Sodium hydroxide, a strong alkali with strong corrosiveness. It is easily soluble in water, but does not react with water and does not generate new substances. Accidental ingestion can cause gastrointestinal burns, mucosal erosion, bleeding and shock. If not treated in time, death is inevitable. Is there really anyone who can drink something so hot? I'm afraid I'll spit it out as soon as I drink it. No, if it was this silly woman who was ready to die, she might really drink it despite the pain and then present the bloody scene she saw. Originally, I thought it was quite sad and beautiful, but now Lin Ye just feels speechless. What? 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 Can people in this world be a little more normal? His mood now was as if he saw there should be a magical metaphor here. But after calming down, he looked at Takasugi thoughtfully again. Did he not find a better poison, or did he deliberately choose sodium hydroxide? If it is the latter, it is worth pondering. Non-vegetation, ruthless practice makes perfect. Sayuri Matsumoto's love offensive should have played some role. Perhaps in his subconscious, he did not want to kill the woman who truly loved him. Lin Ye is unable to confirm this for the time being. But now, he had more important things to do. While everyone's attention was attracted by this crazy couple, Lin Ye pretended to walk to the table casually, and then turned around casually, accidentally touching the 2 cans of lemon tea on the table. Lin Ye didn't know which can was the poisonous one, so he knocked over both cans at the same time. Click, click, click. The lemon tea can fell to the ground, and the lemon tea, which was invisible from the outside, spilled all over the floor. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Lin Ye looked as if he was apologizing sincerely. As a bartender, sincerity is a must, but acting skills are also essential. On days when I feel depressed, I rely on my acting skills to keep smiling. So he is quite confident in his acting skills. I'll go buy you another one. No, Mr. Lin, I don't want to drink lemon tea today. Sayuri Matsumoto took a look at the 2 lemon tea cans that had fallen to the ground, her heart filled with gratitude. Maybe this is God's guidance. Thank you, God, for giving me more time. I will definitely use love to resolve the hatred in Junyon's heart. Takasugi Toshihiko also stared blankly at the 2 cans of lemon tea that had been knocked over. How could this be? I finally made up my mind, could this be God's will? No, that's what I mean. I just can't stand seeing other people being stupid. Lin Ye answered silently in his heart. Sonoko also said, I don't need it either. Among them was a can of lemon tea that belonged to her, but since the person who pushed it over was Mr. Lin, she naturally wouldn't say anything, and even hoped that he pushed over more than just the lemon tea. Ouch, how embarrassing. Unz suddenly covered her red face and began to sway. What is this woman going crazy about? When Conan came back to his senses from witnessing the passionate kiss between an adult man and a woman, he saw Sonoko's shy look. He shuddered, and the shyness disappeared instantly. For him, there was no more effective sobering agent than the garden. Xiaolan looked at her good friend Unz, then at Lin Ye who had a nonchalant look on his face. She always felt that something happened between the two of them when she went to buy batteries. When she came back just now, Lin Ye and Unz were not in the dressing room either, and seemed to have gone out together. Did Sonoko's battle plan succeed? She had an expression of surprise. In her impression, Mr. Lin shouldn't be so easily conquered. When Lin Ye saw the delusional picture in Unz's mind, even though it was highly blurred, he couldn't help but blush. Tokyo girls who grew up during the bubble era are so passionate and hot. Sonoko is a fighter among passionate girls. If he wasn't careful, this old jet of his might be shot down. Shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind, Lin Ye walked up to the stunned Takasugi Toshihiko. Mr. Takasugi, as I said before, I'm a bartender. He took out his business card and handed it over. This is my business card, I hope Mr. Takasugi can come and have a seat when he is free. Lin Ye stared at Gao Shan with meaningful eyes, as if he wanted to see into his soul, and his smiling face was deeply imprinted in Gao Shan's eyes. Gao Shan's body and mind trembled, and he felt a sense of being seen through. Did this man discover something? This man is hopeless. He even promotes the bar where he works in this kind of situation. Conan's complaints also reached Lin Ye's ears. If you have a cold, drink a glass of white wine to calm your nerves.